Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and by grabbing one of my free ebooks. I'll leave a link in the upper right hand corner and one in the description to my website. And now to the video. In today's video, you're going to be listening to the first 3 ebooks in the AabiLynn's Rite series. The first ebook in this series is available free from Amazon, Apple, Google, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, and a few other bookstores. I'll leave a link in the description and one in the corner if you would like to grab the free ebook.
AabiLynn's Rite, Number 0, Dragon's Brood, Egg Hatchlings Ritual, by Kristie Lynn Higgins, 2014-2019. AabiLynn, Woman of a Sorrowful Song. Prologue. In an age of magic, the Stygian Legion moved against the land of Athenia during the first reign of men. The Stygian Legion was an army of warlocks under the command of King Vellas. King Vellas wanted to enter the land so he could steal a large jewel and open a doorway to the void, a world of demons. They would have conquered Athenia if not for the dragons aligning with tribal men. Their combined forces of sorcery and steel repelled the advance of the Stygian Legion, and King Vellas returned to his kingdom defeated and empty-handed. Now during the third reign of men and a time of peace, young humans were brought to the land of dragons within Athenia. The young humans participated in the first ceremonial acts of the Dragon Rite. Many went but few were chosen. Chapter 1. AabiLynn. The sun peeked over a grass-covered hill and brought morning to Thatchman's farm. There was a bit of a chill in the air as spring forced winter out. Thatchman harnessed his horse and prepared to continue plowing his field to make it ready for seed. He still had 2 days of work before he could sow. Thatchman finished buckling the last strap on the harness when he noticed dust rising in the distance. A group of riders approached his land, and he expected they would come. He went over to the hut that housed himself, his third wife, and his 4 children. 3 were by his first wife, who suddenly disappeared, and the other child was by his second wife, who passed on about 5 years prior in childbirth. Thatchman grabbed his spear and returned to his horse. His third wife, Helen Mary, attended to the pigs along with his youngest and only daughter, AabiLynn. By tradition, women of the northern Grass Plains tribe carried their mother's name as their second name to honor the one who bore them. So Mary was the mother of Helen, and so on. "Girl, bring the bucket of slop the rest of the way for me," Helen ordered as she set the bucket down and leaned against the fence to rest her weary and very pregnant body. Kara hobbled her nearly 5-year-old body toward the only mother she ever knew. Kara had been born early, which caused her left arm and leg to be stunted. Her leg, inches shorter than her other, caused her to limp, but since she was born this way, she knew no different. Her arm bore the brunt of the deformity. It was about half the size of the other and appeared to others to be of little use. Kara hurried over to Helen, grabbed the bucket handle with her strong hand, and lifted it into her arms with the help of her other hand. For a child her size, the bucket of yesterday's unwanted food was huge. Its water slushed about the bucket as she walked the last 10 feet to the gate. Part of the slop splashed her brown dress, which was already stained by a week's wearing. Helen waddled over, holding her back, and opened the gate to the pig pen. Kara entered and walked across the cool, muddy ground to the trough, and then she lifted the bucket as high as she could and poured most of the slop into the trough while some of it spilled onto her bare feet. She started back with the bucket and fell as her shorter legs sunk too far into the mud. Kara didn't cry, but she got back to her feet and made her way to Helen. Dark mud covered her face and along with nearly every inch of her front. Kara thought it would be fun to play in the mud, but she knew Helen would disapprove. "Look at you," Helen complained as she took her apron and wiped her dirt-stained face. Helen questioned once she finished, "What am I going to do with you? You are nearly as useless as the old sow in there." She motioned to the large female pig in the pen, and Kara turned and stared at the creature that was 3 times her size and what her father called infertile. She didn't understand why they considered the pig useless or what the word really meant. "I am sorry, Helen," Kara stated as she bowed her little head. "I am sorry I am useless." The riders neared the farm, and the horses' hooves thundered across the dirt road. Helen noticed the riders and straightened her dress and hair somewhat as Kara hid behind her. The lead rider halted his horse, and the 4 others with him also did so in turn until they stopped behind their leader. The 5 men with swords approached Thatchman on foot. All the riders were clad in leather from the band around their heads, to the vest that covered their bare chests, and to their pants and boots. Thatchman kept his spear at his side with the blunt end resting on the ground, ready to use if the men decided to draw their swords. Bork, Thatchman cautiously spoke as if he greeted a wolf he'd surprised in the woods who may be hungry. Bork was the leader of the northern Grass Plains tribe which Thatchman and his family belonged to. Most of the tribesmen raised horses, yaks, or sheep. Thatchman was one of a few farmers who tilled the land. Thatchman, you know why I am here? Bork questioned. He nodded, and then he replied, You have come to collect. Bork looked at Helen and noticed the small child hiding behind her, and then he turned back to Thatchman and asked him, Do you have the silver? I do not, he replied. That is a problem, Bork stated. I cannot give you any more time. He scanned the area around the hut, pen, and field but saw no one else there. Bork said, I shall have to take from you something of equal value. He looked at the distant hill and then to the roads winding behind the farm, and then he questioned, What of your sons? Where are they? They usually work the farm with you, Bork spoke, and then he stated, I could take one of them as a soldier for a year. They are not here, Thatchman said, and then he added, They are visiting my brother. Convenient, I would say, Bork muttered, and then he stated, Your crop is a season away. He looked at the pen, and then he questioned, What of your pigs? Thatchman replied, I have 4 young ones and 1 large one. The day before, Thatchman sent the piglet's mother with his sons as they headed for his brother's farm a couple of valleys away. He wouldn't give up a fertile sow, not for a gambling debt. Bork walked over, looked over the feeding beasts, and then he said, thinking the sow was the piglet's mother, I shall take the large one for payment. One moment, my lord, Helen spoke as she walked over to her husband and whispered into his ear. Thatchman's eyes lit up as if he had never even thought of such an ingenious idea. And then he said, Bork, why not take my daughter? Kara, your daughter? Bork uttered as he turned and looked at the young girl. Would you not prefer to give me your pig? Kara ran over to Helen and hid behind her again. Bork looked her over a second time before she hid herself, and then he stated, She is too young to give to one of my older sons or soldiers. Take her as a slave, Thatchman said. She is a hard worker, and deformed, one of the other riders exclaimed. He is right, Bork stated. She shall be limited to what she can do and unsightly to give as a wife even to one of my slaves. You could always make her a breeder when she comes of age, Helen spoke, then turned and positioned herself so that Kara stood in front of her. Breeder, Bork questioned, and then he asked, She is the fair AabiLynn's daughter, is she not? Yes, Thatchman replied. She is my beloved child. Helen glared at her husband when he mentioned the wife before her, and then she squeezed Kara's shoulders, taking out her jealousy of the dead woman on the child. Bork peered at the girl, not as she was but as she would be. In the northern Grass Plains tribe's tradition, male owners slept with their breeders to create slaves with no inherent rights. Bork had wanted Thatchman's wife AabiLynn when she first appeared in their territory, but she married Thatchman instead. It created much strife between the two men until AabiLynn died. AabiLynn's child, Bork muttered to himself, and then he thought maybe Kara might turn out to be as beautiful as her mother. Are you sure you want to give up AabiLynn's child? She is your daughter. Thatchman glanced at his wife, and then he answered, I am sure. Bork turned to one of his riders and told him, Grab the child, and let us take her back to the plains. The rider nodded, and then he went over and scooped up the child as she attempted to flee from him, limping as fast as her little legs would allow her. She kicked and beat at him with her arms and legs, and then she turned to her father and Helen and screamed for them. Helen, Helen, help me. Kara cried out. Help me, Helen, Helen. She managed to free herself of the rider and dropped down to the ground, and then she ran to her shouting, Helen, Helen. Kara fell down as she overstepped her stride but quickly got back up and continued for the woman as she cried, Helen, Helen. The woman turned from her and headed for the hut, allowing the child's pleas to fall on indifferent ears. Kara cried all the more, Helen, don't go, Helen. She fell again, and this time Kara didn't get up as she shrieked, Mama, Mama. Helen paused in her tracks as the maternal words left the child's lips and rattled her very core. Never once had Kara called her mother. Helen had never taught her that name but insisted that Kara call her Helen. It allowed her to place some distance between herself and the other woman's child. Thatchman's sons were old enough that they easily called her Helen. Kara must have picked up the word from the nearby farmers' children as she watched them play. Helen started to turn toward the child, but then she realized Thatchman had already given her to Bork. Whatever feelings might have been sparked by the child's utterance was now too late. There was nothing she could do about the debt or the payment. It had been completed. She placed a hand on her belly. She might just be too emotional because of her own coming baby. Helen continued walking to the hut as a tear streaked down her cheek. She wiped it away as she wiped the memory and the name of the child from her mind. Helen placed a hand on her belly again. She would soon have a baby of her own to replace any emptiness caused by the forgotten one's departure. When Helen ignored her pleads, Kara turned to Thatchman and called out to him. "Daddy, Daddy." "Quiet, child," Thatchman scolded her. "You are no longer mine." He turned from her and walked away as he mumbled, "You were never mine." As both of her parents abandoned her to her fate, Kara lifted her tiny hands and wept into them. The rider easily picked up the child and carried her to his horse, and then he, Bork, and the other riders headed back toward the plains. Kara cried herself asleep and slept the whole way back to Bork's abode. Chapter 2. Journey to Firedrake. 7 years later, darkness covered the land like a blanket of nighttime fancy, and the smell of horses and leather permeated the air as Kara held onto the back of her adopted father's waist. She leaned the side of her head against Bork's strong back as they rode on his horse. He was warm and comforting against the cool air. Kara was still sleepy as they had rose hours before she normally did so they could take this important trek. Sleep and dreams lingered with her as night and a young girl's fantasy remained a few moments more. They left the plains with 3 other riders, heading for a great destination. All was grand in Kara's world. She had people who cared for her in a special place she belonged. She couldn't ask for anything more. Bork steered his horse up a hill, and she held on tightly so not to fall off on the incline. The moon had long since gone, and the land waited for the sun to make its appearance. Kara glanced back at the 3 riders following them. One of the boys was Bork's son, Turk, the brother she never had. Thatchman's sons had mostly ignored her existence, but not Turk. He always noticed her, always knew where she was. Here with Bork and his family, she had found a place to belong, a place where she was needed and cared for. Twilight broke at their backs as a red-orange light burned across the grasslands. A horse neighed, and a few flying birds greeted the morning, and all was grand in Kara's world. She had people who cared for her in a special place she belonged. She squeezed Bork's waist as if giving him a hug and then turned her head so she could view the lands on their right side as they sped by. She overheard Bork speaking to the boys before they left his hut. He told them of the place they were going, that it was important, and they had to do well, or was it? It was important that they do well at the place they were going. A golden wren flew overhead, and Kara turned her head to follow the beautiful bird in its flight as it sparkled in the sunlight. She thought when it came time for her to select a totem animal, as those in Bork's family had, she might pick the golden wren. It was free to go where it willed, but the females still had a family they returned to and cared for. The time of naming a totem animal was also the time she was given new clothes like the leather the riders wore. She was ready to burn her dingy tunic in a fire. She had seen other children use the fire to burn their old clothes when they came of age. At that time, she could. Kara caught a glimpse of Turk eyeing her, and she sleepily and bashfully hid her face in Bork's back. She smiled, knowing Turk was with them too, and it warmed her heart to know Turk was thinking about her. Kara adored him as an older brother. She turned her head and looked again to the left side as they rode on. The plains were so different than the lands around the farm she once called home. An incidental tear trickled down her cheek as the day started to break up the dreams night aloud, and she quickly wiped it away before anyone saw. She was to never speak unless spoken to, and she was never to cry. Those were the rules ingrained in her since arriving at Bork's hut, and Bork's wife was the one who fiercely taught her these simple rules. The rising sun finished burning the sky, and the blueness of the day appeared over them, and with night gone, so were dreams and a young girl's fantasy. Kara would have to face reality until the sun set again and she was able to close her eyes. All was grand in Kara's world, but it all vanished back into her mind. She had people who cared for her in a special place she belonged, but those ideas and sentiments were only in her head. She, after all, was only a slave, someone they would sometimes refer to as a breeder. Kara was more alone with Bork and his son than she had ever been with her father, her brothers, and Helen. She had no rights as a human, no one she could emotionally depend on, and though she had a place she belonged, she wasn't loved. The riders moved on as did the morning, and the harsh reality of her existence smacked her again like one of the slaps Bork's wife would frequently give her. This was the world Kara lived in, but not the one she wanted to linger in. The time she spent in her perfect world was far too short. She was barefoot and wore a sackcloth tunic, and no totem animal decorated any part of her clothing. Kara was an object to own and order about and nothing more. She thought of Bork as her adopted father, but the only thing he adopted was a harsh tone and leering eyes that seemed to want something from her. Turk was still the brother she never had, for he was neither a brother to her nor a friend, only her constant tormentor. This was the reality of Kara's life, a reality she wished was a nightmare, and the imaginary world she envisioned was the real one. She believed there had to be more in this world than pain and hardship. Those would be bearable if she had joy and love, but without joy and love, pain and hardship were becoming more intolerable with each grim day. Days later, "I am not afraid of any dung-smelling warlock," Barman said as he rode on horseback along with his 2 friends. He wore a brown leather vest over his young bare chest. He also wore leather pants and boots. A silver plains horse decorated the back of his vest, and his long black hair was held back out of his eyes with a leather band that also had the same silver plains horse decorating the front of it. The others wore similar attire, but a different totem animal decorated their clothing. The Northern Grass Plains tribe were led by chieftains, and Bork was chief of chieftains. Are you sure about that? Turk questioned. He was the oldest of the 3 boys. He was 16 and they were 15. A gold grass tiger adorned the back of his black vest and band. His hair was blonde and flowed down his back. Turk said, "You have heard of the Leviathans that those of the Stygian Legion ride. Do not tell me you are not afraid to face one of those malicious beasts. I know better. I have seen you face a hairless wolf pup when one happened upon our path. You nearly soiled yourself before you ran away from it. I laughed so hard as I watched the pup chase you that I nearly soiled myself." "You cannot judge me for that," Barman insisted. "I was 5 at the time, had no weapon, and the pup was very hungry." "I know," Turk chuckled. "It gnawed on my hand the whole way back to my hut. Whatever happened to it?" Barman questioned. "I traded it for a dagger with one of my neighbors," Turk replied. The riders had left the boundary of their home of the Northern Grass Plains days ago, and they had entered the forest of Menace. Less than an hour ago, they had left the forest of Menace and entered Wyvern the Dragonlands, and they had not seen a tree or shrub since doing so. They rode through a red and orange canyon as the sun broke at their backs. The third friend, Cyan, nudged his mare to catch up to the other 2 boys, and the mare whinnied. He wore light brown leather with a silver grass hawk as his totem animal. Ahead of them rode Bork with Kara as his passenger. His father was a large muscular man, and Turk was a slightly smaller version of him. Bork also led their pack horse. "If I had a dragon under me, I would not be afraid to face a warlock or his Leviathan," Barman insisted as he glanced back at the broadsword safely tucked in his bedroll. "I have my steel and the dragon its claws and magic." "We are talking about Leviathans," Turk said. "They are huge. I heard as big as a tower. Their hide is as black as the darkest pit, and they can swallow." He looked at Kara, and then he continued, "They can swallow a girl whole." Kara glanced back at the comment, but she said nothing at his teasing. She did look frightened, as if his tale planted a deep-rooting seed of fear within her. Bork glanced back as the sun burned the horizon, and he barked, "We are late. Let us pick up the pace." He kicked his horse, and it galloped off. Bork's leather was ashen in color, and it was marked by a totem of a great white grizzly bear. Turk and his friends followed closely behind Bork as the canyon path started to narrow, and the horses moved and formed a single file. Turk followed his father's pack horse, Barman, and Cyan brought up the rear. Turk removed a bota filled with water and took a drink. He was hot and noticed he wasn't sweating. The dry air of the region consumed any moisture. Turk already missed his home and the cool breezes that would greet him of a morning. Here, the wind was harsh and filled with sand. "Are you saying you would not be in the least bit afraid to face a Leviathan?" Turk continued questioning his friend. "You know they bare their teeth right before they gobble you up? I believe they call it death smile." She glanced back at him again. Her light blue eyes looked a little more frightened. She noticed he saw her glance, and she bowed her head and turned back around. The trip so far had been long, and Kara wasn't used to riding on a horse. Her backhand hurt, and she prayed for the trip to end. The path through the canyon veered, and the sun moved to the left of them. The wind continued to harass them, and the sun beat down on them. Shade was a welcomed and yet fleeting friend. "Why do you keep asking me about the Leviathans?" Barman questioned. Then he stared at her, and he asked, "Or are you trying to get a fear-filled response from someone else?" He noticed Turk's reaction to his inquiry, and Barman stated, "You are?" He chuckled and said, "You do like to be a tyrant even when we are away from home. I pity any girl you take for your wife." Turk ignored him, turned in his saddle, and asked his other friend, "What do you think, Cyan? What would you do if you faced a warlock and his Leviathan?" He started to answer when movement in the sky distracted him. Cyan shaded his eyes and glanced up, but whatever it had been had already flown away. They heard a scream of a dragon in the distance, and seconds later, a large green gold speckled one flew over them a second time. Athenia dragons had 4 legs, a pair of wings, and a tail, and their scaled hide came in an array of colors. The flying dragon returned and flew just above the canyon. The green dragon kicked up a torrent of wind through the path as its wings flapped to keep itself hovering above them. Sand flew up and blasted the faces of the group more than it had in the past. Bork halted his horse. A Dracoman yelled down to them, "Are you Bork, chief of the chieftains of the Northern Grass Plains tribe?" The Dracoman wielded a large shield and spear, but he didn't sit on a saddle. It appeared that the dragon's body had swallowed part of his. "Yes," Bork shouted back. "Proceed with haste," the Dracoman ordered them. "The birthing is about to begin." "We shall," Bork yelled and muttered under his breath, "Blasted Dracoman." We would have been there if he had not stopped us with his dragon, Cyclone. I shall meet you there, the Dracoman yelled, and then he turned his dragon and headed back. Chapter 3. The Birthing. The group pressed on and the path ended at Firedrake, the northeast nests of the dragons. The large open area formed an enclosed half-circle, and the caves laid beyond that. Some distance from the caves was a stable, and they quickly rode to the structure. Bork dismounted his horse as Kara slid off behind him. He tied up his horse at the watering trough. Inside the stable, several horses and other riding animals could be heard moving about their stalls. "Hurry, girl," he said. "We are late." "Yes, master," Kara replied as she limped to their packhorse and started unloading the equipment. She was 12 now, and it was her first time leaving the tribal lands, so she peered around at the strange land of the dragons. Bork brought his son and his 2 friends to participate in the dragon rite. She was there to prepare their meals while they stayed at Firedrake. The first few ceremonial acts would take about 5 fortnights. The Dracoman, who had spoken to them earlier, approached as he told them, "You must come now? The queen has already started her birthing pangs. Quickly, this way." Bork started after the Dracoman, paused, and shouted, "Fetch the gifts. Girl, the rest of our items you can unload later. We are late for the first act of the dragon rite. Turk, Barman, and Cyan, come with me. The queen shall soon lay her eggs if she has not already." "Yes, father," Turk replied. The 3 boys dismounted, removed their swords from their bedrolls, and followed Bork, and he led them toward the caves. 2 large dragons guarded the entrance. They were tall, 3 horses high, and winged. One dragon was the color of bronze and the other was teal. "I shall leave you here," the Dracoman spoke. "I need to return to my patrol." He walked off without another word. The teal-colored dragon carefully eyed the 4 of them. And then he said, "Dragon Elder Durin awaits you. Bork, you need to proceed with haste to the ritual room. The first act of the dragon rite is about to begin. It cannot be delayed." "We shall hurry," Bork replied. And then he started in and paused. "Blasted. Where is that girl? We need the gifts. Useless girl. Turk, go see what is keeping her." "Yes, father," Turk answered. And then he hurried back to their horses as the others continued into the cave. At the stable, Kara was having difficulty undoing the buckle to the pack. She finally unbuckled it and removed the wooden chest from the pack. She held the chest in her left hand and started toward the caves when something caught her eye in the sand. She reached down, picked up a bloodstone the size of a walnut, and examined it as she said, "This is pretty. What is taking you so long, wench?" Turk barked as he approached her from her blind side. Startled by his sudden appearance, she looked up, saw his angry face, and clasped her hand around the bloodstone to hide it from him. If he found it, she wouldn't be allowed to keep it, but that wasn't the only thing she feared from him. Trepidation ransacked her heart like one of the great tempests that ravaged her homeland. And she pleaded, "Forgive me, young master. I could not." He walked up and backhanded her as he yelled, "Do not give me excuses." She held her reddening face, but his reaction was mild compared to other times. The sting of the strike made her pause as fear of what he might do next whirled in her mind. Kara chose her next words carefully and made them few as she spoke. "Forgive me." He grabbed the wrist of her stunted arm and jerked her toward him. And she nearly dropped the chest. She caught it with her right hand as he squeezed bruises that were already days old. The veins in his neck bulged with his targeted wrath as he started to yell. But then 2 Dracomen walked by. Turk leaned in close and whispered to her, "There is no forgiveness for you, wench. Now hurry, before my father yells at the both of us." Once he released her, she ran as fast as she could. He jogged beside her, and they passed the 2 dragon guards. The dragons eyed them but said nothing. They proceeded further in, and Turk didn't let up on her. "You are so worthless," he yelled. "I do not understand why my father keeps you. You are slow, ugly, and incapable of doing any real work. And I am the one that has to hear it when you fail to do your duties. Wench, go faster." "Yes, young master," Kara said as she hurried even more to the point of almost falling over in her awkward gimp. She never understood the rage he had toward her. He never treated the other slaves as he did her. She wondered why she was any different. Maybe it was Bork's wife who influenced her son's wrath. They hustled through a tunnel, and the air cooled the deeper they went. Wooden torches along the walls lit the way. They were moving too slow, and this enraged him even more. "Look at her," he muttered to himself as his anger turned to loathing. Look how weak she was. His tribe was a proud tribe and a race of warriors. He didn't understand why her parents allowed her to live where his father. Even if she was a girl, she represented his tribe. How could they show their faces with such weakness at their side? When he became the tribal leader, all of that would change. No feebleness would be allowed. Upon entering the large cavern of the ritual room, Turk removed his sword scabbard from his belt and tripped her with it. She fell sprawl out, and the lid of the wooden chest came open, Its contents spilled out, and 3 marbles made of gold clanged to the stone floor. Everyone in the room turned at the sound. 3 candidates from each of the other 4 tribes were assembled along with Bork, Barman, and Cyan. The other candidates were about the same age as Turk and his friends. The chief of the chieftains of each tribe, or the second highest ranking chieftain, was there. There were also 4 Venetian red scribes to record the event, and Dragon Elder Durin and 2 other dragon elders waited patiently. Stalagmites and stalactites filled the ritual room that was not only lit by torches, but by several basket-shaped cast iron fire stands. The stone path led down into a white sandy area. The sand had phosphorescent microbes living in it, and anywhere where darkness prevailed, the sand glowed a light green. "Blasted girl," Bork blurted, embarrassed by her. Barman and Cyan snickered as Turk came their way with a big grin on his face. He was pleased that his intention just to trip her up had also caused her great embarrassment. His father will be furious with her, and maybe his father would pay less attention to her. Turk's mother had whispered many things to Turk about this slave, and it had infuriated him since he was a boy. So he mistreated her for it. Kara looked around at the many male faces staring at her, and her face flushed as she quickly picked up the gold marbles and placed them back in the chest. She hurried to Bork, and the sand was cold to her bare feet. "Take them to the elder," Bork ordered. She turned and timidly approached the large yellow dragon. She had never met a dragon before, and she had never met anything so big. He looked as if he could swallow her whole if he so chose to. "Are these the gifts?" Dragon Elder Durin questioned her as he stared at the wooden chest. She couldn't look him directly in the face, and she nodded. The dragon smelled of earth, and his feet were as large as her body. Dragon Elder Durin motioned beside himself with his head as he instructed her. "Place them into the bestowal basin. It is located on the raised area known as the middle ground." She searched the area he motioned to and saw a shallow silver bowl on a stalagmite that had been cut into a pedestal. The bestowal basin was positioned halfway between the ritual room and the quickening chamber where the dragon queen paced. There were also several dragons standing guard over their queen within the quickening chamber. Kara moved from the ritual room toward the center of the great cave to the point the dragon had motioned to. The middle ground consisted of a circular dark gray stone platform that had 3 steps going up to it. The stone was big enough that several dragons could stand on it. She moved up the steps to the pedestal as the dragon came up behind her. The bestowal basin was so large that both of her arms would only encompass half of it. She was barely tall enough to look inside. She got on her tippy toes and saw 12 gifts within. There were 3 rubies, 3 silver coins, 3 diamonds, and 3 emeralds. She placed in the 3 gold marbles, and the bloodstone she had been holding in the same hand also fell in. So Kara reached in and retrieved it. She started back to her master. Dragon Elder Durin saw the glint of red before she scooped it out of the basin. He knew how some humans like to take things that didn't belong to them, and he couldn't allow her to steal one of the gifts. So he said, "Wait, child, what did you retrieve from the bestowal basin? I do not think it belongs to you." She tilted her head as if she didn't understand his question, so he rephrased it by saying, "What are you holding in your hand?" "My hand?" She paused, opened her palm, and showed it to him. And then she replied, "Only this." He noticed what he thought was a ruby, and Dragon Elder Durin warned her, "All gifts are to go in. You may not remove them once they have gone into the bestowal basin. You must return the gem." She would have argued that it wasn't part of the gifts or a gem, but she was too afraid to do so. She quickly turned, went back up to the pedestal, dropped the bloodstone in, and rushed back to her master. Bork leaned down to her and whispered, "Girl, did the elder catch you stealing?" "No, master. Quiet," he ordered, then straightened, and said, "Blasted girl. I shall deal with you later." Syllabary, one of the Venetian red scribes, stepped forward and said, "Now that we have all gathered, please follow me. The Dragon Queen is this way in the quickening chamber." He and the other scribes wore scarlet robes embroidered with gold. They held a convey scroll and blazing quill, and a leather satchel rested at their side. They walked up a ramp of rock to a raised area 10 feet up from the ground called the Observer's Dais just beside the middle ground. From this vantage point, they could see everything within the ritual room, the quickening chamber, and especially the middle ground. The Venetian red scribes went and stood on top where they could witness the dragon rite, but they were still out of the way. The dragon elders joined them on the Observer's Dais and stood behind the Venetian red scribes near the back wall. The 4 Venetian red scribes formed a line close to the edge of the Observer's Dais, facing the middle ground, and once they were all in position, they began. "Expositus," the scribes shouted. Each of their scrolls magically lifted from their hands, unrolled, and hovered in front of them. The convey scrolls were created from the bark of a floating tree of amber and endowed with magic, Whatever the scribe wrote on it would be there one moment, and then it would be whisked away to their chronicle tome located in the scribe hall in the capital of Athenia. Their accounts would remain in the tome that not even fire could destroy. The blazing quill was also magical and never ran out of ink, and it was made from a sphinx feather and glowed when in use. They started writing their account of the first ceremonial act, and the blazing light from their quills lit their faces. The area filled with the noise of the candidates and their patrons as they all walked to a connecting cavern called the Quickening Chamber. There, the Dragon Queen labored in the middle of laying her first egg. She was 3 times the size of a dragon elder who was twice the size of an average Athenia dragon. The Dragon Queen grunted and growled with her pain-filled efforts. Her vocal exertion frightened a few of the candidates as they formed a line nearly shoulder to shoulder so that they could watch. For most, this was their first time participating in the dragon rite. They quieted and watched the Dragon Queen. The Quickening Chamber was very warm as steam from small pools of hot springs mixed with the cold air of the caves. The Dragon Queen continued to labor in the birthing and soon produced her first egg. The egg popped out covered in a yellowish-green substance that slid down its surface until it collected in a small pool surrounding the egg and seemed to keep it from rolling around. The first egg was massive, as tall as a boy, and it was murky black. It was so black that it looked like Takar, as if it consisted of the void itself. Dragon Elder Durin, syllabary began as he stepped back from the line of scribes to the back wall where the dragon stood. His convey scroll followed him as he moved, and it floated behind him. It is, Dragon Elder Durin replied. I have never seen one its size before. Maybe it is a good sign. Let us hope our queen can lay a female egg among this clutch. We are in need of a young queen. As the smallest of all the dragon nests, we have only one queen, and she is nearing the time when she shall stop laying. What about the other nests? Syllabary inquired as he took up writing again with his blazing quill. Can they give you one of their queens? At the moment, they have none to spare. Perhaps when the beginning of this dragon rite is complete and there are no females among the hatchlings, you can go to the other nests and see if you can find a queen for us. Maybe I shall. I could use a journey and see country that has some green in its hue. Though as much as I would like to go, let us pray your queen produces an heir. Next, the Dragon Queen laid an egg that was half the size of the first and copper in color. The third egg was the same size as the second and purple. The fourth egg was the same in light blue. The Dragon Queen paced the area as her labor pains increased. Maybe there is another large egg, Syllabary stated. Perhaps, Dragon Elder Durin said. Or perhaps it is something else. With great difficulty, the Dragon Queen finally laid the last egg. It was small, very small. The egg was the size of a melon and pale in color. This is vexing, Syllabary said as he stopped writing. Is something wrong with the egg? He moved, walked down the rocky ramp as his scroll followed, walked around the middle ground to the Quickening Chamber, and drew near the Dragon Queen first, and once there, he rubbed her nose. He did this to make sure she wouldn't act violently toward him when he approached her brood. Syllabary then examined each of the eggs and came to the smallest one. He spoke. It has a crack. The small egg may never hatch. Perhaps. Dragon Elder Durin began. He had followed Syllabary and also looked over the clutch. Durin said, there are no spots on any of the shells. The eggs are all male. Let us begin the first act of the dragon rite. He turned to the boys gathered and commanded them, candidates select an egg. Bork leaned to his son and told him, remember the plan and act with your head. If you do this, then maybe at least one of you can become a Dracoman. Yes, father. The majority of the boys, including Turk, rushed to the large murky black egg. His 2 friends followed, and Turk turned to them and ordered them, choose a different egg. If we spread out, then maybe at least one of us shall bring honor to our tribe. They did as he told them. Barman went and stood by the purple egg, and Cyan went and stood by the light blue one. Out of the 15 candidates, 6 stood around the large murky black egg. 3 candidates stood around the copper, 3 around the purple, and 3 around the light blue one. None stood by the small damaged pale egg. The boys started stroking their selected eggs and talking to them. The girl asked Bork, Master, what happens if no one chooses the small egg? I do not know. Now be quiet, girl, Bork snapped, and then he stated in a low voice, what a waste. 1 less egg for the rite. What a useless thing. Kara stared up at him as she saw the disgusted look on Bork's face he had given her many times, but this time, the look was directed at the egg. Dragon Elder Durin heard her question, and he answered her, it shall be cast out if it is not chosen. It is the rule of the dragon rite. It shall be abandoned to another fate. Cast out, she exclaimed under her breath. Abandoned to another fate. Kara didn't understand why they would abandon a baby because it was too small and may be damaged. She glanced at her stunted left arm and leg. Was the egg considered useless like her? Did the world also consider this tiny egg unworthy of care and love? She wondered if they would get rid of him because he was different, just as her parents had gotten rid of her. Kara had been cast out from her family, and she had been abandoned to a horrible fate. No other living thing should have to go through what she had. Kara felt a twinge of compassion within her heart. All of her life she had been the abjected one. She never let it show, but Bork and his family's harsh words and cruel actions towards her hurt her deeply. Someone needed to protect the egg from the same kind of tormenting rejection. Are all candidates set on their choice? Durin questioned. We are, they all answered. It is a pity, Durin stated as he looked over the small egg. We have not had a rejected egg in nearly 100 years. It shall need to be removed. Call forth the relegator, he ordered. One of the dragons, who stood guard within the quickening chamber, walked to one of the connecting tunnels and screamed a dragon call, and after some time, a large man entered who wore a black leather mask to conceal his face. He was bare-chested and larger than Bork. The relegator wielded a large weapon. The weapon was made of steel, long, and had what looked like a mallet's head at one end and two spear-like projections at the other end. Which one? The relegator questioned. The small pale one, Dragon Elder Durin answered. The relegator approached the egg, then paused, and glanced at the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen nodded to him, and the relegator proceeded towards the egg as he gripped his weapon tightly. He had a wildness in his eyes as if he would break open the egg and eat it. The relegator lifted the mallet end of the weapon as he drew closer to the egg. Kara watched in horror. They were going to hurt the egg. She feared he was going to smash the baby dragon. Was the egg so worthless in the others' eyes that they would allow it to be killed? She frantically glanced around at the boys, wondering if none of them would select it. She took a couple of steps forward. It might be small and appear to be damaged, but that didn't mean it was worthless or useless. Small didn't mean he couldn't fly. She realized the boys were too busy cooing their eggs to notice the monster of a man who was going to destroy the rejected one. Kara took a few more steps forward. The relegator was only a few paces away from the egg as he stomped across the ground in his slow but determined stride. Someone had to save the egg. Maybe its mother would. Kara looked at the Dragon Queen, but the female dragon made no movement to save her own child. The Dragon Queen actually turned her back on the small egg and focused her attention on the other eggs. The Dragon Queen turned her back on her child just as Helen had turned her back on her. Kara wondered if the Dragon Queen was like her father and Helen. Would the Dragon Queen simply watch as her child was? No, Kara screamed within her mind. Someone had to stop him. Don't let the baby dragon die because it was unwanted. Tears welled in her light blue eyes as she whispered, Someone. Save the baby dragon. Someone must save him. Dragon Elder Durin noticed she moved towards the egg and turned in her direction as the relegator stood over the pale egg and lifted his weapon above his head. Don't let him, Kara continued to whisper. Don't let him hurt him. Tears streamed down her face, and before she knew what she was doing, Kara had limped over to the egg and gently covered it with her body, closed her eyes, and screamed out, Do not kill it. Don't hurt this baby. The end. Next, AabiLynn's Dragon Rite. Number 1. Breaking Dawn Riders. Those who are chosen and those who are cast off.
If you would like to purchase the ebook, AabiLynn's Dragon Rite Number 1, Breaking Dawn Riders, I'll leave a link in the description to my website. So now sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
AabiLynn's Dragon Rite. Number 1. Breaking Dawn Riders. Those who are chosen and those who are cast off. By Kristie Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2014-2019. AabiLynn, Woman of a Sorrowful Song. Prologue. Long ago, the Stygian Legion, an army of warlocks, moved against the land of Athenia during the first reign of men. The Stygian Legion under the command of King Vas, who wanted to enter the land so he could steal a large jewel and open a doorway to the void, a world of demons, battled the Athenia royal army. The warlocks and King Vas would have conquered Athenia if not for the dragons aligning with tribal men and forming the army. Their combined forces of magic and steel repelled the advance of the Stygian Legion, and King Vas returned to his kingdom empty-handed and defeated. Now during the third reign of men and a time of peace, young humans were brought to Wyvern the Dragonlands, the homeland of the Athenia dragons. The young humans participated in the first ceremonial acts of the Dragon Rite. They would select an egg and raise the hatchling. During one of the dragon rites at Firedrake, a small pale egg was laid and none of the boy candidates would claim it, so it was to be cast off. Kara, a 12-year-old slave girl, flung herself on the egg to save it from being destroyed, knowing she had no real power to stop its destruction. Chapter 1. The Cast-Off. Moments earlier, Dragon Elder Durin, the great yellow dragon, stood within the quickening chamber and asked the boys who hung onto their eggs, Are all candidates set on their choice? They all answered, we are. It is a pity, Dragon Elder Durin stated to Syllabary, who stood beside him as the dragon looked over the small pale egg that no one had laid claim to. Dragon Elder Durin spoke. We have not had a rejected egg in nearly 100 years. It shall need to be removed. Call forth the relegator, he commanded. One of the dragons, who guarded the Dragon Queen, walked to one of the connecting tunnels and screamed a dragon call, and after some time, a large man entered who wore a black leather mask to conceal his face, and he wielded a large weapon. Which one? The relegator asked. The small pale one, Dragon Elder Durin answered as he motioned to the egg near his clawed feet. The relegator approached the egg as Kara watched in horror. They were going to hurt the egg. Kara took a few steps forward. The relegator was only a few paces away from the egg as he stomped across the ground in his slow but determined stride. Dragon Elder Durin noticed she left the ritual room, entered the quickening chamber, and moved towards the egg, and he turned in her direction as the relegator stood over the pale egg and lifted his weapon above his head. Do not let him, Kara whispered. Do not let him hurt him. Tears streamed down her face, and before she knew what she was doing, Kara had limped over to the small pale egg, flung herself over it, gently covered it with her body, closed her eyes, and screamed out, do not kill it. Do not hurt this baby. Kara braced herself to receive the blow from the relegator's weapon. She knew that once she was hit, that most likely, she would die or wished she had met death. Kara tensed and awaited the blow, but nothing happened. She tightly encompassed the egg with her body and tried to protect it as best as she could, thinking the relegator only delayed as he tried to figure out how best to kill them both with one strike. The blow still never came, and Kara slowly opened her eyes as her heart thumped in her chest. Everyone in the room had turned and looked at her, and a few of the boys snickered. A wicked grin spread across Turk's face, and he shouted, stupid wench, what are you screaming about? You are so useless and foolish. Dragon Elder Durin stepped to her and asked her, yes, what are you screaming about? She thought the dragon would eat her for interrupting the dragon rite, so she didn't answer him. Tell me, Dragon Elder Durin urged her as he repeated, what are you screaming about? She knew she couldn't hold her tongue, so she pointed to the relegator and told the great yellow dragon, I do not want him to smash the egg. He has a right to live. You should not cast him off to death. Cast him off to death. Smash the egg. Dragon Elder Durin repeated her words, glanced at what the relegator held, thought about what it might look like to a small human girl, and then he told her, he is not here to smash the egg. The pole he carries is to pick up the egg, though I can see where someone, who did not know what he was doing, would surmise otherwise. The mallet-like end is to rock the egg to release it from the sticky substance that makes the egg cling to the floor. The other end of the pole is to lift the egg and carry it out. You see, child, no one is to touch the egg unless they are a candidate and have selected it. You are not going to kill the baby, she asked as if she didn't understand the great yellow dragon's explanation. We do not kill our young, Dragon Elder Durin told her. We are not barbarians. A tiny smile of relief appeared on her face until the rest of what the great yellow dragon had told her sunk in. And then Kara repeated his words. No one should touch the egg. She leaned away from it, fearing how her master would react to her grave though genuinely misguided mistake. She also feared what the Dragon Elder would do to her, and Kara frantically said, I am sorry. I did not understand. I thought you were going to kill the baby. She peered around at the many faces that seemed to jeer at her, and then her eyes fell upon Turk, who reveled in her squirming. Kara would receive a beating once her master had her alone, and who knows what she would receive from Turk. Blasted girl, Bork shouted as he marched up to her and yanked her so that she fell back to the rocky floor. I should never have brought you. You are useless. He turned to the dragon and calmed himself a bit, and then Bork said, forgive me, Dragon Elder. She shall be severely punished. I am also sorry, Dragon Elder Durin told him as he watched how the human treated the younger human. He stated, the damage has already been done, and it cannot be undone. Bork panicked. Her actions might have jeopardized the tribe's chances at the dragon rite. This was the first time his tribe was permitted to participate. He feared her actions could cause his tribe to be banned forever, and he yelled, damn girl. In his temper, Bork lifted her and tossed her to the dragon's feet and told the Dragon Elder, here then, she is yours to do with as you please. She is no longer mine and is now subject to your authority. Durin eyed the man with his serpent-like eyes, and then he said, I want to make sure I understand. Are you giving me your slave to exact judgment upon her? I am, Bork replied. She is yours to do with as you please. Bite her head off if that is your wish. The Dragon Elder leaned his large yellow head down to her. He could tell she was very afraid of him, but she seemed more afraid of the man behind her. The Dragon Elder questioned her, what is your name? I am called Girl, she replied, for that is what Bork had taught her to say. It had taken her many years to unlearn her name. That is not what I asked you. Dragon Elder Durin spoke as his nostrils flared. His sign of anger wasn't directed at her, but the man and his harsh treatment of his slave. The dragon repeated his question, "What is your name?" She sat there for a while, frightened and confused. It had been so long since anyone had called her by it that she had almost forgotten her name, but she had kept it tucked in the back of her mind. She glanced back at Bork to see what he would do, but he just stared at her as if he wanted to beat her. No, worse than that. He looked as though he wanted to kill her. She turned back to the great yellow dragon and answered him, "AabiLynn. AabiLynn, do you understand what must happen now?" Dragon Elder Durin questioned her. She glanced back at Bork again, and she then answered the dragon, "I must be punished." She thought more about what she had done and how Bork reacted, and then she added, "I might be killed by you for disturbing the dragon, right?" His nostrils flared again before he stated, "Then you do not understand." Dragon Elder Durin positioned his tail between the human girl and the man, and then he explained, "By touching the egg, you have selected it, but you are not one of the candidates, so this does place things in an inauspicious circumstance. The egg would have simply been cast off, and the hatchling inside would have been raised by its mother, but since a human touched it, the bond they would have established can no longer be made. What shall happen to the baby dragon now that its mother shall not take it?" she asked. "A very good question," Durin stated. "If you had been one of the candidates, it would have been simple enough, but you are not. This has never happened at Firedrake since recorded history." The Dragon Elder faced the Venetian Red Scribes on the observer dais and questioned them. "Has anything like this ever occurred at the other dragon nests?" 3 of the 4 Venetian Red Scribes shook their heads. Syllabary, who stood close to the great yellow dragon, spoke up and replied, "Not that I have ever heard of. The nests are so careful of whom they allow within the ritual room and quickening chamber." "Useless girl," Bork angrily muttered. "If you cause the Northern Grass Plains tribe to be banned from future dragon rites, I shall." "Be quiet," Dragon Elder Durin commanded. "She is no longer your concern, so you should have no more say in the matter." Bork wanted to argue with Durin, but instead, he stomped away from the Dragon Elder and the girl, not sure he could restrain his rage and not act out against her. He moved to where the other patrons stood. Syllabary questioned the great yellow dragon, "Would you like me to contact the other nests and see what we should do?" "I think that is best," Dragon Elder Durin replied. "For now, until we have an answer, we shall have the 2 of them removed from the quickening chamber." Syllabary commanded, "Mrs." His convey scroll shook, the page went blank, and then he commanded his scroll, "Relay this message to all Venetian Red Scribes at any dragon nest." Syllabary took his blazing quill and wrote out Durin's inquiry, and when he finished, he commanded, "End Mrs." The message he inscribed on the scroll magically relayed to the convey scrolls at all the dragon nests, and then he told the Dragon Elder, "It is done." Durin looked at the girl and the small pale egg, and then he sighed before he added, "It is a pity we must have this egg removed. For once it is removed, the hatchling can never participate in the dragon rite." Kara realized what her blunder had caused the baby dragon and couldn't remain quiet, so she yelled, "No, do not take it away because of me. Let it stay. Surely one of the candidates shall select it. It is not too late." The Dragon Elder heard the sincere appeal within her earnest pleads, and though he knew the outcome of the request he would make, he would go ahead and do so for her sake. He told her, "I can at least ask." Durin raised his voice and questioned those in the quickening chamber. "Do any of the 15 candidates choose to leave their egg and attach themselves to this small pale one? If so, come now." The boys glanced around at one another and none of them moved forward. Syllabary started back to the observer's dais, and his convey scroll trailed behind him along with the blazing quill he had released. He walked up the rocky ramp, and he happened to glance into the bestowal basin when he was about halfway up. He took a second look, walked back down the rocky ramp, then up the 3 steps to the middle ground, and gazed into the bestowal basin. "Dragon Elder Durin, how many candidates did you say there was?" he asked the great yellow dragon. "There are 15 this year. I count 16 gifts within the bestowal basin," Syllabary stated, and then he looked them over and relayed. "There are 3 silver coins, 3 diamonds, 3 gold marbles, 3 emeralds, and 4 rubies." "What do you mean?" Durin questioned him as he moved to the middle ground. The Dragon Elder looked into the bestowal basin and stated, "There should only be 3 rubies." Durin didn't touch the gems, but he carefully examined them with his eyes. One of the gems was larger than the others, had a different red hue, and was uncut. The dragon realized his earlier mistake, turned to the girl, and commanded her, "AabiLynn, rise and come forward." She meekly approached the Dragon Elder and the scribe, not sure what fate she would find with them. They had discovered she placed the bloodstone inside the basin, and even though it wasn't entirely her fault, a non-gift had been placed inside, so she knew some sort of punishment must be coming. She bowed before them on her knees once she walked up to the middle ground. Durin's face softened before he spoke. "Forgive me, Kara AabiLynn. You are not a thief as I had first thought, for the item you had in your hand was not one of the rubies, but a bloodstone." He looked over the girl and saw how she quivered before him. He didn't understand the circumstances that had brought her this day to meet this auspicious fate. But maybe it was all meant to be. Maybe it was time to break down some barriers that the humans within the area of Firedrake had created. Dragon Elder Durin smiled a big toothy grin as he told her, "This does change everything. The moment you placed the bloodstone within the bestowal basin, you became a candidate, and so you had the right to select an egg. The hatchling does not need to be removed, but he may remain along with you, for you must train the hatchling so that he may attain the breaking dawn." "Train him?" Kara uttered. "I do not understand. I am a slave and a girl. How can I?" "I do not understand either." Bork interrupted her as he moved and stood before the middle ground. "You said that the violation has already been done. How can you now say that she is a candidate?" "Violation. Not exactly my words, but I do see how you could have misunderstood them." Durin lifted his head, turned to him, and stated, "It is simple. You brought 4 candidates into the dragon rite. Now all of them have selected an egg. She is not a candidate." Bork insisted as he walked up the 3 steps. "She is a worthless slave and a crippled child. She cannot be a Dracoman. She has done none of the studies, has no idea what is required of her. She is a girl, and she has presented no precious gift." He peered into the basin and said, "She merely dropped some stone in the basin." Durin thundered, "It is not your place to tell us who can be a Dracoman or Dracowoman." Steam shot from his nostrils. Then he calmed himself, and he continued, "The rule of boys only is not our mandate, but each of your tribes. Actually, only this nest has no female candidates for the dragon rite. Kara has selected an egg and no one but herself can remove her from the first few acts of the dragon rite until it is finished." He snarled, holding back the urge to bite off his head as he said, "Human, do not presume you can tell us who can or who cannot be within this rite. And as for Kara's gift, she has presented a bloodstone. It is one of the most precious things found in this world." He asked Bork, "Do you know what a bloodstone is?" He shook his head. The dragon elder informed him, "A bloodstone is the last droplet of blood that leaves the body of a wounded dragon as the dragon dies. The stone is the testament of its existence and holds the power, wisdom, and dreams of that dragon. The bloodstone she placed within the basin is very rare and is worth more than all the gifts the candidates have given today. It is actually worth more than all the gifts ever given at Firedrake since the dragon rite was established." Bork didn't want to hear the words of the dragon elder, and he argued, "She is my slave. And what I say?" Durin roared, interrupting him, and Bork paled at the furious display of the great yellow dragon. "Are you saying you are not a man of your word?" Dragon Elder Durin questioned him. "What do you mean?" Bork inquired. "Did you not say she is mine to do with as I please? Did you not give her to me?" "I." Bork glanced at his son, embarrassed to have him witness his chastisement, turned back to the Dragon Elder, and replied, "I did say is so." "Then what this girl does or does not do is no longer your concern." Dragon Elder Durin ordered, "Kara, stand." She stood, trembling before the great yellow dragon. "As your new master, I want you to speak truthfully to me. Shall you take responsibility for this egg?" She glanced at it, seeing how helpless it looked, and she answered, "I shall." "Then it is settled. The relegator may leave. There is no more need of him." The large man left the way he came in. "The patrons are ordered to leave as well," Durin spoke. "They may return in 5 fortnights or sooner if we summon you in at that time. You may take the candidates who do not complete the 4th act of the dragon rite." Bork glared at Kara, and he looked as if he wanted to rip off her head. She had never seen him look at her so, and then without another word, Bork turned and left with the other patrons through the tunnel leading out of the ritual room. The Dragon Queen also left, leaving through one of the tunnels that exited the quickening chamber, and she went to rest in her den. For the next night or 2, Dragon Elder Durin began. "The candidates shall stay with their egg until it is hatched, and then once the hatchling emerges, those candidates who have selected it shall be shown a room where they and the hatchling shall stay the remainder of the first 3 acts of the dragon rite. Your duty shall be to bond with the hatchling and help it along until it achieves the breaking dawn." He looked at Kara, making sure she heeded his next words as he spoke. "Any hatchling who does not achieve breaking dawn, that is, the hatchling's first flight within the allotted time, shall be disqualified from participating in the next section of the dragon rite." Kara looked back at her egg. She had taken on so much responsibility. It was overwhelming, and her mind fell into what seemed like a maelstrom of incertitude and disquietude. Kara wondered if she could do this. Could she raise a baby dragon and help it learn how to fly? She knew nothing of dragons and even less of flying. Still, Kara moved over to the quickening chamber, placed her hand tenderly on his shell, and whispered to the egg as she leaned her head against its shell, I believe in you. You can be anything you so desire, with hard work. Durin continued, interrupting her thoughts. During this part of the dragon rite, you are to stay awake and not leave your egg's side. Fall asleep and you risk losing precious time with your egg, which may allow another candidate to take your hatchling. Use this time to form a bond with your hatchling. This point is very important, for only one human shall bond with each dragon. And remember, your selection does not need to be exclusive. He faced the girl who was now his slave and told Syllabary, "This turned out better than I imagined. Maybe if we had more Dracowomen among us, maybe their presence would inspire our queen to give birth to a female during the next dragon rite. The tribal men of this region are stiff-necked. Maybe this slave girl shall change their minds, and they shall allow their daughters to participate in the next dragon rite." He faced the scribe and questioned, "But was it right of me? Can one as herself become a warrior? How shall she fight? Her dragon shall depend on her shield and spear." "I have no answer to that," Syllabary stated. "I guess I shall worry about that later." The dragon elder said, "Her egg still must hatch, and the hatchling must fly. There is so much she does not know." Bork was right about that. She does not have the knowledge she needs. She seems determined, but shall it be enough? "Again, I have no answer for you," Syllabary stated. And then he said, as he reviewed the log he had written of the dragon rite, "Her name does seem familiar for some reason, but for the life of me, I cannot figure it out. It seems you have another item to look into when you have some free time," Dragon Elder Durin told him. And then he and the other two dragon elders left one by one out of the quickening chamber and headed for their dens. "I do, indeed," Syllabary spoke as he and the other scribes stayed behind to record the hatching event. Chapter 2. The Brood Hatches. Dragon Rite Terms. Talon, the hand or foot of a dragon. Claw, each finger or toe of a dragon's talon. The second act of the dragon rite began as the first act ended. The first act entailed the placing of the candidate's gift and then the selection of an egg. The second act would be the vigil of the egg until it hatched, and none were supposed to sleep during this time. Kara watched as the dragon elders left through the quickening chamber, and then she glanced behind herself as the last of the patrons left the ritual room. She heard Bork's grumblings echo through the tunnel he stomped through, and she also heard some of the other men agreeing with his remarks. Kara knew they must be talking about her. Bork hated that Dragon Elder Durin allowed her to participate in the dragon rite. She just didn't know what frustrated him more. Was it the fact that she was a girl, or was it the fact that she was a slave, or was it the fact? Kara glanced at her stunted left arm, and then she put those thoughts far from her mind. She had to focus on the egg and the baby dragon within. She would worry about Bork another day. The 5 eggs had been laid by the dragon queen in somewhat of a line, starting with the big murky black egg at the far end closest to the wall all the way to the small pale egg near the center almost parallel with the middle ground. The eggs had been spaced quite a distance apart from each other to make room for large groupings of candidates. Firedrake was the smallest nest of the Athenia dragon nests. Most nests would have 2 to 3 queens lay eggs during the dragon rite and have about 100 to 200 candidates, both boys and girls, attending. Kara looked back and up from her spot in the quickening chamber to the 4 Venetian red scribes standing on the observer's dais, who recorded the events of this part of the dragon rite. The light from their convey scrolls and their blazing quills lit up the area around the middle ground in a fiery glow. Kara thought that their jobs must be somewhat boring to have to write down nearly every detail that they observed. She looked at each of the scribes and expected to see solemn or dull expressions while they worked, but the 4 scribes in their own way seemed to be enjoying their toils. Kara never liked one moment of her life as a slave. Would the life of a Dracowoman make her happy? Would she find some sort of place to belong here at Firedrake where people cared for her? The noise of the other candidates brought her thoughts back to the task at hand. Kara turned to the boys gathered around the other eggs to see what they were doing to give herself some idea of what she should do. Some of the boys were only stroking and rubbing their faces on the shell. There were other boys who were talking to their egg and encouraging him to wake and come out to them. And then there were boys like Turk who were somewhat yelling at their egg, demanding that the hatchling come out and become their dragon. Those boys also spoke to their hatchling, telling them all their accomplishments, from their brave acts of killing certain fierce beasts to what standing they had within their own tribe. Kara had none of those things to tell her baby dragon, but she didn't feel that she needed to. She only needed to encourage the baby dragon and let him know that she would be there for him. She held onto the small pale egg as if it was Hetty, a female Highlands wolfhound that belonged to Bork. When Kara, a 5-year-old frightened child, first arrived at Bork's hut, she found no comfort with him, his wife, or any of his children. At least when she lived with her father, she could cling to Helen and stay close to her, echoing a mother-daughter relationship. The resonating love and affection of Kara's heart might have resounded in a greatly diminished reply, but at least the small incidents of unintended affection were there, even if it was just when Helen would carry her, bathe her, and help her eat her meals. At Bork's hut, Hetty was the only creature she could find companionship and comfort with, and she would, on many a cold night, curl up with the large furry dog. Kara didn't know what she would have done if Hetty hadn't have been there when she first arrived. The large Highlands wolfhound treated her like one of her pups, and she seemed to be always at Kara's side. Hetty died when Kara turned 11, and she bawled as if Hetty had been her mother who'd passed on. Since that time, Kara's loneliness nearly drowned her in a sea of darkness and despair until one day she started pretending that Bork and his wife had adopted her as one of their children and that they both loved her dearly. Kara held onto the egg as if it was another chance for her to have a family. A real family of flesh and bone. Not one that the light of morning easily vanquished. Kara would make sure he knew that she loved him and she would never abandon him. So she spoke softly to him, encouraging the baby dragon within to come out. She promised the hatchling that she would do her best to care for him, that he could count on her through good and bad times, and that she would help him attain his breaking dawn. As she made all of these promises, she thought about how she would teach the baby dragon to fly. She didn't know the first thing about flight or dragons, and Kara wondered how she would accomplish all the things she promised if she was a dunce when it came to all things dragon. Most of the boys appeared to know what they were doing and were very excited about the dragon Rite. Kara was becoming more and more terrified of her lack of knowledge. There were too many things she didn't know and too many things she feared she wouldn't be able to do because of her lack of physical strength that her arm and leg failed to endow her with. Time went on and drew along with it her doubts, as if the passage of time somehow slowly fed on her insecurities, and time decelerated as it fattened up on her anxieties. Kara realized she was only letting worry win, and as long as it was her focus, worry would continue to win. She was here at Firedrake, and all she could do was try, so she must. Kara watched the boys and mocked some of the things they did to their eggs. She stroked the shell and talked to him some more. She noticed that the other eggs between hers and the large murky black one would at times move, but her egg never did. It remained still and lifeless as the melon it resembled. Kara tried not to be discouraged by this and focused her hope on the baby dragon that would soon enter her world and make it a better place for her. She also prayed the world wouldn't be harsh to him as it had been to her. A commotion brought her attention to the light blue egg as its shell cracked, and the boys, who had selected it, let out excited cheers and encouragements. The light blue egg became the first hatchling to hatch. The baby dragon was the same color as its shell. He wobbled to his feet and flapped his wings, looking at each of the boys who had selected him, and then the hatchling licked them with his forked tongue. Cyan told the other two boys with him as he picked off pieces of the shell still attached to the hatchling, "We need to name him." "How about Sky?" one of them said. "That is a good name," Cyan said as he petted the hatchling's head. "He shall be called Sky, for soon he shall be soaring through it." A female human attendant came in and showed the first group of candidates and their hatchling to their quarters. The room quieted to silence when they left. Then the other candidates glanced at one another. A panicked look crossed their faces as they knew the start of the race had begun long ago. And then they hurriedly started talking to their eggs to coax them out. Next, Barman's purple egg hatched, and the baby dragon was named Tyrion. The third egg to hatch was the copper one, and he was named Dirk. They and their groups were escorted out of the quickening chamber. Each time a group left, a scribe followed until only Syllabary remained along with Kara and her egg and the murky black egg, and its candidates. The late afternoon, evening, then late night went by, and twilight of the next day broke, and still the last two eggs had yet to hatch. Kara didn't know what she should do. She was so tired that her eyes drooped, but she knew she couldn't fall asleep. Not until her baby dragon had hatched. Kara pinched herself through the long hours and would get up and walk around the egg, still touching it with her tiring yet hopeful hand. She didn't know what to do to draw her baby dragon out. Then she remembered what one of the candidates said to another as they left the quickening chamber. He said that he reached out to his hatchling and connected with him. Kara understood him to mean that he reached out and called with his heart instead of his voice and somehow reached his baby dragon. How would one do such a thing? Kara knelt back down to the egg on knees that were sore from resting on the stone floor for so long. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around the egg. Kara had to be careful not to fall asleep as she held this still and quiet position. She remembered Hetty and how she could get a sense from her that she also cared about her. So she searched for that same sensation. Minutes went by, and Kara couldn't get a sense of the baby dragon within. Maybe she was doing it wrong. Maybe it wasn't so much a mental connection but one of the heart. So she reached out with her heart, looking for a soul that must be as kind and gentle as hers. At first, she didn't sense anything. So she decided she was trying too hard and still was using her mental muscle. She needed to let go of her doubts and fears and let her heart be the one to work and search for the kindred spirit. Kara's body gave into exhaustion. She fell asleep, and she entered the world of dreams. She stood on a grassy hill with one large tree beside her. Kara recognized the tree to be a silvery blue oak, a very rare tree found only in Athenia that she had heard in stories told to Bork's children. The trunk and branches of the oak were cobalt blue in color, and its leaves were silver. The green grass around her stood as high as her knees. The sky above her was clear and sunny, and she could see for miles from the high hill. Kara knew she was dreaming, and within this realm of freedom she had escaped to many times before. She connected with her baby dragon, the one that would be hers and no one else's. The connection was small at first, as if they tried to hold hands, palm and talon, over a great distance. It was as if she stretched out her arm for him, and he stretched for her thousands of feet above her in the air. Kara urged the baby dragon to come down to her as much as she urged him to come out of his shell. She urged him to hatch and become her dragon, and she told him in the dream that together they could overcome any obstacle. The egg beneath her in the waking world slightly rocked, and her soul leapt for joy. She couldn't stop now, so she continued to encourage him, feeling as though she had nearly reached him. Kara felt that she almost bridged the gap between her and the baby dragon, and that they could soon hold hands in reality. The egg rocked again, and this gave her the will to stretch out with her soul even more, and she nearly reached the tip of his claw when Turk's excited outburst distracted her. Kara's mind came whirling back from the grassy hill as if a strong torrent had pulled her away and flung her into the quickening chamber. "He's coming!" Turk shouted as he stepped back from the big murky black egg and nearly knocked down a boy. "My dragon's coming." All the other boys, who were also touching the large egg, stepped back as it started to crack. A large crack split the egg in half, and the hatchling's head peeked out. "Help him out," Turk ordered the other boys. They worked on releasing the hatchling from his shell, and once they finished, a large sleek dragon stood before them, a little wobbly on his large talons. He was as tall as Turk, and he peered around as if he was confused and disoriented. The hatchling started to move away from the candidates as if he would run away from them, but they all grabbed on and kept the hatchling from leaving them. "We should name him Midnight," one of the boys suggested. "I like that name," one of the other 6 boys said. The hatchling hiccuped twice, and a black flame shot out about a foot each time. The boys marveled at the sight. Not only was their dragon a fire breather, but his flame was dark. "His name shall not be Midnight," Turk stated. "His name shall be Blackfire." Syllabary walked over to them and questioned them. "Did that hatchling spit flame?" "He did," Turk answered. "I did not know dragons could breathe fire." "Some dragons do, but Athenia dragons do not," Syllabary answered. And then he muttered to himself, "I should tell Dragon Elder Durin of this." He started out as another attendant entered, and the male human attendant escorted the 4th group out, leaving Kara and the pale egg alone. She glanced at the egg and then looked at where the other eggs had been. Kara nearly coaxed her baby dragon out, but lost the connection when the large dragon was born. She didn't know if she would have the strength to try again, but try she must. Kara took a big breath to gather what energy she could, and then she closed her eyes. She was exhausted from staying up with the egg all night, and the warm air of the cavern didn't help keep her awake. Kara was so tired that she didn't notice someone approached her, not until he was standing over her. "I know what you did, girl," Turk barked. She jumped, startled by his voice. Kara glanced around and found that no one came back with him. No one would come to her rescue if he decided to do something to her. She sat as still as she could like a baby deer among the grass. He knew she was afraid of him, and he reveled in her terror. Turk leaned close and whispered into her ear, "You humiliated my father in front of everyone. I shall not forgive that. Do you think you are safe here? You are not. When you least expect it, I shall repay you 3-fold. Maybe I shall have my dragon eat you." She said nothing as he threatened her. There was nothing she could do. She was a slave, after all, and he was much bigger than her, and he carried a sword. "I shall make you pay dearly for humiliating my father and for humiliating our tribe with your mere existence." He yelled at her, then grabbed her long unkempt brown hair and pulled back her head, so he could stare into her terrified face. He told her, "Most likely your dragon shall not hatch, and then what a predicament you shall be in. You shall be a slave to a dragon. Dragons do not have slaves, or at least, have slaves very long. You see, they eat them. Dragons eat their slaves. Your hatchling shall not come, and then your new master shall eat you." He straightened and released her hair, and then he added, "And I am going to be there when the dragon elder eats you." Turk realized he had been there too long and rushed after his group as he shouted over his shoulder, "Heed my words, wench. One way or another, you shall not be a Dracowoman." The quickening chamber filled with his words as if they had substance. They seemed to rip her spirit from her body as if she had already failed. She tried to shake off the feelings, but they wouldn't leave her. They clung to her and embraced her with their cruelty. Kara was tired of it. She was tired of being belittled. She was tired of being hurt by words and fists. She realized this little egg was her way out. If only she could get the hatchling to fly, then everything would work out for her. First, the baby dragon had to be born. "I shall not believe him, and I shall not cry," Kara told herself. "What he said is not true. Dragons do not eat humans." She tried to convince herself by speaking, "Dragons do not eat humans, and my hatchling shall come. He shall come, and I shall love him and teach him to fly. I shall become a Dracowoman. Is that not right?" She stroked the shell as a tear trickled down her cheek, and then she said, We shall be the greatest guardians Athenia has ever seen. I believe in you. All you have to do is believe in me. So believe in me and come out. Be bold and venture into this world. I shall be here waiting for you. So come. Please come. Noon came and went. An attendant brought her some water, cheese, and bread. Kara gobbled it down. She was very hungry, for she had no breakfast or much of anything to eat the day before. She nodded off but woke to the sound of her own self sobbing for some nightmare she had. Kara couldn't remember the dream, but it was horrible. She fell asleep again, and this time she woke to the sound of dragons. Kara heard them as they screeched to one another and when they would fly off and land. She also heard the different groups of boys in what sounded like play. She thought that was odd since all of them were past the age of children's games. But then she thought maybe they were training their hatchlings already. Can you hear them? She asked her egg. They have already started their training. You need to come. You need to come so we can train. There is much you need to learn. There is much I must teach you. She also added, there is much I need to learn before I can teach you. Night approached again, and she had nodded off more times than she could count on her fingers. And as more time passed, fear rose up in her. Fears that she was having trouble quieting. Would her egg ever hatch? Was her baby dragon alive in there? Did she only imagine he moved when she was dreaming about the silvery blue oak? The air was warm and her immediate surroundings were quiet. Nothing stirred but her doubts. She talked to herself to help keep herself awake. Maybe Turk is right. Maybe my egg shall never hatch. What shall I do then? What kind of life shall I have as a dragon's slave? Shall he be a good master or shall he be like Bork? When she had nearly given up all hope that the dragon would emerge, the shell cracked. The pop and crackling sounds were the most wondrous things to her ears. More of the shell cracked, and a small nose pressed against her hand. Remembering what Turk had shouted to his group, Kara started removing pieces of the leathery casing. The hatchling was smaller than she thought he would be, and he barely moved. He was paler than his shell, and his wings looked like withered maple leaves. Kara didn't care about any of that. She was so happy that he had finally come. Excited and overjoyed at his appearance, she stroked his head. The hatchling peered up at her, and then he looked all around as if looking for someone. He seemed to become upset when he didn't find them and called out several times in tiny baby dragon squawks. Kara thought he was looking for his mother and felt a pang of loss for him. There is nothing to fear, she told him as she cradled him in her arms. I am here. I am here for you, and I shall not leave your side. There is no power in this world that can make me leave your side. Dragon Elder Durin entered the cavern along with Syllabary as Durin voiced his relief. I thought I heard the sounds of a hatching egg and then the cries of a young one. And I see the last hatchling has come. What is his name? His name? Kara repeated as she smoothed a hand over his rough hide. She thought for a few moments, and then she replied, I shall call him Bold. He shall have to be to face this world. Dragon Elder Durin examined his stunted wings. And then he stated, they are small even for his size. You should know that he most likely shall not fly. Do not speak such things. Kara snapped as she covered the hatchling's ear holes. For the first time, she peered into the great yellow dragon's eyes. And she did this with fervent conviction as Kara declared, there is nothing he cannot do. Do not let him hear you speak such a thing. She composed herself, realizing her tired body made her quick-tempered. Her tone wasn't as strong as she asked, do you hear me? Do not say he cannot do something before he has even tried. You are correct, Dragon Elder Durin spoke, and then he grinned, noting she had some backbone. But is this the tone a slave should have with her master? Her face went pale, paler than Bold's hide, and she nearly flung herself to the ground. And she would have if she hadn't been holding the baby dragon. She begged, forgive me. Kara diverted her gaze to the floor as she spoke. I should not have raised my voice to you. It is only. She removed her hands from Bold's ear holes and said, I was told many times that I could not do things because of the way my limbs are. And because they said it, for a long time, I thought it was true. Words are as hurtful as the back of a hand and more damaging than a sword. True, child, but I was not trying to be cruel, only honest. And as for forgiving you, there is nothing to forgive, he stated. What Kara thought was a female human walked in. Go with this attendant, Dragon Elder Durin told Kara. She shall show you to yours and Bold's quarters. Eat and get some rest. You shall need your strength for the upcoming challenges. Even for a hatchling that has adequate wings, attaining breaking dawn in the allotted time is no easy feat. Kara stood with Bold in her arms and started to follow the woman. But then she started. Master. She turned to the great yellow dragon and felt he was different than her old master. And she questioned him, is it true dragons eat humans? My kind are meat-eaters, but I can only speak for myself. I have lived a long time, and I have only eaten one human. Oh, she didn't expect that answer, and she uttered, I. Kara realized how different he was. Unlike Bork, he could devour her with a few great chomps. She started again, I. What was there to say but, good night, master? She followed the attendant, not knowing what else to say. Good night, he told her as he watched her leave, and once she left the quickening chamber, he questioned Syllabary. What was I thinking to take on a slave? I know I wanted a female human to participate in the dragon rite, but Syllabary turned to his old friend and saw a twinge of sadness in the dragon's eyes. The dragon elder continued, I have not had human companionship since my Dracoman passed on to the spirit world. It has been decades since then. The memory of the man he once fought alongside warmed his 3 hearts, and he stated, I shall not have to worry about it if her dragon is able to fly. Can she help the hatchling achieve his breaking dawn? Those wings of his. He paused as the girl's words reverberated in his mind, and he stated, if she heard what I was saying, Kara would be yelling at me again. But what if she does fail? I guess she can rub my ears at night and make me that tea the humans drink. He started toward his den, and Syllabary followed him with his own question. As we were discussing before, what of Blackfire? Your kind are magic users. You do not breathe fire, and yet he does. What could this mean? I am not sure. Perhaps the fire is part of his magic. Dragon Elder Durin replied as he lowered his head so he could enter a tunnel. Only time shall tell. You can send word of this to the other nests. Maybe this has happened at another, and they can give us guidance on how to proceed. This has been a very unusual first 2 acts of a dragon rite. Syllabary spoke. What can we expect from the remaining acts? Chapter 3. A bond that shall never break. Dragon rite terms. Sphinx palm is used in measurement and is equal to 13 inches. The attendant led the sleepy Kara out of the quickening chamber, and the tunnel cooled the further they journeyed away from the cavern. Kara could barely move after all that time waiting on her baby dragon, but seeing him sleeping in her arms so peacefully gave her strength, and she slowly followed the attendant. My name is Winfrey, the attendant introduced herself. She was plump and a sphinx palm taller than Kara. Winfrey said, I shall assist you, Kara, and the hatchling in your needs during the dragon rite. She paused at an opening in the tunnel wall, parted a curtain, motioned within, and said, This shall be your quarters. There is fruit within, a pitcher of water, and a covered bowl for the hatchling. The bowl shall have a foul odor to it. It is regurgitated mountain goat from the queen. Really? Kara spoke as she made a face. Yes, he shall eat this until he reaches breaking dawn and can hunt on his own, Winfrey told her. There is a bed for you and a sand bed for the hatchling. The sand is heated by underground steam, so be careful. It shall be hot. She paused as Kara walked past her into the quarters, and then Winfrey questioned her. Is there anything else you need? Thank you. No, Kara replied as she stepped into her small room and stared at it as if it were a palace. She never imagined when she woke early that one morning at Bork's hut that she would be given a bed of her very own to sleep in and food that she could eat whenever and as much as she liked. Kara told her with uncontained joy in her voice, I do not need anything else. This is all I shall ever need. I do not know about that, but what is here should get you through until tomorrow. Here, wear this, Winfrey told her as she handed her a necklace, and then she instructed her. Blow this whistle if you have need of me, and I shall come. Kara took it and placed it over her head as she asked, Do all candidates get a whistle? She picked it up and blew into it, and then she stated, I do not hear anything. Winfrey covered her ears as if the sound had been too loud, and then she slightly snapped, Please, do not do that when I am so close. You heard that? Kara questioned her, and then she started, No human could. She put a hand to her mouth to halt her rude utterance as she realized Winfrey wasn't human. She had never met anyone but humans. No, that wasn't true. She had met dragons, and now whatever Winfrey was, what race could she be? She looked so human. Winfrey pretended not to hear her comment or her earlier question, and she stated, You need to feed your hatchling and get your rest, and once you both have rested, you shall need to strengthen your hatchling. You are striving to have him attain breaking dawn at a much earlier age than what is normal for them, so you shall need to push him to work. Is that what I heard earlier? I heard the other candidates shouting as if they were playing games. It could have been, Winfrey replied. Now, listen to me. All the hatchlings shall want to do is sleep, so you shall have a big challenge ahead of you. You shall need to find a way to motivate him into working, and do not treat him like a beast of burden or a dog. They are like you humans and need to be treated with respect, or one day he may turn around and eat you. Kara chuckled as she looked at the snoring bold. She couldn't see him eating a mouse, so she had a hard time imagining him eating her. Kara realized her laughter had escaped her usually guarded mouth. She was ordinarily so careful around Bork and Turk. The slip could have been because she was so tired, or that she felt she had more freedom here at Firedrake. Her cautiousness took over, and she tried to hide that the outburst had occurred. But it was too late. The attendant folded her arms as she stared at her. Kara shyly peered up at Winfrey as she pressed her lips together, trying to stifle another outburst. Winfrey's heart melted at the sight of the girl, and she cracked a smile as she spoke. I guess that threat is not as effective with this little one. Winfrey petted Bold's head as she said, It was much more effective when Blackfire's attendant told this to the candidates he had charge over. She gently grabbed Kara's elbows as Kara cradled the hatchling, And she told her, "Much responsibility has been given to you. You shall have to push him to attain his breaking dawn." "I shall try," Kara told her, and then she added, "I shall do more than that. I shall make sure he attains his first flight before my time is up." "Good answer. Now rest well," Winfrey said before walking off. Kara glanced around the small quarters that seemed huge to her. She usually slept on the floor near the fire in Bork's hut, wrapped up in a ragged blanket. Kara moved about the room, and there on the floor by the door was a small table. In the back of the room on one side was a bedroll already spread out, and on the other side was a pile of sand. She went to the table, grabbed an apple, bit into it, and then munched on it greedily. Bold made a hungry noise. Kara stroked his head, quickly finished the apple, and grabbed the cloth-covered bowl. She placed it on the floor near the pile of sand and uncovered it. Winfrey was right. She spoke to Bold. "This smells like yak vomit." She placed Bold on the floor, and he crawled over to the bowl and ate his fill. While he ate slowly, Kara devoured a pear and a small bunch of grapes, and then when she finished, she saw that Bold had fallen asleep in the bowl. Kara went and picked him up, cradling him again in her arms. "Look how marvelous you are," Kara told him as she reached down and kissed him on the top of his head. He opened one eye, stared at her for a moment or two, and then went back to sleep. "You shall be a courageous dragon, and I shall be a brave Dracowoman. We shall band together and become a wondrous team. No, we shall be more than that. We shall be family. We shall be a family that cares and looks out for each other." She stroked his leathery back as she spoke softly to him. "My Bold, my brother in arms against the world who believes we cannot accomplish much. We shall show them. We shall show them what we are made of." She walked over, placed him on the hot sand, and then went herself and collapsed into her furnished bedroll. She stared up at the ceiling as a hope she hadn't embraced in a long time warmed her soul. She remembered the dream of the grassy hill and the silvery blue oak. She remembered the sensations she felt within it. Firedrake would be her new home, and she found someone who loved her as much as she loved him. Kara remembered no more of that night, but her mind did take her back to that grassy hill with the tree, and within the dream, she sensed that her hatchling reached out to her again. He wasn't as close to her as he had been when she held onto his egg, but she could still sense him in the blue sky above her. It was almost like he bided her this time to join him on the winds. She didn't remember much more of the dream. Chapter 4. The first day of new freedom. The next morning, Kara was up and eating breakfast. She was used to waking alongside the sun when she belonged to Bork, and though her experiences the 2 days before wore her out, knowing she had Bold by her side refreshed her small, weary body. Winfrey arrived and delivered a new bowl fresh from the queen. Steam rose from the bloody meat. Kara took it and thanked the attendant. Winfrey left. Then Kara placed the bowl on the floor near Bold, and he didn't stir. She picked him up from the hot sand and placed him on the floor near the bowl. Bold grumbled his complaint, lifted his small frame, and went back to the sand bed. "This is not going to work," Kara stated. "Maybe some fresh air shall help you wake up. My sleepy Bold." She grabbed a satchel that had been provided for her and stuffed it with fruit from the table. She placed the strap over her head so that it crossed her chest, and then Kara grabbed him and the bowl and headed out the curtain. When she entered the tunnel, she felt a breeze on her cheek and headed in its direction, not knowing exactly where she was going. The tunnel traveled up, and she followed it until the tunnel opened up to a cliff covered in yellow-brown sand. She peered out across the vast area around her, and she realized this was the back of Firedrake, and not the area they had ridden into and stabled the horses. Finger mounds filled the desert valley, and they were more of a reddish color than the surrounding orange-red canyon. The large oval canyon surrounded the tall appendage-like protrusions. The valley was huge and had nearly 100 different-sized finger mounds, and dozens of dragons and mounted dracomen and a few mounted dracowomen filled the area. Many of the dragons climbed the finger mounds to their top, and then they took flight from them. Kara walked halfway out to the edge of the cliff. She was too afraid to go any closer. She set Bold and his bowl down, hoping the surrounding dragons would inspire him to eat. Awake from their trip, he went and ate his breakfast. A little braver, Kara edged herself a few steps toward the edge to peek over, but she was still too far away to look down. Movement caught her eye, so she looked in its direction and at one of the smaller finger mounds across from her. Kara saw Turk and the other candidates in his group trying to persuade Blackfire to fly off their cliff. They were pushing the hatchling's hindquarters, but he wouldn't budge. It appeared to her as if Turk was screaming bloody hell at everyone, including his hatchling. She could make out a few of the things Turk was yelling at his hatchling. "You shall not have your breakfast until you fly, so do not try to go back inside. Flap your wings, my dragon. Flap your wings and fly, for your meal shall grow cold if you do not hurry." She felt pity for Turk's hatchling as she turned and moved a few steps away from the cliff. Kara watched Bold eat as she thought about how much smaller he was than the murky black brute. His size didn't matter to her, only his heart and the courage she knew that was inside of him. They would become a great team, no matter what the others thought. "I wish you would fly to me right now and show the candidates just how wondrous a dragon you really are," she spoke, encouraging him. I wish you would flap your wings and come to me, my brother in arms. Bold paused and glanced back at her, and then he returned to his breakfast and continued eating it at his very slow pace. She sighed, and then she stated, I wish you would show as much interest in training as you do in sleeping and eating. I wish. A young dragon's enthusiastic shrill drew her attention and frightened her for its intensity as it seemed to resound in her mind. Kara looked back to Turk and the other candidates and discovered the shrill had come from Blackfire. His demeanor had changed, and he looked eager instead of hesitant to fly. Looks like Turk or someone in his group has finally inspired their hatchling, she told Bold. If I can strike up the nerve, I should ask one of them what they had said or done. Do not worry. I would not withhold your food if that is how they did it. Blackfire stared in her direction with a hunger-filled intensity that seemed to declare his intentions. She glanced behind herself and realized he must have caught scent of Bold's breakfast that he was taking his time eating. She turned back and Blackfire spat flames and flapped his wings. The boy stepped away as Turk tried to climb on his back. Blackfire bucked like a horse, throwing Turk from him. And then Blackfire ran toward the edge. He leapt as if jumping over, and at first, Kara thought the hatchling had failed and plummeted to his death, for they were quite a ways up. She gathered her courage and moved toward the edge to peer over, but before she reached the edge, he flew up and landed in front of her. She stood there for a moment, not knowing what to do. Kara thought Blackfire would turn around and head back to the boys who were screaming for him. But if he came for Bold's food, she doubted their calls would win over his stomach's grumblings. Blackfire tilted his head and looked at her with serpent-like eyes that were the same color as her bloodstone. And then he looked at Bold. Her dragon ignored the hungry brute. He flew. Turk shouted as he fisted both of his hands and raised them in the air in excitement. My dragon flew. Call him back, she beckoned Turk. Call him back before he eats my dragon's food. What are you yelling about, wench? Turk shouted to her. Are you ordering me around? Your head has enlarged since your dragon hatched if you believe you can order me around. Do not ever believe you can order me around, wench. He turned his attention to his dragon and ordered him. Blackfire, show her what I taught you. Blackfire took a step forward and bared his fangs at her. Kara froze as she remembered what Turk had told Barman about the Leviathans. He said that they used Death's Smile right before they gobbled someone up. Blackfire's aggressive action sent terror hurling toward her as if he had flung a spear. She took a step back, remembering more of the stories Turk had told about the Stygian Legion's Leviathans. His murky black hide reminded her about their legend, and all she could picture was this great ferocious beast trying to eat her. Blackfire took another step toward her, and she took 3 back, kicking Bold's breakfast. The bowl went hurling backward, spilling its contents. Bold grumbled his complaint and moved to the spilt meat. For a moment, she thought about grabbing Bold and fleeing. But Kara knew she couldn't outrace a dragon of his size. She doubted she could outrace a dragon of any size. Blackfire lowered his head and stared at her with his penetrating blood-red eyes, and Kara froze again. She couldn't move, terrified the brute was going to eat her, and at his size, he wouldn't be downing her with one gulp. He would have to tear her apart and eat her bit by bit. He bared his fangs at her again. Then she heard whispers, and at first, she couldn't make out what was being said to her. But then 6 words became clear. Mine. Small arm wench, he seemed to speak to her without words. Then Blackfire glanced at Bold with an angry look on his face, and he seemed to speak again. All mine. Kara remembered the whistle and lifted it to her mouth and blew. She heard nothing, but Blackfire acted as if he had heard something. He took a step back from her, looked at his candidates, turned back to her, and had an infuriated look on his face. Moments later, Winfrey came rushing out. You called for me? Her attendant questioned, and when Kara didn't answer her, Winfrey asked, what is going on? With someone else there, Kara was finally able to move. So she turned, ran to her, and hid behind the attendant. Blackfire snorted, glanced at Bold, and took one last long look at Kara. And then he flew back to his candidates. What is going on? Winfrey repeated. Kara started near fright. Hey, Blackfire had not done anything to her yet. So what could she say? She calmed herself and finally replied. He flew. He did, Winfrey said. That is amazing to achieve breaking dawn so early in the dragon, right? Winfrey looked over to the flying hatchling, and then she faced her and questioned her. But why did you call me? It is not your hatchling that flew. Kara stood there trembling. As a slave, she learned early that no one was going to come to her rescue, and that whatever her masters did to her she would have to endure. She might be a candidate, but she was also a slave. Who would believe her word over another without evidence? Winfrey saw how terrified Kara was, so she put her hands on her shoulders and repeated her question. What happened? Did the hatchling try to hurt you? She looked over Kara's front and back, and then she asked, did he unintentionally hurt you somewhere? Kara was too afraid to tell her, fearing she wouldn't be believed and that her unproven accusation would travel back to Turk. She might belong to Dragon Elder Durin, but she worried what Turk might do to her. He was very conniving and vindictive. If he so wished it, he could make anything look like an accident. She looked up into Winfrey's face. Maybe at least she could find a little solace. Kara slowly wrapped her arms around the plump woman. The worst thing that could happen was that Winfrey would refuse to comfort her. The attendant smelled of baking bread and was warm. Winfrey was caught off guard by the girl's actions. She had attended boys the last several dragon rites, and none of them had hugged her. Moved by her, Winfrey returned her embrace and stroked Kara's hair as she softly spoke. There. It had been so long since anyone had held Kara. The small joy it gave her was sweet, and yet it was also bitter as it reminded her of her wretched life. She sobbed all the more as she squeezed tightly, never wanting to let go. What happened? Why are you crying? Winfrey questioned her. You can tell me. And why was the other hatchling away from his group and over here? She glanced at Blackfire, who had already returned to his candidates. Did he try to hurt you? Please tell me, Kara, what happened here? Kara remained silent, and eventually, Winfrey gave up trying to discover the truth. Winfrey remained wary of the influence Blackfire was under to have flown so early and to have come over to another candidate's area of training. It could mean that this particular dragon rite wouldn't run smoothly, and that trouble was brewing in one of the minds of the candidates. It was a good thing that she came to Firedrake if such an odd occurrence was going to happen. Yes, it was a good thing Winfrey had come there. Along the border of the Vander Braze kingdom, the lands once ruled by King Vis, a lone shepherd watched over a flock of royal Athenia sheep by the light of the moons and the clear starry sky. He wasn't alone in his guard duty, though. 2 large drakes helped safeguard the sheep. Drakes were creatures similar to dragons, but they had no wings. They were about the size of an elephant, built like a grizzly bear, and were highly intelligent, but not sentient like the Athenia dragons. Drakes were originally from Wyvern the Dragonlands, and then they were domesticated by the Athenia kingdom to guard the palace and other royal assets, whether property or things. The drakes made for good sheepdogs and kept most of the predators away just by their presence. The shepherd had moved the flock of sheep into their current location 4 days ago, looking for greener pastures after a drought had dried up their usual feeding grounds, and they ended up in Arrow's Flight away from the border. They were Vellas away from any town or farm in an area called the Forgotten Lands. During the war with King Vis, the lands along the border were abandoned by all those in Athenia who valued their hides. It wasn't until recently that the brave or foolhardy souls started venturing into the area again. A breeze blew about the hill country and softly wailed as the shepherd, with the help of the tan-colored drakes, herded the flock inside a cave. He had already used the cave to hold and secure the sheep the last 2 nights. The cave was small, just enough room for the 30 sheep. It had only one entrance, and it was dry inside. A traveling gems peddler spoke with the shepherd earlier that day. Wolves were common in the area, and the peddler recently heard of a pack that had been spotted in the valley 2 mountains away. The peddler warned the shepherd that the wolves had been attacking cattle and sheep and had lost their fear of man. The shepherd pushed the flock to the back of the cave. Then he built a fire near the entrance, and he sat with his back to the flock. The drakes positioned themselves on each side of him, also staring out the entrance. Later, after heating up some water in a kettle, the shepherd along with his faithful companions moved beyond the fire and sat at the entrance. He ate some lamb jerky which he shared with the drakes, and he drank a reddish, bittersweet drink brewed from red golden licorice roots. He stared at the hilly country surrounded by mountains as the moons glowed brightly, making the normally green and brown world one of pale white. All was well in his world for the moment, so he decided to relax and smoke a pipe. The night moved on, and then the shepherd and the drakes went back to the fire. He stretched out on a blanket, and they lay beside him as he continued eating the jerky and sipping on the not-so-hot drink. The wind ceased, and the area outside fell silent. The shepherd listened to the sounds within the cave, the occasional sheep baying, the panting of the drakes, and the crackling of the fire. Wolves howled in the distance, and the shepherd sat up as the drakes got to their feet. A loud noise just outside the cave spooked the flock, and a sheep ran outside. Tom, follow, the shepherd ordered one of the drakes. Tom barked his understanding and chased after the runaway. The shepherd grabbed his staff, spear, and a torch, and then he told the other drak, Pat, stay. Pat whined but obeyed and sat on his haunches. The shepherd chased after Tom and the runaway, but by the time he left the cave, neither one of them was in sight. A shadow cast over the moons, and the shepherd thought it was most likely a cloud as he called out, Tom. He heard no reply from the drak, but he did catch sight of his paw prints and followed them, noticing the drak was on the trail of the sheep. The wolves howled again, and then the shepherd heard the sheep scream and the drak attack something. The fight was vicious, and the shepherd assumed Tom fought 2 or 3 wolves. The shepherd quickly made his way to the spot of the commotion, but by then all was silent. He quickly searched the area with the help of his torch and spotted the sheep. The shepherd noticed it was covered in what looked like mud, so he moved the torch closer to the sheep and saw that blood covered it. He searched the sheep for wounds but found none. And then he heard what he thought sounded like something crunching on bones and flesh. The shepherd left the sheep, continued forward, and found a large pool of blood. He followed bloody drag marks and came upon the Drac. Tom was lying down on his side with a large shadow over him. The shepherd realized the enormous shadow was gorging on Tom, and he raised his torch to see a monstrous creature. The shepherd screamed right before the beast pounced upon him. The wolves could be heard barking in the distance as the beast feasted on the shepherd. Chapter 5. Training begins and flames of discord appear. Kara was so shaken by her ordeal with the fang-bearing Blackfire that she didn't train Bold at all that day. The next day, she started his training, and all he wanted to do was eat and sleep. But as the days went by, she found she could motivate Bold to at least chase her through the tunnels if she used his food as incentive, even though she told him that she wouldn't withhold his food to train him. Every night she would take an oil Winfrey had given her and spread it all over his tiny pale body. She carefully massaged his wings, and over time, they improved. Bold grew several inches in 5 days and put on 3 pounds. It took both her hands to hold him, and she missed the palm dragon she used to cuddle. Not that she ever stopped cuddling him. Several more days went by, and Kara made him a harness to strap around his waist so that he could start training by pulling rocks. She had taken him out front by the stable when one of the boys from Turk's group approached her. She thought at first he was going to cause trouble as she imprinted her relationship with Turk on all boys, but this boy was very pleasant to her. That is a pretty smart idea, he told her, and he is looking stronger. His name is Bold, right? Yes, Kara replied, a little suspicious of him. What are you doing here? Should you not be training your own hatchling? Well, Turk is very forceful about his will. He has basically frightened all the others in the group into quitting. Does that include you? She asked. I do not know, he answered her as he put his hand to his ribs. Though, I did receive a good hit from him today. I needed to get out of there for a while. He can be. He smiled as he let the rest of the words fade to nothingness, and then he held out his hand in greeting and stated, Never mind that. My name is Tretch. She wasn't sure what he wanted from her, but it did seem they had a common enemy. She shook his hand and said, Kara. Tretch walked around to the hatchling as he questioned her. Do you think you can get him to fly? I believe so, but I need to figure out a way to get him to use his wings first, she told him, and then she added, The muscles of his body are improving, but he does not use his wings. You mind if I help? He asked her. Help? Kara repeated as she eyed the boy. You want to help me? Yes. It is not like I can do anything with my hatchling while Turk is hammering on us. And I am here in Firedrake until my patron returns. I might as well be useful. For today, you can help, Kara replied. So, what would you like me to do? He questioned her. She told him, You can help me connect some rocks to his harness. With his help, they added the extra weight, and then she enticed Bold with part of his breakfast to come after her. Bold quickly got used to the added weight and came after her, and some time later, she had them take a break from their morning training and allow Bold to finish his breakfast. Here, she called out before she threw Tretch an apple. Eat up. He bit into the fruit and said through a mouthful, Thanks. Kara removed some grapes from her satchel, sat on a boulder, and started popping them in her mouth. She noticed that Bold was eyeing her, so she threw a grape to him. He caught it with his mouth and ate it. Bold wagged his tail like an excited dog as he opened his mouth wide and begged for more. He likes them, Kara realized, and this gave her an idea. So she stood and blew into her whistle. He really likes them. Soon Winfrey appeared, and then she questioned Kara. Do you need something? Is it okay for dragons to eat fruit? Kara questioned. They may eat fruit if they wish, Winfrey replied. Bring me some grapes, Kara requested, and then she added, Bring an amount that would not be too much to give to a hatchling of his size in one day. I do not want to make him sick. I shall return shortly, Winfrey said, and then she hurried off. The day went on, and Kara and Tretch trained Bold to pull rocks by rewarding him with the grapes, and they were having a great deal of success with it. She thought she might try something else, so Kara undid his harness, raised a grape above the hatchling, and he jumped for the juicy fruit. Every time he jumped, he would flap his tiny wings. I think this might work, she told Tretch. I finally figured out a way to make him use his wings. I am so excited. We are doing it, Bold. We are drawing closer to your breaking dawn. She continued training Bold and made sure not to overdo it on their first day, and as the sun set over the canyon, Kara carried the tired hatchling back to their quarters. The boy walked back beside her. I am impressed, Tretch said once they entered the caves. You were able to persuade him to use his wings. I have no doubt that in time he shall reach his breaking dawn. I have always believed that, Kara told him, and then she entered her quarters and placed Bold on the sand bed. He can do anything that he puts his mind to. Tretch parted the curtain, stood at the entrance, and asked, "You mind if I come in?" "Enter," Kara bid him, and then she went and sat on the floor at her small table. "What would you like to eat?" "I shall have Winfrey bring us something." He told her, "I do enjoy the mountain goat steaks they prepare." Kara glanced at Bold's bowl and made a face, and then she spoke. "I cannot get past what they remind me of, so I have never tried them. I shall call for the attendant now." She blew into her whistle, and sometime later, Winfrey parted the curtain and stepped in. "I have a guest today," Kara spoke up, and then she requested, "Please bring him a steak." Winfrey noticed that Kara seemed to be happier than her normal happy self, and she wondered if something good happened today with their training. She glanced at her guest, and then she wondered maybe something else happened that had made her so happy. Perhaps she has made a new friend, and perhaps the budding of something more. Kara continued, "I shall like to have that salad you made me last night and peach nectar." She noticed that Winfrey was smirking at her, and Kara wasn't sure why. She asked, "Tretch, what would you like to drink?" "Water, please, and could I get a baked potato?" "Of course," Winfrey told him. "I shall bring the food back once all of it is prepared." Winfrey exited through the curtain as she added, "I shall return with your drink shortly. If you like, I shall help you tomorrow," Tretch said after the attendant had been gone a few moments. "I would like that," Kara told him, and then she stated, "There is a game I would like to try." She grabbed a strawberry from the table's fruit basket, ate it, and then continued, "One where I toss a grape to you and Bold goes after it, and then you toss it back to me. It is a game where he shall try to take the grape away from us. It sounds like it shall be fun," Tretch told her as he broke himself a piece of bread from the loaf sitting on the table. "Should I meet you at the same place tomorrow, my lovely Dracowoman?" Kara blushed at his statement. No one had ever given her a compliment before, and she didn't know what to say in reply, so she merely answered his question. "Yes, we shall practice there tomorrow." The evening progressed as the two of them ate and laughed, and soon Tretch excused himself to return to his room. After he left, Kara walked over to Bold, who had finished his dinner. She picked him up out of the bowl, then took a damp cloth, and wiped away what was left of his dinner from his face and neck. Bold yawned and cooed as she did so. Kara leaned down and kissed him on the top of his head, and then he looked at her curiously. She hummed a song Helen used to sing to the child in her belly as she applied the oil to his pale hide, and then after she finished, she placed him on his sand bed and stroked his head until he fell asleep. Kara dragged herself to her bedroll and also went to sleep. Dragon Rite terms. Day Trek, the period of time when the sun was out. Night Trek, the period of time after the sun had set until the sun rose. The time when 2 of the 3 moons govern the sky. The day treks went by quickly as she and Tretch trained Bold. The hatchling's wings strengthened, and he was able to keep his body up in the air longer and longer as he reached for the grape in her hand. The first fortnight passed. None of the other hatchlings had attained their breaking dawn except Blackfire. Kara made sure to stay clear of Turk and his hatchling. She never wanted to see that snarling young dragon from the void ever again. One evening, she was restless, so she left her bed and went for a walk to clear her head of all the worries of that day, and to think about the ones tomorrow would bring. Ahead of her, she saw Tretch and Turk talking in hushed, angry tones. "I have done as you said," Tretch stated, "and I have left you and Blackfire alone. Why are you bothering me?" "I heard you have been helping the slave wench and her hatchling," Turk said. "That is none of your business," Tretch replied. Turk questioned him, "Do you think it shall fly?" "Yes," Tretch answered him, and then he stabbed his finger into Turk's chest as he told him, "So do not interfere with her. Bold shall one day be a great dragon." "Is that so?" Turk said. "We shall see." Kara moved on and out of earshot of the two. Tretch had come to her defense. She hoped nothing would happen to him because of it. The second fortnight seemed to go by more quickly than the first. Barman's purple hatchling, Tyrion, reached his breaking dawn, and a few days later, Cyan's blue hatchling, Sky, also attained his, so that only left Bold and the copper hatchling, Dirk, to complete the third act. One day after morning training, while they were taking a break, Kara noticed Tretch placing his forehead to Bold's. So she questioned him. "What are you doing?" "I am trying to talk to him. It is a method called mind syncing," Tretch replied. "Did you know it takes many years before a dragon is able to talk with their mouth like a human? They use their minds to communicate with each other, and they can also use their minds to talk to certain humans with mind sync. Sometimes, if you can quiet your own mind, you can hear them. Do you want to try?" "I do. What must I do?" "Do as I did," he told her. "Place your head to his and just listen." Kara walked over and placed her forehead to Bold's. The hatchling was almost as big as her now. At first, she heard nothing, but she did see images of grapes, fire drake, the sand bed, his bowl, and Tretch. She then heard what sounded like a whisper. "Not grapes. What is mine?" More images filled her mind of dragons battling each other and man, and those images felt unsettling to her. She released Bold because of the violent scenes of mayhem and the implied lawlessness of broken ties, and she almost fell backward. Tretch caught her in his strong arms, and he smiled down at her, and then she coyly smiled back. "That is amazing," she said, not really understanding what she saw. "I never knew one could try to communicate with their hatchling. I wish I had known this from the start." "Did he say anything to you?" Tretch asked her. "A few words, but I could not understand what he was trying to say," she replied. "He is still young," Tretch told her. "He might not be able to convey what he wants just yet, but with time, he shall get better with communicating with humans." Kara moved from his hold, though, for some reason she wanted to stay in his unintentional embrace. She said, "We better get back to work. I heard Dirk almost attained Breaking Dawn yesterday. Once he does," Tretch started, "a time limit shall be set upon Bold. So let us get to work and maybe we can attain Breaking Dawn before he does." A few days passed, and one evening, Kara woke from a nightmare. She couldn't remember it, but it had given her a dreadful fright. It was kind of like the one she had while embracing Bold's egg that she couldn't quite remember. She got up and poured herself a cup of water, and when that didn't help, she splashed water on her face. Kara walked back to her bedroll when she noticed her hatchling wasn't on his sand bed. "Bold!" She called out for him from the curtain, then left the room, and walked into the tunnel. "Bold!" She searched for a long time before she spotted the hatchling's dark figure out on one of the cliffs. It was the first cliff she had taken him to, and also where the murky black brood almost ate her. She started to walk out and call his name when the clouds that hid the moons parted, letting the smaller moon's light illuminate the sandy area. She noticed Tretch was with him, so Kara paused at the entrance of the cliff, curious as to why they were there and at that time of the night. Tretch had his forehead to Bold's. She started to walk out to them when someone came up behind her and placed their hand over her mouth, and that person forcibly dragged her away, and she could tell he was male as he grunted from the exertion. Kara struggled, but she couldn't break free of him. It seemed like he dragged her through a tunnel for a long time before shoving her into an empty room with only one entrance. Kara landed on the floor in a heap and turned and faced her abductor. Turk stood there, glaring at her. 100 horrible things went through her mind. He had warned her this day would come, and now she was alone with him. "What are you doing?" she yelled, trying to act like she wasn't afraid of him. "Has it been so long that you do not remember my threat?" He questioned her as he drew his sword. She stood and backed up from him as she asked with a quiver, "Are you going to kill me?" He started toward her as he stated, "I did not hunt all over Firedrake these last 3 fortnights to find the perfect hiding place only to maim you. Why else do you think I brought you here?" She lifted the whistle to her mouth, but before she could blow into it, he rushed her and snatched it from her. He punched her in the stomach, and she doubled over. Kara felt as though she would faint. "No one is going to come to your rescue," he spoke. "I am going to gut you like one of our yaks. Did you really think you could become a Dracowoman? If you cannot defend yourself against me, how do you expect to fight off one of the Stygian Legion?" Kara tried to straighten, and when she finally did, he smacked her in the face hard. She held her battered mouth as she begged him like she had begged him many times before. "Do not do this. Please, young master. Young master." He scoffed at her. "Do you still see yourself as my slave?" "No, it is only..." Kara started as she glanced around the room. There were only a few torches lighting up the dark area of her soon-to-be tomb. She admitted, "I am afraid." "As you should be," he told her as he lifted his head and looked down at her as if she were dung on his boots. He maliciously told her, "I am going to kill you." No one would be coming to save her, so if she didn't do something then. Kara reached up and grabbed a torch, and as she held it with her right hand, she swung it at him as if it was a club. Back and forth she waved the flame as hot ash fell to the sandy floor. "You want to fight me?" Turk questioned her, and then he let out a great belly laugh before saying, "I am going to enjoy killing you. I shall make sure your death is slow and very painful. I want to hear you beg for a swift end." Turk struck with his sword and knocked the torch from her unskilled hand. It fell to the floor by her bare feet and nearly burned her. He grabbed her sackcloth tunic and pulled her to him, and she placed both of her hands to his chest, trying to break free. "I shall kill you, and then I am going to kill your hatchling," he threatened her. "Did you hear me, you useless wretched wench? I am going to kill you, and then I am going to kill..." "No!" Kara screamed as she felt heat travel up her leg. Fire from the torch leapt up like a serpent and struck her left hand and his chest with its fiery fangs. The force of the blast knocked them apart. Kara was quite shaken and slowly got to her knees as she heard Turk screaming. His vest was on fire and the flames were spreading quickly. He tried to put the fire out, but the flames continued to devour the leather as if the vest had been doused in oil. She hurriedly got to her feet and dashed out of the room while she had the chance. She entered a tunnel and ran the way she believed she had been dragged from. "Help me!" she screamed. "Help me!" Kara ran, limping for some time before coming across Tretch and Bold. "What are you doing out here?" Tretch asked in an accusing manner. He looked upset and then noticed her bloody mouth. He put a hand to the side of her cheek and questioned her in a more tender tone. What happened? She was so traumatized she couldn't tell him. Tretch took her back to her room, and Bold followed along. Tretch cleaned the small cut on her mouth, and after doing so, he decided he could question her again. "Did someone attack you?" he asked as he moved his hand and gently touched her chin so he could move her face and get a better look at the cut on her mouth. Tretch demanded, "Tell me." She nodded, so he glanced at Bold, then took her by the hand and told her, "Come, I shall take you to Dragon Elder Durin." Sometime later, Kara entered the great meeting chamber along with Tretch. Bold had stayed behind. Tretch waited by the entrance as she proceeded in. The room was huge and built within a small centuries-old dormant volcano. The floor consisted of dark lava rock, and so was a large circular table in the center, and over a dozen wooden stools were around the table. Several large tunnels entered the great meeting chamber, and she had walked through a small one. Dragon Elder Durin and one other Dragon Elder were there across the room from her. There was another dragon with them, but she didn't recognize him. A Dracoman, a courier from one of the other nests, was speaking to them. She knew he was from another nest by the coat of claws on the back of his shirt. She didn't recognize the crest, but she knew it wasn't Fire Drake's. She decided that the third dragon must be with the Dracoman. What could they be talking about? Maybe she should come back later. The Dracoman looked tired, as if he had been flying all night, as he reported, "We believe one of the Stygian Legion was spotted near the border." "Are you sure?" the one Dragon Elder questioned. "Yes," the foreign dragon answered. "The warlock never crossed the skies of Athenia, but the Athenia royal army believed they were definitely scouting the area." Dragon Elder Durin stated, "This is most disturbing. It has been 5 decades since the Stygian Legion have been seen. We had hoped that they had disbanded with the death of their king. Apparently they have not. What should we do now?" the one Dragon Elder questioned. "We should..." Dragon Elder Durin started, and then he noticed Kara and the distraught look on her face, so he replied, "We shall talk about this tomorrow. Have the elders of Firedrake gather here at first light. I shall send out the call," the one Dragon Elder said. "Then if you three shall excuse me, I need to speak with Kara," Dragon Elder Durin stated. The Dracoman, his dragon, and the Dragon Elder walked out of the great meeting chamber. Dragon Elder Durin waited some time after they had left, and then he finally commanded, "Come here." She approached him, fearful he was angry with her. "I heard there was an incident involving you and Turk some time ago," Durin started, and then he said, "He was badly burned and he accused you of attacking him. He said that you came at him for no reason and burned him. Is that true?" Kara replied, knowing she had no proof of her words. "No, master." One of the healers examined his wound. The great yellow dragon told her, "Whatever he was burned with was no ordinary fire. Do you have anything to say about that?" Kara thought back to the torch. She wasn't sure why the fire leapt up at them or why she wasn't burnt by it, so she said in a soft voice, "No, master." Durin sighed as he looked down at her from his considerable dragon's height. He finally spoke, "I have heard complaints about Turk, how he has bullied the other candidates into dropping out, and I see no reason why you would attack him. From what I have heard, you have made every effort to avoid him in Blackfire. What puzzles me is that he said you attacked him. He gave no reason." Dragon Elder Durin wanted to hear her side, so he questioned her, "Is there anything you would like to say?" "I..." She started as she lifted her head and peered at the great yellow dragon. Would he believe her if she told him Turk tried to kill her? Why should he? She was only a slave. Kara finally said, "No, master." He knew there was much more to this, but he could only go by what he was told. So he said, "Then I shall ignore this incident, and so should you. There are more important things you need to worry about. Dirk attained his Breaking Dawn today. Bold has 7 days starting tomorrow to attain Breaking Dawn, or he shall be disqualified from the next act. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." "Then go get some rest. Morning shall come quickly," Durin told her. Then he started to leave and thought of something that had been on his mind for a while, and he paused. He decided now would be a good time to tell her. So he turned to her and said, "Kara, one other thing. I cannot retain you as a slave. If you cannot become a Dracoman, I shall give you back to Bork." "You would give me back?" she uttered as she felt like he had plunged his large claw deep into her gut. Kara always had in the back of her mind that if Bold couldn't attain Breaking Dawn, that she would at least be able to stay in Firedrake as Dragon Elder Durin's slave. She could see herself serving the great yellow dragon and enjoying her life there. She had gotten used to the freedoms she had acquired as a candidate and believed with all her being she would, either way, be allowed to stay with Bold, Winfrey, and Dragon Elder Durin and enjoy a better life than what she had with Bork and Turk. He noticed her coloring had ashened as he continued, "I fear that we may be seeing more of the Stygian Legion. I have no need of a slave, and if you are not a Dracoman, you would only get in the way here. If you should fail, it would be better if you return to your homeland and have the life you had before." Durin wondered why she had such a reaction to his statement. He thought she would prefer to be with her own kind, not some old dragon. Durin waited for some reply from her, and when none came, he couldn't think of anything else to say. so he continued out. Kara stood there and watched him leave as the world around her seemed to shake and collapse in on itself like a massive earth tremor splitting apart the ground. She didn't know how long she stood there, dying over and over again in her shock. It could have been hours or weeks. One of the possible lives she envisioned she would have was completely destroyed, and she was left with only one possibility. She had to make sure Bold attained his breaking dawn, for there was no other acceptable path for her. Kara wouldn't go back with Bork. She wouldn't go back to such a horrible life. She would rather... No, she wouldn't go back with Bork. She would. Tretch touched her shoulder, and she turned to him, realizing they were the only ones in the room. Kara. Tretch spoke, then he saw her face, and he stated with concern, "You are white as sheep's wool. I am sorry. I heard what happened. It was a terrible thing what Dragon Elder Durin did to you. Does he really believe you would be better off going back with Turk's father than to face the Stygian Legion? Dragon Elder Durin does not know anything about Turk or his father, or he would not have said such a thing. Again, I am sorry for what happened." What happened? She questioned him as if she hadn't been there. Kara denied the whole incident by saying, "Nothing happened and nothing is going to happen." She started out of the great meeting chamber as she declared, "Bold shall fly, and I shall become a Dracowoman. I shall not go back. I would sooner die." She vowed to herself, "I shall not go back to my old life. I shall not be belittled or beaten again." Chapter 6. New Resolutions. Within the hundreds of finger mounds situated around Firedrake, Dragon Elder Durin returned to his den weary from the long day. The den was a large cave and had a huge sand bed he could sprawl out on. His den wasn't as warm as most dragons' dens were, for his den was also designed to accommodate 1 or 2 humans. Durin paused at the entrance to his den when he thought he heard the laughter of his long-past Dracoman. It made him smile, but then his pleased expression quickly vanished. He glanced at the human bed, table, chairs, dresser, water basin, pitcher, and personal articles that were reminders of glorious bygone days. Durin never had the heart to request that they be removed, but he also never had the heart to touch them or go near them. He continued into the den and went and lay down on his comfortable sand bed. Durin closed his eyes to sneak in a bit of sleep. He had set up a meeting and knew he didn't have long. Sometime later, he heard someone approach on 2 legs and knew his guest had arrived. Syllabary entered the den and searched for the great yellow dragon in the darkness as he spoke. "You summoned me." "I did," Durin replied as he stood from his sand bed and moved into a cooler section of the den. But he didn't completely go on the other side, consciously staying clear of the Dracoman's things. "I need to speak to you about Kara." "What about her?" Syllabary inquired as he moved over to the table and sat in one of the chairs that hadn't seen much use in years. He noticed a few items on the table that must have belonged to the dragon's Dracoman. There was a dagger in its sheath with the Firedrake coat of claws on it, a tin of polish for leather that had been left opened and dried out long ago along with a rag stained by the polish, and there was eating utensils, a plate, and a cup. Dragon Elder Durin replied as he sat on his haunches with his back to the table. "I spoke to her earlier, and I told her that if her hatchling failed to attain breaking dawn, I would not keep her as a slave and I would return her to Bork. I explained to her she would only be in the way here and that it would be better if she returned to her homeland and the life she had before. Why would you do such a horrible thing to a young girl who deserves much better? I thought her life with the humans would be more fulfilling than staying here with me. But her reaction to my statement made me pause, and I wondered if I made a mistake. She looked so devastated." "Of course you made a mistake, and of course she would look devastated." Syllabary snapped at him. "Sometimes I wonder if you pay attention to anything that is going on around you, and you cannot use the excuse that you are a dragon and do not understand humans. Most dragons understand humans." He started to rant more, but then calmed himself, and spoke in a more controlled tone. "Did you not see how that vile man treated her? Do you not remember the look on his face when he left? He either intends to kill her or make her wish she was dead, and you told her that you were going to send her back to that." "I see," Durin stated as he stood and took a few steps forward and away from the scribe. "I forgot about the cruelties of humans. I have forgotten, for I have kept myself away from them for the most part and have stuck with my own kind." "You do not even stick with your own kind," Syllabary said. "You are basically a hermit within Firedrake. Human companionship might do you some good. You should retract what you told Kara, and you should tell her that you shall keep her on as a slave if she fails to help her hatchling attain breaking dawn. If that is too much for you, give her to me as a slave. I could use someone to help me with cleaning and cooking. I tire of my own dreadful meals." Durin told him, "I shall think about it." "Do not think about it," Syllabary said, sounding angry. "Promise me that you shall not give her back to Bork. Promise me now." "As I said, I shall think about it. I do not know whether or not I want to subjugate the poor child to my company. Or yours. My company is not that bad. Yours, on the other hand." Dragon Elder Durin told him, I would like to cease our conversation for now. I am very tired and would like to sleep. Of course, Syllabary stated. And then he added, just do not take too long to decide. You should not let Kara believe the worst about her future if she should fail. Filled with distraught over her impending doom, Kara returned to her quarters and found Bold already asleep. She went straightway and lay on her bedroll and soon fell asleep amongst tears. Kara had the dream again of the grassy hill and the silvery blue oak. But this time her hatchling seemed so far away from her that she could barely sense him. He still called out to her for her to join him on the wind, but this time she had no sense of where he was in the sky. Dark clouds moved in and blotted out the sun as a thunderstorm erupted around her. And then a bolt of lightning struck the tree beside her, and she was nearly caught in its blast. She heard the voices of Bork and Turk laughing at her, and they seemed to be in the storm clouds, directing their course. Kara fled from the tree and the storm followed her as Bork and Turk continued to laugh at her. Hundreds of hands came out of the clouds, trying to seize her, but she evaded them as she continued limping away from the malicious storm. She tripped a couple of times, and the storm gained ground on her, and then when she was about to give up, Bold appeared before her on the grass. He smiled at her in his usual manner, and his presence, knowing he was there for her, gave Kara the strength to turn and face the cloud of hands, and that was all she remembered of the dream. The next couple of day treks as Dragon Elder Durin pondered his decision. Kara worked Bold twice as hard, and by then, he was inches taller than her. She trained him harder by standing on top of a boulder, dangling a clutch of grapes. Bold would leap up, but he couldn't keep his body in the air for more than a count of 6 no matter what she tried. Kara envisioned herself back in the land of the Northern Grass Plains tribe and under Bork's control. She felt the beating that was coming for her as if a phantom version of himself stood behind her while she worked through the days and lashed her with a cane, and by the end of the 5th day trek, she had had enough of the worry and frustration. While Tretch and Bold ate lunch, she excused herself and went for a walk alone. She found an isolated spot, sat, and cried. She had never cried so hard, not since that day her parents had sold her off to Bork. Kara rocked herself, trying to find comfort in her trembling arms, but all she found was despair and torment. I shall not go back, she vowed to herself. I shall not be a slave to him again. I would die first. Better yet, I shall run away. If Bold is unable to complete his breaking dawn, I shall run away before Bork comes. Kara continued to weep for a long time, and then she thought if she was gone too long they might come looking for her. She didn't want them to find her in this state, so she dried her eyes, started to leave, and noticed Bold. He must have been watching her for a long time, for he had a peculiar expression on his young dragon face. He stared at her with his light blue eyes as if he had heard everything she had said to herself. Do not worry, Kara told him, not wanting to concern him. She hoped he hadn't heard her, for she didn't want him to worry about her situation on top of trying to attain his breaking dawn. Kara told him, I am fine. I only got sand in my eyes, that is all. He stared at her as if he didn't believe her. Kara didn't know what to say, so she changed the subject by saying, you look tired, Bold. Shall we say that is enough of our noon training? Let us head back and have a long rest. She walked past Bold and then back to where Tretch was waiting. Tretch could tell she had been crying, but he said nothing about it. Kara was glad that he ignored the fact. She didn't want to have to explain or make up a reason for her tears. Kara started to say, we are going to quit for. Bold went over to her and gently grabbed her by the hand with his mouth, interrupting her. What is it? She asked as she turned to him. Bold released her hand, and then he crawled on top of the boulder she had earlier been standing on. He spread his tiny wings and flapped them twice, and then he took a couple of steps back, ran forward, and leapt off the boulder. He glided 3 lengths of a horse before he landed on the ground. Kara's eyes brightened as she realized what her hatchling had wanted to show her. Bold had hurt her, and he understood that if he didn't fly, she would be forced to return to her horrible master. She turned to Tretch and asked him, what must a hatchling do to complete their breaking dawn? They have to fly from one end of the finger mounds to the other. Bold is not ready. His wings do not have the strength to take him up into the air. What if he glided? She asked him with excitement. What if we can find the highest point and have him glide to the other side? There is no rule on how they complete the length, only that they have to, Tretch told her. And then he added, your idea should work. It is not my idea, Kara nearly sang as she walked over to her hatchling and hugged his neck. She almost cried again as she stated, it is Bold's. It is his idea. He is a wondrous dragon. Yes, Tretch agreed. He is a very wondrous dragon. Kara used her whistle and called for Winfrey, and then she had her show them to the highest finger mound. Kara set aside her fears and walked out to the edge, and then she glanced back at Bold and asked him, are you ready for your first flight? He walked to the edge and stood by her side as a hot wind blew over them. Kara walked back, giving him the room he needed, and then Bold glanced around the area. He didn't seem afraid at all. He actually looked nothing like Blackfire had before his breaking dawn. Bold leapt as he had from the boulder and glided across the area with ease. He glided the entire span and landed on the other side, Then he turned to Kara and Tretch and gave a great dragon call. And all the dragons in the finger mounds returned his jubilant cry. Kara turned and hugged Tretch as she screamed, "We did it! We did it!" He grinned as he hugged her back, and then he said, "We did." He tightly embraced her as he spoke. Now the hard part is over. That very night there was a celebration within the Great Hall. It was the same size as the Great Meeting Chamber, but it was more bright and festive. There was no appearance of gloom and doom, and all the candidates and their hatchlings were the guests of honor. Music played and jugglers entertained as the humans sat at a long rectangular table along with a few scribes and a few other races. They all ate and drank. The hatchlings were across the way, eating their last meal from the queen. The candidates congratulated Kara on her hard work as Tretch stood in the background. Kara took her seat at the table and Tretch beside her. The celebration was jubilant until Turk entered with black fire. And then suddenly the room quieted down, for by then everyone knew of the animosity Turk and his dragon had toward Kara and Bold. Turk glared at Kara, and she noticed a burn mark on his chest under his vest. The old vest he had worn had been destroyed, so he wore a light brown one. The healers were unable to completely mend the wound, and it would mark him forever. Turk went and sat next to Cyan and Barman and said nothing to her as Dragon Elder Durin entered the room. Kara still feared Turk and edged her way a little closer to Tretch for protection. This feast is to celebrate the breaking dawn of each hatchling and to welcome their candidates to the next ceremonial act. Tomorrow morning, the fourth act shall occur, and the hatchlings shall pick which candidate they shall bond with. Those selected shall train to become Dracomen. He glanced at Kara. Pleased they would have their first native female rider in many decades as he finished. And Dracowomen. Those who are not selected shall return with their patron. The patrons shall all arrive by tomorrow morning. The decision of the hatchling is final. Dragon Elder Durin lifted his head and loudly roared to officially begin the celebration. And then he said, "Tonight, eat and make merry. Tomorrow your real work shall begin." Everyone cheered, and then they ate and drank. The celebration continued for several hours. Kara spoke to Tretch, who kept looking over at Bold. "Are you excited about tomorrow?" He questioned her. Yes, she told him now that she could relax and enjoy things. Kara no longer had to worry about work. She told Tretch, "My heart always thought we would make it, and now my doubting mind has finally joined with it. What about you? How do you feel about tomorrow?" She knew this was most likely the last night she would see Tretch, but she didn't want to discourage him. She told him, "There is always a chance Blackfire shall select you." "I doubt that," he said. She asked him, "Then what shall you do?" "Me?" he uttered as he pointed to himself, and then he replied, "After tomorrow's fourth act, I shall go on to fulfill my dreams." "Your dreams, what are they?" she asked, and then she stated, "I do not even know where you are from or what your people do." Turk came up, interrupting him. "We need to talk." "I have nothing to talk with you about," Tretch told him. "Go back to your seat and leave me alone. Are you still afraid of me?" Tretch glanced at her, and then he answered him, "No." He stood, and then he questioned Turk, "Where would you like to have this talk?" She grabbed Tretch's arm and told him, "Maybe you should not." He turned to her and said to her, "It shall be fine. I shall be gone for only a little while, and then I shall return." She had a bad feeling about the situation, but Kara released him. "Follow me," Turk said. "We need to finish our business." He left the Great Hall, and Tretch followed. Kara feared Turk was up to something and looked at where the hatchlings ate. Blackfire was there as well as Bold. Blackfire glanced at her when she peered his way. Whatever Turk was up to did not involve his dragon. She didn't like the way Blackfire stared at her. It was as if he knew something. Maybe he knew of Bork's plan for Tretch. Some time passed, and Tretch never returned, so she got up and went in search of him. Kara walked through a few tunnels but couldn't find either of the boys. She started back when she ran into Turk. "Looking for me?" he questioned her as he blocked her way. "No, where is Tretch?" she asked him. "What have you done to him?" He leaned to her and whispered, "I have hacked him into pieces and put him in the ground where I had planned to put you." Turk stepped back from her and waited for her horrified reaction. And then he chuckled. "Your Leman is probably back in the Great Hall." He placed a hand to the hilt of his sword as he told her, "Where you should be. Are you still going to try and kill me?" She questioned him as she glanced around the tunnel. There was nothing in the immediate area that she could use to defend herself. All Kara had were her words, so she questioned, "Do you think now that Bold has succeeded that my presence shall not be missed? And since you claimed I attacked you before, do you think that they shall not blame you for my disappearance?" Turk studied her determined expression, and then he moved his hand away from the hilt of his sword as he said, "There are other ways I can destroy your life." He paused and stepped to the side when he heard a group of boys approaching, and Kara hurried past him toward the Great Hall. "This is not over," he yelled after her. "I shall not allow you to become a Dracowoman. Mark my words, wench, you shall not taste freedom." She raced back to the Great Hall and found Tretch back in his seat. Kara was so relieved to see him and headed for her seat. "There you are. Where did you go?" he asked her. "Nowhere," she replied. Then she sat next to him as Kara remembered Turk's warning. And she said, "This is a night to celebrate, and for tonight, let us put aside our burdens from this life. I want to revel in bold success." Kara looked at the hatchling and her dragon peered up from eating, and he smiled at her. Blackfire looked at his rival, heard Bold's thoughts, peered at Kara, and then looked back at Bold. Blackfire gave a low growl at the other hatchling. Bold hissed back at him, and then he smiled again at Kara. She was his and no dragon, even one as big as Blackfire, would get in the way of the act tomorrow. "Yes," she told Tretch as she turned her attention back to the boy. "I want to enjoy this moment of our success. And we shall." Tretch shouted as he raised his goblet. "To our success." Kara clanged her goblet to his as she repeated his cheer. "And to the many more that shall come." Chapter 7. The Fourth Act. Kara restlessly lay on her bedroll from all the excitement of the day trek. She knew she had to get some sleep for much was happening the next day, so she closed her eyes. Kara finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. She was so happy that Bold and herself made it through the breaking dawn and would be allowed to continue through the dragon rite. She was so relieved she didn't have to run away, for she loved it at Firedrake. She loved Bold and Tretch and had grown fond of Winfrey. Kara could sleep peacefully without a care in all the world. Her mind took her to the grassy hill by the silvery blue oak where she first made her connection with Bold. The tree wasn't damaged by lightning that occurred in one of her earlier nightmares. It was untouched, and a wind gently blew its leaves. This place had a special meaning to her. No to them both. She walked around the grassy hill of her dream and touched the green blades that came up to her knees. Kara directed her attention to the sky where she knew her dragon was flying above her. Her brother in arms was close, much closer than he had been in her earlier dreams. She realized that he had matured much since then and that she was no longer dealing with a baby dragon, but a young dragon. Kara reached up her hand and felt that he reached down his talon for her. She wanted to fly in the sky with him. She wanted to ride on his back and take to the blue that had always peered down on her. And then in the blink of an eye, she was on her dragon's back. They lifted high in the sky, and she heard his strong wings beat the air as they flew. She expected that she would be terrified to be so high as she had been terrified on the cliffs. There was no fear in her heart, only trust and love. These emotions she shared with her dragon, and they would never be separated now that they had found each other. The next morning, Kara woke with a tune on her tongue. It was a melody she heard Winfrey hum on many occasions. Kara stared at the bowl of fruit on the table, craving an apple, but for the coming act, they were to have no breakfast. She woke Bold with a kiss on his forehead, and then she rubbed him down with oil so that he would look nice for the coming act. Kara did the best she could to make herself presentable, but the only clothes she had was the dingy sackcloth tunic. Kara ran a comb Winfrey gave her through her long strands of brown hair, then washed her face and arms within a water basin, and dried herself with a towel. He seemed to pay more attention to her since he first showed her that he could glide. Kara was thrilled with his new interest. It would make training a lot easier once the fifth act started. Bold moved over to her and signaled that he wanted to put his head to hers. Kara pressed her forehead to his, and she saw images of their life together. She saw herself with her arms wrapped around his egg, and that image made her laugh and cry. She had waited so long for her hatchling to come out to her those 2 days, and here he was speaking to her in his own way. Next, she saw images of her feeding Bold, bathing him, and carrying him nearly everywhere they went the first week or so. She had held him like a baby in her arms and gave him all the love she could muster. The images she saw were a mixture of hers and Bold's point of view. They had spent a lot of time together, just the two of them, and their bond was one of love, friendship, and hard work. Many more images of their time together flew through her mind, and it warmed her heart to remember each and every event. They had come so far together, and they both deserved praise for their accomplishments. No one thought they could do it, but they did. They attained breaking dawn together, and if they could accomplish that feat, there was nothing that they couldn't do. Kara finished getting them ready, and then the two of them headed for the ritual room along with Winfrey. They were nearly the last to arrive. 13 candidates and 5 hatchlings assembled in the ritual room. 3 of Blackfire's candidates had left during the night. It was rumored that Turk had a hand in their early departure. All the patrons were there as well as Bork, and they all stood in the back of the ritual room. Turk was talking to his father, and they were both glowering at Kara. Bork nodded several times as Turk explained something to him, and then a pleased expression crossed Bork's face. Kara took a step closer to Tretch, finding some comfort and protection beside his taller frame. The 4 Venetian red scribes gathered, then went and stood on the observer dais. Their convey scrolls floated in front of them, and a few of the scribes were writing. Their blazing quills seemed to set fire to their words before they were whisked away. Winfrey and the other attendants went and stood by a tunnel with a view of the middle ground. Each of them would cheer in their hearts for the candidate they had grown fond of. Dragon Elder Durin roared to quiet everyone assembled. He moved to the quickening chamber, turned and faced everyone, and then he ordered, "Hatchlings, You shall line up beside me as so. Sky, Dirk, Tyrion, Bold, and Blackfire. He waited until the hatchlings lined up, and then he continued, one by one. You shall move forward to the middle ground, and there you shall stand in its center. And then those who are candidating for you shall join you. Any candidate may leave or join the group at any time, but no one else is permitted to step upon the middle ground. Durin motioned to the dragon guards behind him as he spoke. These here shall ensure this rule. And they shall also not let any into the quickening chamber. So patrons do stay in the ritual room for your own safety. His next words he directed to the hatchlings as he stated, your selection shall be final, so pick your candidate carefully. And once you have selected him or her, you shall mark them with a bite to their left hand. Later, after the 5th act is completed, the selected candidate's gift shall be sealed to your forehead using magic. Durin turned his head, addressing the crowd as he spoke. Is everyone clear as to what is to happen? Good. Let us proceed. Sky, you are first. The light blue hatchling walked forward and went and stood on the round platform. He was met by Cyan and 2 other candidates. Sky went to each and circled them as he decided on which of the 3 to pick. The candidates held still with their left hand lifted, waiting for the hatchling to mark one of them. Sky was twice the size of the boys and had majestic, sleek wings. He bent and sank his fang into the middle of Cyan's hand, and Cyan cried out in pain as blood dripped to the floor. The 2 rejected candidates were quickly urged to leave by Dragon Elder Durin, and then one by one, they did with shattered hearts. Cyan gritted his teeth, and after some time, the pain lessened. He looked at his hand, and the wound magically healed, leaving what looked like a black dragon tattoo. He hugged Sky, and the dragon returned his affection, and then the 2 of them stepped down from the platform and moved to the side to watch the rest of the 4th act. Dirk came next and made his selection. Tyrion followed and selected a boy who was not Barman. Barman screamed and yelled at the hatchling and refused to leave, but with time and many harsh words, Bork was able to talk the boy down from the platform. He went and slumped down beside a wall and covered his face with his hands. Bold moved forward, and Kara joined him on the middle ground. Her heart fluttered with excitement and joy. A new life waited for her. Her brief existence as a candidate gave her only a taste of what her days would be like from now on. As a Dracowoman, she would not be bound like a slave. She would have true freedom. Kara smiled at the hatchling, and Bold gazed back at her with his usual expression. All their hard work had paid off, and all she had to do now was endure a little pain. So she lifted her left hand. Bold finally returned her smile, and he slowly moved to her. He opened his mouth, and she could see his many sharp fangs. Kara remembered how the other boys had screamed and knew it was going to hurt a lot. She braced herself, telling herself not to scream as Bold leaned in to bite her. He paused before sinking his fang into her flesh, and then he studied her stunted arm and stopped. He pulled his head back, and then he moved his head so that he was eye level with her. This is a great day for both of us, he told her, beaming with pride. Bold surprised everyone in the room by talking, not with his mind but with his mouth. No dragon as young as him had ever done so in the history of Athenia dragons. The Venetian red scribes' blazing quills radiated as the intensity of their words flew across their scrolls. They fervently recorded this auspicious occurrence. Today marks a new journey for both of us, Bold continued. You Kara have come so far, farther than anyone else in this room. I do not think anyone understands just how far you have come. She was so pleased to hear her dragon's voice. She had often wished they could talk and was never able to communicate with him using her mind beyond the images he showed her. Now they were both at a level where they could express themselves beyond their actions. But if he could talk to her like this, why didn't he say something to her while they were in their room? Why did he wait until now to reveal his language ability? Kara started to say something to express her bliss-filled delight, but Bold continued before she could. I have learned much from you as you raised me, and I have learned even more about you when you awkwardly tried to communicate with me. You might not have understood me, but I understood you and saw so much of your life. Even the last time in our room, yes, the very last time we shall ever complete a mind sync, I learned a lot about you. Kara was a bit confused by what he was saying. Did Bold mean he could see into her thoughts? Could he see into those thoughts she didn't want anyone to see? And why would he say it would be the very last time they would do so? You were born with a useless arm and leg, and your parents could have discarded you or they could have killed you, but you survived. Bold spoke as he circled her. Your parents did eventually throw you away and gave you up like some unwanted dog. No, that statement would be wrong. Most dogs are wanted, but you were despised and hated by those you loved. It is a cycle you cannot seem to break. From behind her, he leaned his head on her shoulder and wrapped his wings around her body as if to give her an affectionate hug. And then he stated, I do not understand why you expect to find a family here at. I guess I am getting ahead of myself. I should finish your story first. He paused, and then he continued. Bork took you as payment for some debt your father could not repay. Your father offered you instead of an old sow, and Bork accepted. To think your own flesh and blood father preferred a pig who was only good for meat over you. To think your father found more value in an old sow who could not have piglets. Her rejoicing vanished as a mystified horror reached up and snatched her joy away like a hawk grabbing a field mouse. She didn't know what to say or do. Kara wondered if what she was hearing even came from her beloved Bold's mouth. It had to be some sort of trick. Who would play this kind of cruel joke on her? She wanted to glance back at Bork and Turk to see if maybe they had a hand in this. But her shock immobilized her and forced her to bear witness to her hatchling's vindictive tirade a little longer. Bold snuggled his head up against hers while he embraced her in a malicious hug with his tiny wings. And then he took a deep breath, breathing in the scent of her hair. Kara always had a nice scent that had a hint of something he could never put his claw on. He always wanted to gobble her up, but he held back. Bold told her, "I do not understand why you expect to find a family here in Firedrake when no place else wants you. Why do you believe you can change your stars? Why do you believe you can be anything more than a useless wench? I am getting ahead of myself again. I was talking about Bork." He lifted his head and released her, then walked around, faced her, and said, "I have contemplated this for a long time, for I cannot figure out why Bork wanted you. Perhaps he thought he could use you for breeding when you became the appropriate age. Is that what you are? Are you a breeder, Kara? Your worth beyond that I cannot see." Bold sat on his haunches and was still eye level with her as he continued. "What amazes me the most is that someone like you became a candidate. I cannot figure out why one of the elders did not step in and stop you. One look at you and everyone can tell you can never be a Dracowoman." Syllabary rushed over to Dragon Elder Durin, who stood behind him on the observer dais, and he questioned the great yellow dragon. "What is going on?" "I do not know," Durin replied. "Something is not right. Something is not right with that hatchling. Should you not do something?" Syllabary asked him. "You know as much as I that no one except a candidate can step foot on the middle ground during the fourth act." Bold noticed Dragon Elder Durin and Syllabary looking his way and seemingly talking about him. So Bold repeated, "I do not know what the Dragon Elders were thinking. Not only them but you, Kara. Do you really believe you can become a Dracowoman?" Bold touched her outstretched left arm and questioned her. "Do you believe you shall be able to wield a spear and shield to defend my hide?" He watched her reaction, then he glanced at Bork, and then Bold said, "In all fairness, though, that is not what you are worried about, is it? You are not thinking of the future. You are thinking of the past. You do not want to return to your old master." He glanced at Bork again, and then Bold continued, "You do not want to be subjugated to his cruelty anymore. I am digressing, though. I was talking about our journey." Her face turned red with embarrassment and seemed to burn with mortified disbelief. The pale dragon, who stood before her, could not be the Bold she raised. He could not be the baby dragon she loved and cared for. And he could not be the one she placed all her faith in. They had made a promise. They promised one another that they would be there for each other. But he was. Bold was tearing her down. He was beating her with his words as much as Bork and Turk had beat her. Why would he do such a thing to her when the only thing she had ever done to him was love him? As if they were merely having a leisurely talk and not a life-devastating one. Bold stretched his wings, yawned a toothy yawn, then looked down at her, and said, "If we are going to talk about our journey, we need to talk about the beginning. I heard you when you called out to me from the other side of my egg." Bold paused as he remembered back to that day, and for the first time, his face showed anger as he yelled, "Damn you, you cheery and optimistic wench. I wanted to stay within my egg and sleep my life away. But you persisted. You pestered with all your nagging thoughts of a better life. So I finally gave in and came out. I greatly wanted to see who had made me so many promises. I wanted to see who this great human was who would help me attain my breaking dawn. I envisioned a goddess of war with a body designed for combat. But all I found was you. I was very surprised and looked all around for the great Dracowoman who would be by my side. I nearly cried when I realized it was you. I came out of my shell for a discard of humanity. I nearly cried when I realized all I had was you. I did cry when I realized I had left my egg for a silly girl like you who did not know her own limitations." The angry expression on his face faded, and an expression that only mocked her replaced it. And then he said, after some time and sulking, "I thought no matter. I could not stay in my shell forever. I had to come out, and now I could lay about and do nothing to my heart's content. But you told me you would never leave my side. I knew from that moment I had to find a way to get rid of you, or the life I envisioned for myself would never come true." Kara stated, not really comprehending what he had said to her. "I never lied to you. I shall never leave your side. I shall." "Stupid wench. You have not understood what I have said, have you? I do not want to become a fighting dragon. I want to be a lieabout, but that was not part of your vision." "Oh, wait. I forgot about this. You even boasted there was no power in this world that would make you leave my side. I know that is not true, and I shall prove it. I shall bring about the force that shall finally rid me of you. I do not understand, Kara said. I thought you do not know me. If you had, you would have known that I was content in being a normal lazy dragon. I wanted to eat and sleep the days away. I have no desire to fight warlocks or leviathans. He looked at those gathered in the ritual room, and then he stated, Tretch did try to convince me to fight for him, but his words fell on disinterested ears. He wanted fame and glory, but I wanted a quiet life away from those who call themselves brave who in reality are only stupid. Kara was near tears, but she managed to ask, if you wanted no part in the dragon rite, why did you show me you could fly? You could have easily not shown me, and we would not be here right now. But it is the point, is it not? Do you not understand my meaning? Let me explain then. It was not until a few treks ago that I decided I would complete my breaking dawn. My body may not be strong enough yet to fly, but my body's design does allow me to glide. I have known this for almost 3 fortnights. The only reason I flew was you. Me? Kara repeated as she still couldn't fathom what he was hinting at. She stood there still frozen with her left arm stretched out, waiting on a bite that would mark her and save her life. She waited on a mark that would never come. Yes, you, Bold told her a little giddy, and then he questioned her. Do you remember walking off by yourself after our training the other day trek? Well, I followed you, and I watched as you sobbed as the pitiful creature you are. I heard in your mind that you would run away. You would run away if you could not become a Dracowoman. I thought to myself that should not happen. You had found your place in this world, and you should not run away from it. You shall become the perfect breeder, and you can provide many slaves for Bork. I knew this, so I could not let you stray from your path, and that is when I decided I would fly. To keep you on your path, I would fly. Of course, that changed my journey, and now I am stuck completing this pointless dragon rite. He sighed, thinking of the life he abandoned to obtain his revenge. And then he said, it looks like I shall not be a lazy dragon. It looks like I shall have to train and boost my magic skills to fight warlocks and leviathans. What are you saying? Kara questioned as the cavern around her whirled as much as her mind whirled in confusion. You are not that dim-witted, are you? Bold asked her, and then he said, I see that you are. If I must, then I must, so I shall explain it to you. You shall never become a Dracowoman. Bork is going to drag you from this room and return you to your proper station in life. You shall become a breeder. Bold moved closer to her. Then he rubbed his head up and down her body below her belly button as he told her, soon men shall start to touch you like this. Stop it, Kara yelled as she shoved him away from her. He laughed at her appalled reaction to his cruel betrayal and her confused outrage. Bold told her, maybe Bork shall father a few of the children himself. Would you like that? He hissed his delight as he spoke. You shall be his bitch. Maybe Turk shall come for a visit and help himself to you. And you can be his bitch too. Would you like that? I think you would, but more importantly, do you understand? Is everything clear to you now? Where once you thought I was the one who would be cast off. But now I cast you off. I cast you off because of your weakness and your uselessness. Be gone from me, wench. You shall not be my Dracowoman. You are abandoning me, Kara said as she finally broke down and cried. You are casting me off. All I did was love you. All I did was accept you as you were and believe you could be anything you wanted to be. I wanted to be a normal dragon, Bold told her. Have you not been listening? Is that it? Kara questioned him. Are you doing this out of fear? Do you believe I shall stop loving you because you wanted to drop out of the dragon rite? She peered at him with a heart-sick expression as she told him, I would not have stopped loving you because of that. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she told him, if you had told me, if you could have somehow communicated with me your wishes, I would have been greatly disappointed because of my own predicament and tried to convince you otherwise, but I would never have stopped loving you for that. You lie, Bold stated angrily. You would have hated me as much as you hate me now. Not that I care one way or another if you love me. What use do I have for love? I shall be a terrible fighting dragon and shall one day die fighting a warlock. I would have, Kara insisted. I would have continued to love you even as Bork dragged me away from Firedrake and all those I love here. But now, she sobbed some more before continuing. Now the love I have for you. It is. She didn't want to say such a dreadful thing as I hate you even if Bold deserved to hear it. So she let that thought drop. And she asked him, do you really hate that I wanted to consider you family? Do you really hate? Kara couldn't speak anymore and wept bitterly. From his spot on the observer dais, Syllabary asked Dragon Elder Durin, can we really stand here and do nothing? The actions of this hatchling are unprecedented. In the history of the Scribes, I have never seen a hatchling act this way. There has to be something wrong with him. His behavior is unbecoming of an Athenia dragon, but we must bear witness only. Durin told him, the dragon guards shall attack any who step on the middle ground who are not candidates even if it were I who did so. The great yellow dragon looked at those in the ritual room, and then he spoke. Maybe one of the candidates shall help her. We cannot interfere, but back at the middle ground. You would not have loved me, Bold insisted. You would have pushed and forced me to continue the dragon rite, using the love you believe is between us. You should know that we are not attached in any way. I care nothing for you, you stupid useless wench. After Bold assaulted her with his words and his vulgar actions, she stared at him in utter dismay. The world she had envisioned for herself was burning to the ground around her. She was so unsettled, Kara was unable to answer his accusations. Bold whirled with the sensation her sheer humiliation brought him. He waited for this day trek for so long. Bold studied her trembling outstretched arm, and then he told her, "How dare you hold that feeble thing towards me? It repulses me. You repulse me. To think you would dare dream of becoming a Dracowoman. Are you stupid? You are definitely wretched. Go back to your master, wench. Unlearn your name, for you shall never hear it again." He paused, and then he added, "Today I am going to demoralize you, and you are going to beg for an end to my words, but that shall not happen until I have heard what I have come here to prove." Kara realized she had placed all her hopes and dreams in a being she truly didn't know. Who was this young dragon standing before her? She knew nothing of his mind or his heart. How could she be so wrong about him? And how could he say such evil and cruel things to her? She raised him and loved him. Why did he have such harsh feelings toward her? Did she do something to him? Was there a reason for his hatred other than her existence? How could he? No. She had done nothing wrong. Kara gave him a place in her heart, and she cared and nurtured him. There was no reason. The heartache she felt turned to anger, and then that anger turned into rage as she whispered, "No." Kara stepped toward Bold and shoved her arm in his face as she demanded, "You shall mark me, you ungrateful hatchling." Her eyes reddened with her ravaged hopes as she declared, "I shall become a Dracowoman. You shall mark me, and I shall become a Dracowoman. You said it yourself. You must select a candidate. Mark me and let us forget about this nonsense. You cannot mean all that you have said. Mark me and—" Tretch moved forward as if on cue. He walked up the steps to the platform of the middle ground as if he were a prince coming to be crowned king. And then he moved forward until he stood beside her. Kara peered at him as a revelation swept over her that seemed to grab hold of her like an undertow. The revelation dragged her under a sea of conspiracy as points in time became clear to her. Bold wasn't the only one who had planned to betray her this day trek. She had been stupid. Kara lowered her arm, surrendering to her brutal reality. From the moment Tretch befriended her, he had a plan. And he planned on taking her hatchling away from her. Tretch lifted his left arm toward Bold, confirming her worst fears. She felt ill as if she would throw up. How long had the two of them planned this? Tretch had been so kind to her as he helped her, but he was only helping himself. He wanted Bold to fly, for he would become his dragon. "Did you plan this from the start?" she asked Tretch. Or was it something that came to you later? Was all the time the three of us spent together, was it all a lie? Tretch didn't answer her. He didn't even give her enough consideration to look at her. A horrible thought crossed her mind, and she glanced back at those in the ritual room to the son of Bork. Was that what Turk meant? Did he know that Tretch was going to take her hatchling away from her? She stared at him with a look of terrified understanding. And Turk smirked back at her. He did. Turk knew all along, so Tretch had planned this from the beginning. She should have realized what the boy had been up to. Why else would he want to help someone like her? Why else would anyone want to help her? He had done this to her. Tretch had. She turned back to Bold, knowing she couldn't blame Tretch for this. It seemed like Tretch was being used as much as she was. Tretch couldn't have planned all of this. The one behind it was Bold. If her hatchling had cared for her and really relied on her, Bold wouldn't betray her. Bold was the one who despised her for some reason she couldn't fathom. How could she have not known how he felt? Did he hate her from the moment he came out of his shell? Did she really disappoint him with her feeble self to the point of making him cry? All that love and devotion she gave to him, did he ever return it? When she kissed him or hugged him, did he ever return her affection? Kara started to ask, "Did you? Are you wondering if I hated you this entire time?" Bold interrupted her, and then he honestly replied, "No, I did love you, and in a way, I still do. I am not completely heartless. You did care for me when no one else wanted a frail thing as myself. You believed in me when everyone else thought I was a failure. Then why?" she questioned. Bold replied, "The answer is easy for you to see. I hate your very existence. You see, like me, you were born imperfect but unlike me. You believe there is nothing that you cannot do and that you have no limitations. Many have tried to show you your error, but you have ignored them. I shall not be ignored. This all goes back to your fears, does it not?" Kara accused him. "Fear of what?" Bold questioned her. "Fear of dying. I already admitted that. Fear of being stuck with someone as useless as you. I have already tried to explain that to you." "No," she answered. "You are afraid I shall cast you off. You are afraid that I shall stop loving you for some reason. I already told you that would not happen. I shall always love me. Is that what you are going to say?" Bold questioned her as he laughed at her. "Even after everything that I have done to you this day trek, are you going to stand there and tell me you still love me? You cannot love me. You do not know the half of what I have thought about you. You only know a minute part of the things I wish to do to you. Tears seemed to weld up in his light blue eyes as he stated, "So do not dare say that you love me, for I know it is a lie. There is a darkness within me. A darkness that devours love and destroys all things good around it. You cannot love me, for if that were true. If that were true." He stared at her for a long time, and Kara thought she saw a glimpse of regret in his eyes. She wanted to step forward and wrap her arms around him and tell Bold that she forgave him, that it didn't matter what he had said out of fear or self-loathing. She would forgive him and they could still become a team. Kara took a step forward to fling herself upon him, and he must have sensed what she was about to do or heard it in her thoughts, for Bold retreated a few steps. Bold closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, they were no longer torn between two paths, but set on one. And he stated, "We have greatly strayed from the topic. I told everyone about our journey. I told you I shall not be ignored. And I shall not let you ignore your limitations any longer. Your stubborn blindness ends today." He moved around her, snapped his head forward, bit Tretch on his hand, placing his mark on him. And then he declared, "Your fate is sealed." Bold turned and faced her as he declared, "I have sealed it with my own fang." Chapter 8. The candidates have been selected. Bold's atrocious words echoed through Kara's mind until they hit the very core of her soul. First, he humiliated her, then he tore down her spirit, and finally, he sealed her fate to one of misery and loneliness. She stared at her beloved hatchling, not knowing what to say or do now that it was all over. Bold peered at her all giddy, waiting on her reaction. It was as if he dared her to tell him how she hated him now. He dared her to declare the truth for all to hear. She had to hate him now. She had to despise him with all of her heart. "Say it," Bold finally spoke. "Tell me how you love me now. Tell me how you shall never leave my side. Tell me that you shall always be there for me." He moved over to her and wrapped his wings around her shoulders as if they were hands. And then he beseeched her, "Go ahead. Call me your brother in arms." Her unyielding spirit had been dashed, and her will to live had been sucked out of her. So Kara stood there like an empty doll. Her body felt heavy as her soul did. Did he understand what he did to her? Did he understand that this wasn't a game and that he had doomed her to a horrible life? "Say it," Bold urged her as he was inches from her face. "Tell me." "You broke my heart," Kara whispered to him, giving in to his demands. She wanted this done, so she relinquished her dreams and aspirations to his brutal will. "You made me feel anger towards you. Please let us stop this now. It is enough. I do not want to hear any more." "I shall not stop until I have heard it from your lips," he told her. "I do not want to hear about your anger. I want to hear what your love for me has become. I want to hear the word, so say it." She gave in again and murmured, I hate you. Are you satisfied now? I hate you." Bold released her and took a few steps back from her as if she struck him with a devastating blow. She didn't understand why he would be overwhelmed by the very thing he wanted to hear. Maybe this was an act. Maybe his performance of being wounded by her declaration was just that. A performance. He had set the stage, gathered the actors, wrote the script, and now they performed the tragedy. What more was left? Was there anything unsaid? "I told you," Bold hissed at her. "I told you I would demoralize you and make you beg for an ending. I have proved what I set out to accomplish, so my time with you has come to an end. I truly cast you off now. I cast you off to the life you were meant to live. I cast you back to the life you should never have had aspirations of leaving." Kara realized her misery wasn't at an end. Dragon Elder Durin told her he would give her back to Bork. She thought the world around her, which had been destroyed, couldn't be devastated any further. But she was wrong. It could be burned, it could be turned to ash. Kara's heart sunk deeper into despair as the life of a breeder flashed before her eyes. She turned and glanced at Bork. He must know that Dragon Elder Durin would give her back, for he had a victor's expression on his face. Another tear trickled down her cheek. With his true nature reveal, Kara didn't want to bond with Bold any longer. He had been right. Her life as a Dracowoman was only a dream. A foolish dream. She was frustrated, afraid, and infuriated. Kara turned to Durin, who looked on at her from his lofty position on the observer dais. He appeared perplexed and sorry for her predicament, and at that moment, there was no one else she could think of to blame. So she directed her anger at him. "How could you?" she shouted at the great yellow dragon. "Did you do it for my benefit or for your own? Why did you have me drop the bloodstone into the bestowal basin? Why would you put me through all this hardship?" Tears streamed down her face as she turned and glared at Bork as she realized he was also to blame. Kara shouted at him, "I should never have been brought to this place. You should have left me behind." She faced Durin and the other dragon elders and told them, "Letting me think there was hope where there was none was crueler than anything my master ever did to me. Why did you let me taste freedom only to steal it away from me in the end? Why would you do that? Damn girl, quiet your vile mouth." Bork snapped at her, and then he moved for her but stopped before stepping on the middle ground. He ordered her, "Come here." "No, I shall not go back with you," she screamed. Kara knew she was safe from him as long as she remained on the platform. She started backing up to its center when she felt something ram into her back. Kara glanced over her shoulder just as Bold rammed into her again with his head. She stumbled forward several feet. "You should not keep your master waiting," Bolt told her as he charged at her again. Bork may want to copulate with his bitch now. Her body went airborne, and she landed hard on the sand below the platform. She was on the other side of the middle ground opposite of Bork. Kara knew she had no time to be hurt or afraid, so she forced her shaken body to rise to her feet. Kara turned and limped for the quickening chamber. Bork rushed after her, but the dragon guards moved to block his entrance into the quickening chamber. "Let me by." Bork yelled at them as his slave managed to elude him. "They shall not let you by," Dragon Elder Durin told him. "Step back from them and do not test their resolve." "Turk!" Bork shouted as he took a few steps back from the dragon guards. "Go after her." "Yes, father," Turk replied and then rushed after her from his spot in the ritual room. Kara had made it to the exit by then and hurriedly entered a tunnel. And then she left the quickening chamber. She hoped in the confusion that she could escape before Bork grabbed hold of her. All she could think about was the cliff with the yellow-brown sand, the one where that murky black brute terrorized her. The same cliff where she witnessed Tretch and Bold bonding. It would be a fitting place to end her life. It was a place where she had been met by rage and treachery. If she could make it to the cliff, she could jump to her freedom. It was high enough. She could jump to her freedom. She entered another tunnel and then another, desperately trying to throw off any who pursued her. She had enough of a head start that maybe no one would be able to catch up to her before she flung herself out of this world of misery. "Where are you, wench?" She heard Turk yell at her, but it sounded like he had gone through a different tunnel than the one she was in. "When I find you, I am going to put you in your place once and for all." She continued her desperate stride, knowing she was nearly to her destination. "Black fire," Turk shouted. "Come to me, my dragon. I need you. I need you to get the wench. Do not let her escape." Blackfire gave a great dragon scream before she heard him leave the quickening chamber and charge after her. The murky black hatchling was huge now. He was already a third of the size of an adult dragon. Kara increased speed as she heard him rumble across the floor in one of the tunnels like a stampeding herd of yaks. Blackfire tracked her by her scent and found the tunnel she limped through. She screamed once she saw him and increased speed. But it was too late. He grabbed her with his front talons, and she screamed again as he flew them out of the tunnel and into another. She heard his wings flapping and her own heart thundering in her chest. The cool air swiping her face warmed as they neared an exit. Black fire flew out and circled the finger mounds as the sun climbed past a quarter of the sky, and then after a few moments, he headed for a different cliff than the one Kara intended to flee to. It was one of the huge ones. He dropped her to the sand, and then he landed himself some distance from her. Blackfire turned and thundered toward her with his mouth wide open. Kara covered her face with her arms and let out a cry. She would meet her end by dragon teeth and claws. Her death wouldn't be swift as she had intended to end it, but it would be long and filled with pain just as her life had been. The end. Next, AabiLynn's Dragon Rite number 2.
You can also sponsor these audiobooks by purchasing this ebook from Amazon, Google, Barnes & Noble, Kobo, Apple, and a few other stores. I'll leave a link to AabiLynn's Dragon Rite number 2 ebook, so if you would like to sponsor this channel, you can purchase the book. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
AabiLynn's Dragon Rite number 2. Espel, Dragon Sorcery, Might of Swords, Might of Magic, by Kristie Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2014-2019. AabiLynn, Woman of a Sorrowful Song. Chapter 1. The Murky Black Brute. Blackfire. Kara heard Turk shout as she fled through one of the tunnels to escape her fate. She increased her limping headlong flight as trepidation pressed her on towards her grim and final act of defiance against the life fate had given her. Kara managed to escape the middle ground where Bold rejected her as a candidate. No, he did more than that. Bold humiliated and demoralized her as if they had been the greatest of enemies the entire Dragon Rite, and he finally enacted his retribution upon her for all the heinous things she had committed against him. Kara still had no idea why he hated her so. Why would the one who she loved with all her heart cast her off and utterly reject her when she needed him the most? "Come to me, my dragon," Turk yelled from a distant tunnel. I need you. I need you to get the wench. Do not let her escape." Kara heard Blackfire's great dragon cry before he left the quickening chamber and rampaged after her as if he would run over any who got in his way. The murky black brute, who was half the size of an adult dragon now, could easily tear her apart if he got a hold of her. Kara ran harder as she heard him come after her like a crazed great white grizzly bear charging for a hunter who had mistakenly wounded the beast. The image of the symbol Bork wore on his vest and headband reared and roared inside her mind. She was going to die today, there was no mistaking it, but she would decide what death she met. So Kara limped on, desperate to reach the ledge. Blackfire tracked her to the tunnel she limped through, and she yelled out in fright once she saw he hunted her down. He ran quickly through the large tunnel, grabbed her with his front talons, then flapped his massive wings, and took flight. Kara screamed again as he held her close to his fiercely beating chest, and then he flew them out of the tunnel and into a connecting one. Torches flew by in blurs as the young dragon, who was black as any pit, seized her from one grim fate and carried her to a far worse doom. She felt warmer air first, and then the bright light of the morning hit her as they flew out of the tunnel. Blackfire didn't drop her to the cliff as she thought he would. First, he headed out and circled the finger mounds as if he was searching for someone. Kara thought maybe he was searching for Turk. Blackfire headed for a different cliff than the one Kara intended to flee to and end her own life on. It was one of the huge cliffs the adult dragons used. Blackfire dropped her to the sand like an unwanted satchel, landed himself some distance from her, then turned and thundered toward her with his mouth open and dark smoke trickling out. Her horrid life flashed before her eyes as Kara lifted her arms, covered her face, and let out a bone-chilling shrill. Dragon teeth and claws would be her end. Her death wouldn't come swiftly as she intended to end it, but it would be lengthy and filled with agony just like her life had been one of unending misery. Slashing of claws and rending of teeth tore at her flesh, and Kara experienced one of the worst forms of death, or at least that was what she expected. She waited for a long time for the young cruel dragon to attack, but he never did, so she lowered her arms. He stood there glaring at her with this look of disgust and rage on his young face. Kara had held her breath since he dropped her, and when she finally took one, Kara coughed as sand dust filled her lungs. Blackfire stared at her even more intensely, and then he turned his head to the exit as he heard dragons and people nearing them. Knowing he didn't have much time, Blackfire rushed to her, grabbed her arms, and forced them and her down to the ground. Kara screamed and tried to free herself from his powerful talons, but then she quieted herself, realizing it would do her no good to resist. She was so weak and he was so powerful, dark, and ferocious. Even if someone hurt her in time, all she had before her was the horrible fate she would meet once Bork took her back as a slave. Her fate may be worse with the dark hatchling, but it wouldn't last that long, so she gave in to Blackfire. Lying there as still as a corpse, she stared up at the great murky black brute as he stared at her with his blood-red eyes. She wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he kept glancing at the only entrance to the cliff as if he was in a hurry to complete his task before anyone arrived. Blackfire must be still planning on killing her or eating her. Kara just hoped he would make it quick. If she couldn't escape her dreadful life by cliff, maybe Turk's dragon would release her from this life, even if the cost to her was a lot of suffering and torment. Her breathing slowed as she accepted her fate, however horrible and painful it would be. "Please," she managed to whisper, and then she pleaded, "do not prolong my death. I have suffered enough." He eyed her curiously as if deciding what end to give her. The voices of the dragons and people were even closer, but they still had not found them. Now that she was still and didn't resist him, Blackfire leaned down to her and placed his forehead to hers, and they mind-synced. Kara heard a male voice in her own thoughts, and at first, the voice spoke gibberish, but then she heard words that frightened her to her core. "There is no release," he morbidly told her, "and no death, no." She struggled to free herself as she shrieked, "I shall not go back with Bork. Kill me, I want to die. Kill me, you damn creature of the void." Blackfire lifted his head from hers as if she had hit him with a mace. One by one, he released her arms and stepped back from her with his massive dragon legs. He gave her the same rage-filled look he had given her the day of his breaking dawn. Free from him, Kara scampered to the cliff, looked over its edge, and then heard Bork's angry voice above them. It wouldn't be long before someone found them, so if she wanted to be free, she would have to jump to her death. Jump before the dragon stopped her and handed her over to her cruel master. Kara turned to see if Blackfire was upon her yet, and she didn't see teeth or claws or a flurry of wings. He hadn't left the spot he had been standing in. He had only turned to face her, and his rage-filled expression was the same. Blackfire looked as if he was ready to destroy her. She made ready to fling herself over at the slightest movement from the murky black brute, but he never came at her. He must be waiting on Turk, and then the two of them would kill her together or drag her back to Bork. Terror filled her heart from the possibility of dying violently, and from the possibility of dying slowly from the hardship of a slave. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to live as she once was. She peered at Blackfire, trying to guess his game. If he was waiting on Turk, why hadn't he called out? Everyone was close enough that they could definitely hear him. Kara continued to peer at him, to look into those dreadful blood-red eyes, And then she realized it wasn't anger that she saw on his face, but frustration and disappointment. His determined demeanor, she had seen come at her, slowly changed to one of sadness. The more terrified of him she became, the more depressed he got. Finally, Blackfire had enough and placed one of his wings over his head to shield himself from her fear and disgust. Since the time of his breaking dawn until today, he bore her dislike of him over their misunderstanding. Now he feared nothing would change her feelings toward him. Blackfire couldn't take that fact and wept like a child who had lost his mother. Near the edge, Kara didn't know what to do as she watched the murky black brute, who could easily rip a yak in two, sob like some toddler. She watched him cry bitterly, and the heart that despised him and anything that reminded her of Bork and Turk softened. She didn't know why such a horrendous dragon was crying. She was the one who was doomed to return to a life as a slave. Kara edged closer to the cliff and prepared to jump the moment Borkin, or Turk, appeared. She watched Blackfire and decided that she wasn't imagining it. He was crying like a toddler. Why would he? Was he mocking her? Was he cruelly imitating her earlier heart-wrenching bout with Bold? Kara couldn't figure out why he was crying. She should be the one crying, for Blackfire had tried to hurt her twice now. He must be trying to trick her into moving away from the ledge. It must be the only way he could think of to keep her from flinging herself over. She remembered when Blackfire forced her to the ground. It was as if he desperately wanted to mind sync with her to tell her something important, not to threaten her. It was like he wanted to try to communicate with her instead of just killing her or returning her to Bork. A few moments passed as the commotion of the intense search for them echoed around them. She heard Bork and Turk's angry voices along with Syllabary, Elder Durin, and the concerned voice of Winfrey. So many people and dragons were looking for them that it wouldn't be long before they were found, and if she wanted answers, she would have to question the young dragon before her. Staying at the edge, she asked him, "Why have you not dragged me back to Turk or sounded our position? I do not understand. Why did you bring me here? You could have easily held me in the tunnel until Turk or Bork arrived." He lowered his wing and looked at her as tears flowed down his murky black face. "You are crying, but why?" she questioned as she took a few steps forward, drawn to his hurting heart. Kara stopped her progression, fearing it was only an act as she stated, "You are the one who seized me and flew me up here. Why are you crying? Why have you not done something to me?" He took a step forward, and she retreated and ended up back at the edge. Blackfire lowered his head to her height, signaling he wanted to mind sync again. And then he waited. "What do you want from me? What are your intentions?" Kara asked him, and then she realized he wasn't like Bold. He couldn't tell her with words yet. If she wanted answers, she would have to hear them from his mind. She glanced over the cliff, turned back to him, and told him, "I shall come to you, but if you make any movement toward me, I shall jump." He nodded his understanding, so Kara carefully moved forward, preparing at any moment to dart for the cliff. She cautiously placed her forehead to his, then she heard his thoughts again, and they were more organized and clearer. "Please, do not fear me. I have chosen you. Kara, you are the one I want to bond with. Please, do not be afraid of me. Since the day of my breaking dawn, no, even before that, I knew you were the one. You had called out to me over a grassy hill where a tree with a blue trunk and silver leaves stood beside you, and I came. I came and broke free of my egg, but you were not there to greet me." He paused, and then he continued, "I was so confused when I first hatched, and I was so hurt that you paid no heed to me once I emerged. I wanted so desperately to come to you, but the rules of the dragon Rite forbade me. I knew I had to find a way, so I was patient. I relied on Turk for guidance and understanding your kind, and he told me if I wanted to make nice with people, I should smile at them. When I smiled at you, you became afraid, so I believed Turk lied to me. No, I know Turk lied to me. He has lied about many things, and I believe he wants to hurt you as much or even more than the wretched Pale One. I do not understand. How can you pick me?" She questioned him. "I am not one of your candidates. I am not one of the ones who selected your egg. Any candidate can bond with any hatchling. Did you not understand when Elder Durin explained it?" Blackfire asked her. "I did not. I thought once I lost Bold to Tretch that was the end for me. But I guess I also thought no one could lay claim to Bold except for me," Kara stated. "There is so much of the dragon Rite I do not understand. I wish Elder Durin had taken the time to explain things once." Turk rushed out to the cliff, interrupting their mind sync, and then Turk turned and yelled behind himself, "Father, I found the wench." She opened her eyes, leaving the mind sync, but before Kara did, she felt a slight pinch on her hand. Turk drew his sword as Bork arrived, and then Turk questioned, "Shall I kill her father?" "No, I have other things planned for her," Bork told his son. And then he ordered him, "Grab her and hold her down. I brought tethering to bind her." Kara turned to flee for the cliff, but Turk easily seized her as Dragon Elder Durin. Syllabary, Winfrey, and a few of the patrons and candidates came out. Bork threw the tethering cords to his son. Dragon Elder Durin looked at Kara, saw she was no longer just a slave girl, who by an unknown fate happened to join the dragon rite, and then he informed Bork, "You cannot take her. Are you saying you are going to keep her as your slave?" Bork questioned him as his son bound her hands. "I heard you were going to give her back to me." "Now, who is not a man?" "Her. A dragon of his word." "No, you do not understand. I do not want her as a slave," Durin replied. "What you had heard is true. What I am saying is Kara is no longer a slave. She is a plebe now. She has passed the 4th act of the dragon rite. Do not mess with me, dragon." "I know the rules of the dragon rite," Bork told him. Her hatchling selected another, so she must be dropped from the dragon rite like the rest of the passed-over candidates. He watched as his son made sure the restraints were tight, and then Bork told the large yellow dragon, "She is mine to take again." "I can assume by your statement that there are 2 things you have not noticed." Dragon Elder Durin spoke. "Blasted. What are you talking about?" Bork questioned him. "First, you have not noticed the mark of selection on Kara's left hand. A hatchling has bonded with her," Durin said as he motioned to her, and then he looked at Turk and continued. "And second, you have not noticed an angry young dragon poised ready to strike your son." Bork looked and saw black fire ready to attack Turk, and then Bork stuttered out, "You mean?" "Yes," Durin answered, very pleased with the outcome. "Black fire has bonded with Kara. He has every right to kill your son if he does not release her. And I am very much suggesting that he does so and does so quickly, or you shall have to live on Menace and air." "What is he talking about, father?" Turk asked as he didn't realize his once hatchling was behind him, watching him very intently. "Listen very carefully, boy," Bork began, and then he instructed him. "I need you to get up from the girl. Move to me, and make no lip about it." Turk saw the expression on his father's face and obeyed him without pause by quickly moving to his side. Turk looked back to Kara and saw that black fire was gently cutting off her restraints with a claw. His dragon, for some reason, was helping the wench. "Damn dragons," Bork cursed. "Maybe it was a mistake for our tribe to participate in the dragon rite. Come, Turk, let us go back to the ritual room." "We cannot, father," Turk insisted. "The wench belongs to us. We are her masters." Black fire growled, and Turk looked at him as the hatchling bared his fangs at him. He instinctively went for his sword. Dragon Elder Durin warned him, "He shall have your head before your blade is fully from your sheath." Turk moved his hand away from the hilt and stepped further away from Blackfire and the girl. "What is this?" Turk demanded. "What has happened? Why is my dragon helping her?" Kara rubbed her wrists once Blackfire released her and saw the dragon mark on top of her left hand. The pinch she had felt earlier must have been when Blackfire only nicked her with his fang. If he had bitten her, she would have known, but he was very gentle with her, and she did not scream. "No," Turk yelled. "He is mine. I worked with the hatchling. He attained Breaking Dawn under my guidance. He is my dragon." The murky black hatchling closed his eyes and concentrated so that he might speak with his mind. Durin nodded, and then he said, "Blackfire has told me through mind syncing that he did not attain Breaking Dawn under your guidance. The day trek when you and your group were pushing him toward the edge, hoping to persuade him to achieve his Breaking Dawn or die." He paused, and then the Dragon Elder added, "Blackfire's words, of course." Durin continued, "Blackfire heard Kara call for him. He heard her wishing that her hatchling would fly to her, and so he did. He flew to her. That is a lie right from the void." Turk shouted, "This cannot be happening. Bork, it would be wise to take your son now and leave," Durin suggested. "The selection has been made, and it cannot be unmade." Bork looked at the large murky black hatchling, grabbed Turk by his arm, and commanded his son, "Come. We shall get Barman and leave. This is not over." Turk threatened Kara. "Your time shall come, wench, and I shall be there to witness your fall." The two of them stormed off and left the cliff as Kara watched, uncertain that all of this was truly happening. Had she really bonded with a dragon? Had the murky black brute, she had been deathly afraid of, come to her aid when no one else would? Had she really escaped her gruesome fate as a breeder? Chapter 2. Candidates become plebes. Once Bork and his son left the cliff where Kara's life had drastically changed for the better, Dragon Elder Durin turned to the patrons and candidates, and then he commanded them. Patrons, say your goodbyes to those who are staying once you have reached the ritual room. Then take with you those candidates who did not bond, and return to your homes. Durin ordered those moving on through the dragon rite. This has been a very trying day. Plebes, you and your dragon shall go to your quarters and rest the remainder of this day. Your midday meal shall be brought to you and then later your dinner. Do not leave your quarters until you are summoned. The patrons and the candidates, who had gathered on the cliff, turned and left, leaving behind Syllabary, Blackfire, Kara, and Dragon Elder Durin. A dry wind blew over the cliff, kicking up a little dust, and she heard dragons in the distance screaming in the sky above. Kara never imagined the fourth act would have turned out like this. She thought it was all over for her when Bold chose Tretch just to spite her. Kara wondered if Tretch knew Bold only used him and that their bond would most likely be one of deceit and betrayal as her relationship with the pale hatchling had been in the end. She felt so betrayed by Bold, and she still mourned his loss in her heart. Kara couldn't help it. She had loved him so much and never once did she even consider he would cast her off. She had been so focused on him hatching and then him attaining his breaking dawn. It never even entered her mind he hated her and wanted nothing to do with her. Kara stood before the great yellow dragon still staring at her hand with the mark of a Dracorider. She peered up at the wise dragon who for a short time had been her master. Dragon Elder Durin would now be a teacher and mentor to her as she and the other plebes went through the next section of the dragon rite. Kara didn't know what to say to him, but she knew she must at least apologize. I was angry earlier and a bit cruel with my words, she started. You could have easily returned me to Bork the moment he first gave me to you as a slave, or you could have found some reason for me not to participate in the dragon rite. But you did not. I should thank you, for without you, I would not have this opportunity. I do thank you with as much gratitude as I can muster, and I apologize for the words I said to you earlier out of frustration. Please forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, Durin told her. I should not have told you I would return you to Bork. I should have at least found you a good master to give you to if I did not want a slave. I forgot how cruel humans can be. Cruelty is not restricted to humans, Kara told him as she thought of Bold. I do wish that it never existed along with hunger and loneliness. Dragon Elder Durin considered the unusual behavior of the pale hatchling, and then he stated, I guess I have been corrected. Our two species seem to be more similar than I originally thought. Silence fell upon the four of them as they considered the darkness that could take their hearts. And then Blackfire moved to her and motioned with his head that he wanted to mind sync with Kara. She positioned herself so they could, and then he gently bent his neck and placed his forehead to hers. Come, Kara. The Dragon Elder is right about our plebe training beginning tomorrow. We should rest. She looked up into his blood-red eyes with a new profound awareness singing joyously within her heart. For so long, she feared those eyes that seemed to mirror Turk and Bork's vicious intentions for her. Now she saw kindness and affection in them. Something Kara never remembered seeing in Bold's when she would look upon his face. Blackfire's concern and thoughtfulness towards her had always been there, but her fear blinded her to the truth of his love. Love, was that what she saw? Was that how he felt about her? Could anyone love her? She yearned for so long for that simple feeling that seemed to be the most unattainable one of all. Was it so hard to love her? Did her appearance and her seeming lack of physical strength draw people away from her? Kara asked, is this real? Have you really selected me, or have I died? Have I died, and I am dreaming in the spirit world? I would be happy either way. This is real, he told her with his mind. Shall I bite your hand to prove you are alive? No, I believe you, she quickly replied, not knowing if he would bite her. It is only that I gave up and accepted my fate, but you for some reason selected me. I still do not understand why you picked me. Bold was right. My skills as a warrior shall be limited, and I do not know if I can protect you if we go up against a warlock and his Leviathan. She considered their future, or more like she considered his future, with one who was crippled as badly as she, and Kara questioned him. Is it too late for you to pick another? It is, but I would never pick another, Blackfire non-verbally told her as he lifted his nose and breathed deeply of her scent. He knew it already, but he imprinted it even more deeply within his olfactory senses. The air from his nostrils was hot against her face, but not uncomfortably so. It blew back her hair each time he exhaled. This was another thing Bold never did. Dragons had a very keen sense of smell and was one of the things they could use to track down prey or their rider. There were so many things about Bold she never caught on to, but in her own defense, she didn't know much about dragons when she first came to Firedrake. Our paths are bound to the same destiny, Blackfire told her with even more affection. You shall see. We might not know it now, but there is a reason we are to be together. He lifted his nose and stroked the side of her cheek with it. His nose was soft like that of a horse, and she unconsciously raised her hands, letting go of doubt, and hugged him. Happiness couldn't describe how she felt at that moment, but she did realize that he loved her with all his being. She sensed it in the tender aura around them as they mind-synced. Another thing that was different when she and Bold mind-synced. The pale hatchling's sinister aura seemed to make her sick and recoil from him. Come, Kara, Blackfire urged her, knowing she thought of Bold, the one who had been his rival since their hatching. He would try to make her forget about the one who cast her off, the one she thought was meant for her. The one who with brutal words and sadistic actions made her experience a level of abandonment and desolation she never experienced even with her parents. If Kara had only known it was him and not Bold who was with her on the grassy hill within her dream, then the bitterness her heart experienced may be less, or it may have never even existed. It was up to him to dispel the breach of commitment she suffered and replace it with feelings of loyalty and total trust. He would start out with dwarf steps and try to win her completely over with patience and love. So Blackfire projected, "We should rest. I can tell you are very exhausted from your ordeal, and I am somewhat tired. Let us put away everything that has happened today and start anew together." Blackfire got a sense that she trusted him at least a little since he marked her, but he didn't know the depth of her trust. So he added, "Please believe me when I say I am not Bold, and I shall be by your side always, so do not hide part of your heart from me as you are doing now. I know I cannot expect this right away, but with time, you shall see that I am sincere about our bonding. I am yours, and you are mine. I am exhausted," she stated, not wanting to dwell on betrayal or trust. Kara wanted to go hide her eyes in her bedroll or maybe Winfrey's shoulder. She should turn to her new hatchling in her time of need, but then trust and betrayal popped up in her mind again, so Kara moved them away from the subject by saying, "Though, I might need to request different quarters if you are to be my dragon. I do not think you shall fit in mine. It is very tiny, just like." She let the name of her once beloved to dwell only in her mind. Kara decided then and there that she would never mention Bold again in comparing him to Blackfire. She would only speak his name when necessary. Blackfire perceived the sadness within her when she had unknowingly first made contact with him while he was within his egg in the quickening chamber. He perceived that same sadness within her now, along with confusion and uncertainty, and it made him feel slightly put aside. There was doubt within her, as there had been doubt in the statement, "If you are to be my dragon." Blackfire couldn't expect her to rely on him right away, even though he wished it with all his being. He needed to approach their relationship with understanding and perseverance. "I believe my quarters shall do for our needs," Blackfire replied, allowing the conversation to stray from the one he wanted to talk about. "Though, if I can fit in yours, maybe tonight we should stay in your quarters. Kara, I do not want you running into Turk ever again." She didn't like the idea of returning to the place which contained so many memories of Bold and herself, but Kara decided it would be for the best. Memories could only inflict emotional pain and scars. A flesh and blood person like Turk could inflict physical ones, and she didn't want Blackfire to get into any trouble should he hurt the young master. Young master no more. She moved back her head, ending their mind sync. Bold and Tretch could be in her quarters. The room had also belonged to the pale hatchling. Kara hoped Tretch at least had enough sense not to go there as she and Blackfire headed for the tunnel. She placed a hand on her dragon's shoulder as they walked side by side. As the two of them left, Syllabary moved to the great yellow dragon's side, and then he spoke, "Something is bothering me." "What is that?" Dragon Elder Durin questioned the scribe. Syllabary stated, Kara never touched Blackfire's egg and established the first bond, so for him to have chosen her, their connection must be very strong. "I believe you are right," Durin replied. "It is not uncommon for a dragon to choose one that was not touching his egg when they hatched, but it is very rare. This dragon Rite. Many odd things have occurred during it so far." "Odd indeed," Syllabary spoke. "First, there was the laying of the very large egg and the very small one. A girl participating in Firedrake's ritual. Blackfire spitting fire that was not of magic, and him attaining breaking dawn a few days after hatching. And then there was Bold talking as well as any human during the fourth act and not selecting the only one who bonded with him as an egg. And I have never seen a dragon act as he did. Such hatred and cruelty oozed from Bold as if he were consumed by them. He shall have to be watched, Durin said. You might consider pulling him from the dragon Rite, Syllabary suggested. I shall consider it, but for now, he and Tretch shall stay. Expositus, Syllabary shouted, and then his enchanted scroll activated and unrolled in front of him, and he began writing. He paused from his writing and said, since we are talking about odd occurrences, do not forget the incident with Kara and Turk. Dragon Elder Durin inquired, do you mean the time Turk accused her of attacking him? I do, Syllabary answered, and then he stated, no ordinary fire burned him that day. Kara claimed it came from a torch, but I wonder if a dragon was nearby and actually had a claw in it. Are you suggesting Bold came to Kara's aid? Elder Durin questioned. I am not suggesting that, exactly, but I do believe magic was involved, Syllabary said. And then he added, whether it was spell or regular magic, I do not know. If it was not from a dragon, then where did the intense flame come from? Maybe we should look into those who were also involved with Kara or Turk. Her attendant's name is Winfrey, but I do not know much about her, and there is also Tretch. I doubt the fire came from Tretch. Humans are not magic wielders. They can use enchanted items, but they cannot cast. Winfrey, on the other hand, I also do not know much about her. She came up from Ryujin, the south nest of the dragons. She came a fortnight before the dragon Rite and brought no scroll of recommendation, but that is not uncommon this day and age. No one doubted her that she worked at Ryujin. I shall send word to Ryujin and inquire about Winfrey. Syllabary paused from his writing, and then he stated, we have much to investigate. I do wonder if these things we have witnessed have anything to do with the appearance of the Stygian Legion, Durin said. If you remember, a Leviathan was supposed to have been spotted near our border. They did not cross, and the eyewitness account reported a large blurry winged creature larger than a dragon flying in the sky. No one has seen it since, but still. Even knowing it could be true. What do you mean? Syllabary asked. Why would these things here at Firedrake have you also concerned about the Stygian Legion? My friend, I believe these things have been more than odd occurrences, but signs, or should I say omens. Durin answered. Omens? Omens of what? That a new age is upon us, Durin answered, and then he headed toward the tunnel, stomping across the sand. An age where peace and tranquility are but distant memories. I do not like the sound of that, Syllabary stated, and then he finished writing the last word and commanded, Clausus. The convey scroll rolled itself up and came to rest in his hand. He placed it in his satchel along with the blazing quill, and then he followed the dragon elder and also left the cliff. I think I shall send another scribe in search of a queen for this nest, Syllabary stated, and then he spoke. If the gloom and doom you predicted comes true, I should be here to record it. Gloom and doom, Durin uttered as he glanced at the scribe. I would prefer to see you write a happy ending. I can only write what I witness or hear, Syllabary told him. And on that note, can you tell me more about past dragon rites? You sound as though omens have appeared before. Perhaps I shall tell you tomorrow, Durin said, and then he added, I am very tired. This old dragon has seen many dragon rites, and this one has been very trying on me. Is that because you were given a girl slave to do with as you please and you please to give her back? Partly, Durin answered. I wonder if I am not as intuitive as I used to be. I also did not foresee the actions of Bold. No one foresaw his actions, Syllabary said. I wonder what he still has in store for us. More importantly, Durin interrupted. What more does Bold have in store for Kara? Chapter 3. A new menace from the old. Nearly a fortnight earlier. 10 days' journey by horse from the Vander Braze Kingdom's border. 2 of the Royal Draco army flew on a mission. They flew through the skies already some distance from the Athenia palace they were stationed near, and they rode with their shield in hand as all Dracomen and Dracowomen were trained to fly. Corman was the 4th lieutenant of the Royal Draco Riders, which was a unit within the Royal Draco army, and he flew upon Bladed Wing, who had the same rank as he. Along on their mission flew Kylo on his dragon Ice Touch. They traveled for the Forgotten Lands to investigate a slaughter a traveling gems peddler came upon. The peddler sent word to the palace that he happened upon the remains of 2 Droks and what appeared to be an entire flock of sheep. The shepherd who the peddler had spoken to the day before was nowhere in sight, so the palace sent them out to investigate. They feared it was one of their royal shepherds. They started their flight when the sun first appeared on the horizon, and it was nearly at its halfway point. The Dracomen and their dragons would fly through the night trek and arrive at the spot sometime before tomorrow's high sun. Clouds cluttered the warm day as the dragons flew just below them. I heard one of your wife's Droks had a huge litter the other day. I heard there were 24 pups, and if that is true, the litter broke the record by 6. Kylo spoke. He, along with the lieutenant, wore the brown armored leather pants, vest, and boots of a Dracorider along with a white long-sleeve shirt. Those in the army bore 2 crests on the back of their vest and 1 on each side of the front of their vest. On the back of their vest, the large crest in the center was the coat of swords, and it was the crest of the unit they belonged to in the army. Both men bore the coat of swords of the Royal Draco Riders, and the crest was of a purple dragon with wings spread. The smaller crest above it was the coat of claws and was usually the crest of the birth nest of the dragon. Ice Touch and Bladed Wing were both from Yon, the west nests of the dragons, so their Dracomen bore the coat of claws of a sitting dragon with its wings tucked and 1 claw raised. It is true, Corman stated. I believe she shall receive the Royal Athenia Award for top breeder this year. The Royal Vanguard Infantry's Spearmen Division exclusively uses her kennel. They shall be very pleased to hear how many pups they shall be receiving to train this year. Kylo patted Ice Touch's white hide, which was accented by blue, as he spoke. I believe I prefer a dragon to a Drak. They are so much larger than those slobbering mounds of meat that they can prevail over any creature in our lands. There is no way. I cannot say the same thing for you, his pair, Ice Touch, interrupted him. I might prefer a slobbering Drak to you, especially if you keep talking about me like some unthinking creature under your arse instead of your partner. One moment. Kylo shouted. That is not fair. Which part? Corman's pair, Bladed Wing, a green dragon with large gold spots, questioned him. The slobbering part, Kylo declared to the other dragon near them. I by no means slobber. Ice Touch told his pair, you are still as thick as a Drak. That is not fair either. Kylo insisted. Either is having you as a partner, Bladed Wing told him. Corman ordered them, I think that is enough. Let us focus on flying instead, inferring only true things about Kylo. Thank you, Lieutenant. Wait one moment. I do not think that was fair either. You are our leader, so you are supposed to lead by example. And here I thought I was, Corman spoke, and then he chuckled. The 2 dragons joined in on his laughter when a dark blur flew just above them through the clouds. The menacing shadow, about 5 times the size of a dragon, was so massive that its wake rocked the dragons. The menacing shadow quickly came by a second time and struck Ice Touch's left wing, nearly slicing the dragon open, and the attack sent him and Kylo hurling toward the ground. Corman drew his spear from the sheath on his back as he glanced at the other 2 as they fell in their death spiral. He turned his attention to the sky above them. Did you see where it went or what it was? Corman inquired. I did not, Bladed Wing replied. It went back into the clouds, and I have lost sight of it. Whatever attacked them is huge. What of the other 2? Corman glanced down at Kylo and his dragon just as Ice Touch maneuvered himself and stopped his free fall. He glided with difficulty some distance below them. They pulled out, Corman replied. We should fly to them and cover them until we know who our enemy is. Bladed Wing glided down as he and Corman were still wary of their unknown enemy. When they reached their comrades, they saw a large claw mark across Ice Touch's side, and he was bleeding profusely from the wounds. Seeing the size of the claw marks, Corman knew right away what had attacked them. We need to get out of here, Corman told them. Why is that? Kylo inquired, worried about his pair. Only one thing that flies has claw marks that size, Corman started. Most likely a Leviathan and a Warlock have crossed the border and entered the Athenia territory. If it is alone, we are no match for it. If it has brought friends, we are all dead, not that we still shall not die. He kept his eyes on the sky around them as he questioned, Ice Touch, can you fly a while longer? I know you are badly injured, but if you can, we should head for the abandoned fort at Malone. The fort was abandoned for it was hard for the army to use dragons within the structure. It shall be a tight squeeze getting in, but if we can get inside, the Leviathan shall have great difficulty following us, and we shall make our stand there. I believe I can, Ice Touch grunted his reply. Corman asked his own dragon, are you close enough to any other riders to send a message by mind sync? Bladed Wing answered, I am. Relay that we are under attack by what we believe is a Leviathan and a Warlock. We have not confirmed the presence of a Warlock as of yet, but the beast is definitely here. Tell them we are requesting immediate support from any dragon in the area, and that they are to pass this information on to the Royal Draco army. I sense that you are greatly disturbed by this new enemy, Bladed Wing stated after he sent the message. I am. Back during the war, I heard it took at least 10 dragons to take down one Leviathan. We are greatly outmatched, and I fear that we may not survive this day. They allowed Ice Touch and Kylo to fly ahead of them and some distance below them as they watched the sky for another attack. They didn't have to wait too long. The huge Leviathan dove out of the clouds as if it were a great whale returning to the ocean it had leapt out of. A warlock, who wore dark armor, rode upon its neck and directed the great beast toward the dragon they had yet to mark. Corman held tightly to his shield and spear as Bladed Wing used his magic to fight their enemy. His magic talent lay within his wings. His wings glowed, and then he flung wind blades that resembled boomerangs hurling through the air from them. The magical blades didn't directly hit as their enemy moved, but they did slice at the Leviathan. The Leviathan returned their attack with one of his own and shot a sonic blast from its mouth that nearly hit them. The sonic blast did rock Corman and Bladed Wing as if they floated on the ocean. Kylo and Ice Touch turned and started to fly to their aid, but Corman yelled to them, "Continue to head for the fort at Malone. Do not engage the Leviathan. Ice Touch is already severely wounded and cannot sustain another attack. The two of you shall barely make it to the fort as it is. Now go, that is an order." Ice Touch and Kylo reluctantly obeyed and turned, heading away from them. Corman and Bladed Wing needed to gain them enough time to flee. Their enemy was bigger, but Leviathan's speed in flight was nearly on par with the dragon's. The warlock cast a lightning spell with the staff he held and hurled it at Bladed Wing. The dragon maneuvered himself along with his Dracomin so that the lightning spell hit the Dracomin's shield. The shield was made of Vim crystals, and Corman forced the magic back at the warlock, but his black beast evaded the attack and the spell struck the clouds above. The warlock's lightning crackled through the clouds and was so bright it was visible in the day. The Leviathan dove for Corman and Bladed Wing to tear them apart with its humongous talons that were nearly the size of the dragon's body. Bladed Wing called upon his wind blades, and this time, the magical weapons made a direct strike at the Leviathan's chest. The great beast screamed in pain, but it didn't divert from its path and continued to charge at them. Bladed Wing attacked again with his wind blades and struck the Leviathan for a second time, but that still didn't deter it from its downward charge. Bladed Wing turned and started to flee across the horizon from the huge shadow rapidly moving down upon them like a bird of prey on a rabbit. Its great talons were nearly upon them when a blast of ice shot past him and struck the Leviathan's talons. Kylo and Ice Touch disobeyed orders, returned, and engaged their enemy. Ice Touch formed another sphere of energy with his front talons and shot out another attack of ice, hitting the legs of the Leviathan. The added weight on its talons and the sharp coldness searing its flesh deterred their enemy, and caused the Leviathan to flap its wings in place. The Leviathan couldn't move its talons or the lower part of its legs as a block of ice embedded them in an icy grave. Ice Touch prepared to attack again, but before he could, the warlock lifted his staff and called upon his own magic. The Leviathan seemed to become on fire as blazing flames consumed its entire body, and it screamed again in pain, but this time, the attack came from its own rider. The flames didn't hurt the caster. The intense flames melted the ice away, then the Leviathan's talons and legs were free again, and the warlock dispelled the inferno. Smoke rose from the burnt hide of the Leviathan as it started its attack again, but its fury was aimed against the wounded dragon. The great beast was enraged not only at them but the one on its neck that caused it so much pain. Seeing their comrades in trouble, Corman commanded Bladed Wing, "Go for its head and then wait until we are nearly upon it before you strike with your wind blades." The Leviathan dove for Ice Touch, and the wounded dragon turned and flew away as Bladed Wing aimed for the Leviathan's head. Kylo called upon his dragon's magic and channeled it through his spear, which was also embedded with Vim crystals, and then he shot several ice javelins from his spear as the Leviathan neared them. The ice javelins struck but did little to deter the giant beast. Bladed Wing drew close enough so he could hurl several wind blades at their enemy, but by then, the Leviathan had already struck Ice Touch and nearly tore off his already wounded wing. Ice Touch and Kylo plummeted for the earth as Corman and Bladed Wing attacked again. The Leviathan turned on the lone dragon and sunk his teeth into his back leg, and Bladed Wing screamed for the pain. Corman shot several wind javelins at the Leviathan, and then he turned his aim for the warlock. The warlock smiled as the projectiles of air hurled towards them, and then he simply raised a magical energy sphere shield and blocked them. The Leviathan attacked again with its mouth and grabbed hold of Bladed Wing's head, chomping down on him. Their enemy then flung Corman and the battered dragon toward the earth, and Bladed Wing limply fell with his rider staring up at their enemy, knowing that he could do nothing to save his life. The Warlock and the Leviathan circled the area until the two dragons struck the ground, and then the Warlock, after an amusing fight with the Great Dracoman and their dragons, directed the Leviathan to fly off towards their destination. Chapter 4. The start of a new day. The present. Back at Firedrake. The sun rose without Kara as she slept wearily into mid-morning. She dreamed again that night of the grassy hill and the silvery blue oak, but this time she knew who flew above her in the sky and who reached out to her with his talon. And later in the dream, she knew whose back she rode upon. The knowledge created harmony between the two that they lacked when he marked her. Kara couldn't see herself without Blackfire, and he couldn't see himself without her. When Winfrey finally woke Kara, she found that she wasn't sleeping on her bedroll, but she had curled up on one of Blackfire's large wings and he had covered her with his other. Kara thought it would be extremely hot sleeping with a dragon on his sand bed, so she never attempted it with Bold. The temperature was just right for her, but she couldn't see how that could be. Kara had felt the sand long ago, and it was like desert sand that the sun had beat down on all day. She wondered if Blackfire had regulated his body temperature between his wings somehow so it was more to her liking than his. "I almost called for the guards," Winfrey told her as she bent down to the sleeping girl. "I thought you had gone missing when I first came in. I thought something had happened to you, for I called and called but you never answered." Kara saw how worried she made her attendant, and she sleepily spoke. "I am sorry. I did not know I had left my bed, and I must have been so tired I did not hear you." "It is all right," Winfrey told her as she put a hand to her chest to fight off the attack of the heart the girl nearly gave her. "It is not unusual for a young bonded pair to sleep like this. It is just that he is so big it appeared he slept alone. You left your bedroll during our connection dream last night." Blackfire spoke to Kara with his mind, but he hadn't yet mind sync with her the way she was used to. She rolled over and faced him as she was still curled up in his wing, and then Kara said, "I can hear you. I can hear you even though we are not mind sync. You finally allowed me into your heart last night as we rode the winds. We are a bonded pair. We do not need to touch to mind sync, and soon we shall be able to communicate great distances with the mind sync." Kara reached up and touched his soft nose, and Blackfire closed his eyes and nuzzled her hand. The new day came and filled her with joy as he had promised her. Difficulty and hardship lay before them, but they had each other to rely on. She would no longer be alone in this world. She had someone with her who would be like a brother to her. Blackfire would be a true brother to her, not like the ones related to her by blood who cared nothing for her. He would be one who bonded to her by something deeper than a mere chance of birth. "You need to rise," Winfrey told her as she walked over to the table and removed last night's dirty dishes. "Eat something. I shall bring something back for him, and then once the two of you finish, I shall escort you to the training grounds." Grumbling that she must move from his soft and comfortable wings, Kara slowly rose and went over to the water basin and splashed water on her face. She returned to her morning routine, and then she rubbed Blackfire down with oil that she neglected to do the night before. Kara finished getting ready and ate some breakfast as Blackfire ate a raw piece of meat Winfrey brought for him. They finished and Winfrey led them to the training grounds. Later that day, Trek, a man clad in the leather armor pants, vest, and boots of the Royal Draco army stepped forward and was about to introduce himself to the children and hatchlings gathered there. The man had shoulder-length brown hair, a scar across his right cheek, and the small coat of claws of Agamid. The crest was of a green dragon with its wings spread wide, and it adorned the top back of his vest along with the front right side of this vest near his heart. He was a veteran of the army and served as a Royal Draco Skyman. They were an elite unit of highly trained warriors. He bore on the back of his vest and in its center a large coat of swords of a red dragon in flight that looked like a dagger, and the crest was also on the left side of the front of his vest. He still wore the red long-sleeve shirt of his unit as a testimony of his valor and bravery in service. If trouble brewed on the horizon, the Royal Draco Skymen were the first to be sent in. Many tried to enter their ranks, but few made it through the rigorous training and either dropped out or were injured so badly they were forced out or they died. The man peered down at those who gathered before him as he put his hands behind his back and clasped them together. He was a harsh teacher but a good one. Instead of retiring from the army when it came time, he and his dragon decided to return to his dragon's nest AabiLynn and train the next generation of Draco riders. Firedrake became short on teachers, so he journeyed there after teaching a few years at AabiLynn. A woman stood beside him, looking as menacing as he, and she was also clad in the same armor and had the same coat of claws as he. Her hair was long and red and pulled back in a long braid, and her vest bore the coat of swords of the Royal Vanguard Infantry's Spearman Division. The crest was of a walking blue dragon with a mounted Draco rider and a Drac walking beside them. Her long-sleeve shirt was blue. 2 large tables were set up with different types of items on them and were positioned to the left of the instructors. Both of the human instructors made Kara extremely nervous, for here she stood before them merely as a once slave, and a plebe with little knowledge of dragons, dragon rites, or even what plebes train for once they start their schooling. The Dracoman and the Dracowoman's large dragons waited behind them and looked over the small crowd of plebes. It was hard for Kara to keep eye contact with the instructors, whether they were man, woman, or dragon. Slaves kept their gaze to the ground, and it was a hard lesson to break. It had been driven into her repeatedly by a slap or a harsh word. The dragon instructors didn't bear such an intimidating atmosphere around them. It made Kara feel a little better, seeing that a woman was there and that she would be one of the ones to teach her. Dragon Elder Durin didn't lie. There were Dracowomen, and this one had been in the Royal Draco Army. It eased her spirit to know she wouldn't be the only female there. She took comfort in knowing there was much that the Dracowoman could teach her. The dragon instructors weren't as large as Dragon Elder Durin, but they were 5 times the size of most of the hatchlings gathered except for Blackfire and Bold. Blackfire was 1/3 of the size of the dragon instructors, and Bold was about 1/7 of their size. There were 4 other men there. They were Venetian red scribes, donning scarlet robes embroidered with gold, and they recorded everything they witnessed. Kara didn't recognize any of the scribes. She thought Syllabary would be there among them, but he was nowhere in sight. The man in leather motioned to himself and then to the Dracowoman as he introduced them. "I am Instructor Dracowoman Gale, and this is Instructor Dracowoman Air. We shall be teaching you the art of combat with melee weapons. You shall be given wooden practice weapons to begin your plebe training. For you plebes who brought your own steel weapons, starting tomorrow you shall leave them in your quarters and may only carry them if you leave Firedrake. You are all plebes, and plebes only have wooden weapons." A few of the boys groaned over the rule and muttered their disdain of it under their breaths. The group stood on Bio, and it was a plateau located some distance north of the main structure of Firedrake. Plebes from Firedrake, the northeast nests of the dragons, and those from the nearby Agamid, the east nests of the dragons, were gathered to begin their training. Agamid had a large amount of eggs this year and sent their overflow to Firedrake to be trained, since the smaller nest had fewer pairs than normal. There were 12 groups in all. 5 were from Firedrake and 7 were from Agamid. Each group of plebes had their attendant with them. Instructor Dracowoman Air stepped forward, and she stated, "Dragons have few vulnerable spots, and as their riders, you shall learn to protect these weak areas. There are 5 spots on the head and neck that you must protect while you are in combat. Over the next few days, you shall learn those spots and how best to protect them, and while the riders are training here, another instructor shall teach your dragon magic." One of the boys raised his hand. "What is it?" Air questioned. The boy cleared his throat and asked, "When do we learn to fly on our dragons?" "Your dragons are still young and need to mature a little more, so you shall not learn flight until the second part of your plebe training." Air looked over the boy, and then she questioned him, "What is your name?" "I am Plebarin." He motioned to his copper hatchling as he completed his introduction. "My dragon is Plebe Dirk. Understand this, Plebarin, that there is a time for questions and a time to be silent." Air scolded him. "Interrupting your instructor is not that time. Is that understood?" "Yes, Instructor Dracowoman Air." "Good, now you shall be issued your plebe uniforms and your plebe weapons. I shall also have you begin drills to strengthen your body for use of these weapons. Come forward as you are called," Air told them, and then she stepped back to a table piled with weapons. Gale went and stood next to a table piled with uniforms and unrolled a parchment, and then he said, "Cyan of Sky." Cyan stepped forward along with his blue dragon hatchling. He still wore his light brown leather vest and pants of the Northern Grass Plains tribe. The leather band with the silver grass hawk kept back his long light brown hair. Gale handed him his uniform, and Air handed him his weapons. Kara had mixed feelings about Cyan. He was Turk's friend, but she had very little dealings with him. She knew that they would be training together and tried to keep an open mind. If Turk wasn't there, maybe Cyan would treat her and her dragon fairly. Kara of Blackfire, Gale called out. It is actually Kara AabiLynn of Blackfire. She corrected him, then covered her mouth after she blurted it, and feared he would chastise her. It was so unlike her to care if her proper name had been used or not. I stand corrected, Gale spoke, and then he stated, You must be of the Northern Grass Plains tribe. She nodded. Gale called out again, Kara AabiLynn of Blackfire. Here, she replied and proudly limped forward as Blackfire followed. Gale watched as the odd set of plebes went forward, and he couldn't help but see the young dragon that was more than twice the size of most of the other hatchlings. He was almost so distracted by the hatchling's enormousness that Gale almost didn't notice her limping. Kara arrived at the table, and Gale moved to them and patted the murky black hatchling's chest. You are a big one, Gale spoke. I heard this dragon nest had a mammoth-sized hatchling, and to think you bonded with the small child. You cannot judge steel by its shine, Air said as she walked up to them from around the table. Or have you forgotten when you were a plebe? No, I have not, Gale answered the other instructor. Kara asked, What does she mean? Air answered, The man you see before you is known as the Run of Agamid. That was a dragon's lifetime ago, Gale insisted, and then he added with a snarl, No one calls me that anymore. Air leaned to him and whispered, Except maybe me. Gale whispered back, I never recall you calling me that in bed. On the contrary, you have said. Air put 2 fingers to his lips as she whispered to him. Perhaps talking of this in front of the children is not appropriate. Gale glanced at Kara, who had no idea what they were hinting at, and then he told Air, You are right. We shall finish discussing this later tonight. He stepped back to his position, grabbed a pile of clothes, cleared his throat, and said, Here is your plebe uniform. It is the smallest size we have, but it still may be a bit big on you. Kara looked over the hard and tan leather plebe armor that consisted of a helmet, breastplate, shin guards, and forearm guards. She was also given leather pants and a vest with Firedrake's coat of claws proudly displayed on the back and on the front. The uniform was glorious compared to the sackcloth tunic she wore, which had marked her a slave. The first thing she would do once she finished training today was to burn her wretched tunic. Kara never wanted to see anything that reminded her of her old life with the Northern Grass Plains tribe. They wouldn't be the only memories she needed to rid herself of. She couldn't help but glance around the crowd of plebes she had mostly ignored until now, searching for the pale hatchling. But then she felt Blackfire's presence near her mind and knew he would be hurt if she allowed herself to think about the dragon who was once almost hers. No, Kara was kidding herself back then. Bold was never almost hers. Winfrey took the uniform from Kara, and then she told the girl, I shall place these in your room, and you can change into them later. Thank you, Kara replied, though she wished to wear her new clothes now. She would have to be patient, so she walked to the next table. Winfrey headed off along with the other attendants as they took the uniforms from their human plebes one by one, and then they headed for the plebes' quarters. The attendants would return once they prepared their plebes' midday meals. Air grabbed a disc with a handle in its center and a long shaft of wood. Both of the training weapons were made from the canyon oak, a tree native to the area. Air told Kara, These are your primary weapons, so learn to use the shield and spear. These are smaller than the actual weapons, and since they are made of wood, they are much lighter, but once you have grown accustomed to their weight, you shall be upgraded to the next level of training weapons, which are made of metal. You shall not receive your actual Draco weapons until you have passed your plebe training. She looked Kara over and realized why she had been limping. It wasn't because she had been injured during the dragon rite. No, to Air's shock she saw Kara's left leg was shorter than the other and that her left arm was stunted. I shall learn to use them, Instructor Dracoam Air, Kara promised after the woman she admired went silent. She waited for a reply from Air, but for some reason, she only stared at her and made Kara uncomfortable. Blackfire told her in her thoughts, It is time we move on and allow the other plebes to receive their training weapons. Kara glanced at her pair, nodded to him, and looked back to Air, who was still dumbstruck. And then Kara walked off along with Blackfire. She glanced back at the instructors when she was about halfway back to the crowd. Air still peered at her with her peculiar, almost disappointed expression on her face. Do not worry about the Draco woman, Blackfire told her. It shall take some people time to grow accustomed to your unique physical form. She spoke to him through the mind sync and questioned him, Did it take you time to become accustomed to it? No, Blackfire replied. For me, there was nothing to become accustomed to. Yours, I have always known you. He reached over with his head and gently shoved her so that she sidestepped a few strides, and then he projected. Never let people who perceive you ever change how you perceive yourself. Promise me this. Together we can overcome any obstacle thrown at us. The others shall have doubts, so we must be strong in our convictions. I shall try, Kara told him, and then she added, but I do not know if I can promise. It is hard to break away from others' impressions. Back at the tables, Gale continued calling Plebes up as air moved over to him, and she discreetly questioned him, did you notice her deformed arm? Shall she be able to raise a shield with it? Only time shall tell, he replied, and then he asked, was it not you who said we should not judge steel by its shine? If that is true, we cannot judge a plebe by what we think they shall do but by what they actually do. Kara bonded with Blackfire and helped a hatchling attain Breaking Dawn, so she is entitled to the next phase of the dragon rite. She already has to work 3 times as hard as the boys because they have more upper body strength, and most of them have already had some training with weapons, Air stated. And then she questioned, how is she to overcome this infirmity? I cannot see how. We shall have to see how she does, Gale interrupted her as he handed out the next uniform. We have the 5th act to see if the plebes can work together with their hatchlings and are capable of protecting them. It would be a shame if she was not able to complete this act. Blackfire looks like he would make an excellent warrior. I heard he spit fire the day he hatched. There must be great magic within him, and he shall be a brute when he is fully grown. Gale called the next group, Tretch of Bold. Tretch stepped forward along with the pale hatchling and those who had witnessed the tragedy play out on the middle ground within Firedrake's quickening chamber quieted. They waited to see if anything would come of it now that the 2 pairs were in the same area again. Bold spoke to Tretch in a hushed tone. It seems we have gained a reputation among the plebes of Firedrake. Our infamy shall spread, and the plebes of Agamid shall also know about us. Are you sure it was a good idea to bond with me? Tretch replied, I would not change anything. We were meant for each other. Our goals are the same. Bold narrowed his eyes as he looked over at the naive boy walking beside him. Bold would see as time went on if their goals remained the same. Kara was someone Bold cared for. He disliked Tretch, so Bold didn't see their partnership ending any better than the one he already cast off. From her spot in the crowd, Kara watched the 2 and couldn't help but feel sick. So sick she thought she would faint. It was just yesterday that all the hope she had in the world had been placed on the pale hatchling who betrayed her with his malice and hatred. She hoped to put all those feelings behind her, but she doubted even time could wipe them from existence. Just when she thought her knees would buckle, Blackfire leaned his large head down to her and gently rubbed it against her side. His great affection for her strengthened her, and Kara's light-headedness went away. The bond between them flourished as if the half-day they spent together had been months. Do not worry about them, Blackfire non-verbally told her as he snorted, and a spark of black flame shot from his nostrils. If they try to hurt you again, I shall eat them. She felt his hot breath hit against the side of her arm as she said, Thank you for your concern, but I would prefer that you not eat anyone. I am not saying you cannot bite them a couple of times or burn them slightly, just do not kill. It is agreed. I shall bite them if they try to hurt you again, so please, Kara, do not be sad. I shall try, but a heart feels what it wants to feel, she told him as she rubbed the top of his bony head. I cannot help but feel betrayed by the 2 of them. I do not know what to tell you to make you stop hurting. You should know you are not alone. I shall always be with you. Thank you, Kara spoke as she turned and faced him. My heart is a little better already. She wrapped her arms around his head, placed her cheek to his forehead, and hugged him as she whispered, I shall simply try not to think of them and focus on us. We have much to overcome. Or should I say, I have much to overcome before I can be a proper Draco woman. We is the correct term, he projected. I shall help you any way I can. Chapter 5. Hold your shield, hold your spot. Gale and Air finished handing out the uniforms and weapons to the human plebes. All of the attendants had left, and one of them was already on their way back, walking up the steep trail to Bio. The attendant went and stood by Cyan and Sky. He had a satchel with him that contained the plebes' midday meal. Look here, Air shouted to get the attention of all the plebes. You of the tribe of men shall learn the basic moves of your weapons, and you shall practice them all day. Tomorrow, you shall put them to use, so learn them well. Air picked up her Dracospear that had been leaning against the table and her Dracoshield that had been lying on the table. The shield and spear were made of Argon steel, and Vim crystals were embedded in both of them. Blacksmiths of the Argon dragons created the steel with their own fiery breath. When King Vis first invaded the land of Athenia, his Stygian legion pillaged the land of Argon along the way to supply their army. The Stygian legion nearly wiped out the cave dwarves who had a symbiotic relationship with the Argon dragons. Cave dwarves mined for gold and gems, and the Argon dragons used their abandoned mines for lairs and in return, guarded their treasure. Blacksmiths of the Argon dragons offered their services to the Athenia dragons, and to this day, they were the only blacksmiths to create Draco weapons. You shall hold your weapons as such, Air instructed them as she held the heavy shield in front of herself. It was oval, 4 sphinx palm widths at its breadth, 6 sphinx palm widths at its height, and had a crescent-shaped indentation halfway up on each breadth side. The spear was all steel and had no separate head, for it was one solid piece. The shaft itself had been honed into a 4-sided point. Air thrust the spear back and forth through the shield's crescent indentions as she told them. Your goal is to be able to hold the shield in place while you thrust your spear 2,000 times. I would like you to strengthen your other arm, so I would like you to switch sides and complete the same number of thrusts once you have finished with your dominant hand. Your muscles shall burn, but this pain shall pay off in the end. Plebes from the tribe of men, you shall conduct this exercise as the plebe hatchlings go to begin their magic training. Now pick up your weapons and begin. The boys and Kara lifted their weapons as the instructor had shown them, and they began thrusting with their spears as they counted to themselves. Hatchlings, come with me, Gale said, and the young dragons followed. I shall take you to your instructors. Gale's cream-colored dragon, Chinook, went with him, and Air's green speckled copper dragon, Zephyr, stayed with her. The sun rose behind the plebes as Air observed them. She instructed a few to change their stance and the way they were holding their shield or spear. Air noticed Kara struggling and approached her. 37. 38. Kara counted softly. 39. Kara lowered the shield as her left arm shook with the weight of it, and she could no longer hold it up. She had become accustomed to using her right as if it were the only arm she had, but when Kara noticed the instructor eyeing her, she raised her shield and continued counting. 40. 41. She couldn't keep it up and lowered the shield again. Kara set it on the ground along with the spear and rubbed her left arm, thinking if she did this she would soon be able to continue again. Air moved to her and ordered her, pick them up. Kara quickly did as the Dracowoman angrily hovered over her. Continue, Air ordered. Struggling to keep the wooden shield up, Kara thrust the spear as she counted. 42. 43. Kara lowered it again and felt the disappointment burn from the instructor's grim expression like the rays of the sun heating up her back. Air shouted, do not stop. Continue. I cannot. It is too heavy, Kara said as sweat dripped down her face. I have to rest just a little. I said continue. Air snapped. Kara tried raising the shield, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Air commanded, drop your weapons. As if she had done some great wrong, Kara timidly laid them on the ground. Give me your left hand. Kara placed her hand in the Dracowoman's outstretched one, then Air pulled her arm, and Kara stumbled forward a few steps. Hold your ground, Air ordered her. You cannot have your weapons back until you can pull your wrist from my grasp. Kara tried to free her arm, but she couldn't get it away from the Dracowoman's dragon-like grip. Pull, damn you, pull. Air yelled as if she were a possessed woman. Look at her. Tretch shouted as he laughed from his position in line. Sweat glistened his forehead as he continued with his exercise. Bold was right. She should never have been allowed to join our plebe training. What was Dragon Elder Durin thinking? A few of the boys from Firedrake voiced their agreement, and those from Agamid didn't know what to think. Kara struggled to free herself from Air as she envisioned Turk or Bork dragging her to the post for punishment. I cannot, she screamed. I do not have the strength. My arm is frail. She started crying as she spoke. I cannot. Now she is crying, Tretch sang. Draco warriors do not cry. Send her back to her tribe. Cyan silently watched as Tretch continued to verbally harass Kara. He wasn't sure how he felt about the girl participating in the training instead of his friend Turk. Another boy joined in with Tretch's verbal harassment. He was Vance of the Purple Firedrake hatchling Tyrian. Vance yelled, leave wench. We do not need any women as warriors. Air was about to yell at Kara again when she heard Vance's comment. With a new target in mind, Air turned and threw her spear, and it embedded in the dirt between Vance's legs. He didn't speak again that day, and he hardly ever spoke when instructor Dracowoman Air was around. Tretch also decided to hold his tongue. Air thought about walking over to Vance and beating him nigh of death, but her dragon approached her before she could fulfill her rage desire. Perhaps you are a little harsh with the child, Zephyr spoke. The boy. Air yelled. I should have. Zephyr replied, no, not him. He received what he deserved. I was speaking of the girl. You are demanding a lot out of her, and it is only the first day. Air glanced back at her dragon as she told him, all the more for me to be harsh with her. She has a lot to make up for in less time than these boys do. Or would you prefer she not advance? I am only saying there are other ways. Let me take her under my wing, Zephyr suggested. Air looked at Kara and then back to Zephyr, and then she said out of anger, if you want her, then take her. She moved on to one of the other boys to instruct him as she added, Kara AabiLynn is now your responsibility, and I shall teach her no more. Kara watched as the Dracowoman walked away from her and seemingly abandoned her like so many others had already. Would the Dracowoman really not teach her anymore? Was that not what instructors were supposed to do, was teach? The green speckled copper dragon walked over to Kara and wrapped his wing around her. Blackfire had done the same to her, but Zephyr was 3 times his size and completely blanketed her. Go on, child, cry, he told her. No one shall see you in here. Air can be harsh, but she means well. She wishes for you to advance more than you know, but her methods are more suited to training boys and those who have at least picked up a weapon before. He urged her, it is all right. Go on and cry, for very soon I shall want you to dry your eyes. She relented and cried. Time went on within the leathery cocoon unhindered by the outside world. Kara felt safe within his wing and soon her sobbing subsided. Zephyr slightly parted his wing, so he could speak with her, and he said, you have much to overcome. Are you willing to work hard? Yes, Kara replied as she wiped the wetness from her eyes. I am at least that. Climb on my back, and I shall take you to a place where we can begin your special training, he instructed her. She looked at his large form and saw no harness around his neck or face. Kara also didn't see a saddle and wondered how the Draco warriors stayed on their dragons. She told him, I have not ridden a dragon. I am a little afraid. We shall walk then. Come with me, child. Zephyr kept his wing around her so that she couldn't see the boys. One of the Venetian red scribes followed them as they walked down the path and left Bio. The scribe decided he should record the events around Kara and kept his distance as they walked down the sloping path. Winfrey returned and met Kara on her way down. Is everything all right? Winfrey questioned as she carried a wooden box wrapped in a cloth. Yes, Zephyr replied. Kara and I are going to the Hillax for special training. Winfrey questioned, why to Hillax? All that is down in those caverns are hot springs. Zephyr answered, you shall see. Winfrey inquisitively eyed the Agamid dragon, and then she stated, I shall accompany you then. I have her midday meal here. You may come, but, Zephyr started as he walked on, and Kara followed as he spoke. Do not interfere with the girls' training. Up on Bio, Gale returned with Chinook after they left the hatchlings with their instructors, and he questioned, where is the girl? Air replied, she is gone with Zephyr. He has taken pity on her and wants to shelter her from the inevitable failure of her training. It went that badly. Yes, Air answered. She could not even count to 50 before her shield arm failed her. I do not believe she has what it takes to be a Dracowoman. Gale shook his head as he spoke. That is too bad. Blackfire would have been an asset, and if what I hear is true, a warlock and Leviathan are thought to have been spotted some distance from Athenia's border. That is disturbing news, Air said. Then she thought for a moment, and she stated, Blackfire is young enough. Maybe the Dragon Elders can perform the unbinding ceremony and remove his link from Kara. I shall talk with Dragon Elder Durin, Gale spoke, and then he added, of what I am to understand, she was not one of Blackfire's candidates but another dragon's who rejected her, so I am sure that there is not much of a bond to remove between them. Chapter 6. Blackfire's Training. Gale and Chinook had taken the hatchlings to the crystalline canyon where Dragon Elder Durin waited for them. The elder would teach the young dragons to espel, what Athenia dragon magic was called. The crystalline canyon was chosen for its isolation and its thick canyon walls that could take the brunt of espel, making it the ideal place to practice. Gale and Chinook had left, leaving the 12 hatchlings with Dragon Elder Durin. Durin looked at each of the plebe hatchlings, and then he began, as Athenia dragons, all of you have the inherent ability to espel, and in this class, you shall learn to harness that ability. To battle the Stygian Legion, you must be able to fight fire with fire, as they say. The warlocks and their leviathans are formidable foes, and you have to equal their magic and might if you are to survive an encounter with them. Do not fret though, you have years of training ahead of you before you confront any enemy at home or abroad. Is it true that the Stygian Legion has not been seen in years? Lavender, one of the Agamid hatchlings of the same color who was slim and long and of medium build, mentally questioned. Durin replied, "That is true, but because we do not see our foes, it does not mean we should forsake our training." Thrasher, another of the Agamid hatchlings who was the color of slate, mentally inquired, "What of King Ves? Is he still alive?" Sky projected, "Would he not be over 1,000 years old? Could a human live that long? The normal lifespan of man is about 100 years, but King Ves is no normal man. He could have extended his life through the dark arts or passed on his throne to his children. Our intelligence of his kingdom is foggy, to say the least." Sky projected, "What about?" Durin interrupted him, "Enough with your questions. Let us begin this day Trek's lessons. Follow me." The dragon elder turned and headed away from the hatchlings, and they followed. Dust from the canyon floor rose up as they tread across the rust-colored sand, and Durin led them to an area where hundreds of crystals grew from the ground like saber plants. The crystals consisted of 6 obelisks. One obelisk, that was 3 times the size of the ones surrounding it, rose straight up from the center. The 5 other obelisks stood up out of the bottom of the center one at a 90-degree angle. The aqua crystals were of all different sizes. They ranged from the ones the size of a hatchling's claw all the way up to the mother of them all, which was the size of black fire. Durin walked toward the largest. "These are Vim crystals. They are native of our land. They generate a sphere shield similar to the ones the warlocks use to repel attacks. Once I have taught you how to generate plasma bolts, each of you shall practice penetrating a crystal's sphere shield. This is one of the basic spells that all dragons can conjure, and as you grow older, you shall find that you are better at certain spells than others." Sky placed his talons on the ball-shaped matter that flowed around one of the crystals. He thought the sphere shield might shock him and braced for the bite, but it did nothing to him but prevent him from touching the crystal. He released the sphere shield and non-verbally questioned, "And how do we generate these plasma bolts? It is said that Athenia dragons are born with magic. I do not feel as though I have magic, so how does one use something they believe they do not have? I want to know, so I can defend my homeland." Most of the hatchlings mentally murmured their agreement. "It pleases me to see that all of you are eager to learn," Durin said. "To begin, you must focus your mind on generating a ball of burning energy. The plasma bolt shall form in front of your head. It is your will alone that creates the plasma bolt, and once it has reached the size and power that you want, you must will it to hurl at your target. I shall demonstrate." Durin's serpent eyes glowed blue as a ball of burning cobalt energy formed in front of his head. It was the size of a melon. The plasma bolt hurled forward as if it had been shot from a bow. Then it struck the Vim crystal's sphere shield and penetrated it, and as it did, the sphere shield shattered. Pieces of the sphere shield fell but dissipated before they hit the sand. The plasma bolt struck the center obelisk. The bolt broke apart, and then all 5 obelisks absorbed the energy. The large Vim crystal glowed brightly for a few seconds as it grew slightly, and then once it had absorbed the energy, the crystal began reconstructing its sphere shield. "Your attack did not destroy it," black fire projected as he walked around the struck crystal. "Why is that? Vim crystals absorb the energy of our attacks, and that is why we have selected them to practice our spell abilities upon them. And as you can see, the plasma bolts do not hurt them. They actually feed them. We have formed a symbiotic relationship with the crystals. The first rule of Athenia dragons is that our spell should not be used to hurt things. It should only be used to protect others and defend our lands. It should never be used out of malice." Bold questioned, and many of the Agamid hatchlings turned his way, amazed that one so young could verbally speak. "Do we not hurt others when we defend our lands? Do we not kill to eat? The first rule you have spoken to us does not make sense. Yes, we hurt and kill defending our lands, but we should never hurt or kill for sport or out of lust, greed, or hate," Durin replied, and then he lifted one of his claws as he said, "And before you state that we hate our enemies, know one thing, hatchling. If the only reason you kill someone is out of hate, it is murder." Bold considered if he killed Kara if it would be thought of as murder. He already had hatred in his heart, all he needed was the intent. Durin addressed everyone, "I want all of you to spread out and select your own crystal to practice on, and for now, select a small crystal." The larger the crystal, the more powerful the sphere shield. The goal is to generate a plasma bolt. We shall work on shattering or penetrating the sphere shield in the day treks to come. So go on and find your own crystal. Blackfire walked over to a small crystal and stood before it, and then Bold walked up and selected the same crystal. I was here first, Bold said. Find your own elsewhere. Blackfire growled at the deviant hatchling as he projected. I was here first, so move on, pale one. Bold hissed at him as he spoke. I shall not move on. You shall have to make me. The murky black hatchling snorted a small ebony-colored flame and glanced at the dragon elder as Durin watched them. Blackfire decided that a fight over a crystal wasn't a battle he wanted to engage in, so he turned and moved to the far side of the canyon to another crystal, and far away from the pale one. All the hatchlings began visualizing the plasma bolts. Right away, Bold generated a small plasma bolt the size of a walnut. Then he focused his mind as his serpent eyes glowed blue, and he shot it at the sphere shield. The plasma bolt penetrated it and hit the center obelisk, and then it and the other obelisks absorbed the energy and slightly grew with the intake of food. Durin moved to the small pale hatchling and said, Well done, Bold. It seems you shall have a knack for Espel. Kara was correct in selecting you for the dragon Rite. It is too bad you decided to select another in her place. Are you going to hold that against me for the rest of my life? Bold inquired. And who is to say I selected incorrectly? I doubt she shall make it past the 5th act. No, I shall not hold it against you forever, Durin replied. I only wanted to remind you that the faith of that girl is the only reason you are here. Oh, I know, and I shall never forget the reason I am toiling under the hot sun. She is the reason I decided to fly, or do you not remember what I said while on the middle ground during the end of the 4th act? I remember, Durin answered. Everyone who was there shall remember what you did and how you acted. You should know, the elders are keeping their eye on you. Step out of line in the least, and you shall be eliminated from the dragon Rite. Oh, you do not have to tell me. I know a target has been placed on my back, so I shall tread lightly, or is it that I am trying to get kicked out? I am a lazy dragon after all. Lazy is not a word that comes to mind when I think of you, Durin told him, and then he moved to the next hatchling as he spoke. Many unkind words come to mind, but not lazy. Bold continued practicing what he thought would be tedious and unrewarding. He never imagined he would enjoy Espel, but he found it exhilarating to use his magical ability, and wondered what else he could do with it. Were there any limits except for the ridiculous moral ones dragon elder Durin mentioned? Within the next few hours, all of the hatchlings except for Blackfire had generated a plasma bolt. Not all of the plasma bolts penetrated the sphere shields, but they did successfully produce their first Espel. Durin moved to Blackfire, concerned that the one he thought would be his star pupil had yet to generate a simple plasma bolt. How are you doing? Durin questioned him. It seems you are having trouble. I am, Blackfire projected. I am visualizing the bolt in front of me as you instructed, but nothing happens. I shall have you try something else then, Durin stated. All I want you to do is visualize a speck of energy in front of your head. This is the basics of the first Espel, and some hatchlings can do this right out of the egg, so we shall build upon this and then move on to the plasma bolt. I shall try, Blackfire non-verbally replied, and then he closed his eyes and focused his mind on generating a small speck of energy. His brow wrinkled with his efforts, and after a while, frustration planted itself on his face as he opened his eyes. Nothing is happening, he projected. What am I doing wrong? I do not know. Maybe your Espel is locked and only needs to be unlocked. I have heard of this happening to hatchlings. Their magic is so strong that their body locks it away until they are mature enough to use it. There is a ceremony we can perform to unlock your Espel. I shall have you and Kara meet with me and a few of the elders and perform the ceremony later this evening. For now, go find your rider and eat your midday meal. Rest a little before the ceremony, for it shall take a lot out of you. I shall send somebody for you when it is time. I understand, Blackfire telepathized, and then he turned, walked a few steps, flapped his wings, and flew off. Turk, who had been next to Blackfire, turned to the Dragon Elder and projected. Do you believe that his Espel is that powerful that his body had to lock it away? It is my theory, Durin answered and spoke to all the hatchlings. Return to your practice. We shall continue until your midday meal is brought to you. Chapter 7. The Elders Gather. Later that day, Dragon Elder Wellwise and his rider, Elder Dracum and Cosmo, came in from teaching young Dracoriders advanced flight techniques and found Syllabary leaving the great meeting chamber. Dragon Elder Wellwise was dark green with 3 stripes of black running along his spine. Elder Dracoman Cosmo was part of the dark-skinned tribe of men from Zanzibar, and he had a shaven head. The 3 of them paused at the entrance. Syllabary had long ago finished his earlier meeting with the few scribes and had recorded some more details on his convey scroll before leaving. We heard about the Leviathan and the Warlock near the border of Athenia, Elder Dracoman Cosmo stated. Has there been any new reports? Syllabary answered, no, nothing new. Dragon Elder Wellway stated, if there is no new report, why were we summoned? That is a good question, Syllabary stated. I was not informed why the 2 of you were summoned. I was actually on my way out. Is some sort of meeting going on? Dragon Elder Sagehall and his rider, Elder Dracoman Norseman, entered the great meeting chamber, and Syllabary's question remained unanswered. Elder Dracoman Norseman was a very light-skinned, fiery-haired member of the tribe of men from Veldun, and Dragon Elder Sagehall had hide the color of deep brown dirt, and was the largest male dragon at Firedrake. I see that we were not the only ones summoned, Dragon Elder Sagehall stated. Durin must have summoned all of you as well. Syllabary asked, why were you summoned? A plebe hatchling is unable to use Espel, Dragon Elder Sagehall replied. Durin believes the hatchling's magic has been locked away, and we are going to perform a ceremony to unlock it. The 5 of them moved and walked to the center of the great meeting chamber. I have never heard of such a thing, Syllabary stated. This shall be a unique opportunity to observe and record. I wonder why Durin did not inform me. Maybe he has a new favorite scribe, Dragon Elder Sagehall replied. Dragon Elder Durin walked in and overheard the scribe and Sagehall, and so Durin stated, I do not know if Syllabary was ever my favorite. As for why you were not informed, that would be due to the time. I only requested the ceremony a few hours ago. Do not fret, I would have remembered the scribes. Durin looked around, and then he stated, I see that we have all gathered except for Dragon Elder Jamborn and Elder Dracoman Bensine. We are here, Dragon Elder Jamborn spoke as if he were out of breath. His hide was red like plum jam, and he had spikes running from the tip of his nose, along his spine, and all the way down to the tip of his tail. Elder Dracoman Bensine was with him. He had long blonde hair, slightly graying, and his skin was tanned from long exposure to the sun. We now wait for the hatchling and his rider, Durin stated. The tunnels leading to the great meeting chamber. Blackfire and Kara were quiet as they followed the young Venetian red scribe that had been ordered to bring them to the elders. He was the same scribe who had followed Kara off of Bio. Winfrey was also with them. Blackfire had explained to Kara and Winfrey why they were going to the great meeting chamber. How did your training go? Blackfire asked the gloom-steeped Kara with his thoughts. He noticed since they had met up again that something was bothering her. She replied, I suppose it went well. He projected, why would you say that? What happened? Kara despondently muttered, all I did was make Instructor Dracoman Air angry with me, and then I was ushered off to soak in the hot springs with her dragon, Instructor Zephyr. Zephyr said he was giving me special training, but it did not seem like training to me. It seemed more like he wanted to get out of teaching and go soak in the hot springs, and I was a good excuse to go do so. Winfrey didn't understand the instructor's reasoning. They shouldn't have pulled Kara out of the first day of training. It was like they had already given up on her. Winfrey had a mind to speak with Dragon Elder Durin about it. Kara bowed her head ashamed of so many things as she told Blackfire. It would seem that our first day of training did not go well. What if I am unable to use the weapons as I should? Shall they kick me out of the dragon rite? What shall happen to me if they do remove me? Shall I be forced to return to Turk and Bork? Shall I have to return to a slave's life? Shall I lose you, Blackfire? Winfrey answered, never. Even if you cannot become a Dracoman, there are still things that a dragon and his rider can do. So do not fret, child. The scribe that led them diligently listened to their conversation, and soon the 4 of them entered the great meeting chamber. Dragon Elder Durin commanded, come over here, Blackfire and Kara, and we shall begin the ceremony. Winfrey, please wait by the entrance, and young scribe, take your position. The young scribe, H-Listenin, noticed Syllabary and moved and stood by him. H-Listenin questioned, were you also summoned to record this event? Syllabary replied, trying not to take offense that he hadn't been called, I shall also take record. You shall observe the riders, and I the dragons. Understood, H-Listenin replied, and then he removed his convey scroll from his leather satchel and commanded the scroll. Expositus. It magically lifted from his hands, unrolled, and hovered in front of him. Listenin removed his blazing quill and began writing the events he witnessed as Syllabary did the same. Dragon Elder Durin ordered, Blackfire, stand in the middle of us 4 dragons. Kara, stand between the 3 Dracomen. The plebes moved to their positions. If I may ask, why am I here? Kara questioned, a little afraid of the men she stood between, for they seemed like Bork and Turk, great hunters and men hardened by the elements. You and Blackfire are bonded, so anything that happens to him affects you and the other way around, Durin explained. If we are going to attempt this, we need you to keep your heart quieted so that his 3 hearts shall stay quiet. This must be done if we are to succeed. She thought for a moment, and then she said, I do not fully understand what you are saying, but if you say that I need to be here for Blackfire, I cannot say no. Dragon Elder Sagehall stated, let us begin. His thunderous voice changed and became soothing as he spoke, Hatchling Blackfire, we shall need you to quiet your thoughts and your hearts. There is nothing to fear here. You and your rider are safe here. Now surrender to us, so we may unlock your spell. Blackfire projected, I understand. I trust and surrender to you. He kept repeating, I shall quiet my thoughts and my mind. I shall quiet my thoughts and my mind. The 4 Dragon Elders chanted, Great Turkria, hear our plea. Turkria, the one who dwelled in the past, the one who dwells now, and the one who shall dwell, hear us. We lift up this hatchling to you. Unlock his spell so he can become a great warrior. Unlock what his body has put away. Unlock his power. They repeated the chant over and over, and the Dragon Elder's eyes glowed blue as a swirl of energy encompassed the murky black hatchling like a mini-cyclone. The swirling energy intensified, crackling with vim, and Blackfire felt its power around him. Syllabary was in awe by the small display of spell. He wasn't sure if the unlocking ceremony had ever been recorded and was excited by the idea that he and the young scribe may be the first ones to put it under the quill. The Dracomen laid their hands on Kara and kept her from moving away from them. They sensed her trepidation caused by the uncertainty of what was going on around her. Elder Dracomen Cosmo stated, Do not fear, child. As the elder said, there is nothing for you to fear here. You are both safe. Elder Dracomen Norseman added, Why not close your eyes and stretch out your feelings toward your dragon? He is in a state of tranquility. He shall help calm your heart and your mind. I shall try, Kara told them as she stretched out her thoughts and quickly found Blackfire's. And as Norseman said, Blackfire's mind was at peace, and it lessened her fears. When she connected with him, she felt the Dragon Elders chant encircling Blackfire. She felt its power surge and encircle her as it had her hatchling. The rush of energy seemed to electrify her body all the way through to her marrow. Dragon Elder Wellwise questioned the other elders as they chanted, Do you feel his spell? I do not sense any magic. The lock must be very powerful. We must chant harder. They intensified their efforts, and Blackfire felt the power around him, but it didn't affect him within. He was sure something was supposed to happen, but nothing did. Kara continued to feel the Dragon Elder's power around her, and it made her feel like she was drowning. She felt trapped by their spell, so her mind searched for the surface as an ocean swimmer would search who had been under too long. Kara tried to step away from the 3 Elder Dracomen, but they held her in place with their strong hands on her shoulders. The 3 men closed their eyes and focused as the dragon's spell engulfed them and the entire room. They had to concentrate so that the power didn't affect them. Listenen's blazing quill flew across his convey scroll as the fiery light lit up his determined face. He would record all and leave nothing out. He was an excellent recorder, swift and accurate. His healing ability was lacking, but he made up for it by being one of the fastest in Scribes. As soon as he filled the page, the record whisked off to his chronicle tome, and he started filling the page again from the top. Listen sensed the magic within the cyclone as he knew there was magic within his quill and scroll. He glanced at Blackfire for a second and saw the energy whirl around the hatchling. They had told him about this moment, that it was possible the Dragon Elders might unlock what had been shut away, and now he bore witness to it. He had the honor of the first-hand account. The spell engulfed the girl as it did her hatchling. They were a bonded pair, after all. Then, as they had told him, he witnessed something truly miraculous. Black flames seeped from the hatchling's mouth and nostrils as if the dragon was giving up his spirit. Listen turned back to the girl. He knew he couldn't be distracted by the young dragon. The hatchling wasn't his subject but the girl, and he saw Kara open her eyes. H listened and peeked at the hatchling again. There was no doubt. The elder Dracoman didn't see, too busy concentrating. His eyes widened with the wonder he beheld. For now, he was alone in his awe, but once the others reviewed his record in his chronicle tome, everyone would know. It had to have worked. The spell had to have been released. Flames continued to seep out of Blackfire as if they were liquid. The Dragon Elder's spell also made the hatchling sick, but he bore it until he sensed Kara's fear and broke from the calm state he was in. He projected to the Dragon Elders, "We need to stop. Something is not right. Kara is in danger." The Dragon Elders ceased their chanting, and the cyclone of energy dissipated. The unlocking of the murky black hatchling had been disrupted. Kara wasn't sure how the Elder Dracoman endured the queasiness the spell brought. It dragged her into its depths like an undertow. She heard Blackfire's projected voice and was finally able to break free from the ocean of spell and surface back to reality. Kara gasped for air several times as she grabbed her chest. H listened and halted his record, and then he inquired, "What has happened?" Durin replied, "We are not sure. The ceremony should have worked." He faced the hatchling and then questioned him, "Blackfire, do you see the large Vim crystal that is in the center of the great meeting chamber table?" Blackfire turned his head and looked at the large circular table in the center of the room with over a dozen wooden stools around it, and then he projected, "I do. Try shooting your plasma bolt at the crystal," Durin commanded. Blackfire focused as he had been taught, but he couldn't create a bolt. "This is most disturbing," Dragon Elder Sagehall said, and then he questioned, "Did we fail in the unlocking?" "I thought you did not finish," Elder Dracum and Cosmos stated. "We were disrupted, but the unlocking should not have taken so long," Dragon Elder Wellwise stated, and then he added, "Maybe this hatchling has no spell. Maybe there was nothing to unlock." Durin uttered, "That is unheard of. All Athenia dragons have spell. It is their birthright." Sagehall spoke, "There is one way we can know for sure." H listened and questioned, "What way is that?" Sagehall motioned to the great meeting chamber table with his claw, and then he stated, "Have Blackfire touch the Vim crystal. It shall absorb any magic it comes in contact with, even if that magic is dormant inside a body." Agitated over the time they had wasted, Wellwise's nostrils flared as he snorted steam. He said, "We should have done this to begin with." "Why would we have?" Durin asked him, and then he stated, "All Athenia dragons have spell." He walked over to the hatchling, and then ordered him, "Go on, Blackfire, touch the crystal." Durin generated a plasma bolt and hurled it at the crystal, destroying its sphere shield, and then he commanded, "Quickly now, before the shield regenerates." Blackfire turned to his rider as his heart pounded in his chest. The fate of both he and Kara laid in the balance of his next action. He walked over to the table and then crawled on top of it, and he placed his talons on the crystal, and it did nothing. Sagehall grumbled with a booming voice, "This is a paramount catastrophe. Never in recorded history has an Athenia dragon not have spell. What does it mean? Is this an ill omen?" Durin shook his head as he replied, "I do not know. So many unusual things have happened during this dragon rite. Something is amiss, and perhaps you are not amiss to mention an ill omen." He turned and looked at the plebes whose faces were a little pale, and he knew that they worried about their future. Durin questioned, "Now what to do with Blackfire and Kara? Only spell can fight against the warlocks, and without it, they cannot become a Dracowoman and her dragon." "It is a shame," Wellway said. "We shall have to find a suitable job for them." He repeated, "It is a shame." Firedrake was already down by 4 plebe groups this year for the Dragon Rite, and now they are losing one, and it is only the first day of plebe training. I would have to agree. This does seem like an ill-fated omen. H. Lisnan stated, "Perhaps they could work at the mines. Blackfire shall be a large dragon once he is grown, and his might shall be put to good use there." "The mines," Wellways uttered. "I was thinking more along the lines of a courier. Dwarves usually work our mines." Elder Dracum and Norseman thought of something, and then he questioned, "If Blackfire cannot spell, shall he be able to fetter with Kara? If they cannot fetter, they cannot fly and they cannot become couriers." "That is a good question," Elder Dracum and Cosmo said. "But I also think we are getting ahead of ourselves. We do not expect any of the other plebes to fetter yet." Durin rubbed his chin with 2 of his claws as he considered the question. He stated after a few moments, "I do not believe fettering is linked with spell. It has more to do with the dragon and rider's bond. It is also too early to try fettering, as Cosmo stated." Wellway spoke. So we shall have to wait and see. Sage Hall said, the question still remains. What do we do with them? We do not need to decide their task at this moment, Durin replied. There is time, so let us give it some thought. Sage Hall nodded, and then he spoke. We can all agree that Blackfire and Kara are to be disqualified from the rest of the Dragon Rite. Wellwise replied, yes, I agree to that. I heard Kara was having problems with her weapons training, so maybe it is for the best. Kara glanced at Blackfire and mumbled to him, they do know we are standing right here. Blackfire's mind was silent to hers as if he completely turned off the mind sync between them. Since they mind synced the day he had marked her, they were always connected in some small way, but that seemed to be gone now or something interfered with it. She worried about Blackfire as he seemed to plummet into despair. Durin heard her utterance and voted, I also agree. If Blackfire cannot produce Espel, there is no need for them to continue their plebe training. He looked at the two of them, and then he told them, I am sorry. I do not know what else to say. For now, the two of you return to your quarters. I know this has been a trying day for you. Winfrey shall get anything that you need. Try not to fret. We shall find a purpose for you both within Firedrake. We only need to find what your task shall be. Winfrey said, come, we shall go have some tea. Blackfire, Kara, and Winfrey returned to their quarters. After they left, Hlisnan voiced with excitement, we should not hide them away. No, this could be of importance. I should follow them during their daily task and record. What do you mean? Syllabary questioned. As you all have said, never before has there been an Athenia dragon that cannot Espel. Perhaps if I follow them and observe them, I can get to the bottom of why he has no Espel. Hlisnan commanded his convey scroll to roll up, Colossus. He placed it in his satchel as he questioned, are we 100% sure that his egg came from the queen? Durin answered, I am. I was there and can attest that the hatchling is hers. Hlisnan inquired, what of the father? Wellways said, I shall have to look back. There were at least 3 dragons that mounted her during the time of copulation. Once I have their names, I can look back through their lineage, and even though it is unheard of, I can see if there were any other dragons besides Athenia dragons in their family tree. I did not know your kind could mate with other dragons, Syllabary said. We have no problems with mating with other dragon species. Usually, the union does not create offspring, Sage Hall replied. But it would not hurt to look into the records at the Scribe Hall. Syllabary added, I shall also request from the Scribe Hall any information they might have on Athenia dragons, and Espel. We should hear from them within the next couple of days. Durin stated, I shall tell the instructors that Kara and Blackfire have been pulled from the training. We should find them something to do while we are deciding what task they shall be assigned to. They should not be cooped up in their quarters while we decide. Cosmo suggested, Blackfire could help me and Wellwise hunt tomorrow. It is our day to stalk deer meat. That would mean leaving Kara behind, Durin said. Do not forget that they have not learned to fetter. Then I shall think of something the two of them can do by tomorrow, Cosmo said. Do so and let me know what you come up with, Durin spoke, and then he glanced up at the ceiling where the sunshine through a dome made of Vim crystal. The dome was positioned over the great meeting chamber table. Durin said, it is nearing the evening meal. I call this meeting adjourned. We shall meet again tomorrow as the sun rises. Everyone headed out, and Syllabary and Dragon Elder Durin walked out together. Durin lowered his voice as he spoke. Hlisnan was very excited about the unlocking ceremony, and that we failed to unlock the Espel. Syllabary grinned as he said, I also noticed that, but he is still young and has not trained himself to hide his emotions. It shall come with time. What do you plan to do with Kara and Blackfire? You mean their task? I do not know yet. Something is unusual about them. Are they an ill-fated omen, as Wellways said? Are they a sign of things to come? Are more Athenia dragon hatchlings going to be born without Espel? If so, how shall we defend ourselves from the Stygian Legion? Those are all very good questions, and I fear that we need to find the answers quickly now that the Stygian Legion has been spotted near the border. I believe it is only a matter of time before they cross, Syllabary said. For all our sakes, I pray that Blackfire is a fluke. Durin glanced at the scribe as he questioned him, are you saying that the great Torquria creates mistakes? Syllabary was appalled by the idea, and he insisted, I would never say that. Still, what does it all mean? Chapter 8. The Trials of the Downtrodden. The next few days, Elder Dracum and Cosmo and Dragon Elder Wellwise assigned Kara and Blackfire to different tasks. She never got the chance to wear the plebe riding outfit but was forced to wear a white long-sleeve tunic, and brown pants of a servant. Kara hated wearing the clothes because they reminded her of her slave life. Winfrey told her she would only have to wear the outfit until the elders selected a task for her, and then Kara would wear the clothes associated with that task. Listened followed them around everywhere they went and only allowed them privacy when they went to their quarters. They were at least assigned new quarters that Blackfire could comfortably grow in and where neither of them had lived before. Kara and Blackfire helped out in the kitchen, but the murky black hatchling was so big he kept turning over tables and spilling pots and pans in the tight confines. Next, Kara and Blackfire mucked out one of the animal stables. Wellwise didn't like that idea, so on the third day, Cosmo had them delivering food trays. Once it got back to the elder Dracomen that the plebes and older trainees were teasing and some of them harassing the displaced pair, and that Blackfire almost came to blows with an older dragon. That task was stopped before the end of the morning meal. On the fourth day, Cosmo went ahead and had Blackfire help the dragon and Ryder, who was on hunting duty. But since Kara couldn't go with them, her absence distracted Blackfire so much that he was no help in the hunts. On the fifth day, Cosmo had them take a break as he tried to figure out what task they would be suitable at. It was only an excuse because he couldn't think of anything else for them to do until they were able to fetter. After morning meal, Kara and Blackfire went up to the bioplateau because she wanted to watch the plebes practice. The boys had gotten so much better over the few days they had been practicing without her. They didn't seem to miss her. She was a little jealous that she had been left behind and yet happy for them because they were doing so well. She would have been proud to work beside them if only she could. A few of the boys glanced in her direction when she arrived and saw her watching them. Instructor Dracomen Gale and Instructor Dracomen Air had left the boys alone to practice their spear strikes. Most of them went back to their practice without another thought of her. Tretch couldn't take his eyes off of her. There was something about Kara that made him want to tease her. He heard that she had been demoted to serving meals, but he didn't have the wicked pleasure of her serving him. He would have liked it very much. "Look who is spying on us," Tretch shouted as he smirked. The girl who thought she could be a Dracomen. Maybe her current task as a meal servant does not occupy her enough that she has to come and spy on us. She blushed, wondering if they had heard of her other exploits in the kitchen and stable. It was bad enough that she had been removed from the dragon Rite, but now she would be tormented about it. Cyan yelled, "Leave her alone. Why do you feel as though you need to pick on her?" Tretch asked, "You question my actions. Were you not one of the ones who threatened to hurt her during the Breaking Dawn?" "I never threatened her. It is true that Turk did, but I myself never did. I might not have said it, but I was glad that a girl was part of our class." Cyan turned his attention to her, and he told her, "I am sincerely sorry that your hatchling is unable to espel. I believe you could have overcome your deformity and learned the spear and shield." Tretch blurted, "That is not what you told me yesterday." "And what do you claim that I said yesterday?" Cyan inquired. "You told me that you could not see how someone with an arm such as hers could ever raise a shield against a warlock's spells, let alone keep the shield in place against a leviathan's claws and teeth." Tears welled in Kara's eyes, and Blackfire growled softly. She put her hand upon his shoulder to quiet him, not wanting him to attack anyone as he had during that morning meal. She realized how bad of an idea it was to come and watch. It was just that she felt so left out. Cyan shouted, "You took what I said out of context." "I said." Before he finished, Kara and her hatchling turned and left. Cyan glared at Tretch, and then he said, "I have a mind to punch you in the face and knock you to the ground." "I would like to see you try," Tretch declared as he took a step toward Cyan. "I believe it would be you who would be on the ground holding your bloody nose." They would have gone at each other if Instructor Dracomen Air hadn't returned at that moment. She nearly knocked the both of them to the ground for misbehaving while she was gone. Kara left Bio and aimlessly walked around Firedrake. She had no destination in mind, but soon she found herself and her hatchling at Crystalline Canyon, watching the other hatchlings perform espel on the Vim crystals. Blackfire projected, "Why have we come here?" Kara shook herself from the daze she had been in, and she answered him, "I do not know. Maybe I sensed that you wanted to come as I had wanted to go to Bio to watch those I would have been practicing with. I do not believe I had such a desire. I knew it would upset you, so I." Bold noticed the two of them, and while Dragon Elder Durin occupied himself with another hatchling, Bold slunk over to them. Through the link he shared with Tretch, he knew what his rider had said to her and inquired, "Was Tretch's belittling not enough that you had to come here so that I might do the same?" Kara sensed that Blackfire wanted to charge the pale hatchling and end his vile mouth, so she blocked his forward advancement by stretching her right arm across her hatchling's chest. Blackfire calmed down a bit. Of everyone who was here besides Blackfire, Kara started. I thought you would understand, but I am wrong. I have been wrong about many things regarding you. You had told me you had no desire to become a warrior. It was only out of spite for me that you attained your breaking dawn. She held in the urge to yell at him, but it took everything she had as she said, You must be so pleased. Bold asked, Why is that? I shall never be a Dracowoman. Did you see that in me from the beginning? Did you see that I would fail? Blackfire projected, Kara, do not say that. You are not please be quiet. I am speaking with Bold, she interrupted. Blackfire wanted to protect her from the hurtful words that were coming. But since she needed to finish talking with the Pale One and hear what Bold had to say, against his better judgment, he quieted his thoughts. She spoke to Bold, Did you see it? Did you see it in me from the beginning? Bold tilted his head as he examined her. He saw that her eyes were red from an earlier crying and that they were ready to burst forth with tears again. He felt a small pang in his chest, and he wondered if it was pity that he felt for her or something else. I have always seen it in you, Bold finally replied. You refuse to accept who you are. You refuse to accept your limitations. Whatever made you choose to believe that you could be a Dracowoman? I do not believe you are stupid, overly optimistic, yes, but not stupid. So why did you believe? Why did you believe that we could have gone on to become great warriors? Kara tried not to cry, but her voice gave away the heavy heart she carried as she replied, The answer is simple. Because you were by my side. As my hatchling, I thought we could do anything. I thought you believed in me because I believed in you, and because of that, I thought we could do anything. Her words stunned Bold to silence. He didn't know how to feel or what to say, and then he noticed that Dragon Elder Durin looked their way. Bold told her, I need to get back to my training before I am scolded. I am glad that you finally see what your position in life is. He slunk off back to his crystal and started hurling plasma bolts at it. Blackfire admitted to her through their mind sync, What you said to him makes me a little jealous. I understand the feelings you have for him and that you have them now for me, but still. He was the first one you put your hope in, and I can never claim that. Kara turned and hugged her hatchling as she whispered, Please do not be jealous. I did not understand that you were the one meant for me. I did not understand a lot of things. If I had, maybe I would have realized how Bold really felt about me and that Tretch would steal away what I thought was mine. She stepped back and stared up at his adorable reptile face. She smiled as she told him, Blackfire, you are my hope now. But I cannot perform a spell. I am a fluke, a mistake. She scolded, Never say that. The great Torquria does not make mistakes. How can you believe that? She looked at her stunted left arm as she spoke, Because he created me. I have to believe that or everyone is right about me, and they cannot be right. Kara fisted her hands as she took one more look at Bold, and then she said as she limped away, They cannot be, and I shall still prove them wrong. Come, we have work to do. What kind of work? Blackfire asked as he followed in the wake of her focused path. They might have removed us from the dragon rite, but we are going to keep practicing. She told him as she quickened their pace, and they started to leave the crystalline canyon. I still have my weapons. We shall collect them and head out to the desert. I remember seeing a place that had Vim crystals when I rode with Bork, and it is not too far from Firedrake. I shall say we are going on a picnic if anyone stops us. Does that include me? A voice inquired. A shadow stood before them, and Kara up and stopped, and Blackfire almost ran over her. Winfrey, Kara uttered as she searched the area, but she didn't see anyone else. She lowered her voice and questioned her attendant. Did you overhear what I was saying? Winfrey folded her arms as she told her. I did, and what do you think you are doing? Kara insisted, I shall not let you stop me. No one else believes in us, so we are going to take our destiny in our own hands and talons. Her voice slowly rose as Kara declared, I believe we can do this. We only need time, so I shall not let. Child, Winfrey interrupted. What I meant to say was, why are you not including me in your plans? It would be a lot easier if you had someone helping you keep this secret training a secret. Kara breathed a sigh of relief, and then she asked, Shall you help us? Yes, now let me go get your weapons, then I shall fix a picnic, and we shall meet it in Knockpass, and from there, we shall go to your destination. Once we are there, you can practice to your heart's peace of mind. Kara was so happy to have someone else rooting for them and assisting them that she wrapped her arms around the woman and exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you. You are welcome, and I would suggest that you keep the excitement down, at least while we are around others. Now go on. Go to the pass, and I shall meet you there shortly. You have much work to do if you are to become a Dracoman." Winfrey glanced around, and then she inquired, "Where is your constant shadow?" "Do you mean the young scribe?" "I do not know. I have not seen him since we came to the canyon." "Why do you ask?" "It is hard to keep a secret with them around. I also do not see him. Maybe he has moved on to a new assignment. Though, I do not understand his interest in you." "In me? What do you mean?" Winfrey explained to her, "Scribes usually record events, not persons, but what do I know? Go on, and I shall meet you at the pass." Winfrey gathered all the supplies they needed, including midday meals for all three of them, and started to head out when Dragon Elder Durin approached her. There was no hint on her face of the plans Kara had. Durin hurried toward her as his heavy frame pounded across the sandy floor of the tunnels, and then he spoke out of breath. "Finally, I found one of you. Where are Kara and Blackfire?" She replied, "They decided to get away from Firedrake for the day trek and have a picnic in the desert." "I see. Well, please tell Kara and Blackfire that the Plebes and other trainees at Firedrake shall be leaving for about 7 days. The time of endurance has come." "It seems a little early for it," Winfrey stated. "It is, but since one of the Stygian Legion was spotted near the border, the elders thought it would be wise to move forward with the Plebes and other trainees' survivalist training. Dragon Elder Wellwise shall remain, and a few other Draco warriors and their dragons. I shall leave Kara and Blackfire in your care while we are gone. I am sure you can find them something to do. Elder Dracoman Cosmo is a little frustrated with this task, so I give it to you." Winfrey smirked before she spoke. The children were too much for him. Now that is a laugh. She shifted the item she held in her arms, and then she said, "I shall keep them busy. Have fun camping. I always do." "Goodbye," Durin said, and then he turned and headed back. She walked out of the caves and headed for Kara and Blackfire. "Elder Durin, Elder Dracum and Norseman," called to the dragon from a connecting tunnel. Durin slowed his pace so that the Elder Dracoman could catch up, and then he questioned him, "What is it?" Norseman replied, "We heard from Yang through one of the scribes. They have sent one of their couriers with an important message that needs at least 2 elders' signatures. When should we expect the courier?" Durin questioned. "They should have already arrived. The rider and dragon have never been to our nest, so we believe they might have gotten lost. I have ordered 2 of our Draco riders to go in search of them. Bring the courier to me once they are found, and I also want you to tell Sage Hall that he may begin the journey to Fire Lake. I shall follow once the matter with the courier is taken care of." "At once," Norseman stated, and then he continued through the tunnel, then out to the finger mounds, and mounted his pair, Sage Hall. Durin sighed, yearning for the days when his rider fettered with him. He glanced behind himself, thinking of Kara and Blackfire. It was a shame about those 2. Sometime later, Winfrey found Kara and Blackfire at Enoch Pass, and she told them, "Let us head out. It shall already be late for the midday meal. By the way, Dragon Elder Durin wanted me to tell you that the majority of the dragons and riders along with the plebes and trainees are heading out to Fire Lake for the time of endurance." "What is the time of endurance?" Kara asked as she led them toward the place she had seen the Vim crystals. "It is 6 to 7 days of survivalist training done the hard way, at least for the plebes. Every year there is a time of endurance. Plebes and trainees are sent off by themselves with only a knife, a flintstone, a water boda, a bedroll, and their spear and shield. They are to survive on their own, including hunting for their food. The plebes usually last about 3 or 4 days. The goal is to stay out until summoned back. We should do the same," Kara said. "We should also do this time of endurance. We shall start tomorrow. We shall return later tonight and gather our things and go and stay at the place I am taking you now. We should not miss out on any of our training." It pleased Winfrey to see that Kara hadn't lost her enthusiasm as Winfrey said, "I believe that is a very good idea. So starting tomorrow, you are on your own. When we return tonight, I shall gather enough supplies for me to have a nice vacation for the next 6 days. I believe I can even get a tent for myself. Yes, this shall be a nice break." Kara took them to the place along the Redstone Trail she had traveled along from her home in the northern grass plains with Turk and Bork. She tried not to think of them and focused on branding a new future for herself and her hatchling. Every once in a while, she would glance back as if searching for someone. Is something the matter? Black Fire projected. You keep looking over your shoulder. I am not sure. I feel as though someone is following us, Kara replied. Maybe I am only uneasy because we are doing this in secret. Do you want me to fly around and see if anyone is following us? He asked. No, I am sure no one is. Who would be following us? Winfrey said, maybe that young scribe who has been surveilling you is continuing to do so. It took them about 3 hours on foot to reach the place along the trail that had orange-yellow sand. 2 small crystals set off from the hardstone trail, and Kara, excited to have arrived, led them past the crystals, over an embankment, down a small hill, and up a larger hill. At the top, they saw a whole field of Vim crystals set between 2 hills. The field lay directly below them in more of the orange-yellow sand and was only about 1/10 of the size of the one at Crystalline Canyon. A small pool fed by a spring lay to the right of the field in the red hardstone, and beyond the pool, a cliffside walled in the area. The pool was 50 feet long and 30 feet wide. Look at this small valley, Kara exclaimed as her eyes widened. This is perfect. She pointed as she said, Black Fire can practice down there in the field. She pointed over to the pool and added, and over there is a flat area of stone where I can practice my spear thrusts, and no one can see us from the trail. Kara couldn't help herself and ran down the sandy hill and into the valley. She rushed over to the pool, knelt, scooped up some water, and slurped the refreshing cool liquid, and it was sweet. Her hatchling thundered down the hill as excited as her. He kicked up sand, leapt over her, and splashed into the water, causing a small tidal wave. The wave rushed over her and nearly knocked her down. Hey! Kara exclaimed, and then she stood as if soup had been spilled all over her. She uttered as if disgusted, now I am all wet. Water dripped from her hair and long-sleeved shirt as Winfrey walked down the hill laughing all the way, and then she joined them near the waterside. She told the girl, I would not worry about being wet. In this arid desert air, your clothing shall dry out soon. Black Fire, Kara started, trying not to sound scolding. As much as I would love to play, we need to get to work. She shook her arms and droplets flew all over the place, and then she ran her hands through her hair and wrung out the water. Kara told him, come on. We can swim later. She took her weapons from Winfrey, unwrapped the shield and spear, walked some distance from the pool, but kept to the stone ground, and began her spear thrust. She counted softly to herself, pouting like a toddler whose toy was taken away. Black Fire dragged himself out of the pool and then headed over to the crystals, and once he arrived there, he focused as Dragon Elder Durin had instructed him. Black Fire tried to produce a plasma bolt. Winfrey walked around the rocks near the pool and found a perfect place for her to set up the midday meal. She prepared their food, and then after about a half hour passed, Winfrey called them to come and eat. They quickly devoured their midday meal, and then they returned to practice, determined to prove to those who thought they couldn't succeed that they would find a way. Winfrey slowly enjoyed her food as she watched them train. Kara nonverbally supported her hatchling through their mind sync as she worked on her spear thrust. She didn't know it, but it was the first time she spoke to him with her mind while not touching him. She telepathized, do not give up. They say you have no spell and that I cannot hold a shield or spear against a Leviathan. I say that there is still a way for us to protect our homeland. We only have to keep trying. She switched hands and thrust with her left but could only do so to a count of 45. So Kara switched back to her right, which was already sore from use. I shall keep trying, he projected back to her. As long as you are beside me, I shall keep trying. When she tired of the physical training, Kara laid her weapons on the ground and massaged her arms, and then after a few minutes, she retook her weapons and began thrusting with each arm, one by one while the other held the shield. By the 5th time around, her clothes were dry. She trained for about 2 hours until her arms felt as limp as leather reins. Exhausted as if she had lifted a great boulder over her head 100 times, she removed her clothes, set them on a rock, and then entered the cool pool to relax. Her breasts were still like a young boy's as she hadn't hit puberty yet. Her 4 Sphinx palms tall frame floated about the pool. Kara said, we should start the time of endurance today. She wasn't sure at first, but the more she thought about it, the more she convinced herself. Yes, we shall start today. Winfrey moved to the waterside closest to her, and her plump frame cast a shadow over the girl as she spoke. Since you shall be spending the night here, I suggest that you focus the rest of your time on making a shelter. I shall return to Firedrake and get the remaining supplies we need. I have yet to acquire a tent for myself. She added, "Rest for about another hour and then you should start on your shelter." Winfrey looked up at the sky and shielded her eyes with her hand, and she told her, "There are over 5 hours of sunlight left. I shall return when it is dark." She motioned to the rocks where they had their midday meal and informed her, "I left my flint stone. It is yours now. I shall get a replacement when I return to Firedrake. You shall need to have a fire going before it is dark. Are you sure you want to start the time of endurance tonight? You look exhausted." Kara floated around the pool as she answered, "I do. The others are starting tonight, so I also want to start. I cannot outdo the boys if I lag behind." "I am off then," Winfrey said, then gathered up a few things and walked up the hill. "Black fire, be vigilant. There are hungry wild animals out here, and Kara is the right size to fill their stomach." Swimming to the ledge, Kara lifted herself a little out of the water, and then she called, "Winfrey." She stopped near the top of the hill, turned, and shouted back, "Yes, what is a child? I forgot to tell you, thank you. Thank you for believing in me and Blackfire. No one else does, and it is good to at least have one person on our side. No thanks needed. I see great things coming from you too, and you do not need anyone to tell you that," Winfrey told her, beaming with pride, and then she turned again and walked over the hill and out of sight. Blackfire slipped into the water and joined Kara in the pool. They relaxed for about half an hour. "Let us start on our shelter," Kara told him as she got out of the pool and shook off what water she could before dressing. Her clothes clung to her wet body. Kara went up to the top of the next hill and looked over the desert land as she questioned, "What shall we make it out of? There are no trees or... I do not see anything to build it out of." "I do not know," he projected. "What material is there in the desert?" She looked at her feet and then answered, "Rocks and sand." Blackfire glanced back around the valley and noticed a patch of discolored rock along the cliff side. He non-verbally asked, "What if we dig a hole in the side of clay rock? It would not collapse on us and would give us some protection from the desert cold if we put a fire in front of it." "I think that is a wonderful idea," Kara told him as she noticed the claystone her hatchling referred to. "You shall start digging a hole for us, and I shall see if I can gather enough supplies to keep a fire going through the night." She started collecting dead desert plants that were lying about from grasses to cactuses. They were scattered around the area and over the next hill. He dug into the side of the cliff with his claws, and within a half hour, he dug out a small cave big enough for the two of them to sleep in comfortably. Kara gathered a large pile of dead plants and stacked them near their shelter. Blackfire picked out what clay he could from his claws before he went and washed his talons in the pool. He was about to slip back into the water when Kara spoke to him. "We cannot take a break yet. We still have to find what we are going to eat for dinner. There is not much out here. You shall have to hunt while I get a fire going. Maybe you can catch a couple of desert hares. One would be enough for me. I thought I saw some from the third hill looking over the flatlands." He projected, "I shall see what I can find." Blackfire spread his wings, lifted up into the air, and flew off as Kara made a pile of kindling, then took the flint stone Winfrey had given her, and created a spark. She was used to making fires with flintstone as that was part of her duties when she was a slave for Bork. At least her life as a slave had some use. Kara created a small fire and waited for her hatchling to return before making the fire any bigger for cooking. She needed to conserve the fuel. A hot, dry breeze swept over her nearly dried hair, and with it came an eerily familiar presence. She thought she heard someone call her name, but no one was there. The same breeze circled the valley and came back like a haunting specter, and blew over her again. "Kara." The voice spoke. She grabbed her spear and shield, and then she stood. The voice came from atop the cliff side. Kara turned and faced it but couldn't see its top. She took a few steps back, still searching its top. The breeze returned again and blew up inside her shirt and then over her face. She didn't know what was going on and wished for Blackfire's return. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she wanted to flee, but Kara wasn't sure which direction the surmised danger came from. It seemed to be all around her. "Kara." She whirled around with her spear and found Blackfire standing behind her with 3 dead hares in his talons. He non-verbally asked her, "Kara, is something wrong? You are pale. Do you feel sick?" "No. She started, and then she stared at him for a few seconds and lowered her spear. "I thought I heard someone. No one else is here. I scanned the area while I was in the air." "Are you sure you are all right?" "I am fine. I see you were able to catch some hares." "Yes," he replied as he gave one to her. "Though, because of their size, they are harder to catch than deer." Black fire started to sink his teeth into one. But then he looked at her and noticed her gaze was distant as if she were somewhere else. So he questioned her again. Are you sure you are fine? She shook off her distraction and then answered him, yes. Let us eat. He took the other 2 hares some distance away from their shelter, knowing that she didn't like watching him eat when blood and raw flesh were part of his dragonly cuisine. Black fire lay down with his back to her, and it didn't take him long to rip into the first one. Kara lifted the furry creature he had given her and realized she didn't have a knife to gut the rodent. All she had was a fake spear and a wooden shield. I guess I'll have to wait for Winfrey to return before I can eat, Kara mumbled to herself as she walked over to the fire and sat beside it, and then she looked over at her hatchling as he finished off the second hare. Are you still hungry? She questioned him. 2 cannot be enough for a hatchling your size. I am, but these were the only hares that I could find. I do not mind sharing. We both need to eat. Here, Kara said as she threw her hair to him, and he caught it with his talon. She said, eat. Winfrey shall not be back for another 3 hours, and I have nothing to skin and gut the beast. Kara lied, saying, I am not hungry yet. I shall eat a little bit of something when Winfrey returns. We shall officially begin our time of endurance tomorrow. I think it shall be okay since we did not know of the time of endurance, and we have none of our survival items with us. He didn't argue the point and greedily ate the last hare. Chapter 9. The Lost Young Courier and His Dragon. The sun neared the last 2 hours of its day trek as Black Fire slipped back into the pool. But Kara decided that she wouldn't swim again, not wanting to go to bed with wet hair. She sat near the fire and fed it a little to keep it going. Kara stared at the flames and relaxed. Her eyes drooped, and she started to nod off when she thought she heard her name again. She snapped as a large shadow moved across the valley, and Kara glanced up and saw the underbelly of a great beast. She stood and told her pair, it is a dracoman and a dragon. Who could it be? Black Fire opened his eyes when he heard the other beast's flapping wings as he floated on his back half asleep in the refreshing pool. When he heard her identify them as dracoman and his pair, he sleepily closed his eyes, and then he projected, do you recognize them? The rider and dragon came back for another pass and kicked up a slight torrent as the dragon flew across the valley a little lower. I do not, Kara replied as she shielded her eyes, and then she questioned aloud. Why are they out here? Are they here to tell us we cannot participate in the time of endurance? What should we do? Should we hide? They have already seen us, he projected. The majority of his murky black frame floated below the surface and only the top of his head was out of the water. He questioned her, what good would it do to hide? The dragon circled the valley a few times and then landed among the Vim crystals, and the rider dismounted. The dragon was a little smaller than Zephyr, so Kara thought that would most likely put him at near adult. The color of his hide was a normal dragon brown as she expected, and his rider was clean-cut and at least 5 years older than her as Kara expected. She started toward them as her hatchling continued to float about the pool. Black Fire had nearly fallen asleep again, weary from his training. She was too far away to make out the coat of claws on the dracoman's vest, so she walked a little closer and at first, she thought there was no crest, but then she saw the coat of claws of a red wingless dragon. Are they here to scold us? Black Fire projected as he opened one eye, still refusing to leave the refreshing pool. He could somewhat see the new arrivals, but he didn't have a clear view of them. I do not know. They are not from Firedrake, she projected back. I do not recognize the coat of claws. Black Fire swam to the ledge and pulled himself out as he questioned. Who could they be? I do not know. Maybe they are a courier from another nest, Kara replied, and then she yelled to the newcomers. Who are you? You ask my name and yet you have not told me yours, the man yelled back. Forgive my manners. I am AabiLynn and this is Black Fire. I'm Scout and this is Drakon, he replied, and then he bowed. If we may, we have come to quench our thirst at your pool. Of course, come and take of the water, Kara told them. She observed them as Scout grabbed a water boda hooked onto the harness of his beast, and then he and Drakon made their way towards the pool. The dragon's bulky weight rumbled the ground as he walked, and Kara thought that was a bit odd. Scout eyed her as much as she eyed them. He noted the clothes she wore and her malformations, and then he searched the area as if looking for someone else and tried to do so without her taking note. She didn't notice as she watched Drakon cautiously make his way behind his rider as if he was unsure how Black Fire would react to his presence. She kept eyeing the beast, trying to figure out why he was so heavy. He wasn't even an adult yet. Maybe he projected some sort of spell that made him stronger and somehow bulkier. Drakon, did you cast some sort of spell on yourself? Kara asked as she started toward them to meet them before they walked halfway to the pool. She waited for his reply, but the brown dragon never answered her. He only gazed at her curiously. Kara turned to Scout and questioned him. Why does he not answer me? He looks old enough to speak. She panicked a bit as she thought that she might have offended him as so many others had offended her. And she stated, not that there is anything wrong with him not speaking if he is unable to yet. Drakon doesn't verbally speak for his species cannot, he replied. She asked, is Drakon not an Athenia dragon? Scout laughed before he answered, no, he isn't an Athenia dragon, and to answer your earlier question, he didn't cast an spell upon himself. Why do you believe there is magic on him? The way the ground shakes, she replied. He moves heavier than he looks. I see, so it was a physical thing that led you to your hypothesis. That is most interesting, Scout stated as he continued on. But his beast stopped and gazed at her. She neared the brown dragon, seemingly called to him as she inquired, I am wrong then. Drakon is different, and Kara reached out her hand to stroke him as she finished. Has an unusual allure about him. Turning as he sensed his pair wasn't as close as he should be. Scout saw Kara and realized what the girl was about to do. So he raised his hand to give warning when Drakon leaned over and stuck his head in her palm. A coo leaked out of his mouth, followed by a lick to her face. Scout had been so sure that growls and warning snaps would have fended off her touch. She rubbed his smooth hide as she stated, his skin feels like I imagined it but not as dry as Blackfire's, and it is also smoother. Blackfire projected, my skin would be smooth too if you would oil it more often. Kara smiled at her hatchling's comment. Scout wiped away the astonished look from his face and laughed again. He questioned her, did you say beauty? You must be mistaken. You can't be speaking of my horrid beast, but then again, what would you know? I am, Kara insisted, and then she questioned him, do you not see it? He is your pair. She petted Drakon a few more times, then stepped back from him, and said, I see it in all dragons. They are all magnificent beasts. Do you now, even in Athenia dragons? Scout inquired, and then he said without waiting for an answer, speaking of which, I bet the one in the pool is one. He directed his next comments to the hatchling. Are you one of the trainees from Firedrake? He is, Kara spoke for her hatchling. He must be a 3rd or 4th year trainee, Scout stated as he glanced around the area. And then he questioned, Attendant, where is his rider? I am not an attendant. Kara snapped, did you believe all of this time you were talking to A? She calmed herself, realizing it wasn't the Dracoman's fault. Blackfire was huge for his age and in the rider's eyes. She was too young to be an older dragon's pair. She stood there for a few moments, trying not to let his erroneous observation bother her. Now even strangers were underestimating her. Kara calmed herself a bit, and then she explained to him, I am his rider, and we are both plebes. Really, and here I was waiting all this time for his rider, and you've been here the entire time. For the most part, she ignored Scout, trying to rein in her anger. She kicked a rock near her barefoot, and it went flying into the pool. Small ripples marked the point of entry as her outrage eased a bit, and she said, You know of Firedrake, so you must know of Dragon Elder Durin. I know him by name only, Scout replied, and then he turned and faced Blackfire. I can't believe he is only a plebe. Your hatchling is a large one. Dragon Elder Durin said he is the largest he has ever seen, Kara spoke, and then she added with pride, he might be the largest Athenia dragon ever born. You don't say, Scout said as he took a few steps and then bent to the pool, and his beast followed. He filled his water boat as Drakon took of the water, and Scout questioned, how far is Firedrake from here? About 3 hours by foot, Kara replied as she pointed in its direction. I'm close then. I was having problems finding it, he stated as he straightened, walked toward the Vim crystals, and waved as he went. Thank you for the directions and for allowing us to interrupt your day. It was no bother, Kara said. Small stones tumbling from the nearby cliff and landing around the pool brought Scout's attention skyward, and he turned and noticed a Venetian red scribe walking out to the edge. The scribe bent and sat with his feet dangling, and then he removed his blazing quill and convey scroll from his satchel. Expositus. H listened commanded softly, and his scroll unrolled and floated in front of him. He was so sure he had lost Kara and Blackfire, but luckily, he noticed their attendant had walked from this direction. Lynn looked over the desert from his lofty point, and he was glad that he climbed up there. He had a very good view of everything, and he began writing. In the valley, Scout saw that the girl noticed his own diverted gaze, then quickly took of the water from the boda, and said, "This pool is quite refreshing. Why are you two here?" She started to turn to see what he had been looking at, but when he questioned her, she focused on him and his inquiry. She answered him, "We are participating in the time of endurance." Blackfire projected, "Are you sure that we should be telling this stranger these things? Should we not be more cautious?" Kara projected back, "I guess I should not be so trusting. I shall be more cautious with my words." She asked Scout, trying to change the subject, if Drakon is not an Athenia dragon, what kind of dragon is he? Scout looked at his beast before he stated, "I never said he was a dragon. He's a herptile." Scout turned back to her, glimpsed a confused expression span her face, and then questioned her, "Don't know what that is." "Well, the people of this country have a different name for him." He paused, and then he questioned himself, "Now, what do they call him?" "Not a dragon." Kara gazed at Drakon as Scout's words made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't see anything rise within the brown dragon that would give her warning, but his rider was a different matter. She witnessed a mask of deceit seemingly fall away from the Dracoman's face. She turned her attention back to the dragon, and then she picked up something unusual about Drakon, so she squinted as if her vision had been blurred and took a second look. The image of the dragon flickered like that of a desert mirage that appeared for only an instant. There was another image in that flicker before her view returned to what she had originally perceived. She couldn't make out the image within the flicker. It had been too fast. Kara experienced the same sensation she had when Blackfire had gone hunting and left her alone. Her pair sensed her trepidation and projected to her, "Something does not feel right. Kara, come closer to me." She didn't move, as if frozen in place as the flicker occurred again, and the image within stayed a split second longer. It appeared that Drakon possessed two sets of wings when she saw the other beast in her distorted vision. Scout still muttered to himself, and she distinctly heard, "The name they call the herptile's a little more sinister." Kara took one step sideways toward her pair as the image flicker happened a third time. She beheld Drakon's true form. He had ebony hide that looked like black onyx in the dwindling sunlight. She saw the two sets of wings again and that his head was rounded like a serpent's. What frightened her the most was that Drakon was 5 times the size he had been moments earlier. She turned to Scout, and the image he wore like a costume was also gone. He was no longer clean-cut, but he sported a full beard with a braid on each side of his mouth. She started to run for Blackfire. "I remember," Scout exclaimed as he moved between her and her hatchling, cutting them off from one another. "They call herptiles leviathans." Kara stopped mid-stride when the man blocked her as if a freezing spell had been placed upon her. She didn't know what to do or say, and she felt her hatchling's fear. Blackfire ready to pounce on the man. "I can tell you're thinking about this situation." "Yes, I can tell that you're working that little mind of yours," Scout spoke as he lifted his hand and summoned a staff from thin air. It was wooden and had a red gem fastened to it by metal claws. He stomped his staff along the orange-yellow sand, making circle indentions that seemed to flash like broken mirrors in the sunlight. Scout stated, "If Drakon is a leviathan, doesn't that make me a warlock?" The answer, of course, is yes. I'm one of the Stygian Legion. Perhaps you have heard of a scout flying through your lands. Kara shook her head slightly. "No, and here I put on a performance to fool you into thinking we were the couriers from Yang. Drakon did enjoy them, and I hope to enjoy fooling you. It is too bad. The elders should have informed you, and then maybe you wouldn't have been so trusting of strangers. I am surprised you saw through our disguise even if it was only a little. My magic creates a complete illusion and covers all the senses, and yet you perceived past a few of them." He grabbed her right wrist as he ordered, "Drakon, take out the hatchling. But don't kill him right away. We will have some fun before we leave." Blackfire leapt for Scout as the Leviathan rushed forth, and Drakon tackled him before he reached the warlock. His attack was so forceful he sent Blackfire hurling into the pool. Water splashed on Scout and Kara. The Leviathan stood on the ledge of the pool, and when the hatchling surfaced, he reached down his talon and shoved the much smaller beast back under. Drakon was nearly 15 times the size of Blackfire and had no problems keeping him under. "Let go of me," Kara screamed as she struggled against the warlock's hold. "Let go of me." Scout turned and watched his beast have his fun as he stated, "Your hatchling will make a fine prize for me." I need proof that I entered the land of Athenia and have yet to come across the right trophy. And with my prize, I'll prove my gall and worthiness to move up in the ranks of the Legion. Drakon continued to hold the hatchling under as he mind-synced with the warlock and projected. Isn't the dragon a bit too big to bring back as a prize? Kara heard the Leviathan within her mind. Nod his head, Scout replied, and then he spoke to the girl. Now, what to do with you? On the cliff above, Hlisnin stood as the warlock and Leviathan's magical camouflage fell away. He wasn't sure what he should do. He was an observer, but to just watch as the young ones were slaughtered was unthinkable. Some distance away, Winfrey led a horse-drawn cart, heading back to those who were in her care. She noticed the sun descending in the sky and hurried her pace. If she quickened it enough, she might be back to camp before dark, just as she promised. In the valley, snatching her arm away from the warlock, Kara rushed over to her shield and spear. She picked them up, then turned, and faced her enemy. By King Viz himself. Scout uttered, and then he questioned her, Are you going to face me with practice weapons? You do know that they'll not repel magic, and I doubt the spear can even pierce flesh, let alone my clothes or the Leviathan's hide. He raised his staff, the gem on top glowed dark red, and he started to call upon his magic as he questioned her. What do you think you're going to do? Kara glanced at Drakon as he drowned her hatchling, so she turned and hurled her spear at the Leviathan. Drakon caught it and easily broke it in half with his claws. Her heart sank, seeing the futility of her actions. You are a brave one, Scout said as he moved for her. Brave and soon to be dead. The gem on his staff glowed even brighter and became like black fire as he stated. Your scalp will also look nice on my Leviathan's harness. The end. Next AabiLynn's Dragon Rite number 3. Magic as sharp as swords.
In today's video, we will be listening to an audiobook of the novella Kitten and Kraken. Kitten and Kraken is a standalone apocalyptic science fiction story and part of the Shades of Grey universe. The story of Kitten and Kraken takes place before the events of Shades of Grey number 1, Noir, City Shrouded by Darkness. So at the end of this read, I will have a link to Shades of Grey number 1 if you would like to listen to that audiobook. So look for the link later. It will also be in the description if you would like to know more about the Shades of Grey universe. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the read.
Kitten and Kraken. Tales from the Shades of Grey universe. By Kristie Lynn Higgins. Copyright 2019. Chapter 1. Not exactly the beginning of the story. Once upon a time, or that was how the story should start, but was this tale only a story? Maybe this tale was the beginning of something new, horrible, and wondrous? The world in which this story took place was governed by corporations, and mile-thick dry clouds encompassed half the earth, blanketing that portion of the planet in endless night. A department within the Sphinx Corporation known as the Council had acquired a special and dangerous experiment from the Sphinx Corporation Third Branch Office. The project was en route to the secret location of the sanctum where the Council conducted their business and experiments, and the project was heavily guarded by SCMs. The year was 14 IDC, and the day looked as much dark as the night, within the sanctum. Deep in its bowels, a different project than the one that was being escorted to the sanctum awoke from a long sleep. Her project name was Kraken. An unusual sensation woke this dreaded and feared project. Kraken felt something and also heard something at the same time. These two senses drew her from one of her self-induced hibernations as Kraken became in sync with something. This unusual sensation had a rhythm to it, and it was somewhat calming and intriguing at the same time. She opened her eyes and saw she was lying on a bed within her cell. The level consisted of many prison cells, or maybe containment units was a better term. Kraken was usually alone on this floor, but minutes ago, many people entered the prison cell level. She heard and felt what had drawn her from her sleep. The sound and vibrations were very soft but rhythmic. These sensations were very soothing, but Kraken ignored them. She didn't want to be soothed. Kraken went to the mangled door she long ago destroyed to leave her cell. The council decided to allow her off her leash and to allow her to freely roam the sanctum as she pleased. Even if they wanted to, the council couldn't stop her for long. Kraken had gotten bored, so she had gone to sleep, and she believed it had been about 8 months since she last woke. She entered the main corridor that connected most of the maximum security prison cells. No one else was down there. Kraken had long ago hunted and killed all those who they had imprisoned there with her. She entered the main corridor and found something peculiar even for her twisted mind. A child was in the hallway with shackles on her wrists and ankles. An SCM unit, consisting of 10 soldiers and wearing dark green uniforms, was escorting the child, and they were on edge as if the child was some violent, bloodthirsty beast. They even had her little wrists shackled close together, and her ankle chains were short so that she could only take small steps. A metal collar attached to a pole was around her tiny neck, and the SCM, holding the pole 6 feet from her, looked a little afraid of the child. She was wearing a blue hospital gown, and she was barefooted. The SCM unit halted as the creature they had hoped to avoid blocked their path like some violence-hungry reptilian monster. The SCM leader had been told Kraken was asleep. Now his unit would have to deal with 2 dangerous monsters. Kraken stood at 7 foot and 3 inches tall, with green moist skin speckled by patches of red and yellow, and her mood dictated the depth of the color's brilliance. Kraken had a tail and the cone head of the veiled chameleon, but otherwise, the rest of her appearance was mostly humanoid. She was hairless and wore no clothing. She needed no clothing. Her tail trailed behind her in the air like a ship's rudder. Her eyes were serpent-like, and her 5-fingered hands had long retractable claws. Her skin was usually green but did change with her mood, and right now her skin was an excited blue-green. The SCM leader considered retreating and coming back with 2 more units if he had to deal with Kraken. She didn't give him an opportunity to retreat. The beastly woman couldn't wait to sink her claws into something. She hadn't had any prey in a long time, and now she had a very cute little kitten to play with. It was about to be playtime. Chapter 2. A kitten shows up. The soldiers were terrified as they stood between 2 extremely dangerous projects. Kraken didn't see the child as dangerous. The child was just something new to hunt. The child stood there with no fear of Kraken as she approached the child and her escort. The soldiers were not as calm, but they had already had dealings with Kraken before, so they remained at their positions. Kraken stared at the child, waiting on her to scream at her hideous form and try and run away from the monster prowling toward her, but she just stared at Kraken in turn. The little girl had brown hair and hazel eyes. Kraken was fixated on her. The 10 SCMs aimed at the reptile woman with their XM8 assault rifles as she approached them. "What is this?" Kraken asked, referring to the girl. The lead SCM told her, "Return to your room. We have been given orders to escort this dangerous project to its room." Kraken ignored the soldier's order as she appeared at the adorable girl that reminded her of something. And then she asked, "What have you brought me? Have you brought me a kitten?" "We have our orders," the lead soldier insisted. Their destination wasn't that far, so if he could just get his unit around the reptile woman, they would be in the clear. He stated as if presenting a case for the monster to let them by. "We are to take this project to its cell." "You're putting a kitten in a cell," Kraken spoke, and then she laughed. "Why would you do a thing like that?" Kraken was several yards away from them as she extended her 4-inch claws and told the soldiers, "I have not had a toy in such a long time. Give me the kitten so I may play with her." The reptile woman didn't give the SCMs time to respond and attacked the 9 soldiers, quickly slicing through them with ease. A few of them got off a few shots, but they didn't even slow down the reptile woman. Kraken left the one holding the pole for last. The SCM looked more afraid of releasing the pole and the girl than he was of the reptile woman hurting him. The last soldier stood still for a few moments more, but then he panicked and turned to run. Kraken slashed across him and splattered some of his blood on the girl's face, who had turned in the metal pole collar to watch. The girl never reacted to the carnage all around her. The last soldier dropped the pole before he fell to the floor, and Kraken believed the girl would run. But she stood very still, waiting on her as if Kraken was the one who dictated her actions. The reptile woman swiped her hands a couple of times, ridding her claws of the blood before she retracted them. Even in their retracted state, her claws were an inch long. She bared her fangs at the girl, but the girl just continued to stand there as if she didn't understand the concept of fear. Kraken circled her like some hungry shark. The girl continued to stare at her with her emotionless hazel eyes. Kraken was about to say something to her to see if she was even alive when she walked right up to the reptile woman and took one of her clawed pinky fingers. "Are you like me?" Kraken didn't answer her. Was the girl blind? Couldn't she tell that she was some sort of monster? They were nothing alike. "You are like me," the girl spoke, confirming her own question. "How am I like you, kitten?" She looked around at the dead and dying soldiers and answered, "You hurt people." The girl glanced around the hallway and asked, "Is this the prison? I was told I would meet the warden here. Are you the one who's going to punish me?" Kraken was intrigued by this new prey and let the girl live a few moments more as she answered her. I'm more of a hunter. I hunt things, and then I kill things. I'm prey, the girl asked as if accepting such a bizarre title. Kraken once again stared into her fearless hazel eyes. She had come across such an interesting little thing. And she told her, yes, you are prey. And I am the predator. If it is punishment you seek, I can give you that as I kill you. Now run so I may chase you. She was so sure the girl would plead for her life or start crying. But the girl tilted her head in the most adorable way as if studying the reptile woman. Kraken tensed as she made ready to chase the prey. The girl looked down at her ankle shackles and said, I can't run in these. I'll have to walk. Her answer upset Kraken, and she snapped, no, the prey must flee and your heart must pound away your dread. It does hurt here, Kitten said as she placed her left palm on her chest. For the first time, the girl appeared to have emotions as sadness and sorrow became all-encompassing around her tiny body. Kraken relaxed her stance as she again considered the bizarreness of the prey. The heart is very fragile, the reptile woman finally told her after considering the girl's statement. I will make sure you don't suffer long. She bore her fangs again, not in a snarl but a smile. Kraken might not be hunting that very moment, but the anticipation was so exhilarating. Kitten might be more worthy prey than she first thought. Kraken thought she had come across just a toy, but Kitten was so interesting. Her smile quickly left as Kraken noticed the girl was still holding onto her clawed pinky finger. She swiped that hand with a little more force than she intended and sent the girl flying across the hallway. The girl rolled across the floor, metal pole and pole collar violently rattling. The child came to rest and was slow to get up as the heavy chains in the metal pole collar were bulky for a child her size. The sound Kraken had first woke to drummed slowly and then faded into the background. She prepared to pounce on the girl as soon as she rose. But then Kraken heard a large number of soldiers coming their way. They had come to stop her, so Kraken extended her claws and readied herself to shred them to pieces. They would soon learn of their error for ever taking her on. There it is, their leader shouted. Quick, take it down. Don't let it attack. Take it down before it comes at us. The 4 SCM units fired, and Kraken ran at them to engage. But they weren't firing at her. She attacked the first soldier and saw that they were armed with tranquilizer guns and not their usual assault rifle. The other SCMs shot the girl full of darts until she fell to the floor out cold. Kraken stopped her attack and shoved the unlucky and yet very lucky soldier to the ground. Council SCMs had learned it was a death sentence to tick Kraken off, so the soldier rose back to his feet and did nothing. Kraken, the voice of Chimin came over the intercom. He was the third highest ranking member of the council. I see that you are awake again and that you have indulged in your bloodlust. You should really talk to me before you kill anyone. I prefer when you allow me to select your victims. It is less costly. The child, Kraken started. You mean Pan? I don't care what her name is. I don't want to hear it. She's a kitten, and I want to play with her. Kraken glanced back at the now sleeping girl and said, make arrangements, and I'll quietly go back to my cell. I can do that, Chimin told her. Your kitten will not be awake for a while, but as soon as it is, I'll let you play with it. I'll let you have the first turn with it. Kraken wasn't sure Chimin understood. Once she had her turn with Kitten, no one else would have a turn. Chapter 3. Getting ready for a hunt. The debtors' prisons were created to house those who were unable to pay off debts owed to corporations. Prisoners were often offered ways to pay off some or all of their debts so that they could be released earlier, and these offers were usually dangerous. The next day, Chimin allowed Kraken the use of the above-ground area the SCMs used to train. It was a mock-up of a 10-block city area with buildings and streets. There were even real trees and grass. Kraken was going to use it as a giant playground. She wanted to make sure her new kitten had plenty of room to run. 4 SCMs delivered Kitten with the same getup she was wearing yesterday except for an added harness, and her chains had been removed from her ankle manacles. She still had on the ankle manacles. The new harness was buckled across her chest and had a handle on her back. Her wrists were still in shackles. I'll take her now, Kraken informed the soldiers. The one soldier with the pole acted like he was afraid to release Kitten from the contraption for her. So Kraken smacked his hands and took the pole from him. Leave, I do not need your assistance, Kraken ordered them. I hunt alone. You have 2 hours to play with the kitten, one of the SCMs informed her. Chimin has plans for it. Kraken spoke. Tell Chimin, I doubt she'll last 20 minutes. He should cancel his plans for this girl. She will shortly be no more. We will be back in 2 hours, the soldier repeated as he ignored the reptile woman's comments. And then the SCMs left. She grumbled as the soldiers mostly ignored her, and then she turned her attention to the new prey. Kraken unhooked the pole from the girl's collar and noticed there was a white bell attached to the red collar. The collar was different than the one yesterday. It was made from red leather and not metal. Kraken focused in on the white bell. She bet Chimin put it there to be cute. Kraken thought about tearing the bell from her collar. She didn't need the bell to tell her where the prey was. Kraken then decided it didn't really matter. Kitten wouldn't be alive for very long. Kraken decided to inspect her prey to see what sort of handicap she should give herself for the hunt. She grabbed the girl by both shoulders and turned her around to examine her back. Kitten complied without being told and turned as she turned her. "Why did they put this harness on you?" Kraken grabbed the handle on her back and lifted her tiny frame off the ground. And the girl didn't move like she couldn't? Kraken watched as her cute little face wrinkled all up like she had tasted something sour. She wanted to pinch the little girl's cheeks but restrained herself. "It's like I'm grabbing you by your scruff." She put her down, and the sour expression on her face left. "I don't know why they put this harness on me," Kitten answered a few moments later. "You're so small," Kraken told her. And then she asked, "What are you, 8? "I'm 13, Kitten replied as if it was so obvious. "You're very tiny for your age. You're definitely a kitten." Kraken noticed she was rubbing her chest in between the straps of the harness. Kraken spoke. "You said that you were hurting there yesterday. Are you still in pain?" Kitten nodded and said, "My heart. It can be broken," Kraken told her. "Never mind it. You have other things to worry about." "Why are we here?" Kitten asked as she looked around the mock city. "Remember how I told you that I'm the predator and I'm the prey?" The girl interrupted her. Kraken spread her arms wide and answered her. "Here is where we'll play our game." "Play?" Kitten questioned her. "Have you ever been on a playground or in a playroom?" Kitten got this frightened look on her face as she nodded. "This is our playroom." "Oh." Kitten spoke as if she was expecting something different. "Run along now," Kraken shooed her off. "I will give you 10 minutes. No 15 minutes, and then I'll come and hunt. Are you going to kill me?" Kitten questioned her. The reptile woman expected to hear more fear from the child, but it was as if Kitten was asking about a simple rule to some game. "Yes," Kraken impatiently answered as she couldn't wait to start the hunt. "Now run along and can't you just kill me here?" the girl asked. "I'm very tired and—" "No," Kraken yelled at her. "I have to chase you or track you down for it to be a hunt. You don't look like you can run very fast, so I will track you down." "I don't think I understand this game," Kitten stated. And then she asked, "What do you want out of it?" The reptile woman started to yell at her because the girl hadn't done as she had instructed her, but maybe if Kraken explained a little as to what she wanted, the hunt would be more enjoyable. The prey needed to understand her part in this. "I am the predator, and it is my job to find you and kill you. You are the prey, and it is your job to hide from me and not allow me to catch you." "I think I understand," the girl said as a look of purpose and determination sparked from her eyes. "I will do my best." "Do your best," the bloodthirsty beastly woman thought. "Do your best, and I will do mine. And soon you will be dead." Chapter 4. The Hunt. The hunt would soon begin. Kitten ran ahead and entered the city. Kraken impatiently waited about 15 minutes and then decided to give her another 5 minutes before she slowly entered the city. The sounds of city life played over a track at her request. It sounded like about 1,000 people were there, but it was just the two of them. Kraken tracked the girl all over the city. She was surprised and pleased she didn't find the girl right away. Kraken tracked her into many buildings and then to a park in the center of the city. It had been almost 2 hours since she started the hunt. Kraken thought she would kill her within the first 20 minutes, but the girl had proven to be a little elusive. She followed Kitten's tracks through the park, and her tracks seemed to be everywhere. Kraken paused under a tall tree to consider how far she should backtrack when a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Did I do well?" Kraken looked up into the tall tree and saw Kitten. "I should have known," Kraken told her. "If I am looking for a kitten, I should look up in a tree." She examined the tree and asked the girl, "How did you climb up this huge tree?" "I like climbing," the girl answered her as a childlike wonder filled her face. "I get very few opportunities to climb. It was so much fun climbing this tree, but I had to make sure to be quiet so you wouldn't find me. You did well to keep your presence from me," Kraken said, very pleased to have prey that was much more than she appeared. She commanded the girl, "Come down here. Is the hunt over?" "No," Kraken answered. Kitten told her as she gleefully hung onto a branch as if she was resisting the urge to swing on it like she was on the monkey bars. "I will wait till the hunt's over before I come down." Kraken considered that the prey was somewhat bright and commented, "A kitten stuck in a tree." "You could climb up here," the girl told her. "You could hunt me up here, or are you unable?" Maybe she was very smart. Maybe Kitten was a cunning kitten with room to grow. Kraken answered her, "You would think with my physiology that I could, but no, I'm a poor climber. I will not be able to hunt you up there." "Call the hunt over and I'll come down," the girl told her. "Call this game over and I'll come down." Kraken looked up and saw the girl was about 100 feet off the ground. She wouldn't be able to jump up and take a swipe at her. Kraken could find another way to climb up or knock Kitten from the tree, but then she decided this was enough for her first hunt. She was about to give in and call it off for the day when the SCMs returned. "We are here for the Pandora project." It would seem with this prey that 2 hours isn't enough. Kraken complained as she wanted to hunt the girl again, and this time, she wanted to shorten the time between Kitten running off and her chasing after her. Kraken would have to wait, and she said, "I want Kitten tomorrow. Tell Chimin, I want her for more than 2 hours." The soldier replied, "Chimin must have foreseen this. He wanted me to let you know you can have Kitten again tomorrow and for longer." The soldier looked up and commanded, "Pandora, come down. It is time for your next appointment." The girl couldn't resist any longer and swung on the branch like some little monkey as she said, "I will as soon as Kraken tells me the hunt is over." The soldier yelled, "Pandora, come down now or I'll make you come down." Kitten repeated as she stepped back to a branch and secured her foothold again. "I will as soon as Kraken tells me." He lifted his tranquilizer gun and fired 2 darts into Kitten. She swayed a little on the tree branch, then released her hold of the branch and plummeted for the ground. The sound that had faded returned with force and urged Kraken to quickly react. She jumped up about 20 feet and caught the girl. Kraken landed on the ground and glared at the soldier. The SCM realized how much danger he had put himself in as he had angered the great and horrible Kraken project. He thought about apologizing to the reptile woman, but he didn't know if a sign of weakness would only plunge Kraken's claws into him sooner. He nearly held his breath, seeing what she would do. "You could have damaged her," Kraken yelled at him. The soldier still didn't breathe, fearing for his life. He decided he couldn't stand there forever, so he was about to say something when the team leader spoke before him. "It needs to learn to obey us," the SCM leader stated. "Maybe next time it will do as it is told." Kraken thought about killing all the soldiers, but then she thought of Chimin and that she shouldn't anger him too much. She glanced down at the girl in her arms. Kitten was unharmed, and she would be able to hunt her again tomorrow. Kraken handed her to a different soldier, and the female soldier took her from the reptile woman. Chapter 5. A tree. Kraken didn't sleep that night. She didn't need much sleep since she went into long periods of hibernation. She found that she was sitting on her bed excitedly twitching her tail back and forth like some cat who knew exactly where the mouse was hiding. Kraken went over exactly what type of hunt she wanted with Kitten. The next day came, and Kraken went back out to the mock city and soon, the same SCMs delivered Kitten to her at the exact same location. The soldiers left, and she removed the pole from the girl's red collar. Kraken flicked the tiny white bell on her collar, amused by how Kitten was almost like a cute little kitten. All she was missing was soft, fluffy fur and whiskers. She took a second look at the girl. Kitten seemed very tired, as if she hadn't slept since the last time they met. It was odd since they had pumped her full of sedatives, and she would have rested for the majority of the day. Kraken would have preferred a well-rested kitten. Prey that was well-rested was always better prey. "Are we to play the same game?" Kitten questioned her, pulling Kraken from her thoughts. "We are. I will only give you a 10-minute head start this time. I have you longer, so I will be sure to catch and kill you." Kitten didn't say anything but ran off into the city to begin her part of the hunt. Kraken waited for 10 minutes, and then she followed after her. The girl's trail headed directly into the park, and Kraken found her where once the large tree had stood. She stalked the girl as Kitten squatted on what was left of the freshly cut tree trunk. Kraken was about to pounce on her when, "They cut it down," Kitten said. "They cut it down. Did they cut it because I wouldn't come down from the tree?" Kraken straightened her stance as the girl had spotted her and there was no need to stalk her. And then she answered, "Probably. It was over 300 years old. I counted the rings, and I'm up to 312. "It is what happens when you disobey," Kraken told her as she came up from behind as if she would still pounce on her. "Things will get hurt if I disobey." "What about people?" Kitten questioned as if Kraken was some great and wise teacher. "Will more people get hurt if I disobey?" "Probably," Kraken answered as she retook her stalking and extended her claws, preparing to attack. Her prey was right in front of her, and she couldn't resist. "I don't want anyone else to get hurt," the girl spoke as she still had her back to the reptile woman. "Please tell me if I'm doing something that will cause others to get hurt. Tell me to cease and be still, and I will understand if I do so. No one will get hurt." "No need," Kraken told her as she finally pounced and drove her claws deep into the girl's tiny back on both sides of the harness. "Your time on this earth has come to an end." Chapter 6. What to do now? The next day, Kraken moped around her cell, bored out of her mind. Kitten would have been more worthy prey if someone had not cut down the tree. Kraken considered finding out who had ordered the tree be cut down, but it would only be a waste of her time. She thought about asking Chimin if he could acquire some criminals for her from the debtors' prisons, or better yet, acquire some violent criminals to hunt. She started to head for his office when Chimin showed up in the main corridor outside her cell. He was a very attractive man with dark black hair and equally dark brown eyes. "Kraken, may I come in?" "Enter," she bid him. I was just about to come and talk to you about. He entered with Kitten in tow with her usual escort. Kraken asked, "Did you clone this poor creature?" "No," Chimmin answered her. "It is the same one you left for dead. You can play with it again." "Why would I want to?" "I believe the Pandora project can learn," Chimmin explained to her. "Hunt her and make her better prey." Kraken stared at Kitten and bathed in the power that she had to change her fate. Could she actually hunt this girl over and over? Can she die? "Yes," he replied as he laughed. "Pandora is not indestructible. Take her head or take her heart and she will die. Wound her severely and she may come back. An ideal prey for an ideal predator." "I don't think she's up to being my prey," Kraken told him. "I killed her very easily. We only need a proper motivator for her," Chimmin stated as if he already had a plan. "Allow me to motivate her, and she will be the ideal prey. I will give her another try. She did survive our first 2 hunts. No one has been that lucky." Chapter 7, New Prey. About an hour later, Chimmin, Kitten, her escort, and Kraken were back at the mock city. The reptile woman was so excited to be hunting again. The prey. Kitten was. Kitten just might be the prey she had been waiting for. Kraken wanted to hunt her again. She needed to hunt her again. She had to seek and destroy. Chimmin turned and looked at Kitten and spoke. "Pandora, or should I say?" He took his finger and rang the small bell on her red collar. "Kitten?" The white bell rung, and he waited until it stopped before he asked, "Do you know why you are here?" Her whole demeanor changed to someone lost in misery as the girl replied, "I don't want to talk about it. Now, Kitten," he chastised her. "What have I told you?" She bowed her little head and answered, "What I want doesn't matter. I belong to the council and I must obey them. I am the Pandora project. I am an experiment, and the council's will is the only will that matters." "Answer my question," Chimmin demanded. And then he asked, "Do you know why you are here?" Kitten placed a hand to her chest as if shielding her heart, and then she replied, "Because of what happened in the Playroom at the Sphinx Corporation 3rd branch office." "Correct. I heard you nearly burned down an entire level and a handful of people died." Chimmin turned to the reptile woman and spoke, "Did you know that Kitten is a very special project?" Kraken glared at him as she hated the delay to the hunt. Chimmin did like to talk, but she wanted to chase her prey. So Kraken stated, "I do not care. You should care. She is your prey, and the predator should always know the prey." "Fine. Tell me a little about her, but be quick about it," Kraken instructed him, already irritated with the delay. She started to hear something that edged its way closer to her own biological rhythms. The now familiar sound tried to sync with her again, but Kraken forcibly pushed it away. She compelled the rhythm to unlink from her, or more like she made herself unlink from it. Chimmin instructed the girl, "Kitten, tell Kraken what you did." She bowed her little head again and then peered up at the reptile woman with this guilt-riddled look. And then Kitten said, "I became stuck." Kraken was not sure of her meaning, but Chimmin seemed to understand, for he said, "I heard it tell that it was more like you self-destructed and caused an explosion that nearly killed yourself, and almost killed everyone else in the room. They had to close level 13. They don't even know if they will ever be able to use that level again." Chimmin commanded, "Tell Kraken why you self-destructed." "Doctor, Viles showed me a video," Kitten answered. "What was the video of?" "It was of me." "And who else?" Chimmin asked, urging her to go on with her explanation. Kitten shook her head, refusing to answer. "Speak," Chimmin snapped. "I'm bad. So very bad," Kitten replied as she got this soul-sick expression on her face. "I have to be punished. I deserve to be punished." The faint sound returned as if it refused to be unheard, and it grew increasingly louder. The sound was still in the distance, as if Kraken hadn't quite touched the source of it yet. She wanted to ignore this sound just as she had forced it away from her, but there was a small part of her who wanted to find its origin. Kraken seemed to sync with this rhythmic sound and kept in pace with it. She shook her head, ridding herself of the linking. She had better things to focus on. "And that is why you are here," Chimmin told Kitten. "You will play with Kraken, and by doing so, you will receive the punishment you deserve. Now, you will be playing a new game with Kraken. I am going to give you 3 red cards." He motioned into the distance and asked, "See those people over there who are now coming in?" Kitten turned and stared at the 2 men and the woman as they walked in, and she nodded. Kraken also turned and looked. The 3 of them were wearing a solid red jumpsuit, the debtor's color. It would seem that the council had brought in some defaulters from the debtor's prison. They were called debtors, or Debs for short. Chimmin continued to explain to the girl, "Those people are going to go hide in the city. You must find them before Kraken does, and you will give them one of these red cards. If Kraken finds them and they have a red card, she will do nothing to them. If Kraken finds them and they have no red card, then they will become prey like you. As long as you have 1 red card, Kraken can't hunt you or hurt you, so you could decide to keep one of the cards for yourself. Do you understand the game?" Kitten nodded. "Kraken, do you understand the game and the rules?" "I do," she told him. Chimin spoke. The three Debs also know the rules and how the game is played. Kitten, you will have a 15-minute head start after I have given the Debs a 10-minute head start. Kraken smirked. She had 4 to hunt today, including Kitten. She was so thrilled that she could barely contain herself. More prey gave her more of an opportunity to find the ultimate hunt she has so desperately been seeking. Run. Kitten. Run. For soon the monster would be chasing you. Chapter 8. To hunt and to protect. Kitten prepared herself. It wasn't just her life on the line, but the three Debs. She was more focused and determined than the previous hunts. She didn't care what happened to herself, but she couldn't let anyone else get hurt. There was so much pressure on her for this hunt. The SCMs, who had dropped off the Debs, left. It was nearly time. The three Debs were given fluids to hydrate themselves, and then they were given the go-ahead. They raced into the city, knowing that their lives were on the line. The three Debs, who were selected from a large pool, owed a great deal of debt, and this hunt today would make them debt-free if they survived. Even if they didn't survive, their debt would still be eliminated so that their families wouldn't owe anything. Kraken and Kitten waited outside of the city. The reptile woman had been very impatient when she first started her hunts many years ago, but she had learned patience. She might have learned it, but she was still very eager to begin. Chimin rang Kitten's tiny bell again, and Kraken didn't like that he was so close to her prey. She didn't like that he was anywhere near her prey. Kraken was about to say something to him, but then Chimin turned and left along with the girl's escort, and soon only Kitten and Kraken were standing there. I have to save those people. Kitten spoke as her determined little face never changed. Yes, that is how the game's played, Kraken replied. I didn't mean it as a question, Kitten told her, and for the first time, Kraken saw a 13-year-old instead of an 8-year-old. The girl spoke. I meant it as a statement. Kitten's eyes never left the three people running in the distance as she said, I have to save those people. I can't let you hurt them. Kraken was very pleased. It looked like Chimin succeeded in motivating Kitten. But would it be enough to give Kraken the thrill that she needed for the chase? Would Kitten fail again to satisfy her predatory instincts? She decided to make it very clear to the girl and said, I won't hurt them if I catch them. I will kill them and they will stay dead. I know, Kitten replied. I have to make sure they stay alive. Too many people die. Kraken considered what the girl had said and asked more out of curiosity than out of concern for her. What about you? Are you going to keep one of those red cards for yourself? Kitten shook her head, and her little white bell rang. She hid something from the reptile woman. She hid the reason why she was at the sanctum. I will kill you then, Kraken informed her. I know, Kitten said as if they were having a normal conversation. As if death was something that just happened to everyone every day. I can't be saved. I've been bad. Kraken peered down at her cute and still very determined face, seeing once again an 8-year-old, and asked, what could a kitten have done to make her believe that she has been so bad? I already told you, Kitten stated as she got this distant, sorrowful look. Some sort of dark and malicious creature stalked the girl from the shadows. It was as if some other predator had been hunting her since she came to the sanctum. This predator only existed in the child's mind, existed like the guilt she wore, and was no different than the heavy manacles the council forced her to wear. Kitten spoke through a weighted heart. I'm like you. I hurt people. It didn't really matter why Kitten was there. Kraken would hunt her and make the girl her prey. She would chase her and track her like the Debs who had no chance against her bloodlust. Go on, Kraken urged her as her patience had come to its end. It's time you begin your hunt. The girl once again focused on what she had to do. Lives were at stake. Lives she could only save. Kitten ran toward the mock city. She had to quickly find all the Debs. The final prey was away and soon the chase would begin. Kraken's heart pounded for the exhilarating rush the anticipation gave her. A rush created by active stimuli and a reaction to it. It was like she was a leopard who could already taste the blood of her fresh kill. Kraken continued to wait for her turn to come. The jungle of concrete and metal called to her primeval instincts. Time slowed as the seconds ticked away, and the sinking attempted to link again. She watched Kitten, considering for the first time what the girl had said in the past. She claimed she was very bad. Kraken couldn't imagine her causing a paper cut, so she couldn't fathom her hurting anyone or anything. The sinking increased its efforts, and Kraken also found something else curious. As Kraken, she had never thought about someone enough to imagine or fathom anything about them. Kitten was curious prey and had lasted longer than any other prey, but Kraken guessed it was so only because she hadn't totally destroyed her. The sinking slipped as she warned herself to be careful. Kraken might require her humanity if she wasn't mindful of her thoughts. The time came, and Kraken started into the city. She came across a man in a restaurant and then a woman in a dress store, and they both had red cards. Kraken came across the second man in a hardware store, and he had a red card, but he also had a hold of Kitten by the handle of her harness. What do we have here? Has a rat caught a kitten? She spoke, and then she questioned the man. Why did you do this? I was told if I could catch the girl, my debt would be eliminated plus I would gain 50,000 credits. Kraken turned to her and asked, have we learned anything from this? Kitten. The girl seemed embarrassed as she replied, those I'm trying to save can trap me. I might want to save them, but they might also want something from me. Very good, Kraken told her, and then she ordered the man, release her. He did, and Kitten walked over to the reptile woman and asked, now what? Are you going to kill me? No, I want to play again, Kraken answered as she showed the girl what she held. I have collected 3 leaves. You must give a leaf to each victim or I will kill them. I'm really tired, Kitten told her, and her eyes were droopy. She asked as if she couldn't stay standing any longer, can I take a nap first? No, you can't take a nap, Kraken angrily answered her as the real age of the girl appeared before the reptile woman again. Aren't you too old for a nap? Kraken didn't hang on to her anger for very long and said, now, here, take the leaves and start. I already informed the other man and the woman to hide again someplace different. You are also to take their red card from them as proof that they didn't pick some leaf for themselves. Do you understand this new game? Kitten nodded. She had worked so hard to keep the Debs alive and now she would have to work as hard again. Kitten would make sure everyone survived. Chapter 9. Those saved. Kitten had won the first game, but the hunt was far from over. She slowly walked over to Kraken, took the leaves from her clawed hand, and then immediately rushed over to the man. He grabbed for her, and Kitten leapt up and kicked him in the ribs. He doubled over, and she placed the leaf in his hand, grabbed his red card, and took off out the door. Kraken smiled. Kitten was learning. She might even make a fine predator once she had gotten bigger if she would ever acquire her bloodlust. Kraken waited a shorter amount of time than last time before she began her hunt, and she found that Kitten had reached the other 2 before she found them. The girl had successfully saved the Debs for a second time. The 5 of them left the mock city and headed toward the exit. They paused halfway there as Kitten's escort came. A truck also pulled up in the distance. They sent it in case there were any bodies to pick up. Kraken told the soldiers, take the Debs. I still want to play with Kitten. This way, the SCM ordered the 2 men and the woman. The Debs followed the soldiers, and once they were about 20 feet away, Kraken turned to Kitten. We are going to play one more game, Kraken started to explain as she showed the girl the 3 red cards she took from the Debs. In this new game, a shot interrupted her explanation, and they turned as the SCM fired twice more, killing all 3 Debs. Kitten ran over to them, and Kraken quickly followed her. Kraken stared at the dead victims and asked, why did you kill them? They didn't have their red cards, only some stupid leaves they kept waving in the air like they would save them. The SCM answered her. One of the men was also yelling about he was the rat who had caught the kitten. The girl turned to Kraken, and she looked like she was going to cry as she said, I didn't save them. I lost the game. I thought I had saved them, but I took my eyes off of them. Kraken was very upset and thought about killing the SCM, but he was only following orders. She could blame herself. Kraken did take their red cards. She looked at Kitten and decided to turn it into a lesson. Death was part of life and was never fair, and the girl needed to know this. What have you learned? She asked the girl. Even if I think the game is over, it might not be, Kitten replied. And then she added, it's my fault these people died. It is, Kraken agreed with her. Come, we still need to finish our other game. It hurts. It hurts more than it did. Kitten spoke up as she once again placed her hand on her chest. Your heart can be torn in 2. It was already torn in 2, Kitten told her. I had to give my heart away, so I tore it in 2. It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much when it is only in 2 pieces? Kraken explained to her. That's because it can shatter into hundreds of pieces, and each piece can be in pain. Learn from your pain, grow from your pain, and you may yet be successful. Prey. Chapter 10. A short break to think. Some time later, Kraken peered down at the still body of Kitten. It was also disappointing. She shouldn't have gone ahead and played the next game. Kitten was so depressed that she easily caught her, and she nearly killed her for a second time. Kraken looked at the girl's blood that covered her claws. Kitten was so connected to strangers, her concerns for their safety. She was more concerned about strangers than she was of her own welfare, and with them eliminated from the equation, she had nothing to fight for. The deaths of the Debs affected how well she was as prey. Kraken was greatly disappointed. She should have waited. The rhythm from before. It was so slow, almost non-existing. Something was off with this recent intrusion that was growing more familiar. The sound. It was disconnected, and the unsyncing made her irritable. Whatever Kraken had refused to link with had connected to her on its own, and now that she was unconnected, she felt displaced, like she had lost her way. Her purpose. It was almost as if her life had been better when she was connected to this rhythm. Kraken forced herself to move away from the deeper awareness and focus on what was right in front of her. Her prey. The last hunt was not to her liking. It had caused a bad taste to linger in her mouth. Her obsession hadn't been satisfied. She would have to be more careful in the future and gauge the readiness of the prey if she wanted a worthy chase. She didn't know how much longer Kitten would last, so she needed to make sure the next hunt had no interference. Chapter 11. Struggle Till You're Dead. The next day, Kitten was presented to Kraken once again just outside the mock city, and she looked a little more haggard than last time. Kraken grabbed her chin, lifted her face, noticed the dark circles under her eyes, and questioned, "Are you sure she is completely healed from the wounds I inflicted on her?" The lead SCM told her, "It completely healed last night from what you did to it. You are not the only one to play with it. There are a few others running experiments on it while it lasts." The soldier left, and Kraken noticed something that she hadn't noticed before. "You are starting to smell. Do they not have you bathe?" "I do every." Kraken grabbed Kitten by the handle of her harness, and the small girl didn't move as Kraken walked some distance to a fountain within the park. She decided it would not do for the prey to have such a strong smell. She would be able to track her down too easily. Kraken stopped in front of the fountain, and without warning, she tossed Kitten into the water like some wishing penny. Water splashed up, and she was completely drenched. Kitten immediately got out of the fountain, but her exit was awkward and rash, like she was disoriented and trying to flee something that would devour her. Kitten tumbled out of the fountain and to the ground. She was slow to rise. "You should have stayed in longer," Kraken scolded her. "You could use a good soaking." "It's cold," Kitten informed her as she wrapped her arms around herself. "It's too cold." Kraken sniffed the air and said, "You smell better. Come, it will be just the two of us playing today." "What game will we be playing?" Kitten quivered out her question as her tiny body started to shiver. "I'm going to show you exactly what type of predator I am," Kraken explained to her. "I won't be holding back like I've been doing. I want you to understand just how unmatched we are. I want you to see so that you can improve." "I'm very tired," Kitten told her as she continued to shiver. "I know I can't take a nap, but can I sit on the ground for a few minutes and rest?" "No, Kitten. When you are being hunted, there is no such thing as rest," Kraken told her. Kraken considered her prey did look cold, and she considered what to do about it. Running would warm her up, so she urged the girl to start doing so by telling her, "I will count to 20. 1, 2. You better start running. 3, 4. I'm going to bite you this time." Kitten just stood there, so Kraken bared her sharp teeth at her. Kitten took off running, and Kraken smiled as she enjoyed teasing the prey. She watched the girl run, and her mad sprint quickly slowed. Kitten did seem more tired each day. She thought the girl would get plenty of rest after their games. What else were they doing to her? Kraken at first thought it didn't matter unless they were making her prey tired. She raced after Kitten and easily tracked her down. Kraken could smell that peculiar scent again. For the first time, the full thrill of the hunt coursed through her blood as Kraken didn't hold back. It was so exhilarating. She was still running when Kraken found her. Kitten turned as she ran up behind her, and Kraken knocked her to the ground and thrust her one hand's claws through her tiny chest, careful not to hit her hard or puncture any vital arteries. Kraken also didn't inject her with her venom. She wanted her to stay awake. Pain immediately crossed her small face, and Kraken believed she would struggle and fight her. But she just laid her arms out beside herself. Kitten stared up at her with this pathetic and yet adorable face splattered by her own blood. Kraken went in for the kill, and she saw that Kitten was still only staring at her. "Why are you not fighting to stay alive? Isn't this my punishment?" Kitten questioned her through the pain. "Do you mean your punishment for losing the game?" She shook her head as this grievous, sorrow-filled expression plastered itself across her face as she whispered, "Isn't this my punishment for what I did?" "I don't care what you did," Kraken told her. "But if you just give up, you won't save anyone." "I lost," Kitten said. "You haven't lost until you're dead," Kraken spoke. "In this world, you have to keep fighting until you're dead." Kitten questioned her wise teacher. "I can save people if I don't give up." "You might," Kraken answered, noticing once again that the girl didn't care about herself, only others. "Can't give up," Kitten spoke as her eyes started to droop, not from exhaustion this time, but from blood loss. Her determination was still there as it had been there when Kraken hunted the Debs, and she had to protect them. Kitten lifted her arms that were trembling in pain and grabbed hold of Kraken's hand that had its claws sunk into her flesh. Kitten didn't have the strength to stop her, but she did try. With time, she would be able to get stronger. Kraken only needed to keep training her, and no, this wouldn't do. Kraken was surprised by her thoughts. Did she actually believe the girl would live long enough to grow up? Kitten's time with her would be fleeting. Kraken would have to utilize the prey while she was with her. Kraken let her squirm for a few minutes just to allow her to think she was accomplishing something. And then Kraken took her other hand and struck her twice with her claws. She injected her venom this time, and the struggle was over within a minute. Kitten's arms limply fell to her side as Kraken's venom forced her to pass out before the pain did. Kraken again forgot the prey wouldn't always be with her. She could train Kitten to be better prey. She just had to be patient. Kraken stared at her blood that was on her claws, and she considered using her abilities and peering into the girl's future. She thought about Kitten's future, but she seemed to connect with her past as her one ability activated. It was a past that was lived on. Kraken forcibly blocked her future sight, and she no longer picked up anything from Kitten. She decided against using her ability on the girl anymore. The hopes Kraken had for better prey fled her again as reality once more came into focus. She doubted Kitten would last another 3 weeks. No need to look into her future where only a void existed. Chapter 12. Curiosity got the Kraken. Kraken picked up the girl's tiny body, threw her small 8-year-old-like frame over her shoulder, and carried her out of the mock city. Kraken scolded herself. She was too enthusiastic about the hunt. She should have waited on the kill until she had played with Kitten 2 or 3 more times. If she had only thought about it, she could have slightly injured the girl with her claws, and they could have played some more. Kitten's escort met the reptile woman. The council was always monitoring them, so they must have known she ended their playtime early. She handed Kitten off to one of them as she spoke to the lead SCM. She has been complaining about being tired. How much does my kitten sleep? I don't know, he answered. We are only assigned to pick her up from her cell, deliver her to you, and then take her to the playroom. Kraken headed for her cell as the SCMs took Kitten and headed for their next destination. Kraken entered the main corridor that connected most of the maximum security prison cells and decided she had to know. She hurried to her cell and climbed up into the duct between levels and went in search of Kitten. Kraken had learned how to avoid the security cameras. She was very good at hiding and stalking. Kraken crawled through duct after duct searching for where they were taking Kitten until she caught wind of her prey. The odd smell was strong again. She wondered if the poor child ever got a proper bath. Kraken guessed it didn't matter. Kitten was a project owned by the council, not unlike how Kraken was a project owned by the council. The only difference was that the council, actually, all of the sanctum feared her and let her go about as she willed. Kraken continued to trail the girl. Soon she would discover why her kitten was always so tired. Chapter 13. The Playroom. Kraken easily tracked Kitten down as she continued to smell that peculiar smell. Kraken made a hole in the duct in the ceiling and peered down into a room. Kitten was laid out on an examining bed. She was still unconscious from her venom and bleeding from the wound she inflicted. A man wearing latex gloves moved to the girl as he wheeled over a biohazard cart. He took a pair of scissors and removed her bloody hospital gown, leaving her underwear on, and threw the gown into a biohazard container. Kitten might claim to be 13, but her body was very undeveloped for her age. Who knew how they created this project? She considered that Kitten might be a clone. There were already a few within the sanctum. Kraken continued to watch the man work. She found it odd that he left her harness on. It would be easier to take it off and then remove her gown. The man moved over to a player and activated it. Something like classical music played over the speakers. Kraken didn't recognize the tune. The man moved over to a counter and sink, grabbed a handful of paper towels, wet them, then moved over to Kitten. He wiped the blood away, and as he did, Kraken could see that her wounds were slowly sealing. The man went back and forth from the sink to the examining bed until he had cleaned all the blood from Kitten. A yellowish substance was flowing out of the wounds. It was Kraken's venom. She watched amazed as Kitten's surface wounds all healed, and she woke. "Sit up, Pandora," the man ordered her. She did, and he placed a clean blue hospital gown on her that had a section of it cut out. Kraken wondered if they were that afraid of Kitten that they never took the harness off and cut holes in her garments to go around the harness. He tied the strings of the gown in the back. Kraken continued to watch from her lofty perch. "Pandora, go sit in your chair," he ordered. She slid off the bed, walked over to a chair, and sat. The man strapped her little wrists and ankles to the chair with her manacles and secured her in place. "Dr. Files, Pandora is ready." "Thank you," a man said whose face was wrapped up in bandages as if he had been injured or burned. Kraken wasn't sure why a man in his condition would continue to work. Dr. Viles stated, "We will continue with the experiment we were conducting yesterday." Kraken watched them conduct the experiment on the girl for 5 hours. Kraken could be very patient. After some time, different SCMs showed up and took the exhausted Kitten. Kraken followed them. She would find out if there was more to Kitten being so exhausted than the lengthy experiments being conducted by Dr. Viles. Chapter 14. Kitten's Scruff. Kraken followed the soldiers, thinking they were taking Kitten to her cell. She could see through the ceiling and detected their heat signatures. Kitten fell a couple of times and was slower to rise with each sequential fall. Never once did they assist her. Good. Her prey would only grow stronger if she depended on her own strength. She couldn't have a weak kitten. They took the girl to a part of the sanctum Kraken had never been in, and they entered a room called the examining room. The SCMs went into the room and remained. There were 3 people in the room. One grabbed Kitten by her scruff and lifted her. She made the same cute face she had when Kraken grabbed her by her scruff. Kraken wanted to pinch her little cheeks every time she had made the face. Her prey was so adorable. She could just eat her up. The man placed the girl face down on an examining table. He secured her by using her wrist and ankle shackles and chained her to the examining bed. The man moved around to the head of the table where Kitten's head was positioned within a cushion with a hole for her face. He grabbed her red collar and her little white bell rang, and then he chained her collar to the table to secure her in place. Another man came over as the first man continued his work. The second man grabbed a hold of her harness handle, parted her gown in the back, and hooked up some sort of contraption by connecting it to the harness through the handle, confirming there was a purpose to that ridiculous thing. The 2 men finished and moved away from Kitten, and then the third man turned on a machine. Kitten started screaming, and the odor Kraken had smelled earlier intensified as some sort of electricity was shot into the girl. Kitten continued to scream, and then the third man turned off the machine. The reptile woman had seen enough and headed back to her cell. Kraken found that she was standing in her cell. Her prey, Kitten, had been tired all of this time because they had been putting her tiny body through inhuman experiments. Kraken would never have the hunt she deserved if the prey was tired and weary from others' joys and curiosities. Kraken decided she couldn't have that. She left her cell and some time later entered the examining room from the hallway. She informed the men there, "I'm taking Kitten for a few days." Kraken moved over to the girl and found that she had passed out. She started to remove the contraption, but it seemed to be locked in place. Kraken found it easier to cut through the wires connecting the contraption to a machine, and so she left the contraption connected to the harness. She picked Kitten up by her harness handle, forgetting she was chained to the bed, so Kraken only lifted her off the bed a few inches. The lead scientist declared, "You can't just barge in here and take it." She asked him, "Are you going to stop me? If I want to keep my life, I suppose I'll have to let Pandora go, but perhaps you could have it longer. I have heard about your venom. Give me some of your venom, and in exchange, you can have Pandora all to yourself for 3 days. I'll even talk to Dr. Viles. I can agree to your conditions, but I want her a week," Kraken told him. She set Kitten back on the bed, walked over to him, and extended her claws. Kraken peered at him as if remembering all the torture he put the girl through, and then stabbed her claws through his abdomen. She injected a large amount of her venom, and he blacked out. No one other than her could hurt her prey. Kitten was hers and hers only. Chapter 15. Kitten has a temporary new home. The examining room reminded Kraken too much of the room she would never return to, the room where her life as Kraken began. It was so stifling in there. She returned to Kitten's side, broke all 5 of her manacles tethering her to the bed, freeing the girl from her chains. Kraken lifted her by her harness handle and took the girl to her own cell. Kitten was still unconscious, so she laid the girl on her own bed on her stomach. About 20 minutes went by before the girl opened her eyes. "Is it time to play our game?" Kitten questioned her in this very weak voice. "I don't think I can play. It hurts so much." "No, I've decided you need to take a nap." "I am very tired," Kitten spoke and then closed her eyes. A few moments later, Kitten opened her eyes. "Can't you sleep?" Kraken asked her. "It hurts," she told her as she put her hand to where the harness handle and the contraption were. "Does your back hurt?" Kraken questioned as she moved to take the harness off. "Don't look," Kitten pleaded with her. "Why shouldn't I?" "You shouldn't see," the girl replied. "I don't want you to see. It is horrible." Kitten seemed so distressed over Kraken taking a look that Kraken told her, "I don't need to see. Sleep." "I'll try," Kitten told her as she shut her eyes. Kitten opened her eyes after a few minutes. "I still can't. It hurts too much. SHHH. Kraken spoke as she gently pricked her shoulder with one of her claws and injected a few drops of her venom. "Sleep, little kitten. Sleep and let dreams take you to places where kittens are free and play with no pain." "I'll try," she sleepily told her again, and then her eyes closed as her venom dragged the girl into slumber. Kraken moved and untied the back of her gown. She had lied to the girl. She was going to look. She would just do so when Kitten didn't know. Kraken started removing the contraption and the harness as she wanted to discover what Kitten didn't want her to see. Kraken had difficulty removing the contraption, so she focused on removing the harness. Kraken nearly had it removed when she paused and stepped back, getting a better look at her small back. Kraken was wrong before. The harness wasn't meant as a means to keep the girl manageable, and the handle wasn't something to grab. The handle was more like some plug, and the contraption was the outlet. Someone had opened up the back of the girl's spine and inserted what looked like metal rods along her spinal column. The contraption plugged in through them with the aid of the harness handle. Kraken saw the horrors the harness was hiding. She stared at the raw wounds for a long time, understanding what she had smelled earlier. Kitten might heal, but the rods prevented her from completely healing, and her wounds were starting to fester. This tiny and defenseless child was surrounded by monsters, and Kraken was no less a fiend than one of the other monsters. She might even be the greatest fiend among the monsters. Chapter 16. Chimin's involvement. The reptile woman heard someone approach her cell. Chimin entered, holding something in his arms. "I won't give you, Kitten," she told him. "She is my prey. She is mine, and no one else will hunt her." "I don't want Kitten," Chimin told her. "I want the rods in her spine. I also want the device." "You must be talking about the contraption," Kraken spoke as she looked at the sleeping girl. "I am," Chimin answered as he moved and stood beside her. They both stared at Kitten while she slept as if they were demented parents adoringly watching their wretched girl slumber away her living nightmare. "Tell me," Kraken began. "If this girl has gone through so much, why have I never seen her cry? I thought maybe she was a clone. Now I'm beginning to wonder if the Sanctum did not just create her from bits and pieces of people. Kitten cares nothing for herself. I find that unnatural. Have you not been listening?" Chimin questioned her, and then he gave a half answer to her question. "Kitten believes she deserves punishment for some crime she committed." "Are we talking about the same girl?" "We are," he replied. "You don't know much about the Pandora project. Kitten just snapped one day and did something unthinkable. Kitten also snapped again sometime later and nearly took out a whole floor at the Sphinx Corporation 3rd branch office." Kraken peered at Kitten as if the peacefully sleeping girl was transforming before her very eyes into some monstrous creature, and then she asked, "Have I been hunting some vicious prey?" "No, I do not believe so," Chimin answered. "I believe both times Kitten was not in control. Dr. Viles had been pushing her hard. You see, he was running one of the experiments at the 3rd branch office. So the burns I saw on his face, yes, they were. Well, let's say caused by Kitten," Chimin informed her. "I would also say because of the experiments he had been conducting on Pandora. He got his due." "I think I understand now," Kraken spoke after she pondered what he had told her. "Kitten believes she must suffer through all she is suffering through." "Yes," he answered. "It is odd speaking to you in this way." "Odd? But it does bring up fond memories of when we used to speak often. Even as I am now, I still remember the woman I was. Though, I also know I can never be her again." Kraken watched Kitten some more and then questioned him. "Are you sure she is human?" "Who knows?" Chimin replied without really answering. He had a bad habit of doing things like that, and then he moved over and touched the handle to the harness as he told her. "It is ingenious on the part of the scientists. If the Pandora project is unruly, they just grab her by the handle, and it forces her to go limp. The device was never intended to be used in this manner, but they discovered it was a side effect of the contraption. A certain Kraken helped them discover this fact." She questioned him. "Does it hurt her when I pick her up by the handle?" "No more than when you plunge your claws into her. Kitten never complained once when I would carry her around in that manner." Kraken spoke, and then she asked, "Does she feel pain?" "Yes, it feels the pain we inflict on it. I only picked her up by the handle because she was cute like a kitten picked up by her scruff." He considered what she said, and then he spoke. "You sound like you are bothered by what you did in fun." "I am?" Chimin questioned her. "What does it matter that you inflicted pain? You do so when you hunt her." Kraken thought she once again heard the slight sound that had woke her when the girl first came to the sanctum. The sound disturbed her this time, disturbed her as if she should be syncing with it, but they were not aligned this time. She stated, "I intend pain when I hunt her. It is part of the hunt. I do not like to cause pain that I don't intend. This world has enough pain that we shouldn't add accidental pain, if you say so." Kraken knew she was right. There was order in her hunts, and there was a reason for everything, even pain. Pain caused the prey to escape the predator. Pain was part of life, and because of this, pain shouldn't be used without purpose. Chapter 17. A trade in the woman she was. Chimin and Kraken continued to watch the tranquilly slumbering Kitten. They were not doting parents, but cruel adults with their own agendas. Kraken questioned him as she watched over the sleeping Kitten. "Was there a reason you came to my cell other than wanting these rods and the contraption?" "I came to offer a trade. A better trade than what the scientist offered you." "I don't know if I want to give you these rods," she admitted as she looked at the girl's back. "They are inserted into her flesh and bone. I would have to remove them in again. I'll cause her pain." "True," he spoke. "But Pandora is asleep, so she won't feel the pain, and if you accept my trade, I have brought you something that will help her heal." He added as an incentive, "Once Pandora is completely healed, it will be better prey." "Do you speak of the music I heard earlier?" Kraken questioned him. "Yes," he told her as he showed her what he held. "I'll give you this player with the recording on it if you will give me the rods." "Did you bring me a scalpel to extract the rods?" "With those specialized claws of yours, why would you need one?" She sighed before saying, "Now you want me to go digging in Kitten's hide." Pandora's asleep, Olivia. It won't hold it against you if it doesn't know that you are the one who did so. She considered what he had said, and then Kraken considered the nature of Kitten as she spoke. I don't think she would hold it against me even if she did know I was the one. Kraken peered down at the one who seemed even smaller, and for the first time, she saw a frail and helpless child. Kraken didn't linger on her pity for her for very long, for she hadn't forgotten what else he had said. She snapped at him, "Don't call me Olivia. Olivia died long ago." He took her by her clawed hand and then kissed her on the hand as he said, "I remember who you once were. I remember." Kraken pulled her hand from his and told him as if they had talked about nothing else, "I will give you the rods and the contraption, but I want 3 favors to use in the future along with the player." "Deal," Chimin told her. Kraken used one of her claws and carefully removed the rods, cutting into Kitten's flesh as little as possible. She gave the harness, the contraption, and the rods to Chimin. He set the player along with several packages of Kitten's gowns and underwear on her bed. "I suggest that you use the player immediately. The faster Pandora heals, the less pain it will be in when it wakes," Chimin suggested. And then he left. Kraken stood as the lone and least likely parent of an orphaned and unwanted child. Was Kitten really human? The girl's actions would suggest she wasn't. What was Kitten really if she wasn't a girl? Chapter 18. Comparison. Kraken leaned over and pressed play on the player Chimin had given her in trade, and the melody she heard earlier chimed out. She watched as the cut she caused slowly sealed up as Kitten's wound started to mend. She was very pleased to see this and sat on the bed beside her and watched over her. Her prey. Little Kitten. Pandora. She was hers for the next week. Sometime later. "Where am I?" Kitten asked as she woke about 4 hours later. "You are in my cell," Kraken answered her. "Why am I here?" Kitten sleepily questioned. "I'm tired of hunting sickly prey," Kraken answered. "I'm taking custody of you for a while. I will make sure you become stronger. You will become stronger prey." Kitten rolled on her side and started to sit up, and Kraken could tell that her back caused her great pain as Kitten questioned her. "Is it time for you to hunt me already?" "No," Kraken replied as she laid Kitten back on her bed on her stomach. "It is time that you sleep." "I am tired," Kitten spoke, and she closed her eyes as Kraken restarted the player from the beginning. She let Kitten sleep on and off the first whole day. On the second day around 8 in the morning, Kraken roused her so that they could go eat. "I've never eaten with you before," Kitten spoke as they headed for a special area where the reptile woman was fed. They walked through a lab and past many aquariums filled with animals, and she noticed that Kitten had stopped in front of one. Kraken went back and saw that she was looking at a veiled chameleon. Kitten peered at her 7-foot frame, especially the cone of her head, and then the girl looked back at the reptile in the cage and said, "It looks just like why." "Don't say it," Kraken warned her. "Would I be mean if I said it?" Kitten questioned her. "Would I make you sad?" Kraken didn't answer her as she contemplated what would be the best way to kill the girl right at that moment. Kitten reached up and took one of her clawed fingers and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad or make fun of you. You do look like the lizard except for your eyes, but I still like the you that you are." "What about my eyes?" Kraken asked her, thinking she must be appalled by her serpent-like peepers. She looked up into her eyes, and then Kitten answered, "Your eyes are very pretty. They have what looks like a diamond swimming in a jade green pool. When you're angry, a little lava splashes in and battles with the jade." Her misguided words quelled Kraken's anger, and she no longer thought about killing the girl. Kraken pulled her finger from Kitten's small hand and headed in the direction she had been going. Kitten ran after her. Chapter 19. What do you eat? They entered a small dining room where a chef was standing in a kitchen. "Tell the chef what you would like to eat." "I like birthday cake," Kitten told him. "No, I want you to tell him a breakfast to prepare for you." "What do you normally eat for breakfast?" "The same thing I eat for lunch and dinner," she replied. "And what is that?" "I don't know. It's green and lumpy and tastes like sandy cardboard." "What cafeteria serves food like that?" "It comes on a tray to my cell," Kitten explained. "I don't really like it, but they get mad if I don't eat at all. It's nice though because they turn off the video while I eat, so I make sure to eat real slow." "What do you eat for breakfast?" "What do you think I eat for breakfast?" Kraken asked her. The girl thought about it and then answered, "Kittens." Chapter 20. Heart Shrinkage. Sometime later, the two of them sat at a table while they ate French toast, sausage links, and fried eggs. Kraken had coffee and Kitten had milk. The girl dove into her delicious breakfast. "I actually thought you ate kittens," the girl told her through a mouthful. "That's what the other kids say." "What other kids?" "I'm not allowed to talk about them," Kitten answered. "No matter. I don't care about them." They finished and headed back to Kraken's cell by a different route the reptile woman didn't normally use. They walked through a lab full of cats. Kitten was distracted by a small maintenance bot sweeping the floor, and she squatted beside it as she studied it. Kraken paused at a cage of an orange and white tabby. She reached her hand toward it, and it hissed at her. All the cats in the room turned and hissed at her. Kraken pulled her hand back and then continued on. Do you like cats? Kitten asked her after they had walked a short distance. It does not matter. They are afraid of me, Kraken replied as she found that she had placed her hand to her own chest. Kitten noticed and questioned her. Does your heart hurt? She peered at the girl, and then she looked at the cats and said, I am a monster. I have no heart. It has shrunk to nothingness. Will mine also shrink? Kitten questioned her. Mine hurt so much. Kraken didn't answer her. She had no answer for her. Kraken glanced at the cats one last time, and then she said, Come, Kitten. We have spent enough time here. Chapter 21. A gift and a consequence. Kraken woke later that day. She rarely slept, and when she did, it was usually for a longer period of time. She had only been asleep for about an hour. She was alone in her cell and quickly sat up. Kraken was about to go in search of her prey when the girl showed up at the entrance of the cell. Where have you been? Kraken asked. Kitten told her with a hint of excitement. I've brought you something. You were not supposed to leave my cell. You fell asleep. I didn't want to wake you. Her excitement increased as Kitten told her again. I brought you something. Kraken decided not to be angry with her. She was the predator and she was the prey. They were nothing else to each other, so she shouldn't be angry when Kitten disobeyed. Kraken asked, What is it? Something I think you'll like. Open your hand and close your eyes. Her little kitten was so cute that Kraken did as she said. She closed her eyes, and the girl set something in her hand. Kraken opened her eyes to see that she had placed a tiny kitten in her palm. Take it back. Kraken started to yell at her as she held out her hand to the girl as if a fragile egg had been placed in her palm and she was terrified she would break it. It will be frightened. Kitten grabbed her hand with both of hers and said, Just be very still. It's very young and hasn't developed a fear of you. Kraken found that her heart was racing and that she was afraid. She was afraid that she would hurt this tiny thing that had been given to her. Kraken pulled her hand a little closer to herself and looked at the tiny baby. She couldn't help but see how cute it was and how it didn't appear to be afraid of her. Kraken petted the purring creature with a single claw. She petted the creature for a while, and then she asked Kitten, What will you do if I eat this small creature? You won't eat him, the girl said with a grin. You already told me you don't eat kittens. I lied, Kraken told her as she lifted the young cat up by its scruff, opened her mouth wide, and dangled the small creature over her very sharp teeth. You should know that everyone lies. Kitten's face ashened as she watched her, and then the girl turned and ran out of her cell. Kraken dashed to the hallway and yelled after her, and the girl stopped with her back to the reptile woman. Kitten spoke as she couldn't face the reptile woman. I never thought you would lie to me. I brought you that kitten because I thought it would cheer you up, but I never thought you would lie to me. If you do eat that kitten, it will be all my fault. If you do eat that kitten, I don't think my heart could take it. Your heart? Kraken repeated as she looked down at the small creature she was cradling in her hand with the utmost care. And here I thought you were indestructible, but you are a very fragile creature. My little kitten. She turned to her and asked, Are you going to eat him? What if I told you? Yes, I would return to my cell and never come back, Kitten answered. For some reason, Kraken saw a flash of their future, and she didn't like what she saw. Kraken pushed back her ability she was usually more guarded about not using, and then she told the girl, I will not eat him. Promise. I promise, Kraken answered, and with that, Kitten returned to her cell as if nothing scary had almost occurred. Kraken thought about teaching Kitten another lesson about trust and promises, but she didn't think the girl needed such a harsh lesson in the already harsh world she lived in. Chapter 22. Something that should not be there. Kraken petted the tiny kitten a little longer, and then she said, You should take this kitten back before you get into trouble. No need, the girl told her. He was thrown away, so he won't be missed. You can keep him so you won't be lonely. Do you believe I feel such things as loneliness? Kraken questioned her. Yes, Kitten answered. I've been watching you. Kraken was intrigued that the prey would study her behavior. Kitten was cunning prey and maybe sly. She asked, What has the prey observed of the predator? You hunt alone. You are always alone except when you are with me, but I won't always be around. The girl replied as if concerned for the reptile woman. I am prey, and I am the Pandora project, and soon I will be killed. I should die because Kitten went silent and said no more. She understood so much about her situation in the sanctum. The girl was innocent, but she still understood that each day could be her last. Something stirred within Kraken's heart to hear a child say such things about herself. Life, death, they were all a part of the hunt, and yet Kraken was bothered to hear Kitten say such things. The heart can experience misery, sadness, and loneliness, but my heart doesn't work that way anymore, Kraken stated as if it was true. And then she asked her, Why don't you take him back to your cell? He could. I can't, Kitten abruptly interrupted her. The girl didn't like talking about her cell, but she seemed upset that Kraken would even suggest such a thing as taking the young cat there. Kitten said in a calmer voice, "It's noisy there. He would be happier here." Kraken went over to her bed and sat as she asked, "If I am to keep him, what should I name him?" "Tiger," Kitten answered. "He almost looks like a baby tiger." "Tiger it is," Kraken told her. "Now come over here and sit and rest. We will be going out to play soon." Kitten went over and joined her on the bed and asked, "Where will you hunt me today?" "We will go to the usual place. I do hope you will act more like prey now that you have rested." "I'm not tired. We could go now," she told her, then rushed out into the hallway and came back in, carrying a travel cage. Kitten said, "You can put Tiger in his home while we're gone." Kraken looked her over and saw how lively she was, and she agreed with her and said, "We can go now? Just do not disappoint me while I chase you." Kraken put Tiger in his cage, which had a soft blanket inside, and then they made their way to the mock city and to the park that was at its center. She hunted Kitten, and she was more energetic and faster. Kraken chased her around, and the girl started to do something she had never done before. Kraken finally knocked her to the ground. She lifted her clawed hand to strike, and she paused. Kitten looked up at her and asked, "Did you want to play again before you kill me?" She lowered her hand and questioned the girl. "What were you doing before while I chased you around?" "What do you mean? You were shrieking as I chased you." Kitten thought about it as if she didn't know what she was talking about at first, and then she said, "Oh, sorry. It's called laughing. I was laughing." "I know what laughing is," Kraken said as if the girl had somehow called her stupid. Kraken asked, "Why were you laughing?" "I guess because I was having fun," Kitten answered. Kraken realized the expression that was on the girl's face wasn't horror, but a smile of joy. "This won't do," she told the girl as she stood from her, relinquishing the kill. "I'm sorry," Kitten spoke as she sat up, not really understanding what she had done wrong. She sensed she had somehow made the reptile woman upset, and she tried to make up for it by saying, "I didn't even know I was doing it. It was just what?" Kraken asked. "I was having fun like we were playing a real game." Kitten looked worried, and then she asked, "Was that a bad thing to do? Are you angry with me?" "Prey should never have fun," Kraken instructed her, and by then, her anger over the issue had already passed. She turned it into a lesson as she said, "Prey should be frightened and scared." Kitten thought about what she had been told, and then she asked, "Does that mean I'm the predator now?" She lifted her hands and pretended to make claws out of her fingers like Kraken did right before she pounced. And then Kitten questioned, "Do you want me to chase you around?" "No and no," Kraken replied as she had difficulty keeping a chuckle from leaking through her lips. She managed to keep her irritated appearance and answered, "It only means I should rethink my approach to this hunt." "You don't want to hunt me again?" Kitten asked. "I can promise not to laugh." "You could promise, but I don't know if you could do anything about your smile," Kraken said as she peered down at the child. She turned and started out, bidding her, "Come, the hunt is over for now." Chapter 23. A Day of Rest. The day after Tiger was given to Kraken, Kraken decided not to hunt that particular day. Kitten was much more worthy prey when she was well rested, so there was no sense hunting her every day as she rested. Kitten played with Tiger in the cell. Kraken watched them as they scurried around the room. She enjoyed watching the young play. Kraken could have had a scene like this of her very own. She had gone as far as to request family leave from the Sphinx Corporation, but that was before the accident. Kitten and Tiger played together. Kitten and Tiger ate together. Kitten and Tiger took a nap together. Kraken spent the entire time watching the day in the life of Kitten, a child that was a project. She considered the name they had given her project, Pandora, a woman who doomed the world. What a tragic name to give such a bizarre girl. The day went by quickly as she watched these two energetic balls of energy. Kraken caught herself laughing at them every once in a while. Again, she was drawn onto a path that could have been. She wanted a boy. Kraken even requested the maximum of family leave and was granted the 10 years of working at home. "The heart can be troubled," Kraken muttered, "and the heart can lose courage." She had been daydreaming and pulled from her thoughts to see that Kitten was staring at her with this peculiar look. She took hold of her clawed pinky and asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Kraken answered, still pulling her thoughts from her daydreaming. "Are you ready to go eat dinner? Are you sure you are all right?" "Yes, why do you believe any different?" Kraken inquired of her after she repeated her question. She squeezed her pinky as she said, "You're crying." "Nonsense," Kraken said as she lifted the hand she had been holding onto and touched her eye. She was surprised to find that there were tears there, and she wiped them away. Kitten questioned her, "Why are you crying?" She started to tell the girl that she must have had something in her eyes and that was why they were watering, but instead, Kraken told her, "I was thinking about the person I used to be and the life I wanted for myself. You don't like the you that you are now. I hated what they had turned me into for so long." My heart sunk into the depths of despair. I thought I would go insane, but then I found that an obsession I possessed had given me something to live for. Kraken thought about it some more. She did find something that she could live for, an obsession that gave her purpose. She was Kraken the Great Hunter. Chapter 24. Obsession. Kitten noticed that a hauntingly sad presence lingered around Kraken, so she tried to get her to talk more. You mentioned an obsession, Kitten began. Kraken popped out of her thoughts and repeated what she had said earlier. I thought I would go insane. I had no purpose in my appearance. She dropped that line of conversation and went back to what she had been talking about and said, but then I found that an obsession I possessed had given me something to live for. I love to hunt. I love to attack things and take them down. Kitten got this big mischievous smile on her face as she asked, did you just say you love me? Kraken was appalled by her question, and she uttered, what? She quickly answered her because she wanted no doubt in the girl's thoughts. And so Kraken snapped, no, never once did I say that I loved you. What part of my conversation? You said it twice, Kitten insisted. I heard you. You said that you loved me. Panic surged through her being. Kraken never wanted the girl to think for one fraction that she had any attachments to her. It would change everything. The hunt would be ruined. Kraken decided to make herself very clear. So she said, listen to me. You misunderstood me. I did say that I love to hunt, and Kitten smirked at her. And then Kraken realized that she was only messing with her as the girl said, see, even I can lie. Her smile broadened as she asked, did I do well? You did, but you should not lie. You are a better kitten when you do not lie, Kraken told her. And then she questioned, why did you tease me? Is that the type of lie I spoke? It's called teasing. Yes, why did you tease me? Kraken repeated. Because your heart was troubled and it had lost courage, Kitten replied. Do you feel better? Did my teasing make you feel better? It has. I am no longer focused on what could have been but what will happen tomorrow, Kraken replied, and then she told her, you're the prey. You have made my hunts very enjoyable. I have experienced the thrill of them once again. You have also made my life better, Kitten told her as the grin she had smiled while Kraken chased her around the day before appeared on her face again. How so? Kraken questioned her, shocked to hear such a thing from the girl. I have killed you nearly every day. How could I have made your life better? You let me sleep on your soft bed, and it's nice and quiet in here, she answered. You let me eat yummy food with you, and I can play with Tiger, real play, not the fake play they call things that are very unpleasant. Kraken started to tell her that those things were things she should expect out of life, but then she remembered what position the girl held within the Sphinx Corporation. Were those things really the only things needed to make a child happy? I don't know about you, but I am hungry, she told the girl as she stood and made her way out of her cell. Come, Kitten, we will go eat. Chapter 25. A meal of what? Kraken put Tiger in his cage, and then they walked to the cafeteria. She introduced Kitten to escargot. Kitten didn't say anything, but Kraken believed she didn't like them by the face she made when she did eat them. Kitten probably would have begrudgingly eaten all of them if Kraken had not have told her she didn't have to eat anything she didn't like while the girl was with her. She had the chief prepare the girl spaghetti with meatballs. They enjoyed their meal and took the very long way back to Kraken's cell. Kitten stopped at a door and stared at it. What are you doing? Kraken asked her. You are connected to this place, Kitten told her. You left something here. The girl turned to her and asked, don't you want to get it back? I think it's very important. Kraken had been in a haze, so she looked all around to see where they were. They were standing in front of her old lab. She turned to the girl, wondering how she could know such a thing. I am connected to this place, Kraken admitted. I did leave something behind here, but you are mistaken. I can't regain what I have lost. Kitten looked at the door again, and then she said, sure you can. We only have to go in and I can show you. I won't be going in there, Kraken told her. And then she tried to explain. I vowed to myself I'll never go back in there. Okay, Kitten spoke as she walked over to her. Just let me know if you ever change your mind. Kraken peered down at her as the girl stared up at her. And then Kraken asked her, are you going to hold my finger again? I want to, but I won't, Kitten replied. I know you don't like it when I do. I don't like it and I don't dislike it, Kraken told her. It is only that it holds no meaning for me anymore. Human emotions, human sentiment. I am the product of transgenics. You do not feel. So you are not sad. And it does not ever hurt here, Kitten spoke as she pointed to her own heart. You are correct, Kraken told her. I am only a predator. The thing you referred to that I lost in my lab is my heart. I no longer have a human heart. I have the heart of a beast. A bloodthirsty beast. I don't know if that is what you lost, Kitten said as she turned as if peering through the door to her lab. She placed a hand on her own chest and said, I wish my heart could be taken out. I wish it was replaced with a. Please do not say the heart of a beast, Kraken spoke. No, I believe animals can still feel, Kitten stated. I need the heart of a maintenance bot. They have no feelings. Kitten's mind seemed to go elsewhere from her problems, and she asked, "What was the T word you mentioned before and what does it mean? Do you mean transgenics?" She nodded. "Transgenics is?" Kraken began. "How do I explain it to a child? Transgenics takes two or more things that naturally don't go together and makes them one brand new thing. Someone wanted to make you the way you are, so there is a purpose for." "No, I am an accident," Kraken replied before she had a chance to finish. "I have no purpose. Come, Kitten. It is time that you slept." She put Kitten to bed, and the girl fell asleep as Kraken played with Tiger until he fell asleep. She placed him in his cage, and then Kraken went and sat on her chair and watched over her prey while she slept so soundly and peacefully. Kraken envied her and pitied her at the same time. Her kitten was the Pandora project, but was she the vicious creature that Chimin claimed she was? Chapter 26. The Purpose of the Hunt. The next day, Kraken woke to see that Kitten had risen before her and was peering down at her. "Good morning," the girl called out. "I have played with Tiger and fed him. What are we to do today?" "We will have our own breakfast and have a proper hunt today," Kraken answered. They ate and returned to the mock city where instead of Kraken just hunting her, Kraken taught her how she hunted her. Prey with more knowledge of the predator was more successful prey. They finished, and Kraken thought about having a proper hunt when Kitten asked a question. "Why do predators hunt prey?" "To survive," Kraken answered her. "Survive how?" Kitten asked. "Most hunt to feed." Kitten peered at her as if studying her, and then she asked, "You don't eat me when you hunt me, or do you feed on something I can't see?" Kraken thought about her question, and then she answered, "You are correct. I don't feed on my prey in the normal way. I gain a thrill from the hunt. I feed on the excitement. There is something inside you that always wants to hunt." "Yes," Kraken replied. "Something within me causes me to search for prey." "I think you're wrong," Kitten told her. "You are supposed to search out things, but your purpose is not to hunt." "What would a kitten know about these things?" She questioned her. "Shine your wisdom upon me. What is my purpose?" "Your purpose is to." SCMs showed up in the distance, interrupting their conversation. She told Kitten before they claimed her. "My purpose is as I told you. I have found my own heart of darkness and it is within me." Chapter 27. A Purpose Discovered. As promised, Kraken had sole custody of Kitten for a week, and then Dr. Viles came and collected her for a few hours. Kraken took the opportunity to sleep, and a few hours later, she went for a stroll through the sanctum and informed a random scientist a few things that would expedite his experiment. He was thankful for her ability's foresight. Kraken headed back to her cell when the sound that had woken her from her deep slumber when Kitten first arrived at the sanctum pounded through her mind, sending her into a panic. Kraken hadn't experienced such a panic in a very long time. She searched the hallway she was walking through for danger. Kraken didn't see any, but the sound seemed to be growing stronger as if whatever was behind it was getting closer. She synced with this sound as if her purpose was about to be revealed to her, a purpose she never had considered. She extended her claws and quieted her panic so she could concentrate on what was coming. Kraken still couldn't tell what it was, so she focused on the sound. It was like the rhythmic hops of the rabbits she chased and hunted in the beginning, the rabbits that were her first prey. Kraken had been so conflicted when she first hunted the white-furred and pink-eyed lab bunnies. She heeded her instinct back then, and she heeded its warning once again just before Kitten came running around a corner toward her. Kraken. She believed Kitten was screaming because she was happy to see her, but then she saw an expression of fear on the girl's face. Kraken was about to ask her what was wrong as the girl continued to sprint for her, but then 3 mutant-looking dogs rounded the corner, chasing her. "Kraken!" Kitten screamed again, and Kraken was immediately on 2 of the dogs, slashing into them. Kraken fought with the mutated dogs and killed 2 of them. She was about to kill the 3rd dog when she noticed Kitten cowering against a wall. "You brought your troubles to me," Kraken spoke as she put the dog in a headlock. It was no match for her strength. She noticed that blood was running down the girl's right forearm, and she was too terrified to answer. "No one will face your battles for you," Kraken told her. "You are alone in this world, so you are the one who has to fight. Prepare yourself. I'm going to release this beast and you must defeat it." Kitten rose to her shaky legs and asked, "How can I defeat it? It has teeth and claws." I can only run." "You won't know until you try," Kraken told her and released the dog. It rushed toward her wild with what looked like madness. Kitten looked like she wanted to run, but she stood her ground. The dog plowed into her, knocking her to the ground. Kraken walked over to them as Kitten screamed at the dog after it sunk its teeth into her right forearm. Kitten lifted her foot and kicked it in the head. The dog didn't release her. She continued to kick the dog, and it still didn't release her. Kraken knelt beside them. "Can you think of anything else to do?" she asked the girl. "I don't think it will ever let go of you." The dog started shaking her and biting down harder on the already wounded arm. "I don't know," Kitten spoke through sobs. "I can't do it on my own. Please help me." You need to learn this lesson quickly. Our hearts can harden to those around us, so you can only depend on yourself. Most of the time, others will not help you. Kitten continued to sob her tearless sobs, and Kraken saw she wouldn't prevail over the mutated beast. I guess today's lesson can be over, she told the girl, and then sunk her claws into the dog, and it fell into a deep sleep. She pried the dog's mouth open, and Kitten pulled her arm free. Kitten was slow to rise to her feet, and then she headed in the direction she and the dogs had come from. Kraken questioned her. Where are you going? Doctor. Vile said to come back if I didn't die, she answered. Kitten walked on and stumbled into the wall. Kraken noticed the amount of blood she was losing as the sound that had warned her about the dogs warned her the girl had lost too much blood. Kraken quickly scooped her up and ran to the nearest medical suite as she linked again with the rhythm. Chapter 28. A problem discovered. Some time later, Kraken rushed into the medical suite and handed the bloody girl to a doctor. By the time she reached the medical suite, Kitten had fainted. Patch her up and hand her off to Dr. Viles, Kraken ordered the doctor. Chimin entered the medical suite just as Kraken was leaving, and he said, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you happen to get hurt for the first time? I've gotten hurt before. I just never let the doctors patch me up, she answered him. What are you doing here? I was tasked with tracking down Pan. Kitten, and... He started to answer as he glanced in the room and said, I see that she's here. Chimin sounded very irritated as he stated, Doctor, Viles let one of his experiments go somewhat wild. I lost 2 SCMs to those mutated dogs you took out. Why was something else hunting my prey? I'm not sure myself. It wasn't on the books to take place. I'm wondering if Dr. Viles got upset with Pandora and let the dogs take out his aggression on it. The dogs aren't his either. He paused and then said, I am surprised. About what? She asked. Kitten. She came looking for you like she expected you to save her. I believe she has become attached to you. Attached. Kraken repeated as she looked at the still unconscious girl as the doctor worked on cleaning the blood from the wounds and allowing unfinished Melody to heal her. Kraken stated, attachment could be a problem. It could, Chimin told her. It could be a weakness or used as a weapon. I'll fix this, Kraken promised him. Make sure you do. Attachment will not suit your hunts. Chapter 29. Attachment that weakens. Much later that day, when Kitten returned to Kraken's cell after her session with Dr. Viles and the other doctor, Kraken met her at the entrance to her cell with her arms folded. It was the evening, and the girl came back there, thinking she would stay the night again in her cell. Kraken told her, we have a problem. What sort of problem? Kitten questioned. I believe you have done something that is unacceptable. I believe you have become attached to me. Kitten thought about it and said, this is a bad thing. Yes, attachment is a weakness and can be used against us as a weapon. I was attached before, Kitten spoke. I was told that I am a weapon. I was used. I don't believe you understand what I am telling you, Kraken interrupted her, and then she informed her. I believe it is time that you stop coming here and we only meet when it is time to hunt. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get attached. It's hard not to want to have someone. I'm sorry. Kitten waited for her to say something, and when Kraken didn't, she said, I still need to stay. You still need to teach me. I thought I was your warden, not your teacher. The girl said nothing to her comment, so Kraken said, if you believe I'm your teacher, tell me what I've taught you. You have taught me many things, mostly about the hunt and how I am to be good prey, Kitten began. You said we are alone in this world and only we can fight our own battles, but you have taught me if I ask those who care about me, they will help and I don't have to fight alone. I can fight alone, but I usually win. Enough, Kraken said as she saw the girl was heading way off track. Kitten repeated, I'm sorry I got attached. You may stay a little while longer, Kraken told her. It seems I have much to teach you. Now off to the shower room with you. It's time for your bath and you need to brush your teeth. We are both going to bed early today. Kitten grabbed her things needed for the shower and skipped off. Kraken watched her leave as she considered she did have much to teach her. Kraken also needed to prove to her that she had no attachments to the girl. She was not a teacher. She was the predator. Chapter 30. Much better prey. Later that night, while Kitten was sleeping, Chimin came to Kraken's cell and requested a moment of her time. She left Kitten as the girl cuddled with Tiger, and she walked into the main corridor with him. What do you want? Kraken asked him. I want to reacquaint Kitten with a gun. She has neglected her training since she came to us from the 3rd branch office. Kitten has defanged herself, and what was once her teeth was something to fear. Are you saying she can hunt? Yes and no. Kitten's accuracy with a weapon is uncanny, but she has developed an aversion to guns. Chimin tempted her as he added, she would be much better prey if there is a challenge to killing her. Think about how it would be if the prey could be as deadly as you. There is nothing as deadly as me, Kraken told him. He questioned her, wouldn't you like to face the second deadliest thing on the planet? A wide smile of delight spread across Kraken's reptile face. Prey that was deadly. Almost as deadly as her. She would like to see this would-be predator. Chapter 31. Kitten's Claws. Kraken accepted his plan and incorporated gun training in her hunts the very next day. She took Kitten to the mock city and there at the playground. She had a table specially set up for her. Go on, Kraken told her. Pick one for yourself. Kitten peered at the table full of different guns, and then she looked at the one who had been her teacher with this frightened expression. Take one, Kraken ordered her. No, our hunt is to be different today. Take one of the guns so that you may shoot at me. You want me to hurt you? I want you to try, Kraken told her. You won't be able to, but I want you to try. I don't want to hurt anyone else. Please, Kitten begged her. Don't make me hurt anyone else. I haven't been forgiven for the last time. She got this distant, sad look in her hazel eyes as she said, There's no forgiveness for what I did. Enough, Kraken yelled. She was irritated that the glorious hunt she had envisioned happening today wouldn't be, but she guessed that they did need to take Kitten steps. Kraken told her as if to ease her concerns, You won't be hurting anyone today. All I want you to do is shoot at a target I point at. I shouldn't touch a gun, Kitten insisted. Very bad things happen when I touch a gun. Not in the hunts we will have, Kraken informed her. If you win our hunts, you can save people. We played games like that before. I won, but the people still died. Kraken told her, I'll make sure the people live who you save. Now take this weapon, Kraken instructed her as she handed her a Beretta. Kitten turned her gaze from Kraken as if she wounded the girl very deeply. Kraken shook the gun at her as if it was some treat she was enticing her to take. Kitten reached out and took it as she kept her little head bowed to the ground. She didn't look at Kraken as if she was ashamed. Not of herself, but that Kraken would even ask something like this of her. Kraken didn't know her background concerning the use of guns or why she stopped her training, but it was also none of her concern. Her concern was to improve her prey so that the hunt was better. She tested Kitten and had her shoot at things that were around the city. Kitten never once missed, and her eyes did the most terrifying and mysterious thing when she did take aim. Her eyes set her face afire with these blue electrical flames, but it was a fire that didn't burn. She continued to have the girl shoot, but Kraken didn't need to know anymore how good of a shot she was. She wanted to see her face aglow. She wanted to see this Pandora that Chimin had hinted at since she took her to teach her the ways of life and death. Kraken paused in her thoughts. It would seem that she was a teacher. She just never saw herself as one. Since she became Kraken, she had been hating an instinct that had driven her to hunt. She had this need to track down her prey and destroy it. Kraken felt as though she should be hunting something specific, but she hadn't come across the right prey. Kitten may be that prey, but she wasn't there yet. Kitten was close, but Kraken didn't know how close. Chapter 32. The Sinking. They continued to walk through the mock city almost as if they were taking a stroll. It was quiet there, and since the structure was above ground, a wind gently blew over them and the surrounding trees. She looked down at Kitten. The girl hadn't been herself once since she had made her take the gun. Kraken didn't like to see her this way. It was unsettling for some reason. She usually had this small grin on her face, but an all-encompassing frown had taken over her whole demeanor. Kitten's grim mood had affected her mood, and Kraken wanted to. She was not sure what she wanted to do. In a moment of weakness, she did consider that maybe she shouldn't have made her take up the gun again. Maybe the fire that lit up her face hurt her. She didn't think Kitten would tell her if she was in pain. Kitten seemed to think she was there in the sanctum to be punished for some great crime. Kitten seemed to think she had done something horrible to deserve a punishment, and that punishment was the life that had befallen her as a project of the Sphinx Corporation. Kraken knew this, but she had also ignored it. What could a girl like her have done that she would not see the cruel things Dr. Viles and the other scientists were doing to her were things that should never be done to a child? Kitten seemed to believe she deserved such punishment. Kraken had seen her relocate a spider so that she didn't squash it, or actually, Kraken thought the girl believed she might eat it. Kitten did not seem like the vicious monster everyone else believed her to be. Kraken couldn't imagine what she could have done to endure the punishment she had endured, but Kraken also didn't go any farther than that. She didn't ask about or intrude on her life beyond what mattered to the hunts. Kitten did not see their hunts as unnatural things. She had asked Kraken if she was her warden. Kraken was only the beast that hunted her. She had been a large part of her torment, and yet Kitten seemed, for the most part, too. Did Kraken dare even use the word? Kitten seemed to enjoy their time together. Kraken had enjoyed the thrill of the chase. Kitten, though, seemed to see something within her that was kindred to her. Kitten saw her more as the creature that was on the surface than the one that actually laid within her. Kraken laughed to herself. She did eat kittens and spiders. The stillness once again allowed Kraken to hear something pulsing that seemed to be in sync with her. She had Kitten stop shooting as they continued to walk in silence. The wind and their footsteps were the only other sounds in this city. Kraken had the sound effects turned off for the day. the sinking Kraken kept experiencing. She couldn't explain what it was, but it did seem very familiar to her the more she experienced it. It was like coming home but not knowing one was at home for a while because the surroundings had changed but not the familiar sensation. She didn't dislike this sensation, but Kraken also didn't understand it, and that was what unsettled her. Kraken allowed herself to dwell within the anomaly to see if time would allow her to identify it, and as they continued to walk, a peace came over her that she hadn't experienced in a long time. She glanced at Kitten. Her mood hadn't changed, so she gently grabbed her hand and took the gun from the girl. She looked up at Kraken as she released her hand. Kraken said nothing to her but turned her focus back to their walking. The pulsing sound that had synced with Kraken's being didn't become louder, but it did become stronger, as if the link had fortified itself. She glanced at Kitten again. The girl had turned her focus on their walking also, and the frown, that had dug in like some invading army, had vanished. Kraken wasn't sure of the expression that had replaced it. The best that she could describe it as was content. They walked a distance apart, but they also walked as if they were hand in hand. She should discourage this type of bond between them, but the predator and the prey always shared a bond. The predator depended on the prey for its survival, and the prey depended on the predator to keep the herd healthy. Was she bringing some sort of health to Kitten? The girl had enhanced her life with her presence, but she was not sure if their relationship had been healthy for the girl. They walked some more through the mock city in quiet, in a silence that wasn't lonely or full of solitude. Kraken was actually enjoying herself, content once again to just be in the moment. Kitten had attached herself to her, and Kraken was afraid this may be the beginning of a road that ended with her completely eliminating the girl. She thought she could raise her to be better prey, but if Kitten had latched onto her, how could she see her as the predator? How could the hunt be as it was truly meant to be? Kraken allowed them to walk on for a few more minutes, and then they left the city. She allowed Kitten to stay in her cell once again. She watched over the girl from her chair as she held Tiger and petted him. Another day had gone by that Kraken had not hunted, but for some reason, she felt as though she had satisfied the instinct that drove her to hunt. Chapter 33. A Weakness. Early the next day, Chimin arrived at Kraken's cell, and he wanted to talk to her again. They both went into the main corridor to speak. "You seem happy," he said. "Why would you say a thing like that?" Kraken asked, suspicious of his purpose there. "Why would you come all this way to say a thing like that to me?" "Kitten," he replied. "She is changing you. You are not the same Kraken. Is this because you have become attached to her?" "I still don't understand why you are asking me this," Kraken said. He told her, "You are the Kraken Project. You are the great hunter, but you have gone against your own nature." "How so?" "You have not been hunting Kitten every day. You have plenty of time, and yet, even just yesterday, you just walked with her." Kraken considered what he had told her, and a link that seemed to have been forged cracked, threatening to sever again. "You should be careful," Chimin warned her. "Attachments are a weakness." She nodded, and he left. Chimin was correct. She had let some sort of sentiment get in the way of her true nature. Kraken vowed to fix it. She returned to the cell and peered at Kitten. She vowed she would fix this weakness this very day. Chapter 34. What is important? A few hours later, Kraken made sure to add 5 debs to the hunt to motivate Kitten into using the gun again. She would have her hunt. It was time she put away indecision and focused on the reason she had Kitten. Kraken was frenzied about having her hunt. "The hunt is simple," she told the girl once everything was set. "Shoot me before I reach a deb and you will save them." "I don't want to hurt you," Kitten insisted. "I am very hard to kill," Kraken told her as if to ease her fears. "You still feel pain," Kitten stated as if she needed to explain it to her as if she didn't already know she felt pain. "I don't want to hurt people, and that includes you." Kraken was angry with her and snapped, "I can't believe you. I've killed you already a handful of times. Don't you want to hurt me back for all that I've done to you?" She didn't answer her. "I will just kill the debs if you won't participate in the hunt." Kitten stared at the gun and asked her, "Am I the predator or the prey today?" "Why would you ask such a thing?" Kraken questioned her and then told her as if it was so obvious, "You are always the prey." Kitten walked over to the table, set the gun there, and told her, "I won't be a monster again. I will kill the debs," Kraken threatened her. Kitten peered up at her as if Kraken had grown and reached a terrifying 10 feet in a few seconds and towered over her like some monstrous villain. Her hazel eyes were full of worry and care as she asked, "Is that what you want? Do you want to hurt them? Do you want to hurt me?" "Hurt? No. Hunt? Yes," Kraken replied. "I want to hunt you. I need to hunt you." Kitten glanced at the debs, and then she turned and looked at Kraken with this intense stare as if she was peering deep inside her. The inner sound that Kraken synced with, the link she had cracked not hours before, the rhythmic drumming. It was angry, but it was also, the best word that she could use to describe it was concerned. It was faint, but the emotion it was conveying was strong. Kitten informed her. You're not who you are supposed to be. I was human. Now I'm a monster. I am what they made me. I hunt things. You are supposed to protect, Kitten stated, and then she paused as if looking even deeper within her. You are supposed to eliminate threats and protect what is important. Your instinct to hunt is out of a need to protect. Nothing is important to me, Kraken told her as the outside anger Kraken felt became what she felt. You. The Debs. No one is important to me. Kitten turned to the Debs and ordered them. Run. Hide. The Debs took off running, and Kraken rushed forward to pursue them. But Kitten moved and blocked her. Out of my way. Kraken screamed at the girl as her emotions were what were frenzying within her now. I have to hunt them. You should protect what is important, Kitten insisted. Out of my way or I will end you here. You should protect what is important, Kitten insisted even harder. Are you saying I should protect the Debs? They are prey. Are you saying I should protect you? No. I am, she began, and then Kitten looked like she was going to cry when she told her, I'm not important. I'm a monster. You save them, Kraken said, not listening to what the girl was saying, not caring about what she was saying. If you want them to live, you save them. She shoved the girl to the ground, and Kraken chased after the Debs like a snarling wild beast. Kitten raced after her, and she grabbed hold of her tail and wrapped her entire small body around it. Kraken flicked her tail, sending her flying into a building's side. Kraken raced after the Debs, and she hunted them all down and killed them. No one would tell her what she could or could not do, especially the prey. The hunt was the hunt. She was the predator and Kitten was only the prey. Chapter 35. Prey once again. Kraken had hunted down and killed all the Debs after Kitten made a valiant and yet misguided attempt to stop her. Kraken rewarded her by slamming her into a wall. Kraken rose from the last Deb as his blood dripped from her claws, and Kitten walked up to her holding her left arm like it was severely injured. They're all dead, Kraken told her. I know, Kitten said as if she would cry. You could have saved them from me, but you didn't. I know, all my prey is dead. Now I'll hunt you. Run, little kitten. Run before I catch you. I'm tired, she told her. Kraken growled at her. Rest when you're dead. Aren't you tired? Kitten questioned her. I rarely tire, she replied. Now run. I don't think I'll run. Kraken pounced on her, knocked her to the ground, and held her down as her tail twitched with her excitement over the other hunts. Her first instinct was to sink her claws into the girl, but she just stared down at her. You should have run, Kraken told her. She questioned her. Did you ever have something that was important to you? Kraken didn't know how to answer her. Beside her arm injury, Kitten looked exhausted as if she had run for miles nonstop. Her exhaustion had come from a sorrow-filled and burdened heart as she spoke. I once had someone very important to me. I was supposed to protect them, but I only destroyed them. We are alike, she told her. They want to make monsters out of us. We are different because they succeeded with me. My little kitten isn't a monster. You're more of a mouse. You have also disappointed me today. She questioned her. Is it time for my punishment? Yes, now you must face the consequences of failing to satisfy the monster within me. Kraken thrust her claws into her, and the girl's blood splattered her face. She stood from the still girl and looked around the mock city. This place would no longer do for the hunts. She had to figure out a way to encourage Kitten to use a gun. Kraken glanced at the playground in the distance and came up with an idea. She would use the girl's own instincts against her. Chapter 36. A plan to bring about the ultimate hunt. Kraken moved away from the still body of the girl and looked over her hunting ground. Today was a very satisfying day. She breathed deeply of the fresh kill-scented air. The aroma of all her prey still lingered on the wind. Her own blood coursed with the thrill of the chase. This was how her days should be, how her days should end. She started to leave and called over her shoulder. Come, Kitten. It is time to return. She started to walk off and realized Kitten wasn't beside her. She turned around and looked at her bloody body on the ground. Kraken forgot she had killed her. She walked back over to her and saw that she was out cold with crimson staining her gown. She was still breathing, but if she left her here, she would probably bleed out. Kraken picked her up, threw her over her shoulder, and took her back to her cell. She laid her on the floor. Kraken turned on unfinished Melody and then left to make arrangements with Chimin. She knew how to make Kitten use a gun again. She knew how to force her to kill. Kraken returned to her cell several hours later once she had everything set, and then she silenced unfinished Melody and woke Kitten. It is time that you return to your own cell, she told her. Sleep and tomorrow our last hunt will take place. Kitten sat up and looked a little groggy as she stared at her. She didn't seem to understand Kraken, and she was about to tell the girl her instructions again. But then Kitten told her, my cell's very noisy. Can't I sleep here on your floor? No, you don't belong here, Kraken insisted. This is the den of a predator. The prey shouldn't sleep here. She instructed her, go to your own cell. Yes, Kraken. Before you go, you need to change out of your gown and put on a clean one, and then I want you to put this on. she told the girl as Kraken held up a new harness. When Kraken first took sole custody of Kitten, she had freed her of all her chains and the harness. Kitten had been a free kitten. The harness was a symbol of the Council's control over the girl, and Kraken was forcing her to wear it again. Kitten peered at the new harness. Kraken wanted her to see it as a representation of their relationship. They were not friends, and she was not her teacher. She was only the predator, and she was only the prey. Kitten saw the harness as she wanted her to see it. The girl bowed her head, and then she changed into a new gown. Later, she walked over to her, and Kraken put it on her. Kitten left, and Kraken thought about the hunt to come. Kitten wouldn't be able to tell her no any longer. Kraken went and slept on her bed. She closed her serpent eyes and envisioned a glorious chase. Tomorrow would be their last hunt. Chapter 37. Nightmares and Videos. Several hours later, Kraken woke and found Kitten sleeping on her floor, curled up in a ball some distance from her bed. She couldn't have her prey sleeping beside her anymore. The girl had to understand her place in the food chain. Kitten, Kraken called out. Kitten, you can't be in here. The girl didn't say anything but started shaking like she was afraid of her. Kraken reluctantly got out of bed and moved over to her. She started to touch her shoulder, but then Kitten sat up screaming. Kraken had never heard her scream like this. She heard madness in her screams, as if the girl couldn't come to terms with something. She thought maybe the girl had a nightmare, but Kitten didn't stop screaming, as if she was stuck in the nightmare. She grabbed both of her shoulders and shook her real good. Kitten didn't stop screaming, so she pulled back her arm to backhand her. But then she paused. Kraken stared into her face and saw that she was crying. No tears, but she was crying. Her emotionless Kitten was crying. She lowered her hand as she didn't know what to do. Her screams lessened, but Kitten was still a mess. She picked her up by her harness that was no longer connected to her spine and plopped her on her bed. Kitten slowly stopped screaming. After a few more seconds went by, she asked her, "What were you dreaming about?" Kitten stared at her for a few moments, as if debating to open up to her or not, and then she answered, "I was dreaming about something horrible." Kraken almost asked her what that horrible thing was, but then she decided she didn't want to know. Kraken decided to change the subject, and she asked, "Why are you in here?" "I wanted to sleep," Kitten answered her after a few more sobs left her lips. "I can sleep in here." She didn't like that the girl thought she could just come and go, and Kraken didn't want her to be comfortable in her cell. "Go back to your room and never come back here," Kraken told her as she picked her up by the harness and threw her into the corridor like someone wanted stray. She landed on her feet and then straightened as she replied, "Yes, Kraken." Kraken went back to sleep once she heard the girl off in the distance. She found, though, that she couldn't sleep, and after about an hour, Kraken went in search of Kitten's cell. She had never been there before, so she wasn't sure where it was. She finally tracked it down through the long winding main corridor, and at the very end, Kraken's cell was nearly the first cell, and Kitten's was the very last, as if abandoned even among the prisoners. Not that there were any prisoners other than Kitten and Kraken among the 500+ cells. Kraken had taken care of them a long time ago. Even before she reached the cell, Kraken heard voices, as if someone or someone's were with her Kitten. Who could be with her prey? The voices were angry. Who would dare bother her prey? She entered Kitten's cell and found her sleeping on the floor. No one else was there. There was no bed, there was no mat, there wasn't even a blanket. Kitten was asleep in the middle of the floor with her hands over her ears. The voices Kraken had heard before were louder, and she saw where they were coming from. Several screens were mounted on every wall, and they were all blaring the same video over and over. She went and woke Kitten and told her, "Come with me." Kitten opened her eyes, but they immediately started to droop as she asked, "Is it time for our final hunt already? Follow me." She was a little groggy as she stood, so Kraken put her hand behind her head and directed her out of the girl's cell and toward her own cell, and once they reached it, she told her, "You can sleep in here." Kitten walked in and then laid on the floor. "Kitten." There was a short pause, and then the girl said, "Yes, Kraken. Go sleep on the bed. I want my prey well rested." Kitten lifted herself from the floor and dragged herself to the bed and laid on it. Kraken went over to her chair and sat and watched while Kitten slept. Kraken considered what she had seen, the video that was playing over and over in the girl's cell. It looked like it was none of her concern. Their last hunt was tomorrow. Chapter 38. The last hunt. She let Kitten sleep longer than she wanted her to. Kraken wanted to hunt, but she also wanted her as well rested as possible. She had Kitten eat breakfast with her, and she had the same oatmeal and ham and eggs that Kraken had. She took the girl to a different part of the sanctum that Kraken believed Kitten had never been in, and they paused outside a door. "Once we enter, our last hunt will begin," Kraken informed her. "The rules are simple. There is a table as you go in the room, and on that table is a gun. It is yours to use. I won't use a gun. Please don't interrupt me," Kraken spoke. The gun is yours to use or not to use. We will not be in the room alone. There will be 3 others in there. You can either protect them from me or I will hunt them, and once I'm done hunting them, I'm going to kill you if you don't save them. I will kill you so that you will never wake again. Do you understand the rules as I have told you?" Kitten looked at her with this frightened expression. "Do you understand the seriousness of this hunt?" Kraken questioned her. "I have left you with no option but to kill me before I kill you. If you kill me right away, you can save either all or some of those who are in the room. It is time for us to go in. I will begin my hunt 5 minutes after the door shuts behind us." She grabbed Kitten by her harness handle and walked her into the room. There were 3 young blonde girls about her age on the far side of the room. They all looked alike. One of the blonde girls rubbed her eye with her fist as she asked one of the others, "Where are we? Wake up already?" A different blonde girl yelled at the first blonde girl, "Can't you see that they've put us in a room with a monster and some stupid girl wearing a collar and a bell like she's some pet?" The last of the triplets screamed, not the sort of scream associated with fear, but a scream of one whose language was undeveloped. Kitten looked at them, and then she turned to Kraken and said, "They're children." "Yes, they are," Kraken spoke as if it was nothing. "They're children," Kitten repeated, and then she did something Kraken had never seen her do before. Kitten started. What was the best word to describe it? Kitten started freaking out as she said, "You can't kill children. You are a child," she told the girl. "I have already killed you many times." Kitten started shaking her head like she couldn't stop as she insisted. "No. I can't do this. I can't save them. You can't hurt them." The more she spoke, the more distraught Kitten got. "We shouldn't be monsters. I don't want to be a monster anymore." The girl started to melt down as she said, "You can't hurt them. They're children. You have only about 4 minutes before I start to hunt them," Kraken warned her. "Pick up the gun." "I can't," she repeated as if stuck on a loop. I can't. Kitten lifted both her hands and covered her ears and started screaming her demented replicating phrase, I can't save anyone." Her hazel eyes burned until they sparked and erupted into hideous blue flames. "They'll die. I can't save them. You'll kill them. I can't." Kitten's eyes took on a hellish blue glow and energy crackled from them. The glow intensified and turned purple and then green. And then her eyes took on this silver glow as she kept repeating, I can't save anyone. They'll die. I can't save them. You'll kill them. I can't." Tears started streaming down her face, and Kraken realized the tears were blood. The reptile woman froze. Kitten was turning into this demon right before her. She didn't know if she should run or start her hunt early. Her fear slowly left her as Kraken wanted to hunt this new beast, this demonic kitten. She started to. The girl bent over in agony, and Kitten started muttering incoherently and then collapsed to her knees. She started screaming again, and Kraken just stood there once more, frozen in place by a sheer sense of panic she had experienced recently, but this panic was more severe. Kitten wasn't turning into a demon she could hunt. No, Kitten was self-destructing right before her eyes. If she didn't do something, Kraken feared the girl would die a death of no return. Chapter 39. A death of no return. A horrible death neared Kitten, a death that would claim her forever. The silver electricity filled the room, and even the 3 blonde girls screamed in terror. Their screams were drowned out by Kitten's own shrieks. Kitten was dying. Kraken slowly moved over to her and knelt in front of the already kneeling Kitten. She grabbed her chin so she could lift the girl's face toward her. Bloody tears continued to run down her cheeks as the silver electricity crackling from her eyes acted like it would split the girl apart. One of her bloody tears rolled over Kraken's finger, forcing her gift to activate, and she peered into the girl's future. In that future, she saw that Kitten had less than 3 minutes to live. Those images left, and then a parallel timeline came into focus. Kraken gasped as she witnessed a different future death further into Kitten's timeline, a death brought on by guilt, loneliness, and helplessness. She grabbed Kitten's face with both of her hands as a desperation Kraken had never felt before took hold of her. The sound that usually synced with her beat away the seconds until Kitten's self-destruction. Their link fractured, and Kitten slipped further and further away from her as the girl completely blocked out everything that was around her. If Kraken didn't do something, Kitten would die a real death. "Look at me," Kraken yelled at her as the girl's gaze seemed to be elsewhere. "Kitten, look at me." She slowly pulled from wherever she went and peered at her with her blood-stained eyes. "Calm down," Kraken told her. "You need to calm down." "But the children," Kitten spoke. "I can't save the children. The girls are fine. You're going to kill them." "I won't kill them." "No, you're lying to me." Kraken knew she had to do something or Kitten would tear herself apart. "Cease and be still," she commanded the girl. "Cease and be still. Do this and no one will get hurt." Kitten questioned her as if she wanted to believe. "No one will get hurt? I promise. I want you to calm down. Take a deep breath. That's it. Now take another deep breath. That's it. You are doing very good. Kitten continued to listen to her, and her eyes slowly reverted from the silver to the green, and then to the hellish blue. Kraken continued to coax her back until the girl's eyes lost all their glow. Kitten continued to cry, but neither blood nor salty clear tears ran down her cheeks. Kraken picked her up into her arms. The older girl, who was more like a younger girl, held onto her tightly as if Kraken was the only thing that would keep her from slipping into a dark pit of destruction. Kraken carried her back to her cell, leaving the triplets behind. Chapter 40. An end to the hunt. Some time later, Kraken cradled the girl all the way back to her cell. She set Kitten on her bed, and by then, she had stopped crying. Kraken went over to a sink, wet a towel, came back, and wiped some of the blood from her eyes as she asked, "Are you all right now?" She pushed the reptile woman's arm away, not wanting her to coddle her, then turned her head away from Kraken, and didn't answer. Kraken sighed, but what did she expect? She gave up on washing away the blood and said, "I want you to wait here for me. Can you do that?" Kitten nodded, and Kraken went to the girl's cell and watched the video that was on a loop and running on 10 different screens at different points in the video. Kitten was in the video along with other people. Kraken finished watching the video completely through, and then she returned to her own cell. She expected that the girl might run away after what she had put her through, but as promised, Kitten was there and still sitting on the bed. She refused to look at Kraken as she came in. "The video that is playing in your cell." Kraken spoke as she walked over to the bed, and then she asked, "How long has it been playing in your cell?" "Since they brought me from the 3rd branch office and had me stay in that cell," Kitten answered her without looking at her. "Oh," Kraken stated as she understood more and more the reason why Kitten didn't want to sleep in her own cell. The sinking sound. The sound raged in her soul until Kraken couldn't take it any longer. The rhythm drove her to the brink of insanity, and she acted upon it. Kraken went back to the girl's cell, and she went into a fit of madness and tore all the screens apart. She didn't understand where her rage was coming from or why she was so upset. She had been in Kitten's cell before she took her to have their last hunt. Why did it matter to her that someone was tormenting Kitten? Why did it matter someone else was torturing her precious Kitten? Why did Kraken want to hurt those who had hurt the girl? Chapter 41. Confessions. The madness left her, and Kraken peered around Kitten's destroyed cell. The girl could never return there. She shouldn't return there. Kitten would probably have to return there. Kraken went back to her cell and stared at the face of the one with the blood-stained tears. "I don't want to be a monster anymore," Kitten confided in her as she finally looked at the reptile woman. She was able to look at her again as if the girl had forgiven her for what she did with the triplets. Kitten added, "I don't want you to be a monster anymore either." All this time, Kraken spoke as her spirit was moved by some outside force. "I've chosen to be the monster. I never once fought it. I never even consider I could fight it. Today, I wanted something more than the hunt. I wanted to save you. Tell me, do you know what was happening to you in that other room with the 3 little blonde girls?" "I didn't want to lose again," Kitten started to answer her. "People die when I lose, and no matter what kind of monster we become, we should never hurt children." Kraken's icy heart that she believed was only a beast's heart melted away as she spoke. "Kitten, you are a child. I am a monster." "No, you are a child. The doctors here have hurt you." "I'm a monster," she insisted. "You are a child, and I have hurt you," Kraken said as if she needed to confess it. All the evil she had done to this child weighed on her. She was the monster, not Kitten. The girl said, "I can't be a child anymore. I've done very bad things." She stared at the girl before her, not a kitten, not the Pandora project, but a girl. "Our hearts can become cold," Kraken told her as if revealing her own grim journey. "We are taught to do this. Our hearts can shrink in the face of fear. Our hearts can be completely unyielding and hold a grudge. It can clutch envy, and the heart can hold on to jealousy. We can lose heart. One of the worst things is that we turn our hearts away from those who are hurting. I have turned my heart away from everything around me. I had to. It was the only way I knew how to survive. You are making me look." Kraken's face curled up into a slight snarl, but only so she wouldn't cry as she continued. "I don't want to see. I was happy not knowing, but look what you made me do. I ended a hunt so you wouldn't get hurt." "I'm sorry." "Why are you sorry?" Kraken asked her. "I'm sorry that you thought you were happy. You're not. You are like me. You are miserable. Can you see that now?" Kitten questioned her. "You haven't realized your purpose yet." "What is my purpose?" she asked the girl. "I can't tell you. You have to find out yourself." "Leave," Kraken ordered her. "Don't come back here. The hunts are over." Kitten said nothing to her, bowed her head, and left. Silence followed, and Kraken found the quiet to be a persistent judge. She was such an evil creature. They should have destroyed her long ago, not allow her to continue to be Kraken. The beast with a heart. The beast that could only hunt. Chapter 42. The dreaded day. The next day came, a day Kraken dreaded all year, and it had nothing to do with Kitten. Kraken slept most of the day away, but then she woke and pulled out a large box that was under her bed. She started to look through the photos and other contents of the box as she thought about what Kitten had told her. She had no purpose but to hunt. Kraken became angry, so she threw the photos across her cell, scattering them, and then she started to hunt. She hunted anything that crossed her path. Soon, Kraken had taken out several employees, and the SCMs were sent in. It took 5 units, but they managed to bring her down by shooting her enough times to cause her to black out from blood loss. She woke later, and she was strapped to an examining table. Chimin was in the room. He was the only one in the room. Her bullet wounds were still seeping blood, but for the most part, they had all started to slowly heal. "You went out of control again," Chimin told her as if he needed to. "You always go out of control on this day. You would think I would remember this and try to do something to stop you. How could you stop me?" Kraken asked him as she tried to groggily sit up. "I could have you sleep through this week," he told her. Chimin turned to her as she couldn't seem to sit up. Concern was on his face as he said, "It is my fault, you know?" "What is?" Kraken asked him as she saw the reason why she couldn't sit up. She was secured to the examining bed and even her strength wouldn't release her from her bonds. "The way you are," he replied. "I finally figured it out. Why you are so predatory." She stopped resisting her bounds and laid back as she stated as if he should know. "It is the DNA of the beasts that are all inside me. What did you expect would happen when you mix chameleon, snake, feline? The leopard was your idea." Chimin interrupted her like she needed to be reminded. "It was and is probably the reason for the way I am. But we were not supposed to experiment on a human. We were years away from experimenting on humans. We should have never even thought of improving human soldiers' DNA with animals. It was an accident," he told her, drawing her thoughts from their ignorance back then. Chimin said, "But I think I should tell you there was something else in the mix. Something none of us even talked about putting in the recipe. The animals you listed are predators, but I believe they aren't the reason why you are so obsessed with hunting. There is another thing within the mix, and I believe it is the reason for your hunter instinct." "What is that?" she asked. "I will first tell you it was an accident, but one I am very pleased happened," Chimin said as his eyes became filled with his excitement that brought him joy at her expense. "A white blood cell became a part of the mix, and I believe it is the reason you're so predatory. The white blood cell is the reason you seek and destroy." "A white blood cell?" Kraken exclaimed as she thought more and more about what that would mean. She questioned, "What type? Is it of human origin?" "I will answer all of those questions at another time," he replied. "You did wake up sooner than I thought, and I don't need you just yet. I still have preparations I need to make, so I am going to give you a very strong sedative." He gave her an injection as she growled at him. Kraken quickly fell into sleep, and his voice trailed into the distance as he said, "I want Kitten to also participate in what I have planned for." Chapter 43. Kitten's What? Kraken woke, and she was still strapped to the examining bed. Chimin was still the only one there, and he was smiling at her. "Why did you do this to me?" she asked. He informed her, "I'm conducting an experiment right now, and I need your assistance." "You said that before," she stated, and then she asked him, "What sort of experiment?" "As you know, I have been urging you to encourage Kitten to take up the gun again. You did try, but you couldn't find the right motivator. I believe you were on the right track, though. What are you going to do?" she questioned him. Kraken wondered if she was in the room other than the reason that she had gone out of control again on the anniversary of when she became Kraken. Chimin inquired of her, "Do you understand the relationship you have with her? It is very unique. You have become a teacher to her and she has become many things to you." "I threw Kitten away," she snapped at him as she was still very irritable over her own. She wasn't sure the word she was looking for. Kraken informed him as if she needed to. "I will have nothing more to do with her. So what do you believe you can do?" "I will dangle Kitten's kitten in front of her, and I bet she will come running like a mother cat." Kraken wasn't sure of his meaning at first and repeated the words, "Kitten's kitten." Kraken was the one tied up, so he must mean. She questioned him, "Are you implying that I'm her?" Chimin answered, "I did hint at that your relationship has many levels. Kitten has become very protective of you. I want to see how protective." "You know I won't cooperate," she told him as she considered killing him. She also didn't like what he implied she was to Kitten. If she got a chance, Kraken would rip through her bonds and show Chimin why no one ever dared mess with her. She would show him his grave mistake. "I just need for you to sleep a little longer," he told her. "Everything is nearly ready." Chimin injected her for a second time, and Kraken again fell asleep. Chapter 44. The Dangled Kitten. Some time later, Kraken woke, and she was a little disoriented this time. A lot of her memory from the past few hours was a little scrabbled. It slowly returned and she remembered some of what had been done to her. Chimin had gone and done it, He had to be mad. He captured Kraken during one of her most vulnerable times, and he hinted at that he was going to do something to her. "Why am I here?" Kraken inquired as the sedative still held hostage some of her memory. He seemed to ignore her statement, and he asked her, "Do you recognize the room we're in?" Kraken looked all around as her memory from before came back in trickles. She didn't recognize the room at first, but then she did recognize where they were. They were in the room where the accident happened. "Release me from these bonds," Kraken ordered him. "I never wanted to come back in here. You shouldn't have brought me back in here. I know, and I do apologize, but I need to upset you to bring out your fear and rage," he stated as if she would forgive him. "I need you to do something for me." "I already told you I won't cooperate," Kraken insisted as she felt the fear and rage within her churning like some violent sea. "Your cooperation isn't needed," Chimin informed her, and she almost could have sworn she saw him smirk. "All I need from you are..." He turned around to the small machine he was standing at. He flipped a switch to the machine that looked like it was part of the intercom system. Chimin lifted what looked like a remote, and he pressed a button, and electricity shot through her entire body. ... Your screams. Kraken lost control of herself as the electricity assaulted her system, and she screeched. She screamed as pain took over all her thoughts. She screamed, and then he pressed the button again and her agony stopped. "I have an agreement with the council. You can't do this to me," she informed him once she was able to talk. "Don't worry," he spoke. "I gained permission from the council majority to conduct this experiment. That fact will not save you," Kraken stated, and then she threatened him. "When I get free, I'm going to kill you." "You will if you get free," he said, and then Chimin sent another round of electricity through her body. She screamed for some time, and then the second round ended. It took longer before she was able to talk, and then she asked, "Why are you doing this? I told you, or have you not been listening? You are Kitten's kitten. She'll be coming for you soon." Chimin moved over to a few screens with surveillance videos on them. "See," he began. "Kitten's already on her way, and look. She's carrying a gun. All because she heard your cries." Kraken struggled all the more to free herself. Chimin had forced Kitten to take up the gun, and the last time Kitten had any dealing with a gun, she nearly self-destructed. Kraken had to save Kitten. She had to save her before it was too late. Chapter 45, Mama Cat. Kraken pressed against her bonds that kept her strapped to the examining bed. Normally, she wouldn't have any problems ripping through them with her enhanced strength, but with all the wounds she sustained from the SCMs, along with the sedative that had yet to completely wear off and the torture Chimin had put her through, she was nearly as weak as a kitten. They were both watching Kitten as she made her way to Kraken. The girl had such determination on her face. Chimin watched as 3 SCMs blocked the girl's way, and Kitten lifted her gun to shoot them. But then she spotted the camera and shot it first. "A smart little thing, isn't it? You must be so proud, Kraken. Stop this," she yelled at him. "She shouldn't wield a gun. Kitten will start to self-destruct again." "I did see her earlier meltdown," Chimin stated. "Most odd, wasn't it?" He watched the screen and said, "Your kitten is also quite amazing." A few minutes later, Kitten showed up with the gun and entered the lab. She pointed the gun at Chimin and asked, "What are you doing to Kraken?" "I am conducting a test. I only wanted to see if you would kill to save Kraken." Kitten moved over to Kraken and started to free her. She saw that Kitten's eyes were glowing that terrifying blue. "You shouldn't have killed to save me," Kraken told her as it pained her to think that the girl had to go through such a thing. "You should have remained the innocent prey." "My experiment worked," Chimin stated with an excitement Kraken hadn't heard from him in years. "Kitten, you've killed to save your teacher." She released her, and then Kitten informed Chimin, "I haven't killed anyone. You don't have to kill to save." She turned and shot him in the leg, and Chimin screamed as he grabbed his wound. "You had to have killed," he said as he held his wound seeping with blood. "There were so many soldiers blocking your way here." The blue glow of Kitten's eyes faded as she explained to him, "I shot them as I shot you. Most stopped their attempts to prevent me from coming here. The others I threatened with shooting them again." Chimin didn't look too happy as he limped for the door, and he left the lab, seeking medical treatment. He miscalculated how Kitten would react. A bullet through his leg was never one of the possible outcomes he had envisioned. He would have to be very careful in the future. Chapter 46, Lessons of the Heart. Kitten had tracked down Kraken and taken care of Chimin, and the girl finished freeing her. Kraken got off the bed and grabbed both of her shoulders and told her, "You shouldn't have come for me." "Why not? You needed saving. I can take care of myself." "You were screaming," Kitten told her. "I had to save you." "You don't need to save me. They can't really hurt me. They have already tried." "You don't understand," Kitten said. "I need to start saving lives. I need to save many, many lives to make up even just a little for what I've done." "Save others then," Kraken insisted. "Don't ever worry about me again. Haven't you paid any attention to the things I have taught you? "You have taught me many things," Kitten spoke. "Maybe it is time I taught you a few things I have learned over the years." "What can a kitten teach me?" She said. "You believe the heart is fragile, but it can also be very strong. I imagine you have experienced, as I have, that the heart can be broken, but it can also mend. I've had my heart torn in two, but I'm hoping it can be made whole again. The heart can be shattered into hundreds of pieces, and each piece can be in pain, and even if the heart has deep scars afterward, the heart can slowly pull itself back together no matter how many pieces it was shattered into." She grinned as she said the next part, as if she was thinking of something with fondness from a childhood memory. "A wise doctor once said that the heart can be 2 sizes too small, but the heart can also grow 3 sizes in a day. Your heart might feel like it has shrunk to nothingness, but someone else's heart can fill that void if you let them. The heart can experience misery, sadness, and loneliness, but it can also find joy, happiness, and friendship." Kraken started to argue with her, but Kitten continued, determined not to be interrupted. "The heart can be troubled, but it can also be calm. A heart that has lost all courage can find courage again. The heart can sink to the depths of despair, but that same heart can lift us as if we soar on wings of eagles. We can find the heart of darkness, but a light can also shine in our hearts. You might think that your heart is hardened to those around you, but if my heart, that has experienced all those bad things that you have taught me about, if my heart can become wide open to those around me again, so can yours. Our hearts can become cold. It can shrink in the face of fear. Our hearts can be completely unyielding and hold a grudge. It can clutch envy, and the heart can hold on to jealousy. We can lose heart, but if all of that can happen, you should know, our hearts can spread warmth. It can be undaunting in the face of fear. Our hearts can reject the path of hatred and forgive. It can be content, and the heart can hold another's hand. We can take heart. We can place something within our hearts to safeguard it." She paused, and then she said, "Kraken, we don't have to be the monsters the council wants us to be." Kraken stood there stunned by what she had told her. When did her wretched little kitten learn all of this? "I have never heard you talk so much," Kraken stated. "When did you become so talkative?" Kitten didn't answer her but just smiled. She was very proud of the girl at that every moment. Kitten had learned all of those wonderful things even while darkness and misery surrounded her. She was a horrible teacher, but thankfully it seemed, Kitten had a good teacher at some point. Chapter 47, Shared Pain. Kraken thought SCMs would be barreling into the room since Kitten had shot Chimin, but none of them ever showed up. So much had happened in the few weeks the girl had been there. So much had happened in Kraken's life because of Kitten. She took several steps back from the girl and stared down at her as Kitten peered up at her. What were they to each other? Kraken had only considered the girl prey. It would seem their relationship was deeper than hunter and quarry. More time passed as they looked at one another in silence, and then she considered everything the girl had told her since releasing her from her bonds. And Kraken spoke. "You must have had a teacher before me." "I had a few. People and friends I grew to care about a lot," Kitten confessed as if it hurt. "Who are these friends and people who care about you?" She looked at her and didn't answer. Kraken became angry, as her anger could be as great as her patience, and she demanded, "Tell me who they are. What are you afraid of?" Kitten asked her as she took a step toward her. "I am afraid of nothing." "Why are you trembling?" Kitten questioned her. "Do you want me to hold your finger like I did that first day I came here?" Kraken hadn't realized she was shaking. She blamed it on the sedative and the wounds that were nearly healed. She questioned Kitten, "Why would I want you to hold my finger?" "Because you are like me and you are sad. So very sad." "I don't care about you," Kraken insisted. She didn't know why she snapped at the girl. It was as if Kitten was shredding layers of Kraken's skin to get to some hidden truth. It did hurt as she peeled away these layers. It hurt a lot, and Kraken told her as if it were true, "I'm incapable of caring." Kitten walked up to her and said, "I will hold your pinky. Just tell me you want me to. I don't want to be smacked again. I don't want you to hold my finger." Kraken yelled as she vowed within herself not to let the girl peel away any more of the layers. She vowed not to let the girl see what was hidden. Kitten moved still closer to her, wanting to help the one who was like her, who was feeling as much pain as her. And she said, "It's okay. I'm here. It's okay. Stop talking to me like I'm some child." Kraken griped as more layers were shredded and fell from her hardcore. "I'm not a child. I'm not your kitten." "But you are hurting," Kitten insisted. "Why do you think I'm hurting? Do you see me crying?" "Your soul is," the girl replied. "It hasn't stopped shedding tears today. Is this day like my tragic day? Did you hurt someone precious to you?" "Shut your mouth. I also don't know what to do with my sorrow," Kitten admitted as she turned her head away from the reptile woman and placed a hand to her own chest. "I only know I must be punished. My pain should equal the pain I caused. My pain should be greater than the pain I inflicted." Kraken didn't know what she was talking about. The girl had hinted at doing something wrong. It must have to do with the scene on the video. The scene Kraken vowed never to mention to Kitten because it seemed too terrible to repeat. Kraken had vowed this as she had vowed never to return to this miserable room, the very room she stood in now. She turned her frustration over one broken vow and focused it on the girl as she told her, "You know nothing about me. What could someone like you know about grief?" Kitten stared at her for a long time as if she was debating saying something to Kraken, and then she stated with grief thick on her lips, I. She started to cry tearless sobs, and then she tried to say, "I became a monster and I." Kitten fell silent, unable to open up completely, and Kraken realized that the girl's pain was as great as hers. Kraken also knew there was no consoling things like them. Kraken's grief wasn't over a life lost, but a life she could never give birth to. "Leave me alone. Return to your room," Kraken ordered her. "You shouldn't be alone today," Kitten said as she wiped her own eyes as if she had tears. "Your sorrow is greater today than it has ever been." She walked over to her and took her pinky and said, "It's okay. I'm here. I'm not your kitten." Kraken yelled at her, and then she knocked her to the ground and went in for the kill. She would strike her heart this time to destroy the vexing child, the infuriating girl. There would be no more hunts after this. Their time together had come to an end. Chapter 48. The sinking of all her anger, all her rage. It filled Kraken's arm with a need to strike. She would strike the one who had been such a nuisance to her. Kraken was posed ready to kill the vexing child. She extended her claws and moved to thrust her hand through Kitten's chest. But she stopped herself. A tear was streaming down her own cheek as she stood over the girl inches from her face. Kitten reached up and took her finger again and held onto it. Her touch this time broke through all her defenses, and Kraken pulled back from her, sat on her knees, raised her hands to her face, and cried. Kitten moved, and then she wrapped her arms around Kraken, holding her tightly to her. "I am here," Kitten told her as she gently rocked the reptile woman. "You are not alone." The side of Kraken's face was on Kitten's tiny chest, and she heard something. Kraken wanted to pull away, but then she heard it again. She heard Kitten's tiny heart beating, and the rhythm of it soothed her rage. The sound. This distinct sound. Her heart was what Kraken had heard when Kitten first arrived at the sanctum. Her heart was what her body or her own heart synced to. Kraken closed her eyes and listened to its beating as Kitten stroked her head like she was the child. She must see Kraken as her kitten. She allowed Kitten to console her. She allowed the girl to ease her rage and sorrow. Kraken's ability kicked in, and she saw Kitten's past. A past soaked in blood and lies. She saw her present and all the people she had come into contact with, and then she saw her future. Kitten's heart continued to beat, and Kraken saw the road that lay before the girl. Kraken cried all the more. She found that she was crying, not for herself but for the wretched, precious little kitten that she had become very fond of. She would protect her. Chiman had said it himself. Her DNA was also comprised of a white blood cell. White blood cells were hunters of the body, but they were also protectors. She would protect her little kitten when the crucial time came. Kitten's future was grim, but it would also be full of joy. A time was coming when they would be separated, but Kitten would come back into Kraken's life at a time. It would be a time like when Kitten came into Kraken's life to bring a little light into her darkness. Kraken would re-enter Kitten's life to show her a path where the twilight would bring the dawn. She would show Kitten there was hope as Kitten had shown her that she could care about something again. It would not be easy. They would have to be separated for a long time. Kraken vowed she would treasure the remaining time she had with the young kitten, and she also vowed she would protect and help the older kitten when the time came. For now, she would be Kitten's kitten. As there was a once upon a time, there should also be a happily ever after, but this was only the beginning of their tale. It was also the inception of a story that would bring many characters together from all over the planet. Some would do good, and some would commit evil acts, but all would have to decide which side to take. They would either help bring about a doom for a planet, a doom that would usher in a twilight before the dark, a darkness that would engulf the entire planet, or they would bring about a hope that would bring about a twilight before the dawn and destroy the dry clouds plaguing the earth. Read more about Kitten's adventures as she finds her way through a world governed by corporations, policed by soldiers, and enforced by legal assassins known as life closers. The end. There are two ways to continue Kitten's story. The first way is to click this link for the novel Shades of Grey #1 Noir, City Shrouded by Darkness, and listen to the audiobook and learn how to grab the free ebook. You can also find a link to the audiobook in the description. The Shades of Grey series follows Kitten, who is also known as the Pandora Project, as an adult in her adventures to discover who she is in a world of endless night. The second way to enjoy more of Kitten's story is to read the Kitten and Kraken Vellas series on Amazon. Kitten and Kraken Vellas series is based on this novella and will introduce new characters not seen in the novella. Click on this video and learn how to start reading Kitten and Kraken Vellas series and how to grab 200 free tokens so that you can read part of the series for free. If you enjoyed the audiobook, don't forget to like and share.
Welcome to another one of my videos. You can help support this channel by subscribing and liking, and you can also grab a free ebook of this audiobook by following this link. Today's video is an audio of an ebook, the first one in my Monster of Monsters series. The title of this ebook is Monster of Monsters #1 Part 1 Mortem's Opening, and the story centers around Kine. So grab the free ebook and listen along. Now for the audiobook.
Monster of Monsters #1 Part 1 Mortem's Opening by Kristie Lynn Higgins, 2017. Chapter 1. The Trials and Joys of Life. A young girl wearing a school uniform sat by herself under the shelter and shield of a great oak tree. The sounds of other children could be heard in the distance, but they nor she could see one another behind her woody fort. She ignored their laughter that bid her to join them on the playground. And she also ignored their conversations that talked of worlds she could never belong to. The girl had found a peace that was very rare to her, and she was enjoying the few minutes she had left before she would have to join the other children and learn. She sat alone on a small blanket next to a spiderweb that she could easily touch if she stretched out her hand, and she watched as the wind gently rocked the web. The morning dew that clung to its glistening threads fell off as sparkling droplets to the grass with each soft gust that blew their way. A brown spider the size of a quarter made its home there, and it didn't seem bothered by the wind or her presence. "Would you like some cheese?" she offered the spider after she broke off a small piece of her breakfast. It stared at her for a few seconds as if curious about her as much as the young girl was curious about it, and then it shook its head. "What about a cracker?" the young girl questioned as she broke off a piece, and the spider shook its head again. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm not sure I know what you eat. We haven't learned about you and your kind yet." The young girl spent as much time as she could alone. The other children could be cruel, and she found that she was happier alone. The young girl also found that if she looked hard enough she could find little wonders of the created world. They were hidden but all around her. The young girl held the cracker out as if expecting the spider to answer her, and then she pulled back the piece of cracker and cheese and ate them herself. She started to ask the spider another question when the spider turned its attention to 4 older girls as they walked by on a path that had a clear view of her shelter and shield. The young girl noticed them and leaned up against the tree so not to be noticed by the older girls. "I heard Karen will be devoured next," one of them said. "Karen? Which clan is claiming her?" The oldest girl, who was 8, questioned. "The White Crane clan wishes to devour her and claim her as one of their own," the first girl replied. "Her birth clan will most likely allow the White Crane to claim her, and Karen will be adopted." "The White Crane is a strong clan," the oldest girl stated. "Karen is blessed." "Yes, she is blessed," the other 3 girls repeated. The first girl noticed the girl sitting under the oak, who was trying to hide from them, so she motioned from the path and asked, "Who is that?" "Never mind her," the oldest girl replied. "Who is she?" The first girl repeated. "I would really like to know." The oldest girl became angry and replied, "I will not speak her name." The second oldest girl sighed, and then she said, "Her name is Kane." The 4th member of their group inquired, "What's the big deal?" "Just who is Kane?" she asked the oldest girl. "Is she a rival of yours?" "That toddler." The oldest girl yelled, "She's worse than a rival. She's a nobody at our school. She is ruining the purity of our people." The oldest girl turned and motioned for the others as she said, "Come on. I don't want to waste any more time talking about her." The second oldest girl glanced at Kane once more before joining the other 3 girls who had started back across the path, and Kane breathed a sigh of relief as she turned to the spider and said, "It's okay. They're gone. We can go back to our picnic." Kane picked up a small round fruit and offered it to the creature. "MS, spider, would you like a grape?" She looked at Kane with her 8 eyes and then shook her head. "I wish I knew what you ate," Kane spoke, but before she could say anything else, a voice above her called out, "What are you doing down there?" Cain looked up into the oak tree and saw a boy, who was 6 and slightly older than her, hanging upside down from a branch. He smiled at her, then released the branch with his legs, flipped, and landed on his feet. "I am of the Brown Bear clan, and I am Bruno," he introduced himself, and then he said, "I heard you talking." The boy questioned, "Who are you talking to?" She looked around as if she couldn't believe the boy, who was a year older than herself, was talking to her. "Did you hear me?" the boy questioned. "I'm only playing," Cain replied, not sure what else to say. "Is that how you are supposed to speak to someone who is older than you?" A second boy, who was 8, questioned her as he walked up to them. Cain blushed, then turned to the first boy, and repeated, "I am playing, Senior Bruno. And they say you couldn't learn anything, but I see that they were mistaken." The second boy spoke, then cleared his throat, and said, "I am of the Grey Wolf clan. And I am Friedrich?" She nodded her head to him in greeting. "What is your name?" Bruno asked her. "My name is," Cain started. "You are supposed to start out by telling me your clan's name," Bruno interrupted. "You must have heard the headmistress tell us she is from the Firebird clan. It is the first lesson we learn when we come to this school." "She can't do that," Friedrich told him. "No clan or house wants her. They say that she's cursed," he stated, and then he explained, "They say that a monster killed her sire and dame, and they also say that same monster cursed her and left her alive to curse any clan or house that would claim her so none have." "Is that why you are over here playing by yourself?" Bruno questioned her. He walked around the blanket she sat on, and then he noticed the web and said, "I see who you were talking to, or more like what? You were playing with this spider. Isn't she pretty?" Cain stated. "I find that I really like their kind." "Nasty thing," Friedrich spoke up. "We should get rid of it." "Don't hurt her," Cain begged. He ignored her and told Bruno, "Doesn't it remind you of a Cumuvan?" "It does," Friedrich answered. "We should kill it." "No, please don't hurt her," Cain begged. Bruno picked up a stick as he said, "I'll smash it." Cain quickly got to her feet, cupped her hands around the spider, and gently took her off the web. "She's touching it. She's touching the nasty thing," Friedrich yelled. "Make her put it down. Let go of it," Bruno yelled. "Let go of it." "No," Cain said. "You're not hurting her." She tried to run away, but the 8-year-old tackled her to the ground. Cain held onto the spider and didn't let go of her, and she hit the ground hard, knocking the wind from her. "Get the spider," Friedrich yelled. "Let me have the spider," Bruno demanded. Cain managed to say, "No, let me have the spider or you'll get hurt." "No." Bruno glanced at the stick he held, dropped it, then went over to the girl, and stomped on her hands as he yelled, "Let go of it or I'll smash your hands." She didn't say anything but held onto the spider. Bruno kept stomping on her hands until he grew tired. He was about to start on her again when the other boy moved. Friedrich stood up as he heard the school clock chiming and said, "Come on, we'll be late for class, and you know what happens if we're late." Bruno stomped on her hand one last time and then ran after Friedrich, who hurried for his class. "Don't worry," Cain spoke a few seconds later as she sat up. She peered at her cupped hands that were starting to show the abuse Bruno inflicted on them, and she said, "You're safe now. They're gone. You can go back to your web," and she opened her hands and found that the spider was dead. She had been unable to save her, and the spider's blood was all over her hands. Cain wanted to cry, but she held it in. Crying never did her any good. "I'm sorry, Miss Spider," she spoke in a whisper. "I'm sorry I sat next to your web. I'm sorry I was talking to you. I'm sorry that no one likes me." Cain took her hand and dug a hole for her, and then she gently set the spider in her grave. She piled the dirt on top of her friend, picked a nearby flower, and placed it on top, and then Cain grabbed her lunchbox, stood, and ran into the woods that surrounded the school. She ran and ran as the school bell's chime fell silent in the distance. Cain kept running until she couldn't run anymore, and then she slowed down and walked. The woods were dense, and little light filtered through the leaves of the oaks and maples. She continued walking until she came upon a very old structure that had long ago fallen into pieces, and she climbed on top of one of its marble pillars that laid stretched out like a log. Cain balanced herself, walked across it, then dropped down to the ground, and took a step to return to the school. But the ground beneath her gave way. She fell a few feet and rolled down a hill into a sandy cave. The area was dark, but she was still able to see in the area very well. Cain stood, brushed the sand off her skirt and shirt of her school uniform, and noticed she had tumbled down into some sort of structure. She glanced behind herself and saw that she could climb back up the hill if she wanted to get out. But Cain decided to explore. She walked around the area and then entered the tiny structure. Spiderwebs small and great covered the walls, and Cain was about to leave when one of the larger webs parted as if by magic, revealing a small tunnel. She entered the tunnel and followed it until it emptied into a large cavern where she found a huge platform the size of a football arena. Kane walked up to it and started to explore the area when she noticed movement in its center. Someone was there with her, and whoever they were lying among some rubble as if they were hurt. Kane's heart pounded in her chest, and she thought about leaving, but she felt as if that person needed her help, so instead of running away, she took a couple of steps towards the rubble that was about 15 feet from her. "So a little morsel has stumbled upon my lair," a lady said as if she was very weak. Kane paused when she was spoken to, and then she took 2 more steps towards the lady. "That is it, little morsel. Come closer," the lady spoke. Kane paused when a large spider the size of her hand ran across her shoe, and then she looked all around and saw that the cavern was full of spiders. The rest of them were still, and they all seemed to be looking at her. The lady in the darkness moved and grunted as if she was in pain, and then she said, "Come here so I can. Are you hurt?" Kane questioned as she took 3 more steps toward the lady. "That is a good little morsel. Now stay right there and do not run." The lady spoke as she tried to stand up. "You are hurt," Kane said. "Is there a way that I can help you?" The lady laughed and said, I think not." Kane continued toward her as the lady in the shadow again tried to rise to her legs. The lady breathed heavily as she spoke. "You are either a brave little morsel or a foolish one, or maybe a blind and deaf little morsel." "I can hear and see fine," Kane stated. "I just can't see you yet. You're still hidden by all that rubble. Did it fall on you?" "No, I was injured in another way. I am here because I find it more comfortable to lie on these large rocks than the floor," the lady replied, and then she asked, "Is anyone with you?" "No," Kane replied. "I am alone. I am very alone." "Good, come closer." The lady started as she waved her on. "I am too weak to come to you." "Are you really hurt?" Kane questioned again. "I am badly hurt," the lady answered. "How did you get hurt?" "You could say there was someone who wanted to punish me, so they banished me here, but not before making sure I was unable to leave," the lady answered, then looked her over and said, "I believe you are big enough?" "Big enough for what?" "I believe you are large enough to fulfill my requirements so that I can finally leave this place," the lady replied, and then she said, "Now come to me, little morsel." Kane continued less afraid until she stood before the lady, and then the lady managed to stand on her legs, and Kane looked up at her, and her expression turned to one of petrified wonder as she started. I know," the lady interrupted with a small grin on her face as she looked down at her, and she nearly fell down because of her weakened condition, but she managed to stay standing. "You should be terrified by my mere presence." Kane repeated as her heart pounded in her chest again, and her mouth widened in what appeared to be the preview of a shrill-filled scream. The lady said, "You must be very surprised to see one as me here. You must also be very frightened." Kane didn't know what to do first. She wanted to run, but she also wanted to express the awe and shock of the unexpected enchantment she discovered in the darkness, and uttered again, I know," the lady stated as she placed a hand on her own chest as if the girl had given her a compliment. "This must be your first time seeing one such as me, so you must want to scream. No one will hear you down here, so go ahead." The lady slightly bent and urged her on by waving to her as if patting her head, and said, "Scream. It will make you feel better." The lady straightened and then added, "There is nothing that I hate more than a stiff morsel." You're so pretty," Kane finally managed to exclaim with a smile on her face in which no scream followed except for a small one that was more of a shriek of pure happiness. The shrill-filled preview the lady had witnessed before on the child's face was only one of delight and amazement. Kane immediately moved, unable to stand still any longer, and ran around the injured lady as if seeing a majestic beast for the first time up close. She wanted to reach out and touch her, but Kane knew the lady was no animal. The lady was more like a great queen. Kane slowed her running to a concerned walk as she got a better view of the lady's form, and then she said, "I see now. Your legs hurt. Are you right in the head?" The lady questioned her. "Do you know what I am?" "I don't, but you were pretty," Kane replied, and then she said, "You remind me of—" "I do not care," the lady interrupted. "You see what I am. Are you not going to run away?" "Why would I run? Even if you say I can't do anything for you," Kane insisted. "I might be small, but I can help you." She remembered her lunchbox, so she moved a few feet away, placed it on a rock, and opened it as she said, "You must be hungry. Do you want the rest of my breakfast?" Kane removed the purple fruit and stated, "I still have grapes." She walked back to the lady, lifted the grapes, and said, "They're good. Do you not know that I am going to devour you?" Kane's expression changed to one of confusion as she said, "I don't think I understand." "I will cause you pain," the lady said. "Do you understand that?" Kane frowned as she lowered the grapes and said, "Oh, I thought we could be friends. Are you not afraid of me?" the lady questioned. No, Kane replied. I just thought we could be friends and that we could help each other. The lady started to seize the little girl when the large spider returned and crawled up the little girl's leg. The lady waited for the little girl to shriek, but instead, she bent and picked up the spider. Is he your friend? Kane asked. He seems to like you a lot. And yet he crawled up your leg. The lady spoke and then glanced around the area at the rest of the spiders that made their home there. And then the lady said, the spiders do seem to have an unusual reaction to you. I have never seen them this still before. I like spiders, Kane spoke, but they don't seem to like cheese or crackers. The lady looked her over, and then she said, you are not as big as I thought you were. Here, give me those things you call grapes. She lifted them up, and the lady took them from her, and then she tried one of the grapes. Not what I am used to eating, but I guess I could eat these instead of you. I'll bring more food the next time I come, Kane stated. Why would you return? I might not devour you now, but you will get bigger. Sure what the lady was talking about, but then this idea entered her young mind, and she nodded, agreeing with the lady. I will get bigger, and I'll keep coming till I am bigger, and then you can devour me. She thought about it some more and then added, maybe I can bring you other things to eat. There is something wrong with you, the lady spoke, and then she asked, if you bring me food, what do you want from me? Someone to talk to, Kane replied. I've had friends before like this little one, she said as she lifted the spider, but they don't speak to me. I want someone who can talk to me. I can come once a day, and you can talk to me. I know of the school that is beyond these woods. Will you not be missed? My teachers don't like me, and I don't think the ones that I have before lunch will care if I show up or not. So I can come of a morning? What about school? You will miss out on learning. I might devour you later, but you will taste better if you are a little smarter. Maybe you can teach me, Kane said. I can bring you other things that you need besides food, and you can teach me. It will take me some time to heal, and I cannot leave this cavern until I am healed, so I guess I can endure having to talk with my food before I devour you, the lady stated, and then she added, but you cannot tell anyone that I am here. I know, they won't like that you're here, so I promise never to tell anyone. I guess I can only trust you on this. Come then. Come tomorrow with more grapes, and we will begin your lessons. What's your name? She questioned. My name's Kane. That is German, but it is not a name, the lady told her. It's what they call me, she said. It has to be my name. Can you please tell me your name? I do not think I will ever tell you my name, the lady replied. Why is that? This will be your very first lesson, the lady stated. My people only reveal their names to friends and family, and right now you are neither. Remember, you are a little morsel, and that is what I will call you. I don't think I understand. The lady explained, my people see our names as a part of us like an arm or a leg, but it goes even deeper than that. Our names are our very being, so we just do not tell anyone our given name. You have to be someone important to us or someone cherished. And little morsel, you are neither of those things to me, so if I should give you my name now, I would be breaking a sacred tradition, and I would be insulting my own pride. Kane thought about it, and then she said, I think I understand. I'll learn your name once we're friends. She clapped her hands together and peered up at the lady's face as she said, I can't wait. I bet it won't be that long, and I bet it's a very pretty name, like something that has to do with your beautiful eyes. You can tell me your name, and then you can devour me. She started to run back the way she came, then set the spider down, and started running again for the exit as she shouted to all the small 8-legged creatures. Goodbye. I believe there is something not right with that one, the lady told the spiders around her. I have never seen food so excited to be devoured that they would promise to return. Kane paused once she was some great distance away and yelled, Goodbye. Lady, see you tomorrow. The lady said nothing to her, only shook her head as she watched the young girl run out of her prison. And then the lady spoke to all the spiders around her. She is too small right now, so I will have to be patient. It will be enough for me to heal myself and leave this dreadful prison. The spiders started moving around at their normal pace as the lady said, My kind lives a very long time, so I can wait, and then I can enjoy my sweet, sweet morsel. The lady frowned as she added, I will only have to put up with her until then. The lady lifted her voice and ordered, None of you are to hurt her. She is mine. She is mine alone. The next day, the school had a special morning assembly, and it was mandatory that everyone attend. So Kane went with all her fellow students and sat with the other children in her grade. They all gathered in the gym where a huge red carpet had been rolled out over the basketball court, and chairs were set up for all the children, facing a stage, and a microphone on a podium was set up on the stage. The faculty sat in their chairs behind the podium and awaited the arrival of the headmistress. She arrived and walked out on stage as the children and faculty quieted without being told. "What is that on the headmistress' head?" A girl to Kane's left asked the girl to her left. "It's a veil. I heard the headmistress wears it everywhere she goes. She even wears it while she's in her office. Why is she wearing it?" "I heard it said that her husband died long ago and that she's still in mourning over him. I heard it said that she'll never remove the veil until she either finds a suitable husband or she feels she has mourned her dead husband long enough." The headmistress took her place at the podium and began to speak. "For the few transfer students that just arrived today, my name is Headmistress Blindheart. You may call me Headmistress or you may call me Headmistress Blindheart. Both are acceptable. I want to welcome you one and all to another semester and to remind all of you to work hard. Many of you will be our future leaders, so sharpen your minds and hone your bodies and always strive to better yourselves. The world we live in wants to devour us and destroy what we stand for. But do not fear such a death. Hold solace that your clans or houses have already devoured you. Your clans or houses have eaten you from the inside out, and they own all of you. They are your family." Then glanced over the crowd, and seemed to look right at Kane as she added, "And for those few of you who have yet to be devoured, do not give up hope. A clan or house may come along and see the potential that is in you and devour you, inducting you into their family. So work hard for your future family. I was not born into the Firebird clan. I was devoured into it, and I take pride that such a clan wanted me. Be it the clan or house you are born into or one that devours you, always put them before yourself. There is no self, there is only family." Headmistress Blindheart paused, and then she said, "Remember, children, it is all about purity of the race. The strong and or smart succeed. The frail and mediocre fail, and their line will not be carried on. Entice a clan or house to devour you. Show them you can bring strength and prestige to their name. We are only as strong as our weakest member." The morning assembly went on for another 30 minutes, and then the students were dismissed to their classes, and Kane hurried into the woods. She brought the lady grapes as promised, and she also brought her crackers and cheese. The lady found that she didn't care for either the crackers or the cheese, but she did eat the grapes, and she ate all of them. "What shall I teach you today?" "There is something I would like to learn about," Kane replied. "What is important about a clan or house?" "Clan or house. Are they not what you call your families?" "They are," Kane replied. "What is their purpose?" "These are questions your mother or father would be better suited to answer," the lady stated. "You should not bother me with such things. You should ask them." "My mom and dad died long ago," Kane stated. "I'm not even sure what their purpose is supposed to be." "What do you mean you do not understand their purpose?" the lady inquired of her. The spiders of the cavern moved closer, but they kept their distance of the unusual girl except for the large brown spider Kane had picked up the day before. He crawled into Kane's outstretched hand when she offered to pick him up. She petted his fuzzy body. "A mother or a father raise you," the lady said. "They take care of you. The school takes care of me, so would the school be this family you speak of?" Kane asked. The lady answered, "I guess they could be. They just need to love you and help you grow up strong." "No one at the school loves me. No one at the school even likes me," Kane stated. And then she bowed her head as she said, "They say that I'm cursed." "Why do they say you are cursed?" "I'm not really sure, but they say that someone killed my parents and put some sort of mark on me." The lady had been lying down, so she stood to her legs, walked around, and noticed her injured leg didn't hurt as much. And then she asked, "Do you know where this mark is?" "I think I saw it once," Kane replied. And then she motioned and said, "It's on the back of my neck." "Let me see." Kane walked over to her, lifted her long hair, and turned so she could see the nape of her neck. The lady looked closely and saw what appeared to be a small tattoo in the shape of a circle with markings inside. "Curious," the lady said. "It does appear you have been marked, but I am not sure of the purpose of this particular mark." The lady put a hand on the young girl's shoulder and thought about sinking her fangs into the little morsel's neck, but if she did that, she would ruin any chance she had of escaping her prison in the future. The lady was very tired and weak, and she would have given up long ago on ever leaving except for the revenge that fueled her desire to find her retribution. The lady needed to get back into play. "Let us talk a little more about the school that is taking care of you." The lady spoke as she removed her hand from her shoulder. "You said that they do not like you but that they do take care of you." "That's right," Kane answered as she turned and faced the lady. "Teachers say they wanted to use me for something when I get older. So they must bear the burden of taking care of me until some other school takes over my care or a clan or house does decide to take me." Kane paused, and then she asked, "Can you tell me the purpose of a family in greater detail?" "I will try," the lady replied. "A family consists of a mother, father, and siblings." "What are siblings?" "Siblings are a brother and or sister. They are people somewhat like you who must grow up and learn. From the mother and the father," Kane questioned. "That is correct. A family is two or more of those members living in a unit. It is how one learns so that they know how to survive through life, the lady replied, chuckled to herself, and muttered, you would have been better off if someone had been guiding you. Little morsel, then you would not be here with me. I like being here with you, but I do need a family, Cain said. I need to find me a family. She then muttered to herself, 2 or more. I do not think you can just go out and find you a family, the lady said as she lay back down on the pile of rubble. I would really like to have a family, Cain said. They sound important. I know you would, little morsel, but it is just not in your thread. Oh, I guess I will have to make friends then. You can be my friend one day. You can tell me your name, and then we can be friends, or better than that. You can devour me. You are the most peculiar girl I have ever come across, the lady told her, and then she said, as for your statement, one day might just happen. Now, what else should I teach you today? 1 week later, the lady was lying down as Cain came into the cavern housing the arena-sized platform, and all the spiders seemed to let out a joyous squeal as she entered. Cain spread out her blanket, and she sat on it as she enjoyed her breakfast. She also started bringing her lunch and sharing it. I learned about your people today, Cain told the lady as she gave the lady her grapes and had her try liver. What did they teach you? The lady inquired. They didn't actually teach me. I overheard. Your people come from a place that is a giant island, and they say the sun sees it first. Yes, that is where my people are from. Do you miss your family? Cain asked her. I do. It has been many, many years since I have seen them. I hear on that island you have your own language that's different than ours. We do, the lady replied. Maybe one day I will teach you my language. The lady tried the liver and found that she did enjoy eating it almost as much as the grapes. She looked down at the girl and said, you are looking thinner. You need to eat more if you are to fatten up for me. I don't know if I can, Cain told her. I've been sharing my meals with you. I see, the lady said, and we cannot have that anymore. You will have to start taking more food for yourself so that you can share with me without taking away from what you need to grow up big. I will try, Cain told her. You said earlier that you brought something new with you, the lady stated. I did, Cain said. I brought a comb. Kids are making fun of me because they say my hair's all messed up. Can you teach me how to comb my hair? The lady sighed, having to do something so tedious. And then she held out her hand, and Cain gave her the comb. She took the plain blue plastic comb. Turn around and hold still, the lady spoke, and then she took the comb and ran it through the girl's tangles, trying to force the teeth through the knots. Cain's head jerked back as the lady continued to assault her strands. The lady said, your hair is a real mess. It would be better if we shaved it off and let your hair grow back in. Turn and face me. Good. Now, listen to me. I need you to go retrieve a pair of scissors and... The lady paused as she noticed something out of the ordinary, and then she inquired, what are those running down your face? Are you crying? You are. Why are you crying? Is it because I told you I would have to cut your hair? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry, Cain told her. It's just that it hurts when you run the comb through my hair, so I couldn't help but cry. Why did you not say something? You should have told me I was hurting you. I don't know why I didn't say anything, Cain replied, and then she added, I guess I thought it was supposed to hurt. The lady sighed again, but this time, the lady was aggravated with herself, not the child. She said, no, I did not mean to hurt you, little morsel. I was careless and in a hurry, but I promise I will be gentler and take my time this time. Turn around. I will comb your hair again and do so as I should. Cain turned and as promised, the lady took her time and removed the knots from her hair. And Cain didn't cry anymore. She actually enjoyed having the lady comb her hair. A few days later, Cain sat on a rock as she flipped through a magazine she found in the trash. Look, she said as she lifted it so the lady could see. These people have families, and don't they look happy? The lady ate her grapes as she glanced at the picture, not interested at all in what the little morsel was saying to her. Cain pulled the magazine back down and continued looking at the images as she said, I think I should find me a family. A family is not something you can find, the lady told her. We talked about this already, but if you want to waste your time looking for one, who am I to say you cannot? I need to know more, Cain told her. Please tell me more about a mother and a father. A father is someone who... A father is a male who teaches you things like what is right and what is wrong. He teaches you how to take care of yourself. He gives you wisdom. And you said something about love, Cain interrupted. Yes, a father is supposed to love you, the lady explained. He is supposed to care more about you than he cares about himself, and that is what a father is. A mother is a female who basically does the same thing. They sound like they would be nice to have, if you say so. The lady spoke, and then she said, hand me your comb. It is time to comb your hair. A few weeks later, what are you doing? The lady asked as she looked over Cain's shoulder. I'm trying to write my name. I saw that the others can write words down on paper and can talk to people that way. but I have yet to learn to spell my name. You cannot write. Your teachers must be very frustrated with you if you have not learned to write from them. Kane bowed her head and stated, They do say that I'm slow and that it would be a waste of their time to instruct me more than once, so I haven't learned yet. They also said something about me not needing to learn. They also said that the new school they'll be sending me to, I'll have no need of knowledge there. You cannot go through life not knowing how to read, the lady scolded her. I guess I will have to teach you. How else will you be able to get me some of the things that I need if you cannot read? Write out your IBCs. We will start with that. 1 month later. The lady was able to walk the length of the platform twice before her legs started to hurt. Many of the spiders gathered on the platform when Kane came, but they never approached her as instructed. Everyone had a routine. Kane would arrive. She would play with the one large brown spider as the other spiders watched and made excited noises. Kane and the lady would eat breakfast. The lady would instruct Kane on some daily lesson, and then they would work on her spelling and writing. They would then have lunch. Kane would play with the large spider again. There would be a second daily lesson, and then the lady would comb Kane's hair before she left for the day. I brought you something, Kane yelled as she ran up to the lady. What is it? The lady inquired as she walked over to where the little morsel stood. Kane handed her a piece of paper that had been folded up twice. What is this? Read it, Kane urged her. The lady looked over the crude writing and saw that Kane still needed to work on a few of her letters. Can you? Kane asked her. Can I what? Read it out loud. I asked you a question. The lady spoke. You are invited to Kane's birthday party. Can you come? Kane repeated. You want me to go out there to some party? No, silly, Kane replied. We can have the party here. I can bring us a cupcake apiece, and we can sing songs and maybe play a game. Why would I want to go to some stupid party? I am not a child. Oh, Kane said as her joyous expression left her face to be replaced by a deep disappointment. I thought you might want to celebrate with me as I turn 6. No, thank you. Celebrate with your friends. The lady noticed there was also a drawing on the invitation. It was of herself and Kane smiling as they wore birthday hats. The lady let out one of her long sighs, and then she mumbled, I guess it is true what they say. Starve a child, and they will eat anywhere. What does that mean? Kane asked. Maybe one day I will tell you, the lady replied. Will there be grapes at this party? Lots of grapes, Kane replied. I guess I can come, the lady stated as if agreeing to be tortured. A week later, Kane's birthday. I made you something special, Kane spoke as she spread out her blanket. She had made each of them a birthday hat, and the lady reluctantly wore hers. Kane even made a hat for the large brown spider, and he wore it by spraying his webbing all over it and putting it on his head. Are you not the one who is supposed to receive gifts? The lady questioned. I am, but I wanted to make you something special. So I made the cupcakes, and I made them with lots of raisins. What are raisins? Dried grapes. So I think you'll really like your cupcake, Kane replied. Before we eat, I just need to light my candle. I'm supposed to have one for each year that I am, but I was only able to get one. She removed a candy cane striped candle and placed it in one of the cupcakes, and then she removed a box of matches with a leaping tiger on it with the name Tiger Strike. Kane handed the matchbook to her and asked, Could you light the candle? I'm not supposed to play with matches. The lady took the matchbox, struck a match, and lit the candy cane striped candle. Kane closed her eyes, then opened them a few seconds later, and blew out the candle. Why did you do that? The lady questioned her as she handed back the matchbox. I made a wish, Kane told her as she took the Tiger Strike and placed it back in her school bag. One I hope comes true very soon. The two of them started to eat their cupcakes and drink the juice boxes Kane brought with her. The lady saw what little morsel referred to as raisins and wasn't sure she wanted to try them. But she went ahead and did try the cupcake and said, This is good. I thought you'd like it, Kane told her as a giant smile beamed from her face. Raisins are just cute wrinkly grapes. The lady smiled at her remark, and then she asked, Would you like to have the gift I made you? Yes, please, Kane replied. Turn around. Kane did, and the lady placed a necklace over her head. You made this? Kane asked as she looked down at the necklace and turned back around. The lady nodded. Kane touched the silk-like necklace of braided material. And then she said, I thought it would be sticky, but it's very smooth. Thank you. It's very pretty. Does it have any meaning? I do not think I understand your question, the lady spoke. Your people's culture holds value and meaning with many of the things that you do or say. Does this necklace have any meaning? You want some sort of meaning with the necklace. It is made with threads of white, so it means I am very excited about devouring you, the lady explained. Threads of white are spider webs. They are, the lady told her. Someday, I will tell you a little more about the threads of white, but for now, we should enjoy your celebration. I'll show my friend what you gave me, Kane told the lady, then ran over to where the large brown spider hung on the web, and showed him her precious gift. To think she would believe something that one such as I so easily made up, the lady whispered to the spiders around her. And she does seem to enjoy the gift I made her. Look how happy my little morsel is. I only made the gift a few hours ago and did not put much thought into it, but it is like she sees it as bottled sunshine because I made it for her. I guess it is true about what they say. When those around you turn their hearts from you, even the darkness is inviting. The lady watched Cain as she considered something, and then she questioned, but if I made it up, why did I mention the threads of white? Cain returned, holding the large brown spider as she said, we should celebrate your birthday when it comes. My people do not celebrate our birth. Our way of life is different than yours. We believe every day should be a celebration. If that is the case, we will celebrate your birthday today. Happy birthday. Cain then shouted with a childlike glee. Happy every day should be a celebration day. Several months later, Cain leaned against one of the lady's uninjured legs as she read to the lady from a book. That is enough reading for today, the lady told her. There is something special I would like for you to get me. What is that? Cain asked. Tea, the lady replied. I have not had green tea in ages, but I would settle for black if you cannot find green. It might be hard for me to get, Cain replied. They don't serve it in the cafeteria, and I'm not permitted to go to town. See what you can do, the lady said. I know you will try your best. 3 weeks later, can you teach me some of your language and about the tea ceremony you spoke of last week? Cain asked as she leaned her head against the lady. I guess I can, the lady replied. Today, I will teach you about the tea ceremony. It would have been better if you were able to acquire some tea for me, but I guess we will have to pretend. The lady drew pictures in the sand with her finger as she spoke. This particular tea ceremony is to bring about peace and understanding between two individuals. It is done by each participant sharing a written secret with the other. A secret? Why a secret? Cain asked. If done properly, the secret will create a bond between the two which is intended to bring a deeper understanding. The lady explained. Oh, Cain said. Tell me some more. A few months later, can you tell me your name? Cain asked. Do you think we are friends now? The lady inquired. She nodded her head. We are not yet, the lady spoke. We are far from being friends, little morsel. Should we perform the tea ceremony? Cain questioned. We can tell each other a secret. I do not think you have a secret strong enough to bring to such an occasion, the lady told her. When will we be friends? Cain questioned her. I thought we would have been friends a long time ago, or I thought you would have devoured me by now. I cannot get around how peculiar a child you are, the lady stated, and then she replied, and I cannot give you an answer to those 2 questions yet. I need to call you something, Cain said. You call me, little morsel. So can I pick out a name for you? I do not see why you cannot, the lady replied with a smile. Do you have one in mind? Not yet, Cain answered. I want to pick something from your language. I want it to be special, so I'll take my time and pick out something. My people select names that have great meaning. The lady spoke. Tell me more, Cain said. When we name our children, we select a name that tells of the relationship they will have with us, or others of our kind, or with the world around them. I think I understand, Cain said. I will pick a name that talks about the relationship you have with me. I look forward to hearing just what that name will be, the lady told her. A week later, Cain spread her blanket over a raised section of the platform so that the lady could peer down and see what she was looking at. I think I know what name I want to call you, Cain said with excitement. What would that be? I need to go translate it first, Cain said. I want it to be in your language, and I want it to be a surprise, so I will find the translation on my own. I'll tell you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a special day. After their time was over for the day, Cain ran out, and the lady watched as she left. Tomorrow will be a special day, the lady told all the spiders around her. I am strong enough now that I can leave this dreadful place. We can go, and I can finally have my revenge on the ones who put me here. All I need is a little morsel to give me the energy I need to journey home. The large brown spider whimpered at hearing what his mistress had in mind. The next day, Cain came running in, yelling, I've found the name. I've found the perfect name. The large brown spider ran out to her, and Cain picked him up as she asked him, What's the matter? You seem upset. Do not worry about him, the lady told her. He is just very excited about today. You would not believe how long I have been waiting for this day, the lady told her with a devious grin. So you're also excited about the name I picked out for you. I hope you like it. I hope you really like it. It's perfect. What name did you pick out for me? Before I tell you, Cain began. It wasn't that easy figuring it out. I translated it wrong the first time, but I believe I have it correct now. I'm so proud of you, my little morsel, the lady said as she moved up behind Cain, who had turned her back to her. Cain put the large brown spider down on a rock, and then she set down her school bag beside him. The lady had plenty of time to plan how she would kill the child, and she even picked out the perfect way to do so. The perfect instrument. She readied the instrument of her death as she asked, "What name did you select for me?" "Aukesson," Kane answered as she turned around with this big beaming smile on her face and asked, "Do you like it?" A wave of emotions flooded over the lady, and the ones that were the strongest were outrage and anger. "What name did you call me?" The lady questioned her as she forgot about the instrument of her death. "Aukesson," Kane answered again as she asked, "Isn't it pretty? I really like it, and I think it suits you." "Do not call me that," the lady spoke angrily. "Do not ever call me that." "You don't like it?" Kane inquired as her joy fled. "I thought it was pretty, and it suits who you are to me." "Do not call me that," the lady screamed. I didn't mean to upset you," Kane spoke, and for the first time, she was a little afraid of the lady. "I thought, do not ever call me that," the lady yelled as she grabbed her shoulders and shook Kane. "Do you understand?" The girl nodded near tears. "Now leave," the lady ordered her as she pointed to the exit. "You're mad. I didn't mean to make you mad." "I'm sorry. The lady screamed all the more. "Leave now. I do not want to see you. Leave and never come back." The lady started to pace the room as she ranted. This was a mistake. This was all a mistake. She turned to Kane as rage saturated her face, and she screamed all the more at her. "Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to me? You are a little morsel. You are something to devour. I do not care about you. Leave. Leave and never come back. You are a curse. You are a curse to anyone you come across. I'm a curse," Kane repeated as the world around her collapsed like a spiderweb that a rock had been thrown through. Tears streamed down her face as she questioned, "You see me as a curse? I thought you wanted to devour me. I thought you—" The lady screamed with all her might as if she was this great monster, and Kane jumped back out of fright, then turned and ran out as fear found a place in her heart. The next day, "I'm back," Kane called out before she could be seen. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me anymore." She hadn't seen one spider the whole way through the tunnel. "I'm sorry," Kane spoke as she slowly walked in, carrying a tray that rattled with china and seemed a little too heavy for her. "I didn't mean to upset you. I promise I won't ever call you by that name again." She paused before the great platform and asked, "Are you there? Please come out. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad with me." The lady didn't answer her as if she had already left the cave and Kane behind. "I found you some tea," Kane spoke, hopeful it would coax the lady out. "The headmistress had some in her office along with this tea set. I looked up how to make it, and it tastes good." She paused, waiting for a voice who usually greeted her by then, and when the quiet was the only thing that replied, Kane pleaded, "Please come out. Please come out and tell me you're not mad at me anymore." She walked up to the platform and saw that there were no signs of the lady or any of the spiders. Not even a fresh web. "Please come out. I'm sorry. I don't understand why you're mad at me, but I'm sorry." The cavern seemed to fill with silence like a giant beast breathing in sorrow. Kane set the tray down on a boulder and looked all around for the one who had packed brightness into her darkness. She searched for the lady who had brought joy to her hurting. Kane peered into the blackness of the cavern, and for the first time since entering the lair over 7 months ago, she felt alone, and it frightened her, not with fear but with despair. Alone was a very familiar term to her, and it was the kind of alone she had been used to. But she never realized the loneliness of it until she had something to compare it to. Companionship. Friendship. Love. She thought she had all of these with the lady, and Kane had ruined it with one simple word. The cavern seemed to enlarge as if she was inside a giant beast who had taken another deep breath, filling itself with more sorrow. The silence had given Kane her answer, and her little heart ached over something she had lost. The lady had given her something beyond the terms she understood, something Kane didn't have a name for. The lady had brought her something she had been lacking in her life, and now with the lady, and that something gone, her soul trembled as devastation laid waste to her happiness. Her mind couldn't understand what sort of crime she committed to drive away the one person who had been there every day to nurture and care for her. Kane had no way to express the sheer solitude and loneliness brought on by the vacuum created in the wake of the lady's absence, so the only recourse she had was to lift her hands to her face and weep. Kane had always forced herself not to cry. It did her no good. And it still did her no good, but there was nothing else she could do. She had lost so much with one simple word, a word she thought would bring a joyous smile to the lady's face, but instead, it only brought her the lady's anger and rage. Kane understood she had done something wrong. She just didn't understand what that something was. Something lost and something wrong were all she was left with. "Please don't leave me," she sobbed as she lifted her voice and cried out. I'm sorry. Don't leave me alone. I want you to devour me. I want you to devour me so much that it hurts." She motioned to her chest and said, "It hurts right here. It hurts in this centermost part of me. I don't want it to hurt right here." "Please come back. Please. Don't leave me." Kane cried for a while, and then she finished and said, "Please come out. I don't want you to be mad with me. Tell me what I should do so that you're not mad with me." No one answered her please. "I went back and picked out a different name for you. Please come out. Please don't leave me." She started crying again. "I picked out Sensei. Is that better? Do you like that name better?" She listened again, but no one answered her. Kane waited a few hours, then poured the now warm tea into one of the teacups, set it on the platform, and then left. She walked out of the cavern and through the tunnel, bawling the whole way. The lady appeared from the shadows a few minutes later, walked over to the teacup, and picked it up. "You should not have called me that," the lady told the image of the child in her mind. "Things would have been a lot simpler if you had not have called me that." The lady lifted her voice and spoke to the horde of spiders who crawled out of their hiding spots. "We are leaving. We are all leaving. I am through with this dreadful place. Let us return." The large brown spider crawled up her leg, and the lady picked it up and said, "You though? You cannot come. You have been infected by that child. She does carry a curse with her, and she does curse anyone she comes across." She set the large brown spider down, and it crawled after the child. The lady peered down at the teacup she held, and then she took a sip of the green tea. "This is good. I should have told her this is good," the lady said, and then she screamed out in anger. "What am I doing?" The lady questioned herself. "I was supposed to kill the little morsel and devour her, but instead I let her go. She should not have called me that. She should never have called me Aucassin. What a terrible name to call me, Aucassin." The lady yelled as if screaming at the child. "I am not your mother. I never wanted to be your mother." She held the teacup tenderly in her hands as if embracing the child. "I never intended to be your mother." Chapter 2. Let's play the metronome. 28 years later, in one of the busy cities of the US, welcome to the Necht Ruprecht Corporation. "If everyone will follow me," a woman dressed in a business suit called out to a large group of people ranging from ages 21 to 36 who stood outside on a sidewalk. "My name is Mrs. Peacock, and I and the others inside will be guiding you through the steps you need to complete to join our contest, the metronome. Everyone, please move into the building. We need to make room for all the contestants and backup contestants who are standing out on the street." The group of 40-plus people followed her into the large corporate building and into a large lobby. She had them form 5 lines with 8 people in each, and there was also a 6th line with 4 people standing in it. 3 men and 1 other woman were also there, and they also had the same Necht Ruprecht Corporation ID badge. They helped arrange the 40-plus people into smaller groups. "I'll tell you a little history of our great corporation. Mrs. Peacock began as a few people were still coming in. The Necht Ruprecht were companions to St. Nicholas, who assisted in his work. The charity they helped bring about is one of the goals of the Necht Ruprecht Corporation, and is also one of the reasons we hold this contest a few times a year." She paused as she received a text message, and then Mrs. Peacock said, "Stay in your lines and please follow us into the next room." The 40 people were led to a reception area where student desks had been set up with paper and pens. The 40 people were instructed to sit and look through the papers. "After you have filled out your paperwork, you will be assigned a locker in the men's or women's area," Mrs. Peacock told them. "Go there and store any personal items that you have on you, for none will be permitted in the contest area. And then you are to change into your contestant colors. These jumpsuits will mark which of the 5 color teams you will belong to." The contestants did as instructed, and soon about half the group was in their designated locker rooms changing. One of the male contestants stood up and stated, "I left my license in my car in your parking garage across the street. I'll be right back." Mrs. Peacock nodded, and the male contestant rushed to the front and out, running into a person who was not part of the group. "Watch out there, buddy," the male contestant shouted over his shoulder as he continued out. The Brown Deliveries worker paused, then continued into the building, pulling a truck cart dolly, and went into the lobby and stopped. The worker held an old-fashioned clipboard and tucked it under their arm as they removed a piece of paper, read it over, put the paper back in their pants back pocket, and then walked over to the unmanned receptionist desk. The worker wore a brown cap, jacket, gloves, and pants along with a white t-shirt. The jacket and cap bore the insignia of Brown Deliveries, which was an image of a truck cart dolly. The worker also had a brown single-strap backpack over their shoulder. They parked the dolly beside the desk and waited. Mrs. Peacock noticed the new person who had their back to her, so she walked over to them and said, "You're late. You will need to hurry and join the other contestants over. I'm actually here to make a delivery." Mrs. Peacock noticed the Brown Deliveries insignia when the person turned and faced her, and she also noticed a small dolly that had been hidden from view behind the tall receptionist desk. The dolly had 5 boxes on it. Mrs. Peacock read their embroidered name on their jacket, held out her hand, and said, "Terry, we normally don't receive deliveries on contest day. Please let me see the delivery slip." Terry handed her the clipboard just as the male contestant returned with his license and went back over to his desk. Mrs. Peacock looked over the invoice and then arched an eyebrow as she said, "Please wait here." Terry nodded as Mrs. Peacock made her way to the security desk and made a call. "Ah, yes, I wanted to ask about." "Oh, sorry, I thought I was talking to Controller. Sir, I have this person here from Brown Deliveries with 5 packages for basement level. One of the packages has to be signed for. I can have them wait and go down after the contest is over." Mrs. Peacock listened to the person on the other end, and then she said, "Understood. Goodbye." By the reception desk, Terry glanced around at all the people sitting at desks in the next area, and after a few minutes, Mrs. Peacock returned. "Wear this around your neck," Mrs. Peacock instructed. "The ID badge will allow you to work the elevator, so don't lose it. It will only allow you to go up and down once, so make sure you have everything before you go to make your deliveries. I don't need to be bothered by you again." Mrs. Peacock motioned to a single elevator as she said, "Use the one elevator that is over there. Press the B button, and the rooms you are looking for will all be on that level. Do hurry. I would like you out of the building before our contest begins." "Are you running some sort of game show?" Terry asked. "You could say that," Mrs. Peacock replied. "Is it like The Price is Right?" "No, I would say it is more like Survivor," Mrs. Peacock replied with a grin. "Remember to hurry and stick to the instructions written on the delivery slip." Terry took the lanyard, put it on, and headed for the elevator with the dolly in tow. Mrs. Peacock watched until Terry reached the elevator, and then Miss Peacock turned and went back to the 2 people who remained of her group that were still working on their paperwork. In another section of the building, a control center was set up and a controller prepared to start the next contest. 5 feeds on a wall in front of him showed video of 5 unknown locations, and at each location, a mysterious person was represented only by their hands, an object, and a code name. Their faces never appeared on the feeds, only their hands and the object. The first person, male, held a sword with a purple metal rose decorating its hilt. The second person, female, held a silver ink pen with a blue wolf imprinted on it. The third person, also female, had a bone china cup with a red phoenix on it. The fourth person, male, held a large clear marble with a yellow dragon on it. The fifth and final person, male, held a cane with a green serpent head, and on his hand was a ring with a family crest. Each of these people sponsored one of the color teams, and they had selected these people from all over the country and brought them together for this contest. The draft, as they called it, happened a month earlier. Controller, who was a man in his early 50s with salt and pepper hair and blue kind of icy eyes, spoke to the people on the feeds. "Make your wagers. The opening will begin in about an hour." Purple Rose spoke first, and he said, "I wager Team Purple will outlast Team Yellow in overall by 10 minutes. I'll take that bet." Yellow Dragon spoke, and then he said, "I wager Team Yellow will have more points in the first minute than Team Red." "I will take that bet," Red Phoenix replied. "I wager Team Red will have fewer freeze-ups than any other team." "I'll take that bet," Green Serpent said. "I bet none of the teams will have a winner." He spoke and then waited, and when no one else said anything, he questioned, "No one wants to take the wager." "There has not been a contestant to win opening in the last 5 years," Purple Rose stated. "There might be if we were allowed to select a few of the elite from the Berlin Authority." Blue Wolf spoke. "It would make for better wagering." But Green Serpent said, "I for one don't wish to catch the eye of the Berlin Authority. If they catch wind of what we've been doing here, they will shut us down and the mortem would be over." Controller interrupted. There were a few moments of silence as everyone considered the consequences, and then Green Serpent asked, "Will anyone take my wager?" Red Phoenix stated, "If you sweeten the deal, I might just take the wager this time." "What are you willing to pay?" 10 to 1. "Not sweet enough," Red Phoenix said. "Make it 50 to 1, and I will take the wager that there will be a winner of opening." "Deal," Green Serpent replied. "Any wagers from you?" Blue Wolf. Controller questioned. "None besides my standard wagers," she replied. "But Red Phoenix does have a point about no one winning opening. Maybe we should consider changing some of the rules of the mortem so that more contestants make it through opening." "No, I believe that will never happen," Controller told her. "The 5 of you only need to select better contestants during the draft. Some of you have done well in the past. I believe you have just hit a run of bad luck." 5 years' worth, Green Serpent replied. "I believe it is high time that we have a winner for opening, just not this go around. I do want to win my wager. I am confused about one thing." Yellow Dragon spoke up. "Why do you tell the contestants that the game is called the Metrom and not the Mortem?" Controller replied, "If you were them and the game was called the Mortem, wouldn't you want more information about it than the tidbits that we give them?" It is best to keep them in the dark until there is no escaping the darkness. There were other video feeds within Controller's room, and they currently showed footage of the basement level. Nearly all the areas of basement level were under surveillance. Some time passed, and Controller flipped a switch on his intercom system as he looked at the video feed of the lobby. "Mrs. Peacock, are the teams ready to move out?" "They are," she replied. "We had no need to substitute any players this go around, so I already sent the 4 backups home." "Thank you, Mrs. Peacock," he told her, then turned his attention back to the coaches and said, "We are nearly ready to begin." Controller flipped a different switch so that he spoke to the contestants, and then he stated, "Purple, red, blue, green, and yellow teams prepare to move to your designated elevators. It is almost time to go to the basement level. You have 20 minutes remaining, so take that time to prepare for a game like no other." Earlier and elsewhere, the elevator Terry traveled and came to a stop on the basement level, and the cab doors opened. Terry walked out and looked around. The basement level was dark and only lit by torches that lined the walls every 30 feet. The walls and floor were made out of dark brown hardwood, and the place smelled old but not musty. The elevator opened to a hallway with only one way to go, so Terry followed it for about 300 feet until it came upon a door at the corner. There was a black arrow above the door frame, and the arrow pointed down at the door. Terry checked the delivery slip to see if the symbol matched any of the ones on the instructions and found that the symbol did not. The hallway made a left turn and there was no other direction to go, so Terry followed it. The hallway was long and had no intersecting hallways that Terry could see. This stretch of the hallway was also different than the one that led to the elevator. Terry had excellent vision and had no problem seeing in dark places, but this hallway, it was almost like an unspeakable darkness was in the distance. The darkness seemed to devour the flame of the torches so that they weren't visible until Terry was about 10 feet away from them. The fires should light up the entire hallway, but darkness prevailed in small patches between the torches. Terry walked the hallway and came to a second door, and it was on the left side. A small pyramid was above the doorframe. The pyramid was 3-dimensional, and the symbol matched one of the ones on the delivery slip. So Terry grabbed the corresponding package and set it on the floor in front of the door, knocked, and left as the instructions stated. The third door Terry came across was on the right-hand side and had a bat above the doorframe, and the instructions again stated to leave the package at the door. Knock, and immediately leave. Terry did so and continued on and came to a fourth door, and it was on the left side with a fish above the doorframe. The symbol was like a stick figure fish a child would draw. Terry left a package, knocked, and continued on. Terry came to a fifth door on the right with a beaker above the doorframe, set down the corresponding package, knocked, and left. Terry came to a sixth door on the left with nothing above the doorframe and continued on to a door on the right at another corner. The hallway ended at the corner, and a connecting hallway was split and ran in 2 directions. Terry couldn't see anything in this third hallway in either direction, not even the next torch if one existed. Terry turned to the door at the corner of the second hallway, and a spider decorated the area above the doorframe. Terry smiled at seeing it. The instructions for this door were different, so Terry grabbed the last package, knocked on the door, and entered, leaving the dolly in the hallway. The area on the inside was different than the hallway. It was as if one had stepped into an old castle, or maybe the dungeon of an old castle would be a better description. Terry expected to see old dried bones chained up to the walls along with all kinds of medieval torture devices, but there were neither bones nor chains nor torture devices. Gray stones covered the walls and floor. Terry couldn't see if the gray stones also covered the ceiling, for it was so high up and covered in a white webbing that Terry couldn't see the ceiling. The dungeon castle area was huge, larger than the room should have been, considering how big the corporation building was on the outside and how far Terry had walked through the hallways. Terry imagined it was how the companions felt when they walked into the doctor's TIRDIS, which was bigger on the inside than it was on the out. The TIRDIS was bigger on the inside, but that was science fiction, and this was her reality. It was cold in the room or dungeon castle area, and a breeze swept in, blowing the white cobwebs of all different sizes. Terry carried the package a few steps in and noticed a white borderline on the floor 10 feet from the door. The line stretched across the floor from one wall to the other and stood in front of Terry like a finish line of a race. The instructions had said to call out and keep walking until the resident was found, but at seeing the white borderline, which appeared to be made out of webbing, Terry decided to stay behind it. "Hello," Terry called out. "I have a delivery for you, and I need for you to sign for it." Terry paused and listened and heard no one, so Terry called out again, but louder. "Hello, I have..." A thunderous sound filled the dungeon castle area as if a herd of buffalo was charging for the door. Terry thought about running for the entrance, but then a signal figure appeared in the distance, and the figure was running. Whatever the thing was, it was huge, about 20 feet tall and about 30 feet wide, and it had multiple legs, 8 in all. The creature continued running for Terry and then stopped about 5 feet shy of the white borderline. The momentum the creature created from running kicked up a gust of wind, and the windy wake filled with dust blew past and knocked Terry's brown cap to the floor. The huge creature before Terry spoke. "At first, I thought you were a man, but now I see that you are a woman." Terry said nothing to the large creature's comments. She didn't even pick up the brown cap that had been blown off her head. Terry stared at the wondrously terrifying creature before her as if she was caught in a dream. It was the kind of dream one was afraid of but didn't want to leave. A giant red spider with black markings stood before her, but this spider was different than most. A woman's torso stuck out of the back of the red spider's head. The woman's torso was of a normal size if she had been human, and she wore a black kimono with red and gold flowers. The woman part of the creature looked like a beautiful Japanese woman with long black silky hair pulled up and kept in place with a flower hairpin. The torso part of her looked human except for her beautiful 8 pitch black eyes that were arranged on her face in a complementing pattern. There was one small one on each side of her nose right on her cheekbones about the size of a pea. 4 larger ones along the line that humans' eyes normally occupied about the size of a quarter, and 2 more in the center of her forehead that were about the size of cucumber slices. These eyes had human characteristics in that they could blink and that they expressed the Spider-Woman's emotions. "You do not look like one of the contestants," the Spider-Woman spoke as she looked around the room as if searching for something. Terry started to speak as her eyes opened so wide her brown eyes could clearly be seen as thousands of thoughts filled her head. "There should be at least 7 more of you," the Spider-Woman interrupted her. "Where is the rest of your team?" Terry repeated as she tried to form a sentence from the jumbled thoughts and emotions that filled her head and heart. She was terrified by what seeing this being meant to the world as she knew it. If this wasn't a dream, her world was about to change drastically. "You do not seem as frightened by my presence as you should," the Spider-Woman interrupted again. "Are you in shock?" The Spider-Woman folded her arms as she peered angrily down at the one who intruded on her domain, and then she said, "You should be terrified by my mere presence. I believe you are in shock. I do not have the patience for such things. You need to answer my questions, and you need to answer them now." Terry repeated for a 3rd time as she shook her head from the sheer dreadfully incredible surprise of seeing a being that shouldn't exist in her world. She thought this creature would be furious with her intrusion, but the Spider-Woman almost seemed. She seemed irritated, and Terry also sensed she was somewhat disheartened over some duty she had yet to perform. "I can only imagine what is going through your mind," the Spider-Woman told her. "They never prepare you contestants for what you will meet down here. I almost feel sorry for you humans." The Spider-Woman saw that the woman only carried a box, and she said, "They also usually give you contestants a weapon. Have you hidden yours? Has your team come up with some sort of sneak attack?" "You're just like her," Terry finally uttered, but she didn't say it with panic seething out of her lips. She said it as if she was very happy to see this creature that should only exist in people's nightmares. "For the longest time, I thought I only dreamt about the lady or had made her up like an imaginary friend, but here you are. You're just like her." Her heart joyously raced as sheer unerasable enthusiasm filled her entire being, as she stated, "If you exist, the lady must exist, and if she exists, I can still find her." "I have no idea who or what you were babbling about," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Why do you not step over that line so we can begin the opening?" The Spider-Woman noticed the embroidered name on the woman's brown uniform, and she said, "Draw near. Terry, let us begin." My name's not Terry. I just borrowed this uniform. And I'm not one of these contestants you keep talking about. I'm actually a delivery girl." Woman, I have a package for you." "A package for me?" the Spider-Woman repeated. "I thought no one knew I was trapped here. Unless it is the person who put me in this prison or one of the other residents. Who is the package from?" The delivery woman glanced at the invoice and said, "It says it's from no one." "I know no one," the Spider-Woman replied. "Wait." The delivery woman spoke and then laughed. "I think I get it. The package not from no one but from no one." "I do not see how that is funny," the Spider-Woman spoke. "Give me the package." The delivery woman walked up to the white borderline, but she didn't cross it as she said, "I need for you to sign for it first." She lifted a clipboard, the old kind that had a wooden base and a metal clip that held the paper in place, and an ink pen was attached to it by a string. The Spider-Woman started to walk over to her, but she stopped, wary this was still a trick. "What is this place?" the delivery woman questioned as she continued to look around the area. "You said you're trapped here and that you're a prisoner." "We are on the basement level," the Spider-Woman replied. "And I might have misspoken before. I am not really a prisoner, though." I do feel like one. She peered at the human curiously, and then she said, You act as if you have seen my kind before. Are you sure you are not a contestant, or perhaps a being I know nothing of? I'm human, but I'm not a contestant. I have encountered your kind before, the delivery woman replied. I met her a long, long time ago. I am surprised you survived your encounter and was not devoured, or was this other, who was like me, dead? Wasn't dead, but she was injured, the delivery woman replied, and then she thought about her past, and the sorrow she had carefully sealed away leaked out as she mumbled. The lady didn't devour me because I wasn't big enough. The painful memories remained with her a little longer, and then the delivery woman sealed them away again and questioned, What sort of contests go on here? And who are the other residents you mentioned? Controller's voice came over the intercom, and he said, Residents of basement level. A new contest will begin in 5 minutes. It would seem that you have told me the truth about not being one of the contestants, the Spider-Woman said. Contestants are not allowed on basement level until the opening has begun, and if you are not a contestant, you need to leave. Quickly draw over here to this rock so that you can climb up it and hand me the clipboard. The delivery woman started to go to her, but then she stopped before crossing the white borderline and said, Give me permission to come into your lair, and I'll come to you, otherwise, you'll have to come to me. It would seem that someone taught you about the Kumisaki. She did, the delivery woman said. We were good friends, so she taught me many things, including that a Kumisaki is a white borderline made of very sensitive webbing, and the one who created it knows when something crosses the Kumisaki even though it's not physically attached. Sakai means boundary. Your kind developed the Kumisaki because, friends, the Spider-Woman scoffed, ignoring the rest of what the human had told her. If she was your friend, tell me her name. The delivery woman frowned and bowed her head as the painful memories of her childhood that still afflicted her caused the centermost part of her to hurt again. The sorrow she could never get rid of ate at the emotional barrier she thought she had successfully erected. The sorrow seeped out again and stained her heart with rejection, forcing her thoughts to go back to that time when she lost everything over an ill-conceived name. I thought so, the Spider-Woman spoke, drawing the delivery woman from her thoughts. Our kind would never be friends with your kind. We only take pleasure in eating your kind, the Spider-Woman stated as she walked over to the human. Her body bowed low to the ground, and then the Spider-Woman held out her hand and said, Let me have that clipboard. The delivery woman held up the clipboard and then lifted on her tippy toes to reach as far as she could, and the Spider-Woman took the clipboard. The Spider-Woman read over the delivery slip but found no other clues as to who sent the package. The delivery woman watched the Spider-Woman, and the sadness drained from her heart and hope returned, and that hope beamed from her face once again. The Spider-Woman glanced at the human a couple times while she read, wary she might attack her while she was searching for clues. You have been smiling at me with this stupid grin since we met. I prefer when humans scream. Sorry, it's just that you remind me so much of the lady even the way you want to eat me. Now I do know that something is wrong with you, the Spider-Woman told her as she handed back the clipboard after she signed it, and the human took it. The delivery woman glanced back at the door as she questioned, What is going on here? What is this place? She faced the Spider-Woman as she continued questioning, Why are you down here? And why do you keep talking about a contest? It sounds to me like you're being forced to do something that you don't want to. I still cannot figure you out, the Spider-Woman said. Are you part of the contest? You seem all innocent, but for some reason, I get this feeling that you're. I almost laugh when I think about it, but I do believe you are dangerous. I'm only here to deliver packages, she replied. But I do find it weird that. Why are you still here? The Spider-Woman demanded as the sensation of fear intensified within her being. The other part of her, the giant spider, didn't seem to mind that this human was there, but she was becoming very wary of the human. And so she declared, You should be running away by now, but here you are speaking to me as if we are equals. I prefer when humans run, and you could also do me the favor of screaming as you do so if you are not going to cross the Kumisaki. I would like to talk to you a little longer. I'm just so excited to talk with one of your kind again. I still can't believe I found another like the lady. What are the odds? Maybe you know her. If you cannot tell me her name, I cannot help you, the Spider-Woman told her as the sensation of danger intensified. I forgot about that, the delivery woman spoke. I guess I'll never find her, she stated with a deep-seated sadness that seemed to resonate throughout her entire body. But then the despair quickly turned into joy again, as she said, At least, now I know that I didn't dream about her. If you are so keen on knowing names, why not tell me yours? The Spider-Woman said as she needed to know the reason why she felt this way towards a seemingly normal human. I have a designation, but it's not really a name. It's more of, how should I put it? It's more of what I am. Spit it out, human. There is not much time left before the opening begins. I am Kane. The Spider-Woman laughed a little bit, and then she started laughing harder as she said, "You did not lie. If that is your name, I might as well call you Baka. Baka. That word means fool. Cain means more of. Cain is... No. The Spider-Woman interrupted as she continued to laugh. From this time forth and until the day you die, to me, you will be Baka? Cain sighed as she received another name that belittled her, and then she asked, "What should I call you? And before you say anything, I'm not asking what your name is. I'm only asking what I should call you when I address you. I could call you Cumuvin, but I don't think you want me to refer to you just by your people's name. It would be like you calling me human all the time. For you can call me Shukujo, not that you will have much of an occasion to use it. If you are not a contestant, you will not be here long, Shukujo." "I like it. It suits you," Cain said. "Do you know what it means?" Shukujo questioned. "I do. It means lady of refinement. And you are definitely a lady?" Cain replied. "I can tell these things, and you're so pretty. You must be a Kumikazoku." "You are definitely an odd human," Shukujo spoke. "But I am amused that you think of me as royalty. I would like to ask you a few more questions if I might," Cain said. And then she asked, "Can you leave?" "What are you asking me? Are you a prisoner here? You said you were and then you said you weren't." "All the residents are, but most of us are volunteer prisoners," Shukujo replied, and then for the first time, she spoke with concern for the human as if a memory forced her worry to the surface from a place she had long ago buried it away. And she said, "You really should be leaving now. The opening is about to begin, and I do not believe you will want to see what comes next. You appear to be a kind soul, not that I am sold on the mask you are wearing, but there is something about you that is somewhat familiar. So for the sake of that familiarity, I will tell you that you should leave before you see something that you cannot unsee." "I would like to speak to you just a little longer," Cain told her, not sure what the Cumuvin was implying. "I haven't talked with one of you in such a long time, and it feels nice to be able to speak with one of your race again." Before Shukujo could reply, Controller came back over the intercom and stated, "Opening will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Soon groups of people could be heard shouting to one another outside in the hallway as they ran in all different directions across the wooden floor. About 10 seconds later, Cain turned as the door burst open, and 8 people rushed in. They were armed with either a sword, spear, or battle axe, and they rushed at the Cumuvin, crossing the white borderline and attacking the 20-foot creature. Cain started to go after the people to stop them from hurting her, but she paused before crossing the white borderline. She watched as the 8 people attacked the Cumuvin, and then blood splattered her own face. It wasn't the Cumuvin's blood, it was the 8 people's. The humans never stood a chance against a creature such as she, and Cain stood there in shock as she watched the Cumuvin tear apart the people as if they were paper dolls. The battle was over in less than a minute. She stared up at the one who was like her teacher as the human's blood ran down Shukujo's entire body. Cain never imagined the terror and the horror she visited day after day the 7 months she knew the other Cumuvin, the one she knew as the lady. Fear awoke in her and stirred, wanting to be released. The fear started at the middle of her spine and slowly burned up her back. "Don't be afraid," Cain spoke softly to herself. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Everything will be." Shukujo turned to her and saw a different expression on the human's face than what had been there minutes earlier. They had talked as if they had known each other for years, and the experience brought back pleasant memories. But now Cain stared at her as if she didn't recognize her, as if she was terrified of her, and that sight brought back terrible, unpleasant memories. "That is the look I was waiting on," Shukujo told her. "I will score quite a few points for that very expression. Now draw to me. Draw to me and cross the Kumasakai. Allow me to rip you apart as I ripped apart the others of your treacherous kind." "Don't be afraid," Cain spoke louder as she edged her way toward the door behind her as flight or fight kicked in. "There is nothing to fear. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. Do you not see me standing here?" Shukujo questioned her. "There is a lot to be afraid of. I can deliver a wide range of deaths upon you. So do draw near and let me indulge in the pain I can deliver." Fear swelled in her and grew so rapidly that she couldn't control it. So Cain turned, bolted out of the room, and entered the hallway as she heard more people screaming. She ran to the door with the beaker on it and flung it open, hoping to find a way out, but instead, she came across a haze of purple smoke that made her a little dizzy. She saw a man in a white lab coat wearing a gas mask, and he was dragging one of his 8 victims across the floor to the back of the room. Cain realized if she stayed in that room any longer, either the gas or fear would be the end of her. So she fled the room and went to the next. She ran to the door with the fish on it, flung it open, ran in, and found she was standing at the edge of a dock. The dock was up high and looked over other docks of different levels that were mostly hidden from view by a thick white fog. Kane saw who she thought was a human man, so she climbed down a ladder to the next dock, which wasn't covered in fog, and approached him. "Are you all right?" she called out to the man with his back to her. "Stay back!" he screamed as he turned around and faced her. He was armed with a sword, and he shook it at her as if it was only a walking stick as he yelled again. "Stay back. I won't hurt you," Kane told him, "and I'll stay right in this spot. Are you all right? The others? They're all gone," he spoke. "The water," he started as he turned and faced the swamp. "The water took them, and now they're all gone." Kane glanced at the murky waters as a different type of fear afflicted her, and she edged back a few steps as she said, "Why don't we leave? Come with me, and we'll leave." They both could hear people screaming in the distance, and the man turned to her and asked, "What kind of contest is this? What kind of contest kills off its contestants?" "I don't know," Kane replied. "I think we should leave." She waved him over to her as she said, "Please, come with me." He took a step to go to her when a hand reached up out of the fog, snatched his leg, and pulled him over. The man managed to grab the edge of the dock as he screamed for her help, so Kane ran for him across the dock and dove for his outstretched hand. But she missed him, and he was dragged into the fog. She thought about climbing down to the next dock, but the sound of something large splashing into the water incited fear to return, and the burning fear residing on her back intensified. So she forsook the man and fled the room. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid," she kept repeating to herself as she ran into the hallway. "I'll find a way out. There has to be a way out." All the screams had died down by the time she reached the room with the bat. Kane opened its door, rushed in, and found a man lounging on a scarlet velvet couch in what appeared to be a parlor of an old Victorian mansion. There seemed to be a mist about the room, not like the purple smoke or the white fog of the other two rooms, but a red mist for hiding things. Kane wasn't frightened by the alluring man who had very attractive shoulder-length black wavy hair that fell over his face and over the face of a woman he was embracing. Kane slowly drew to him as if she needed to be with him, as if she needed to stay by his side forever. She noticed he was kissing the woman on the couch with him, and Kane peered at her as if seeing the woman for the first time, and she felt herself flush. Kane realized what she had walked in on and started for the door to give them some privacy at a time she should be worried about her own safety. But then the man lifted his head, and his hair fell back into place. He turned to her and saw her, but Kane was no longer embarrassed to have disturbed them. She was afraid, very afraid. His eyes, they were all red as if they were full of blood, and she realized he wasn't kissing the woman but drinking of her. The shock reset her senses. The mist of the room lifted, and Kane saw that 7 bodies laid scattered about the room and that they were all dead, drained of their blood. She turned her attention back to the vampire who once more took of the blood of his female victim. And the victim. She was still alive. The woman stretched out her hand for Kane to help her, but the burning fear that had been with her since opening warned her. It warned Kane she needed to run, so she ran. She abandoned the woman to her horrible fate, and she ran to the door with the pyramid on it, and then she opened it to find a desert land and some sort of Egyptian tomb. She didn't go in this time, but stood at the threshold to see if this door would lead to an exit or only lead to more horrors that would be seared into her memory like some brand of terror. A small sandstorm encompassed the large room, or maybe desert plain would be a better word for it, but Kane could still make out a tall mummy about 7 feet tall covered in aged linen wrappings. But he was also donned in gold and other precious stones and gems as if he was once a great Egyptian pharaoh. The mummy held a man by his throat as blue scarab beetles by the dozens came out of a hole in the mummy's other outstretched hand, and the scarab beetles attacked the man. The man screamed as the carnivorous beetles started to eat him alive, and all Kane could do because of her fear was shut the door. She couldn't save anyone. Everyone was dead or dying. She wanted so badly to help all those people, but her fear wouldn't let her. Her fear still pushed her to escape. So she started for the elevator. Kane wanted to run, but she was barely able to walk toward the elevator as all the horrible images of carnage, torture, and death bombarded her mind. She passed the last door with the black arrow symbol on it and didn't bother to open it. Kane turned the corner and walked about 10 feet from the last door, paused, and started to cry when she heard this howl. She turned and faced the way she had come, and she heard what sounded like something running on all fours towards her across the wooden floor. Her heart thundered in her chest as she turned and sprinted for the elevator that was 300 feet away as the unknown creature drew close to the corner. She sprinted as fear made her run all the faster, and then she entered the cab and quickly pressed the lobby button. But nothing happened. The creature howled again before he turned the corner and ran toward her. Kane punched the lobby button with her finger several more times, and then she hit the door close button as the hairy creature with sharp teeth neared. Fear seemed to split her back open along her spine as death on all fours approached. and Kane stepped back from the buttons to the very back of the cab. The brown hairy creature leapt just as the doors slowly closed, and the elevator shook as the creature hit. Kane collapsed to the floor as she heard the creature claw at the doors on the outside. She wrapped her arms around herself and sobbed. She was safe for now, so all she had to do was control her fear. Kane rocked back and forth, trying to console herself as she pushed back her fear. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "Don't be afraid. Everything's fine. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Don't be afraid." Kane knew she didn't have time to cry, so she crawled forward a few feet, then leaned and put her ear to one of the doors. And she heard the creature on the outside trying to claw its way in, but eventually he gave up and walked away across the wooden floor. Kane grabbed one of the railings and managed to stand and move back to the buttons. The fear that burned down her spine lessened and seemed to seal itself back up inside her. So she stared at the elevator control panel, and with her mind at a calmer state, Kane realized why the elevator refused to obey her command to go up. She removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when, moments earlier, in Controller's room, "I officially call the opening done," Controller spoke. "Coaches, you may now satisfy all wagers." The coaches did so, but then, actually, Red Phoenix spoke up. "I have won our bet, Green Serpent. There is a winner for opening." "Are you talking about a survivor?" Green Serpent spoke up. "And are you referring to the delivery woman?" "I am," Red Phoenix replied. "She is still alive. She isn't a contestant, and all the contestants are dead, so there is no survivor. And I win our wager. Controller, can we have a ruling on this?" Red Phoenix requested. "Who won the wager?" "Let me see. The rules state that anyone who is on a level when the contest begins becomes a contestant. So this delivery woman is now a contestant." Red Phoenix wins the wager. "We have our first survivor in 5 years to make it past opening." Green Serpent grumbled, and then he said, "You will have your money within the hour." Controller spoke. "Now that we have someone to survive opening, we should talk about the next wagers." Yellow Dragon stated, "This was my first opening, so I'm still quite new to all of this. Can you explain the next step in the mortem? Does this contestant become a resident?" "I almost forgot," Controller said. "You took over the coaching position of Yellow Fox after his untimely demise, so I should explain things in depth." Controller cleared his throat and then said, "The contestant doesn't become a resident right away. The contestant must survive 7 days with the other residents, and then they become a resident, or they could kill one of the residents, and then they automatically become one of the residents." Controller paused, and then he said, "You see, as coaches, you each have one of the residents as your player. You inherited Yellow Fox's resident, and now it is your job to guide them through the mortem. You can even give them gifts and equipment as you see fit, all so that your resident may ascend to the next level. And by doing so, you are also taken to the next level. And each level we attain, we gain one of our wishes." Yellow Dragon spoke. "Correct," Controller replied. "One of your minor wishes will be fulfilled, but you have to win the mortem to gain your ultimate wish." Purple Rose questioned, "How was a human, not part of the opening, allowed onto the basement level to begin with?" "I am still looking into that," Controller replied. "She was delivering packages, and Mrs. Peacock called the high-ups and gained permission to send the delivery woman through." "The high-ups? Do you mean one of the mortem masters gave her permission to send the delivery woman through?" "Now that is interesting." Purple Rose spoke. Blue Wolf added, "If one or all the mortem masters allowed the delivery woman to go on through, they must be up to something. I believe I'm a little more interested in this delivery woman now." "Back to what you were telling me about the wishes," Yellow Dragon stated. "I am not allowed to divulge wishes of coaches, but I can tell you the first 3 wishes of Yellow Fox since he is no longer with us. His first wish was that he would have sole ownership of his family's company. His second wish was that we could find a way for him to marry his mistress without losing half his fortune to his current wife. His third wish was that we could find a way to create a male offspring. Yellow Fox was sterile, so I believe we were thinking of cloning him if he ever made it to the 3rd level." Blue Wolf spoke up. "I believe that was more information than any of us needed to know." "My other question is," Yellow Dragon began, "if this contestant becomes a resident without killing one of the other residents, who will be her coach? Will you bring in a 6th coach?" "Only 5 coaches are permitted for the basement level," Controller replied. "One of you will acquire her and have 2 residents, doubling your chances of making it to the next level. It also increases our chances of losing money." Green Serpent spoke up. "He is correct. Any failure by a resident costs their coach," Controller stated. "We can decide on a way to determine which coach she will belong to if and when this Kane, I believe she said her name was, survives. There are 7 days. I doubt she will make it past 2. And speaking of which, let us make Deadpool wagers." Before we get into that, Red Phoenix interrupted. I would like to get to know our contestant since she was not part of the draft. I would like to ask her a few questions. Green Serpent spoke up. I think we all would like to ask her a few questions since she wasn't part of the draft. None of you are permitted to speak to a contestant, Controller told them. I never heard of such a rule, but I might have an idea to get around that rule. Red Phoenix said, we can all ask her questions through you. The present basement level elevator. Kane removed her ID badge and started to swipe it across the scanner when Controller spoke over the intercom. I should tell you that if you leave now, you will not be able to return. Why would I want to return? Kane questioned him. This is a horrible place. You can make a lot of money playing the mortem. I'm not interested in money, she told him. I can't be here. I want to leave. Do you understand the position you are in? Controller questioned her. I'm not sure how you stumbled across the mortem, but you are here now, and I can't let you leave. I should also add that you can't threaten us with people finding out that you are here. You're far below ground on a level that isn't in the building's blueprints, and all video recordings of you on the premises have already been wiped. No one will find you here. I can't be here, Kane repeated. You have to let me go. I can't be here. As I said before, I can't let you go unless... Unless what? Kane questioned. Unless you win. If you win the mortem, I'll allow you to leave. Whoever created this contest is mad, she stated. I know, Controller replied. This place is madness, but the only way you are going to escape is if you win. How do I win? She asked, not wanting to know but buying her some time to think. It is simple, Controller began. To keep going you have to survive 7 days. But I should warn you, no one has ever won the mortem. I understand why. It's impossible. I can't survive down here with all those creatures for 7 days. I can't unless I kill them, and now you are getting the idea, he spoke. No. I won't kill. I won't pick up a weapon. There has to be another way. I can't stay down here 7 days. Those creatures. Fear will. She tried to calm herself, but her anxiety made all her words flow incoherently as she said, the monster will want to destroy. I'm afraid. And so is the nature of monsters, Controller stated. They want to kill and destroy, and that is why this mortem is so much fun. Who can predict what anyone will do? Everyone, the coaches, the residents, even myself, we all have our own agendas, and we have to survive to make them come true. I don't understand what you're saying, and I can't be here, Kane insisted. It's not safe. You have to let me go? Now I am the one who is afraid. I am afraid I can't let you go, Controller replied. Think of it as you have no other choice but to survive, and it will make everything more. What is the word I am looking for? Clearer. Kane said as she moved to the center of the cab to see if she could spot a camera, but she didn't see one. No, fun was the word I was looking for, or maybe entertaining. Now you can either survive or die, that is up to you. And the creatures, Kane mumbled. How do I stay down here and not die? Controller interrupted. You will have to use whatever skills you possess. Now, enough chit-chat. You need to run if you are going to survive. Run. Correct, run, Controller spoke. I am opening the elevator, and our guard dog is waiting outside. He hasn't been fed in a few days, and he's very upset he wasn't able to snag a contestant for himself. The cab doors opened before Kane could object, and the creature that had chased her turned at the sound. The creature was slightly smaller than her and completely covered in brown fur. He looked at her as he licked his chops. If you haven't figured it out yet, Controller said, that is a werewolf pup. He is much smaller than an adult but still strong, and he is very, very hungry. The end. Next, look for the continuation of the series in Monster of Monsters #1, Part 2, Mortem's Contestant.